U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, by U.S. Army Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group. Title pages, preliminary information, and contents. Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press. The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1, Invasion, Insurgency, Civil War, 2003 to 2006. Colonel Joel D. Rayburn, Colonel Frank K. Sobchak, editors, with Lieutenant Colonel Gene F. Godfroy, Colonel Matthew D. Morton, Colonel James S. Powell, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew M. Zayas. January 2019. The views expressed in this report are those of the authors and do not necessarily reflect the official policy or position of the Department of the Army, the Department of Defense, or the U.S. government. Authors of Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, and U.S. Army War College Press, or USAWC, publications enjoy full academic freedom, provided they do not disclose classified information, jeopardize operations security, or misrepresent official U.S. policy. Such academic freedom empowers them to offer new and sometimes controversial perspectives in the interest of furthering debate on key issues. This report is cleared for public release. Distribution is unlimited. This publication is subject to Title 17 United States Code Sections 101 and 105. It is in the public domain and may not be copyrighted. Comments pertaining to this report are invited and should be forwarded to Director, Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press, U.S. Army War College, 47 Ashburn Drive, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, 17013-5238. All Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, and U.S. Army War College Press, or USAWC, publications may be downloaded free of charge from the SSI website. Hard copies of certain reports may also be obtained free of charge while supplies last by placing an order on the SSI website. Check the website for availability. SSI publications may be quoted or reprinted in part or in full with permission and appropriate credit given to the U.S. Army Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press, U.S. Army War College, Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Contact SSI by visiting our website at the following address: http://ssi.armywarcollege.edu/. The Strategic Studies Institute and U.S. Army War College Press publishes a quarterly email newsletter to update the national security community on the research of our analysts, recent and forthcoming publications, and upcoming conferences sponsored by the Institute. Each newsletter also provides a strategic commentary by one of our research analysts. If you are interested in receiving this newsletter, please subscribe on the SSI website at the following address: http://armywarcollege.edu/NEWSLETTER/. The Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group, 2013 to 2018. Director and General Editor, 2013 to 2016, Colonel Joel Rayburn. 2017 to 2018, Colonel Frank Sobchak. Executive Officers / Directors of Research: Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Hardman, Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Zayas. Senior Fellows: Lieutenant Colonel Gene Godfroy, Colonel Matthew Morton, Colonel James Powell, Colonel Frank Sobchak, 2013 to 2016. Research Fellows: Colonel Jason Awadi, Major Wilson Blythe, Major Stephen Gribshaw. Adjunct Fellows and Contributors: Michael Bell, Ph.D., College of International Security Affairs, National Defense University. Derek Harvey, University of South Florida. Major Kelly Howard, U.S. Army Reserve. Major General Retired Najim Jabouri, Iraqi Ministry of Interior. Michael Pregant, College of International Security Affairs, National Defense University. Lieutenant Colonel James Sindel, U.S. Army Reserve. Major General Retired Aziz Zwaidi, Iraqi Army. Research Assistants/Interns. 2014. Cadet Andrew Moore, Jalil Riahi, Lindsay Schmidt, Dylan Shoemaker, and Andrew Wickland. 2015. Maura Geiler, Christopher Hartnett, Richard Hulver, Ph.D., Alexis Knutson, Kelsey Marin, Ashley Rhodes, Alexander Teague, Kate Tietzen, and Cameron Zinsu. 2017. Catherine Etherton, Jason Glatz. Contents. Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army, Roman numeral 27. Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army, Roman numeral 29. Preface, Roman numeral 31. Acknowledgments, Roman numeral 35. Chapter 1. Prologue, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Page 1. Beyond the Truce Tent, page 1. The U.S. Army after Operation Desert Storm, page 3. The Iraqi regime in the 1990s, page 11. The continuing U.S.-Iraq confrontation, 1991 to 2000, page 15. The post-9/11 environment, page 20. Endnotes, chapter 1, page 22. Part 1, From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003, page 29. Chapter 2, Regime Change, page 31. In the Shadow of September 11th, 2001, page 31. Planning for Regime Change, page 31. The Strategic Situation in Iraq, page 43. Endnotes, chapter 2, page 49. Chapter 3, Maneuvering into Position, page 55. The Ground Forces Prepare for War, page 55. Iraq prepares for war, page 69. Endnotes, chapter 3, page 76. Chapter 4, The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003, page 81. The Invasion Begins, page 81. Disposition of Iraqi Forces, page 83. Setbacks and a Change in Plans for CFLCC, page 90. The Sandstorm and Operational Pause, page 91. The Regime Falls, page 95. A Validation of the RMA, page 103. Endnotes, chapter 4, page 105. Chapter 5, We're Here, Now What? Page 111. Iraqi State Collapse, page 112. Repositioning the Force, page 121. Militants and Political Violence, page 125. Endnotes, chapter 5, page 127. Chapter 6. Lost in Transition, May to July 2003, page 133. Transitions at All Levels, page 133. The Disintegration of the Iraqi State and Society, page 140. CJTF-7's Trial by Fire, page 146. The Security Situation Deteriorates, page 154. Ambassador Bremer and the Iraqi Interim Government, page 157. Endnotes, Chapter 6, page 162. Chapter 7. Muqawama wa Intiqaam, Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003, page 169. The Sunnis, Disenfranchised and Extreme, page 169. The Coalition Perspective, Guerrilla Warfare and Insurgency, page 177. The Shia, Divided We Stand, page 179. The Kurds, Ambitious for Autonomy, page 183. Interventions by Iraq's Neighbors, page 184. Endnotes, Chapter 7, page 188. Chapter 8. Muddling Through, August to October 2003, page 195. Difficulties in Formulating a New Campaign, page 195. The Resistance Gains Momentum, page 198. CJTF-7 and the CPA, A Troubled Quest for Stability, page 207. Endnotes, Chapter 8, page 219. Chapter 9. Down the Spider Hole, October to December 2003, page 227. Abu Ghraib and the Emerging Detention Problem, page 227. The Ramadan Offensive, page 231. The Capture of Saddam Hussein, page 237. Endnotes, Chapter 9, page 241. Chapter 10. Conclusion, From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003, page 247. Part 2. From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006, page 253. Chapter 11. The Gathering Storm, page 255. Turbulence Within the Coalition, page 255. The Maturation of the Enemy, page 262. The Struggle to Formulate a Long-Term Strategy, page 272. Endnotes, Chapter 11, page 275. Chapter 12. Things Fall Apart, April 2004, page 281. An Unexpected Two-Front War, page 281. The Coalition Counterattack, page 294. The Fallout from the April Uprising, page 298. Endnotes, Chapter 12, page 304. Chapter 13. The Changing of the Guard, Again, Spring to Summer 2004, page 311. The Fallout of Abu Ghraib, page 311. New Commands, New Missions, page 313. The Targeting of the New Iraqi State, page 322. The Expansion of the Iraqi Security Forces, page 323. A New Coalition Strategy, page 326. Endnotes, Chapter 13, page 330. Chapter 14, Fighting to the Elections, August to December 2004, page 335. Operations in Najaf, page 335. The Second Battle of Fallujah, November 2004, page 344. Endnotes, Chapter 14, page 357. Chapter 15, Transformation in a Time of War, January to April 2005, page 365. The January 2005 Transitional National Assembly Elections, page 365. Iraqization, page 383. The Transformation of the Insurgency, page 391. Endnotes, Chapter 15, page 397. Chapter 16, Going West, April to August 2005, page 407. New Government and New Sectarian Violence, page 407. Coalition Response in Anbar and Nineveh, page 414. The Continuing Detention Problem, page 428. Endnotes, Chapter 16, page 437. Chapter 17, Innovation in the Face of War, Summer to Fall 2005, page 445. Counterinsurgency Rediscovered, page 445. The Early Roots of the Awakening, The Desert Protectors, page 458. Special Operations Forces Transformations, page 461. Casey and Khalilzad bring provincial reconstruction teams to Iraq, page 464. Shortcomings in the ISF Development Mission, page 466. Endnotes, Chapter 17, page 476. Chapter 18, Defeated by Democracy, Winter 2005 to 2006, page 485. The Iraqi Constitutional Referendum, page 485. Preamble to Civil War, Shia Sectarians Inside the Iraqi Government, page 494. AQI and the Amman, Jordan Bombings, page 504. National Guard Challenges, page 505. Elections and Off-Ramps, page 508. Endnotes, Chapter 18, page 517. Chapter 19, The Iraqi Civil War Comes into the Open, January to June 2006, page 529. The Response to the December Elections, page 529. The Samara Mosque Bombing, page 532. The Year of the Police, page 545. The Return of Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli, page 547. The Nouri al-Maliki Government, page 554. Endnotes, Chapter 19, page 560. Chapter 20, Baghdad Burns, Summer to Fall 2006, page 569. Tactical Response in Baghdad, Operation Together Forward, page 569. General Casey's Drawdown Plan, page 575. July 2006, The Sectarian Cleansing of Baghdad, page 579. Operation Together Forward 2, page 584. The War of the Ministries, page 589. Endnotes, chapter 20, page 593. Chapter 21, Hope in Ramadi, page 601. AQI, the Coalition, and the Battle for the Ramadi Tribes, page 601. 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, takes over Ramadi, page 606. The Anbar Awakening, page 611. Endnotes, chapter 21, page 620. Chapter 22, The Failed Transition, page 627. The Deteriorating Security Situation in Baghdad, page 628. The Shia South, Embers Under Ashes, page 631. Commanders in Baghdad Take Stock, page 635. Political Defeat of the Baghdad and Basra Security Plans, page 639. Endnotes, chapter 22, page 646. Chapter 23, Conclusion, From Insurgency to Civil War, 2004 to 2006, page 653. Explaining the Failure of the Transition Strategy, page 656. Innovations, Adaptations, and Signs for the Future, page 658. Afterword, page 661. Select Bibliography and General Editor's Notes on Sources, page 663. Operational Records, page 663. Interviews, page 666. Books, page 670. Articles, page 675. Monographs and Reports, page 678. Unpublished Papers, page 681. News Outlets and Newspapers, page 683. Endnotes, Bibliography, page 683. Abbreviations, page 685. Map Symbols, page 693. About the Contributors, page 695. Tables. Table 1. 1st Armored Division Personnel, as of April 6, 2004, page 294. Table 2. Location of 1st Armored Division equipment as of April 6, 2004, page 295. Table 3. Comparison of Legacy, Transformed, and Striker BCTs, page 382. Table 4. Iraqi Civilian Violent Deaths, January to June 2006, page 576. Charts. Chart 1. Legacy Mechanized Infantry Brigade Combat Team Organization, page 372. Chart 2. Organization of a Transformed Infantry Brigade Combat Team, September 2004, page 373. Chart 3. Organization of a Striker Brigade Combat Team, page 383. Chart 4. Releases at Theater Internment Facilities by Calendar Year, page 432. Chart 5. The Detention Conundrum, page 433. Chart 6. MNF-I Assessment of Aggregate ISF Size, page 511. Chart 7. MNF-I Transition Readiness Assessment Ratings for Iraqi Army Battalions. Page 512. Chart 8. MNF-I Transition Readiness Assessment Ratings for Special Police Battalions. Page 513. Chart 9. Post-Samara Violence in Perspective. MNF-I's Viewpoint, March 10, 2006. Page 538. Chart 10. MNF-I Reporting on Monthly Ethno-Sectarian Incidents and Casualties as of April 2006. Page 543. Maps. Map 1. Iraq. Roman numeral 1. Map 2. Baghdad. Roman numeral 2. Map 3. Mosul, Iraqi units, 2006 to 2008. Roman numeral 3. Map 4. Al-Basra, 2007. Roman numeral 4. Map 5. Operation Iraqi Freedom, Major Camps, 2003 to 2011. Roman numeral 5. Map 6. Ethno-Religious Groups, Iraq. Roman numeral 6. Map 7. Detention Facilities, Theater Level, 2003 to 2011. Roman numeral 7. Map 8. Disposition of Iraqi Army prior to 2003 invasion. Page 72. Map 9. Operation Iraqi Freedom, March 20th to 28th, 2003. Page 88. Map 10. Operation Iraqi Freedom, March 29th to May 1st, 2003. Page 96. Map 11. Operation Iraqi Freedom, Combined Joint Task Force 7, June 2003 to May 2004. Page 148. Map 12. Operation Red Dawn, December 13th, 2003. Page 239. Map 13. Operation Iraqi Freedom, Planned 2004 Transitions, January to March 2004. Page 259. Map 14. Uprisings in Iraq, March 31st to April 14th, 2004. Page 286. Map 15. Operation Al-Fajr, Second Battle of Al-Fallujah, November 2004. Page 350. Map 16. Operation Iraqi Freedom, 2004 to 2005 Transitions, January to March 2005. Page 378. Map 17. MNF-I Border Campaign, Summer to Fall 2005. Page 423. Map 18. 2006 Transitions, January to March 2006. Page 515. Map 19. Operation Together Forward 2, Baghdad, August to October 2006. Page 584. Map 20. Battle of Ar-Ramadi, June 2006 to January 2007. Page 607. Illustrations. General Norman Schwarzkopf during the Iraqi surrender at Safwan Airfield in Iraq, March 3, 1991. Page 1. Saddam Hussein. Page 2. General Eric K. Shinseki, Chief of Staff of the Army, 1999 to 2003. Page 5. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Richard B. Myers and SecDef Rumsfeld. Page 10. General Anthony Zinni, USMC, Commander-in-Chief, CENTCOM, 1997 to 2000. Page 20. General Tommy R. Franks, Commander, CENTCOM, 2000 to 2003. Page 32. General Paul T. Mikolashek, Commanding General, 3rd Army, 2000 to 2002, speaks during a commander's conference at Fort McPherson, Georgia. Page 34. Ansar al-Islam leader Mullah Krekar. Page 48. Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan, Commanding General, 3rd Army/CFLCC, 2002 to 2004, and Brigadier General Richard Natonsky, CG, 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade. Page 56. Secretary of State Colin Powell after the invasion of Iraq with members of the Iraqi Governing Council, including Abdul Aziz Hakim and Ahmad Chalabi. Page 65. Lieutenant General Retired J. M. Garner, Director, ORHA, April to May 2003. Page 66. General George W. Casey, Joint Staff J5, later Director, Joint Staff, 2001 to 2003. Page 67. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz with Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Russell in Tikri. Page 69. Colonel David Perkins, Commander, 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division. Page 98. SecDef Rumsfeld with British Major General Robin Brims, General Officer Commanding, 1st Armored Division, United Kingdom. Page 99. SecDef Rumsfeld with Lieutenant General Wallace, CG, V Corps, and Lieutenant General McKiernan, CG, 3rd Army/CFLCC. Page 100. Major General James N. Mattis, CG, 1st Marine Division. Page 101. Major General Raymond T. Odierno, Commanding General, 4th Infantry Division, 2001 to 2004. Page 122. Iraqi Governing Council Leader Adnan Pachachi and Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez, Commanding General, V Corps/CJTF-7, speak to the media during a press conference in Iraq. Page 135. General John P. Abedsaid, Commanding General, CENTCOM, with members of Multinational Division Central South. Page 138. General John M. Jack Keane, Vice Chief of Staff of the Army, 1999 to 2003. Page 139. Ambassador Paul Bremer signs an order for the CPA while Major General Paul Eaton, Commander CMATT, 2003 to 2004, stands in the background. Page 145. Izzat Ibrahim Al-Duri, Vice Chairman of the Iraqi Revolutionary Command Council. Page 172. Ayatollah Muhammad Bakr al-Hakim, Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq. Page 176. Muqtada Sadr. Page 180. Jalal Talabani, Secretary General of the PUK, President of Iraq, 2005 to 2014. Page 184. Major General Charles H. Swanek, CG, 82nd Airborne Division, 2002 to 2004, and Ambassador Paul Bremer in front of 82nd Airborne Headquarters, Ramadi. Page 200. Brigadier General P. Martin Dempsey, CG, 1st Armored Division, 2003 to 2004, briefs Ambassador Bremer about plans to renovate the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps Academy. Page 202. Major General Keith W. Dayton, Director of the Iraq Survey Group, 2002 to 2004. Page 205. Brigadier General Janice L. Karpinski, Commanding General, 800th Military Police Brigade. page 228. Brigadier General Barbara G. Fast, CJTF-7C2, 2003 to 2004, page 231. Lieutenant General Thomas F. Metz, Commanding General, 3rd Corps, MNCI, 2004 to 2005, page 258. Improvised explosive devices, page 265. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, page 268. UN Special Envoy to Iraq Lakhdar Brahimi, page 274. Lieutenant General James T. Conway, Commanding General, IMEF, 2002 to 2006, page 282. Major General James N. Mattis, Commanding General, 1st Marine Division, page 283. Marines take cover in front of a HMMWV during the Battle of Fallujah, page 287. Grand Ayatollah Ali Husseini Sistani, page 297. Iraqi National Security Advisor Muwaffaq Rubai, page 300. Iraqi Chief of Armed Forces General Babakir Zabari with Lieutenant General David Petraeus, CG, Multinational Security Transition Command, Iraq, MNSTC-I, page 315. Iraqi Prime Minister Ayad Alawi, page 317. Ambassador John Negroponte, page 318. General John Abizaid, Commanding General, CENTCOM, congratulates General George Casey at the MNFI Change of Command ceremony, page 319. Iraqi soldiers head out on a mission in Samarra, page 324. U.S. soldiers search the Najaf cemetery for weapons caches, IEDs, and solderist militiamen, page 337. Iraqi Special Operations Forces from the 36th Commando Battalion run toward a Black Hawk during a joint training exercise, page 341. Lieutenant General John F. Sattler, Commanding General, IMEF, speaks with Iraqi Army soldiers at Camp Habanaya, page 347. Major General Richard F. Natonsky, Commanding General, 1st Marine Division, page 348. Iraqi police display their ink-stained fingers to show that they voted during the election, page 369. General Peter J. Shoemaker, Chief of Staff of the Army, 2003 to 2007, page 371. Lieutenant General John R. Vines, Commanding General, 18th Airborne Corps /MNCI, page 379. U.S. Army soldiers conduct a patrol in a Stryker combat vehicle in Mosul, page 382. Qais al-Khazali, page 391. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and Iraqi Prime Minister Ibrahim al-Ja'afari, page 408. Bayan Jaber, Iraqi Minister of the Interior, 2003 to 2004, page 410. SecDef Donald Rumsfeld and Major General Richard P. Zahner, MNFI CJ2, page 415. Al-Qaeda leaders Osama bin Laden and Ayman al-Zawahiri, page 425. Ambassador to Iraq Zalmed Khalilzad and Commanding General MNFI George W. Casey flank Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, page 428. Major General William H. Brandenburg, CG, TF-134, page 430. Colonel Herbert Raymond McMaster, Commander, 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, page 449. Zainal Hassan Wahab, Major General Benjamin R. Mixon, and Najim Abed Jabouri, page 449. Lieutenant Colonel Julian Alford, Commander, 3rd Battalion, 6th Marines, page 455. Predator Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, page 463. Lieutenant General Martin Dempsey, Commanding General, Multinational Security Transition Command, Iraq, MNSTC-I, page 467. Major General William Webster, Commanding General, 3rd Infantry Division, page 472. Brigadier General Carl Horst, Assistant Commander, 3rd Infantry Division, page 495. A U.S. Army soldier empties a massive weapons cache of EFPs, page 498. Askaraya Mosque, after the February 2006 bombing, page 533. Lieutenant General Peter W. Corelli, Commanding General, 5th Corps, MNCI, page 547. Command Sergeant Major Vincent Camacho and Colonel Steele of 3rd Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, page 550. Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki arrives at Forward Operating Base Diamondback in Mosul with Nineveh Governor Duraid Kashmula, page 555. Major General James D. Thurman, Commanding General, 4th Infantry Division, meets with Asad Altai Abu Gwilal, the Governor of Najaf, page 586. Hakim Zamili, Iraqi Deputy Minister of Health, page 591. Colonel Sean B. McFarland, Commander, 1st Brigade, 1st Armored Division, Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha, and Captain Travis Petriquin, page 608. Sheikh Abdul Sattar Abu Risha, page 610. British Under-Secretary of State for Defense Derek Twigg and Major General Richard D. Shirriff, General Officer Commanding, MND-SE, visit Basra, page 633. Reader's Note: the endnotes will not be read or referenced. Pictures, maps, charts, and tables will not be read or described. The bibliographic information for books, articles, monographs, reports, unpublished papers, news outlets, newspapers, and endnotes will not be read. The map symbols section will also not be read or described. End reader's note. End of title pages, preliminary information, and contents. Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Roman numeral 27. My predecessor, General Retired Ray Odierno, initiated this in-stride study of the U.S. Army's experience in Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, to share lessons, sharpen thinking, and promote debate. I applaud and congratulate the team of warrior scholars that authored this 2-volume study, The U.S. Army in the Iraq War. These soldiers devoted countless hours of intellectual energy to help us understand the operational lessons of OIF. They reviewed, analyzed, and synthesized thousands of reports, conducted numerous interviews, and examined the events of a war that defined a generation of soldiers. This study is an interim work by design. It is a waypoint on our institution's quest to comprehend the OIF experience. We must continue to evaluate and reevaluate events and the contexts that frame them. Eventually, our Army will have a comprehensive official Green Book history that describes OIF authoritatively, but it will require years of research to get there. There is much left to do, but this analysis starts a long-term historical effort. We have a professional and moral responsibility to learn the relevant lessons of the recent past. OIF is a sober reminder that technological advantages and standoff weapons alone cannot render a decision, that the promise of short wars is often elusive, that the ends, ways, and means must be in balance, that our Army must understand the type of war we are engaged with in order to adapt as necessary, that decisions in war occur on the ground, in the mud and dirt, and that timeless factors such as human agency, chance, and an enemy's conviction all shape a war's outcome. Our Army is strong and getting stronger. We are on azimuth to build a more lethal force that deters adversaries and is capable of a rapid transition to win the ground fight as a member of the joint and coalition forces. Use this work to help you and your team stay ready to defeat any future adversary. Understand that this is likely not the final word, but learn its operational lessons and add them to your kit bag of skills. Army Strong. Mark A. Milley, General, United States Army, 39th Chief of Staff. End of Foreword by the 39th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Roman numeral 29. In July 2013, 18 months after the last of our operating forces departed Iraq, I directed that the U.S. Army take steps to capture key lessons, insights, and innovations from our more than 8 years of conflict in that country. As the U.S. Army Chief of Staff, I strongly believed that having been at war continuously since the attacks of September 11, 2001, or 9/11, it was time to conduct an initial examination of the Army's experiences in the post-9/11 wars to determine their implications for our future operations, strategy, doctrine, force structure, and institutions. The 2-volume study, The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, by the Chief of Staff of the Army's Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, study group, is the first product of that effort. The story the OIF study group has documented of the Army at the operational level is one of units and headquarters working in difficult and complex environments, with leaders at all levels making tough decisions under the pressure of time. As the group's research emerged, I noted a number of their findings whose important implications I saw firsthand as a division, corps, and force commander in Iraq. First and foremost is the concept that while our technological means may have become more advanced, we cannot ignore operational art, the principles of war, and the importance of terrain. These fundamental concepts were every bit as important to our counterinsurgency and stabilization campaigns in Iraq as they have been in other, more conventional conflicts. Moreover, it is clear in retrospect that those who rejected the idea that there is an operational level of war in counterinsurgency were wrong. For our operations to succeed and be sustained, we must have a thorough understanding of the operating environment and the local political and social consequences of our actions, especially when facing an enemy who understands the environment better than we do. When operating among a host nation's population, we must constantly clarify our intentions in order to avoid creating new enemies. In addition, when conditions on the ground change, we must be willing to re-examine the assumptions that underpin our strategy and plans and change course if necessary, no matter how painful it may be. This account of the Iraq War holds some important strategic and institutional lessons as well. We must seek better ways of operating effectively with our coalition allies, whose constraints are naturally different from ours. We must also employ better ways of generating and partnering with effective and legitimate host nation forces, and of accounting for the political pressures that constrain those forces. The Iraq War also teaches us that we should improve the ways in which we develop our strategic leaders. The conduct of war and the nature of decision-making are becoming more decentralized, and as a result, we must develop leaders who are capable of thinking strategically and leading joint, interagency, and multinational teams at an earlier stage in their careers. We also have seen in the wake of the Iraq War that the United States has entered another historical cycle, like those that followed major American wars in the past, in which our civilian and military leaders debated the utility of land power for our national objectives. A reading of the U.S. Army in the Iraq War indicates that, even at a much higher end strength than they now have, our ground forces were overtaxed by the commitments in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the decision to limit our troop levels in both theaters had severe operational consequences. A review of these volumes also indicates that our adversaries are unlikely to abandon the way of war they adopted in Iraq, and that land power will remain an important element of strategic deterrence in the future. For me, as a soldier of 40 years, the history of the Iraq War is the astonishing story of an army that reached within itself to learn and adapt in the midst of a war that the United States was well on its way to losing. It was a formative experience for a generation of soldiers and leaders. In addition, it was a field of sacrifice for many thousands of our fellow countrymen. Above all, these volumes are meant to ensure their sacrifices are never forgotten. Raymond T. Odierno, General, Retired, United States Army, 38th Chief of Staff. End of Foreword by the 38th Chief of Staff, U.S. Army. Preface of The U.S. Army in the Iraq War, Volume 1. Preface. Roman numeral 31. In September 2013, Chief of Staff of the Army General Raymond T. Odierno directed the Operation Iraqi Freedom Study Group to research and write an operational history of the U.S. Army's experience in the Iraq War from 2003 to 2011. This volume, The United States Army in the Iraq War 2003 to 2006, is the first of two fulfilling that task. It tells the story of the U.S.-led campaigns to remove Saddam Hussein and his Iraqi Ba'athist regime from power in 2003 and to stabilize the country following those operations. It details the course of the campaigns up to a point in late 2006 when President George W. Bush and other U.S. leaders changed the strategy in Iraq to one that resulted in the surge counteroffensive by American troops in 2007 to 2008. That counteroffensive and the subsequent withdrawal of the coalition forces from Iraq are the subjects of the second volume of this series. In scope, the study group members consciously modeled this history after the Army's Green Book histories of World War II. As the Green Books did, and as General Odierno charged us to do, we focused on the operational level of war. These volumes are narrative histories that tell the story of U.S. forces in Iraq, mainly from the perspective of the theater command in Baghdad and the operational commands immediately subordinate to it. They focus on the decisions and intent of the senior 3- and 4-star commanders in Baghdad over time. In writing this history, we strove to evaluate the major decisions those commands faced, to understand what commanders intended to accomplish, and to comprehend how the commands interpreted the situation at the time. We also traced many of those decisions to the tactical level to judge how strategic and operational intent translated into changes on the battlefield. At the same time, we examined the broad trends and tactical developments that affected the operational and strategic levels, including missed opportunities along these lines. Our team also assessed the impact of changes to the institutional army, such as modularization and transformation, on the operational conflict in Iraq. Finally, we explored the assumptions underpinning the U.S. campaign in Iraq at various times and assessed their validity. We wrote this history with two audiences in mind. For current and future Army leaders, we sought to explain the key operational and strategic lessons from the Iraq War that, in our estimation, should inform strategy, operations, and the Army as an institution. In addition, we attempted to write this history in an accessible way, so that a civilian audience can understand the Army's experience in the war. We believe too few military accounts thus far explain to the American public what the armed forces have gone through in the post-September 11, 2001, or 9/11, wars. If unaddressed, this can lead to a gulf between the public and its military. Although this book is an Army history, we included other military services and international forces in the story, sometimes in great detail. In contemporary warfare, the Army goes to war as part of a joint force and often with coalition partners. It would be impossible to explain what the Army experienced in Iraq without including the story of the U.S. Marines, the British Armed Forces, and other coalition ground forces. We also attempted, to the best of our knowledge and ability, to include the enemy perspective, the nature of the operating environment, and the political and social context for the conflict. We have done this to explain why various groups and peoples fought against or alongside coalition forces, what they hoped to achieve, and how their leaders made decisions in response to, or independent of, the coalition's actions. Volume 2 of this series will include a concluding summary of our major findings concerning the operational and strategic lessons of the war, but readers will see throughout this first volume some of the themes that we have drawn from our research. The March to April 2003 campaign to remove the regime of Saddam Hussein achieved its operational objectives more quickly than either side or outside observer expected. But the aftermath of that victory was equally surprising, as the United States and its allies failed to consolidate their gains by stabilizing the country, rebuilding the state they had destroyed, and perhaps establishing the basis for a sustainable political outcome. In the first year of the war, a difficult post-regime change stabilization campaign grew into an even more difficult insurgency. In the 3 years after that, the conflict became an ethnic and sectarian civil war among Iraqi factions that were battling for power and survival. For the Army, the story of the 4-year period following the fall of Saddam Hussein is a mixed one. The stunningly swift destruction of the Iraqi military and advance to Baghdad showcased the U.S. military's proficiency in conventional warfare. In the stabilization and counterinsurgency campaigns that followed, however, thinly stretched units and overtaxed headquarters often found themselves undertaking unexpected missions for which they were doctrinally, materially, and perhaps intellectually ill-prepared. Throughout that period, the Iraqi theater of operations was constrained, with units and leaders operating under a chronic shortage of troops and following a strategy and campaign plan that ultimately failed. Under these conditions, Army leaders and their soldiers went through a difficult learning process, suffering painful losses, more than 36,000 killed and wounded during the war's duration, as they adapted to a conflict whose character changed rapidly. By late 2006, many tactical Army units had come up with innovative solutions to their local problems, some by recalling counterinsurgency lessons from the Army's distant past, others by exploiting emergent opportunities to work with tribes in local communities. But not until 2007 would these approaches be synchronized and integrated at the operational and strategic levels. In writing this narrative history, we have relied to a great degree on military records from U.S. operational headquarters and interviews, many of them not previously accessible to scholars. Mixing oral history interviews with archival documentary research creates, in our opinion, considerable synergy. Some readers, particularly those within the national security community, may be surprised with information revealed in this book. Our study benefited tremendously from U.S. Central Command's, or CENTCOM's, support in declassifying and/or redacting over 30,000 pages of material selected by our team. We were also aided by the products of an earlier effort led by the researchers of General George Casey's book, Strategic Reflections, which had yielded over 10,000 pages of declassified or redacted material. To further ensure we properly safeguarded sensitive national security information, this manuscript underwent security reviews at the Defense Office of Pre-Publication and Security Review and at the U.S. Army War College. We have also benefited from the fact that much more is known today about the enemy and about the actions of the Iraqi government than was known during the early years of the war. From our vantage point in 2017, however, we recognize that this is a history of a war that is not yet over. With thousands of U.S. and coalition forces back in Iraq campaigning against an enemy that is a successor to al-Qaeda in Iraq, we understand that there may be many more accounts written before the story truly ends. We do not expect that our work will be definitive. Instead, we hope our contribution helps to open the door to future research by others whose investigations we fully expect will supersede our own. The scope of this project and the time available prevented us from covering a number of major areas of research that we will have to leave for others to examine. We hope that our work at the operational level will point the way for scholars to research and write the story of U.S. ground forces at the tactical level. Some histories at that level have begun to appear, such as Dale Andrade's Surging South of Baghdad, but many more are needed. Another omission in this history is the role of U.S. Special Operations Forces in Iraq, who were involved in virtually every major development during the war, but whose story we have not been able adequately to tell. The Special Operations Commands are not yet ready to grant researchers complete access to their operational records to chronicle the often amazing tales they contain. In particular, the Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula, or CJSOTF-AP, consistently produced results far above what would normally be expected of a brigade-level command, and little has been written about their exploits. The sections of our history that recount the Special Operations role in Iraq represent a small fraction of what the Special Operators actually did, and we hope that someday soon that story can be fully told. We also have not been able to provide a full account of the enemy and Iraqi forces of various kinds that fought during the war, though we have worked hard to assemble as much of that information as we can. Neither the enemy forces nor the Iraqi security forces have yet told their own story, and until they do, historians' understanding of their perspective is necessarily incomplete. A few other areas of research were beyond the scope of this history but should be undertaken by researchers, including the shared logistics that supported both Iraq and Afghanistan, air power in Iraq, and the maritime component of the Iraq campaign. The functional areas of information operations and reconstruction efforts deserve their own treatment as well. Even more importantly, the Defense Department needs to produce a history of U.S. Central Command in the post-9/11 wars so that the operational histories of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, as well as other smaller operations, can be put into their regional and strategic context. The fight against al-Qaeda in Iraq, or the Islamic State in Iraq, was part of a broader campaign against al-Qaeda and its associated movements. Fighting in Yemen, Somalia, Mali, and other locations was connected through a strategic framework, both ours and our enemies, with the fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. This strategic history should be modeled on the U.S. Army in World War II series volume, The Supreme Command, an overarching history of the Allies in the European theater, without which the operational histories of the European theater cannot be fully appreciated. A history set in Iraq will contain many Arabic personal and place names, many which have no standard spelling. In rendering these Arabic names into English, we have followed standard transliteration in many cases, but in others, we have used the spelling most common within the U.S. military, whether that spelling followed transliteration rules or not. We also generally chose to refer to Iraqis using English formalities rather than the more familiar Iraqi style. Therefore, instead of the Iraqi style of referring to General Babakir Zabari as General Babakir, we refer to him as General Zabari. For simplicity's sake, and to reflect U.S. military and Iraqi usage, we have also tended to drop the articles from the spelling of place names in the text. The maps are more formal and retain the article. Finally, throughout these volumes, we, the authors, retain full responsibility for all matters of interpretation, as well as for any errors or omissions of fact. Colonel Joel Rayburn, Colonel Frank Sobchak, Washington, D.C., February 2016. End of Preface. Acknowledgments. Page Roman numeral 35. These volumes could not have been produced without a team effort by a wide range of leaders, experts, and organizations across and outside the Army. Without a doubt, the greatest influence and inspiration came from General Retired Raymond T. Odierno, who conceived this project, provided continuous encouragement, and was generous with his time throughout our work. His support, leadership, and mentorship were invaluable to us. We also want to recognize Brigadier General Bradley T. Garricky, our liaison in the Office of the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army, who helped us overcome dozens of bureaucratic obstacles while providing the wise counsel of a senior Army historian. Across the Pentagon hallway from General Garricky is Stephen J. Redman, Vice Director of the Army Staff, who was a true champion of our work. He ensured that we had the resources we needed and provided the help of his accomplished team on many occasions. Similarly, Lieutenant General Gary H. Cheek, the director of the Army Staff, ensured our project remained a high priority after General Mark A. Milley became the Chief of Staff of the Army. Without his stalwart support, it is unclear whether this book would ever have been published. At the National Defense University, Michael S. Bell, Chancellor of the College of International Security Affairs, or NDU-CISA, in Washington, D.C., provided us a home for more than 2 years and treated us as colleagues, providing resources and people to help us in our work. We were fortunate to have an external advisory board whose members graciously volunteered their time and advice to help make our work better. Conrad C. Crane and Stephen Metz at the U.S. Army War College, Kenneth M. Pollock of the Brookings Institution, and David A. Scotty Dawson of U.S. Central Command spent many hours reviewing and rigorously critiquing our draft chapters. Other experts who read all or most of our manuscript and provided valuable input included Seth Center of the U.S. State Department, Peter Bergen of the New America Foundation, and Lieutenant General Herbert Raymond H.R. McMaster of the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC. As a small team focused on a specific task for a fixed duration, we relied frequently on larger Army and joint organizations that generously contributed their input, time, and resources. Within the Army, we are grateful to the Center of Military History and the Histories Division for providing an array of resources for this project, including historians who helped edit chapters and footnotes, shared ideas, and furnished valuable primary sources. We also would like to thank the Historical Products Branch for its professional editors, cartographers, and visual information specialists who helped turn our manuscript into printed form. Our team is also indebted to the Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, at the U.S. Army War College, or USAWC, for further editing and ultimately publishing our work. We owe special thanks to Steve Metz from SSI, as well as Conrad Crane and Mike Lynch from the USAWC's Army Heritage and Education Center, or USAHEC, for the countless hours they spent scrutinizing our final drafts. Their efforts considerably improved our product. Several branches of TRADOC provided us with timely assistance and material support. At the USAHEC in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, Colonel Matthew Q. Dawson and Colonel Robert A. Harney, Jr. offered their assistance and resources, providing workspace for one of our senior fellows and placing their staff at his disposal. USAHEC's Richard Baker, Ross Webb, Pamela Cheney, Thomas Hendricks, Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Leljadal, and Beth Schaffer freely offered research assistance and advice. At the Combined Arms Center at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, Colonel Thomas E. Hansen and Donald P. Wright of the Combat Studies Institute provided us their team's extensive interviews and draft manuscripts of several volumes of the On Point series, enabling us to build on their excellent work. Fort Leavenworth's Center for Army Lessons Learned also provided access to its extensive unpublished unit-level studies, particularly to valuable interviews and after-action reports from the Office of Security Cooperation, Iraq. At TRADOC headquarters, Britt McCarley, Karen Lewis, and Lieutenant Colonel retired Richard Rinaldo opened TRADOC's extensive holdings and offered constructive input during the early stages of this project. We received similar assistance from Robert S. Cameron at the Army's Armor Center at Fort Benning, Georgia. The Center for Army Analysis gave us access to its extensive research on the Iraq War and helped us to understand better the vast data the Army collected while in Iraq. The Army's Intelligence and Security Command assisted us with processing our classified and declassified files, without which we could not have fulfilled our mission of establishing a new archive of Iraq War operational records. The Combating Terrorism Center at West Point, New York, assisted us in mining terrorism-related data and also provided numerous declassified reports of interrogations of captured insurgents in Iraq. Finally, we are grateful to the Natick Operations Center at the U.S. Army Natick Soldier Systems Center, Massachusetts, especially to Amir Diengdo and Jacqueline Hope for providing workspace and many hours of administrative support for one of our senior fellows. In the joint community and beyond, we owe great thanks to the NDU, which housed the main body of our team for the duration of our project. In addition to our colleagues at NDU-CISA, we received particular support from Colonel retired John Agoglia, who devoted much time to reviewing our history of the 2003 invasion for accuracy, and from Scott Gower, who, as librarian of NDU's classified collections, generously gave his time to help us mine the classified and unclassified archives that he curates. NDU's Center for Complex Operations gave us access to its extensive archive of documents from the provincial reconstruction teams and other organizations in Iraq. At the U.S. Central Command History Office, David Scotty Dawson and Charles Newell helped us comb through archives and provided their own expert knowledge about the Iraq campaign. Daniel Darling, one of Central Command's finest and most prolific intelligence experts, contributed several monographs that helped unlock some of the mysteries of the Iraqi insurgency. Major General Michael Garrett, U.S. Central Command Chief of Staff, put his staff at our disposal and accomplished the Army's most extensive document declassification project since World War II in support of these volumes. Their work enabled us to declassify almost 30,000 pages of important operational records. Many elements from the Special Operations community provided unique and invaluable support for our project. At U.S. Special Operations Command, the Command History Team helped fact-check our data, provided archival research and sources, and helped us gain access to key leaders. We would also like to thank the Center for Counterterrorism Studies and the Command History Team at Joint Special Operations Command for enabling us to access their lessons learned studies and historical archives. Special thanks across these teams go to Sean Woodford, Colonel retired Stephen Cage, Gaia Lenders, and Colonel retired James Herson. Likewise, William Nahr of the Joint Special Operations University and the Institute for Defense Analyses provided invaluable primary and secondary sources on Anbar province across the war, and his interviews of insurgent commanders and Iraqi leaders are unique among the current set of primary sources. We would also like to thank Colonel retired Mark E. Mitchell, who helped review the Special Operations sections of our manuscript for accuracy and strength of argument. Several coalition partners also contributed to our effort. We are thankful for the support we received from senior military officers from the United Kingdom who gave us interviews and helped us to better understand their campaign in southern Iraq. Italian, Danish, and Polish senior leaders were similarly generous with their time and proved indispensable in providing perspective and detail about the efforts of our allies. We are grateful to Gordon W. Rudd of the Marine Corps University at Quantico, Virginia, for his insights and providing us with interviews pertaining to the early post-invasion period. Also at the university, the Marine Corps History Division helped us to understand better the Marine Corps' role in Iraq. Fred H. Allison furnished transcribed and digital recordings of key Marine and Army personnel in multinational Force West. Nicholas Schlosser facilitated our access to the unclassified archives at Quantico, and Annette Amerman and Gregory Sina supplied command chronologies and published histories. At the Institute for Defense Analyses, Kevin M. Woods shared important primary source materials on the Iraqi perspective from the 2003 invasion, as well as materials that yielded insights into Iraqi irregular forces. He also shared the important memoir written by former Iraqi Lieutenant General Rod Hamdani. At the Joint Center for Operational Analysis, Albert Musgrove shared very useful materials from the Joint and Coalition Operational Analysis Operation Iraqi Freedom, or OIF, archives. Kyle Orton, a fellow at the London-based Henry Jackson Society, provided invaluable assistance with understanding al-Qaeda in Iraq and Islamic State of Iraq and Syria in general, and their connections to former Ba'ath officers. Finally, at the Joint History Office of the Office of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Brigadier General retired John F. Shortall and his team provided access to a wealth of material pertaining to the 2003 invasion, including documents from the Joint Staff and classified synopses of the Pentagon's planning for OIF. Outside the Department of Defense, Seth Center of the State Department History Office spent many hours with us discussing his research on the Iraq War and ours, and helping us sharpen our historical arguments. At the Rand Corporation, Colonel retired David E. Johnson shared his excellent research on the Battle of Sadr City, and Walter L. Perry shared his detailed study on the early phases of the war. At the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, Clayton D. Laurie and the CIA history staff furnished a manuscript that covered the invasion period of the war. Outside the U.S. government, Kimberly Kagan and Marissa Cochran Sullivan of the Institute for the Study of War generously gave us access to their maps, primary source material, and published reports on the Iraq War. We also owe special thanks to Major General retired Najim Jabouri of Iraq for his many hours of advice and expert input as we developed our manuscript. The ability to draw upon his knowledge enabled us to deepen our understanding and interpretation of many aspects of the war, and to understand why Iraqis were fighting. Finally, we would like to thank the scores of individuals who granted us interviews or participated in discussions during this project. Their names, except for those who wished to remain anonymous, appear in our bibliographical section. These interviews and meetings enabled us to improve our understanding of the human factor and of command decision-making during the Iraq War. The interviewees, some of whom contributed many hours of their time, helped us clarify topics of concern, provided insight into important decisions, and gave us a more nuanced understanding of previously reported events. We also wish to thank the U.S. Army's General Officer Management Office for helping us connect with many senior leaders from all phases of the war. End of Acknowledgments. Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 1, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Chapter 1, Prologue, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Beyond the Truce Tent. Page 1. The American and Iraqi military commanders who met near the Iraq-Kuwait border to negotiate a ceasefire on March 3, 1991, were perhaps equally surprised to find themselves there under the circumstances that confronted them. By the time General H. Norman Schwarzkopf of U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and Iraqi General Sultan Hashim met in the truce tent at Safwan, Iraq, a lightning armored thrust had ejected the Iraqi armies from Kuwait, the country they had invaded in August 1990. The U.S.-led Operation Desert Storm, a 39-day air campaign followed by a 100-hour ground assault, had left an estimated 20,000 Iraqi soldiers dead and another 50,000 captured. The coalition, in stark contrast, had lost 245 troops killed, far fewer than the coalition commanders had expected, and had suspended combat operations without ever being asked for terms. The 4-day ground campaign had been one of the most unequal in military history, and the outcome would force military professionals around the world to re-examine their assumptions about military effectiveness. However, it had not ended the regime of Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. Having achieved their original objective of restoring Kuwait's sovereignty and territorial integrity, then-President George H.W. Bush and his fellow coalition leaders had decided not to order their troops to march on to Baghdad. Instead, the massive force that devastated the Iraqi military disappeared from the theater almost as quickly as it had secured victory. Within weeks, a force of 9 U.S. Army and Marine divisions melted away to a single brigade left behind in Kuwait. The U.S. and Iraqi forces that faced each other in the deserts of Kuwait and Iraq had little idea that they represented merely the opening phase of what became more than a quarter-century of warfare. From January 1991 until the time of this book's writing, hostilities between or involving the United States and Iraq never ceased. The American and Iraqi armies that clashed and then disengaged in 1991 were far different from the forces that would clash again in the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq in 2003. Both the U.S. military and the Iraqi regime of Saddam went through dramatic, even transformational changes during the 12-year interval. The experiences of the 1990s, a decade in which the U.S. military was constantly engaged in contingency operations and the Iraqi regime constantly engaged in internal conflicts, shaped the ways in which the American forces and Iraqis operated and behaved in the short war of March to April 2003 and the protracted conflict that emerged afterward. Throughout the 1990s, hostilities between the United States and the Iraqi regime gradually intensified, leading to short bouts of violence in 1993, 1994, 1996, and 1998 that presaged the reigniting of open warfare between the two sides. The U.S. Army after Operation Desert Storm. Page 3. The 1990s were a busy time for the U.S. military, despite the collapse of the Soviet Union and the rapid democratization of Eastern Europe. Aside from continuing its commitment to armed deterrence in Kuwait, Sinai, and the Korean Peninsula, the United States participated in numerous contingency operations in places such as Somalia, Haiti, Bosnia, and Kosovo. Despite these expanding military commitments, the nation sought to achieve a post-Cold War peace dividend by reducing its Cold War military structure. As its forces shrank, the U.S. military sought to offset the reduction in numbers by harnessing emerging technologies. The military force that emerged at the end of the decade was far different from the one welcomed home to ticker-tape parades in 1991. Shortly after its redeployment from the Persian Gulf, the U.S. Army that achieved a lopsided victory against Iraq underwent dramatic changes in size. Of the 18 active divisions the Army fielded in 1989, only 10 remained by 1995. In keeping with popular expectations of a peace dividend, the Army's active duty strength shrank from 770,000 in 1989 to 510,000 in 1995, a precipitous drop that continued gradually to 490,000 by 2002. An even steeper reduction took place in the Army's civilian workforce, cut by 58% between 1989 and 1993. With the reduction in personnel came a shift in roles unnoticed by many outside the military profession. Active duty troops performed many of the support functions for the Cold War Army, but after Operation Desert Storm, the troops on active duty were to be expeditionary, focused on training to sustain their capabilities throughout the turbulence of the drawdown. As a result, contractors partially filled the void, becoming commonplace in the Army's maintenance bays and training centers, and even accompanying the Army as it deployed abroad in the 1990s. These cuts in personnel and combat power occurred during a period of fluctuation in the country's national security strategy after 40 years of containment. As the United States searched for a strategy for the post-Cold War world, the military sought to understand the ways in which Operation Desert Storm might signify the character of future wars. One of the most prominent lessons uniformed leaders took from Operation Desert Storm was that the military needed to find ways to project power more rapidly. Future foes were unlikely to afford the United States the luxury of the deliberate 6-month buildup that had followed Saddam's invasion of Kuwait in August 1990. Accordingly, Chief of Staff of the Army General Gordon R. Sullivan enhanced the Army's expeditionary capabilities in the Gulf region by pre-positioning in Kuwait and Qatar equipment from the Army's deactivated units. When combined with regular troop deployments to Kuwait, the Army could place a division on a combat footing in that region within days, with the promise of more divisions arriving in shorter order than in 1990. At the same time, the Army continued a rotation of forces to Kuwait that included components of a maneuver brigade and air defense artillery units. Meanwhile, the Army's first post-Operation Desert Storm doctrine, presided over by the commander of the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC, General Frederick M. Franks, Jr., who had led 7th Corps during the war, offered more continuity than change with the air-land battle doctrine under which the Army had operated during Operation Desert Storm. In addition to high-intensity combat, the 1993 edition of Field Manual, or FM 100-5, Operations, placed increased emphasis not just on force projection, but also on operations other than war, or OOTW, an expansive category that included such diverse missions as peacekeeping, humanitarian assistance, counterterrorism, and counterinsurgency. For the Army, OOTW remained a series of potential operations that were considered less demanding than high-intensity combat, and consequently, the belief prevailed that units could be trained up for these lesser cases prior to any deployment, while not sacrificing readiness for high-intensity fire and maneuver. The Revolution in Military Affairs. As the decade progressed, the Army came under increasing pressure to conform to the growing belief among military theorists that technology would transform future battlefields in accordance with a, quote, revolution in military affairs, end quote, or RMA. Advocates of RMA believed that a new way of war in the information age had begun to emerge in the Operation Desert Storm air campaign, one in which advanced technology would give those who possessed it, such as the U.S. military, a decisive advantage over any potential foe. RMA advocates predicted that improvements in precision-guided munitions and sensor technologies would create a networked battlefield in which the fog of war could be eliminated. On this future battlefield, U.S. forces supposedly would enjoy almost complete awareness of both the friendly and enemy situation, enabling small, high-tech U.S. forces to conduct rapid, decisive maneuvers leading to the quick collapse of the enemy. The impact of RMA on the Army was mixed. While these network-centric or effects-based concepts did not find universal support within the Army, there were a substantial number of adherents, particularly in the fires, attack aviation, and intelligence communities. At the same time, buzzwords and phrases associated with RMA and adopted by the joint fires and intelligence communities, such as information dominance, made their way into the Army's lexicon. Despite these influences, successive Army chiefs in the 1990s remained skeptical about the promise of technology alone to change the inherent nature of war, and a number of Army officers concluded that Operation Desert Storm might be a poor example of what the future was likely to bring. They predicted that future campaigns probably would take place under more trying conditions, and that America's technological advantages would likely be fleeting and unlikely to lift the fog of war. Some Army thinkers also noted that RMA discounted the possibility that adversaries might challenge the U.S. military through unconventional means, rather than the conventional ones that failed the Iraqis in 1991. Ultimately, no clear consensus coalesced around either RMA or its critics to guide Army force development. Rather than make wholesale changes to the Army's structure or systems, Army leaders of the 1990s opted instead for an evolutionary modernization of the existing force. They employed a number of simulation exercises and field trials to find the best way to modernize the Army's systems and force structure. Venues such as the Modern Louisiana Maneuvers of 1992 to 1994, led by Brigadier General Tommy Franks, were used to test ideas and concepts for modernization as part of an overarching Army concept called Force 21, within which the 4th Infantry Division became the experimental force and digital testbed. The 4th Infantry Division tested evolutionary appliques to existing systems such as the M1 tank, and experimented with them in training in order to give the Army a way to make decisions about what systems to procure on a larger scale. Nonetheless, the resultant enhanced legacy forces did not satisfy the Army's critics, who advocated a focus on leap-ahead technology and brought increasing pressure on the Army of the 1990s to be, as Chief of Staff of the Army General Eric K. Shinseki put it, more, quote, responsive, deployable, agile, versatile, lethal, survivable, and sustainable, end quote. Operations other than war: Somalia, Haiti, and the Balkans. While the Army sharply downsized following the Gulf War, The subsequent decade brought increased demand for its forces in mid-scale contingency operations and in low-intensity conflict, including a continuous deterrent posture to contain Saddam's still aggressive regime in Iraq. This trend of OOTW began with Operation Provide Comfort, the effort to render humanitarian assistance to the large Kurdish refugee population that sought shelter from Saddam's forces under a U.S. no-fly zone in northern Iraq in the immediate aftermath of Operation Desert Storm. After Operation Provide Comfort, the next OOTW occurred in Somalia. In April 1992, the United Nations, or UN, established the UN Operation in Somalia, or UNISOM, a security force and contingent of observers meant to prevent Somali warlords from disrupting relief supplies to the starving population. U.S. officials quickly discovered that peacekeepers and aid alone could not alleviate the suffering, and despite the intentions of the international community, the warlords on the ground ignored the UN-brokered ceasefire, rendering the humanitarian relief operation ineffective. In response, the United States committed forces to Somalia in December 1992 as part of a 24-country coalition named the United Task Force that aimed to secure the relief activities under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. Under the oversight of CENTCOM, the various national contingents grew to about 12,000 personnel, which augmented the 25,000 American service members deployed to Somalia. This more robust U.S. military presence, dubbed Operation Restore Hope, succeeded in ending large-scale starvation, but it was quickly reduced and replaced by a UN-led force. When the peace enforcement mandate broadened to include disarming the warring parties, Somali warlord Mohammed Farah Aidid and his militia forces retaliated, killing 24 Pakistani soldiers in June and 4 American soldiers with a roadside bomb, or improvised explosive device, or IED, in August. In response, the United States committed a Joint Special Operations Task Force, or JSOTF, to fight Aidid and his forces, though Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Les Aspin, denied U.S. field commanders' requests for armored vehicles in support of these expanded operations. U.S. involvement in Somalia culminated with the Battle of Mogadishu, October 3rd to the 4th, 1993, which pitted a task force of Army Rangers against thousands of Somali militiamen. In the bloodiest urban combat American forces had experienced since the Battle of Hue, Vietnam in 1968, the United States lost 18 soldiers killed and another 77 wounded, while between 1,500 and 3,000 Somalis were killed or wounded. Following the battle, the United States ceased further offensive operations, and then-President William J. Clinton ordered a complete withdrawal by March 1994. For their part, Army leaders assessed the iconic clash in Mogadishu as a failure. What had begun as a response to a humanitarian crisis had expanded to peacekeeping, peace enforcement, and ultimately pitched urban combat, a mission creep that significantly shaped Army leaders' future views about humanitarian intervention and nation-building. 6 months after ending the mission in Somalia, the United States embarked on another major OOTW in Haiti to reinstate elected President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, removed in a military coup 3 years before. On September 18, 1994, Clinton initiated a Marine and airborne assault on Haiti. With troops of the 82nd Airborne Division en route, former President Jimmy Carter negotiated the peaceful exit of Haiti's military rulers and the return of Aristide. Within hours, Operation Uphold Democracy changed from an invasion into a permissive stabilization mission that would last until 2000. Throughout its 6-year presence in the poverty-stricken country, the U.S. military's operating posture was in many ways a response to the disaster in Mogadishu, so that the Army in Haiti was on force protection to such a degree that, in one observer's words, it, quote, not only drove the mission, it almost became the mission, end quote. By 1993, the Army experienced a 100% increase in the number of soldiers deployed on contingency operations since the end of the Cold War. As more Army units deployed in stability and support operations, the Army sought to change the way it prepared these units for their real-world missions by incorporating low-intensity conflict or peacekeeping scenarios into war games and combat training centers. The Combat Maneuver Training Center in Germany developed a Danubian scenario to stress an increased spectrum of war, including ethnic factions, media, and civilians on the battlefield. In 1993, the Joint Readiness Training Center conducted its first peacekeeping rotation with the complexities of interagency actors and international non-governmental organizations. The National Training Center, or NTC, in California continued to focus on high-intensity operations, but prescient NTC leaders like Colonel William Scott Wallace recognized that it was time to modernize the opposing force, concluding that if his son had a cell phone in his car, the enemy was probably using cell phones as well. Training center rotations exercised contingency deployments by using all manner of movement, drawing prepositioned equipment, and intermediate staging including airfield seizure for forced entry in some instances. The focus of these efforts was at the tactical level, however, and in its higher-level operational exercises, the Army struggled to develop simulations adequately depicting or even incorporating the lower-intensity end of the conflict spectrum. At the same time, the combat training centers served as barometers of Army readiness as the decade progressed. Fiscal austerity and high operations tempo made for training rotations in which units performed less effectively than they had previously. By the mid-1990s, the Army's training systems became increasingly geared toward the ongoing crisis in the Balkans, where the wars following the fragmentation of Yugoslavia in 1991 had a profound impact on the Army's assumptions and perspectives in ways that would affect the later campaign in Iraq. When the Yugoslav republics of Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina declared independence in 1991 and 1992, ethnic and nationalist civil wars erupted. U.S. Army battalions rotated to the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia as lightly armed UN observers in 1993 in an effort to contain the spread of conflict and forestall Serbian aggression. Once North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, airstrikes, combined with the threat of Croatian Army and Bosnian Muslim ground forces, established a stalemate among the warring parties in Bosnia in 1994 to 1995, the United States was able to broker a fragile peace through the Dayton Accords in late 1995. As part of a larger NATO peacekeeping force designed to enforce the accords, the United States deployed the 1st Armored Division into northern Bosnia. Although U.S. leaders declared the mission would last for only 1 year, it would eventually continue for the better part of a decade. The long Balkan peacekeeping mission exposed disagreements within the ranks of senior American officers as they struggled to define the Army's role after the Cold War. Preferring the mission of conventional warfighting, many Army leaders resisted the idea of focusing on OOTW, even when they were clearly the Army's primary role in the 1990s. There was also the U.S. peacekeeping forces' operating posture that emphasized force protection so heavily that the average soldier's contact with the local population was minimal. Units tended to satisfy themselves with presence patrols and inspections to monitor the general framework agreement for the peace, with little consideration of how their military tasks should contribute to the political goals of the operation, while elevating force protection to a mission-essential task. As U.S. Army commander of the NATO force in Bosnia, Shinseki assessed that, with their limited numbers, fewer than 20,000 U.S. troops, his forces could only provide general area security and could not be expected to perform other tasks, such as replacing the functions of the local police. Meanwhile, as had been the case in Haiti and Somalia, the Army adopted routinized patrolling, established large semi-permanent bases serviced by contractors, and provided extensive amenities for the deployed forces. While the Army remained committed in Bosnia, it expanded its Balkan presence southward in 1999 as the United States intervened to stop Serbian forces carrying out large-scale ethnic cleansing against Kosovo's Albanian majority population. In March 1999, NATO began an air campaign focused on military, communications, and industrial targets throughout Serbia and Kosovo, aiming to force Serbian President Slobodan Milosevic to withdraw his troops from Kosovo altogether. NATO ground forces entered Kosovo without a fight, 38,000 sorties, and 78 days later, taking up another stabilization mission. Despite NATO's declaration at the outset of the conflict that its troops would not engage in ground combat in Kosovo, NATO commanders had relied on ground forces deployed to Macedonia and Albania to deter the Milosevic regime from further aggression. While he had considered using ground forces, NATO Commander General Wesley K. Clark had also expected to be able to wield the deep strike aviation capability that had become the centerpiece of the air-land battle doctrine the Army had developed against the Soviets. To prepare for a deep strike against the Serbs, 5th Corps Commander Lieutenant General John W. Hendricks task-organized units from the Germany-based 12th Aviation Brigade with elements of 2nd Brigade 1st Armored Division to form Task Force Hawk under the command of Brigadier General Richard A. Cody and his deputy, Colonel Raymond T. Odierno. However, difficulties in deploying Task Force Hawk and its 48 AH-64 Apache helicopters from Germany to operating bases in Albania meant that the attack helicopters never tested the extensive Yugoslav air defense network and did not contribute to the campaign against Serbian forces. Reviewing the aviation operations results with Hendricks, U.S. Army Europe Commander General Montgomery C. Meigs, who was also commander of the NATO Stabilization Force in Bosnia-Herzegovina, came to believe that the Army's independent deep strike aviation capability did not really exist. As Task Force Hawk transitioned into a ground-based Task Force Falcon and occupied one of NATO's 5 multinational brigade sectors in Kosovo, NATO troops encountered unanticipated levels of civil violence between Albanians and Serbs, so that their primary mission quickly became one of restoring order and maintaining peace. In Bosnia-Herzegovina, the Army had only experienced the aftermath of sectarian violence. In Kosovo, it became the Army's job to stop it. Ironically, having bombed Serbia into submission, U.S. troops found themselves protecting ethnic Serbs living in Kosovo from Albanian reprisals as the once dominant ethnic minority felt the wrath of the long-suppressed majority. Further complicating the deployment was a reluctance to tie the Army's operation to any political end state for Kosovo, whether as an autonomous province of Serbia, UN protectorate, or independent country. The delays in the deployment of Task Force Hawk prompted the Army to reevaluate its strategic agility. The Kosovo War highlighted other shortcomings as well, such as the limitations of operating heavy vehicles in areas with underdeveloped infrastructure, the lack of organic mobility and adequate protection in light units, and the manpower-intensive nature of operations in urban areas and complex terrain. From the American perspective, the air campaign had compelled the withdrawal of Serbian forces, but the subsequent messy reality of peace enforcement had required ground troops. This renewed the debate within the U.S. military not only about joint operating roles, but also about the character of modern war in the post-Cold War era, while giving greater impetus to the advocates of RMA who saw Kosovo as a validation of their ideas. The Kosovo campaign, however, had raised serious questions about RMA's validity. It emerged in the operation's aftermath that U.S. military leaders had dramatically overestimated the effect of the air campaign. On June 10, 1999, SecDef William S. Cohen announced that air power and missiles had degraded and diminished the Serbian military, destroying more than 50% of its artillery and one-third of its armored vehicles. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Henry Hugh Shelton elaborated on Cohen's figures, citing the destruction of around 120 tanks, 220 armored personnel carriers, and up to 450 artillery pieces and mortars, losses that U.S. leaders assessed had been the basis for the Serbian decision to withdraw. However, when NATO troops and Western reporters arrived in Kosovo, they found little physical evidence of such battle damage, noting instead the Serbian use of decoys and the difficulty with assessments conducted at high altitude. A Newsweek article published the following year cast doubt on the Pentagon and NATO figures. Rather than the 744 supposedly confirmed kills during the conflict, the article cited a suppressed U.S. Air Force report based on a search of Kosovo that found evidence of only 14 tanks, 18 armored personnel carriers, and 20 artillery pieces destroyed. U.S. and NATO leaders had probably vastly underestimated the importance in the campaign of the 18,000-strong Kosovo Liberation Army, the Kosovar Albanian insurgent force that had styled itself as, quote, NATO's ground force, end quote. Overall, the Kosovo episode was a warning that faith in precision airstrikes and information dominance to change an enemy's state or population's behavior might be misplaced. End of Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 1. The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 1, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Modularity, Transformation, and Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. By 1996, OOTW were consuming the equivalent of 4 of the Army's 10 remaining divisions. The demands of preparing units to deploy, deploying them, and then recovering them to training proficiency for conventional combat required a 3-to-1 ratio of units committed to sustain 1 unit on deployment. When considering personnel, this ratio increased to 5-to-1, given the number of individuals going through training or education programs at any given time. Though the 1990s operations tempo was much lower than the Army would experience in the wars following September 2001, it was nevertheless a difficult strain on a force that continued a strenuous regimen in which units spent months of each year at training centers honing their skills for high-intensity combat operations. To ease this pressure and generate more combat formations out of the existing force, Army leaders in the late 1990s began the process of moving away from a division-based structure in favor of modular combat brigades. With the Balkan experience in mind, Shinseki developed and fielded the first Interim Brigade Combat Teams, or IBCT, brigades optimized to provide numbers of boots on the ground and speed of deployment similar to that of light units, but with tactical mobility, firepower, and protection comparable to heavy units. After evaluating a series of options, the Army selected a variant of the Canadian LAV-3 to form the basis of the brigade and named the new vehicles Strikers. The IBCTs were meant to be relatively self-contained formations that could fight and sustain themselves independent of the division headquarters or support structures. They were meant to be modular, interchangeable formations that could be plugged into any higher division headquarters, not just the division to which they were organically assigned. Army planners drawing on the ideas of the RMA expected that future Army brigades and divisions equipped with superior technology would be able to maintain situational awareness through passive technological means, rather than using traditional combined arms organizations to conduct continuous reconnaissance, fight for information, and develop the situation in close contact with enemy forces. Rumsfeld's arrival at the DoD in 2001 created a significant countercurrent to the plans and operating posture that had marked the Army of the 1990s. Rumsfeld believed in the full potential of new technologies to greatly accelerate the force development process, an idea at odds with Army leaders' evolutionary approach to transformation, which relied on the gradual integration of proven technologies rather than the quick integration of unproven ones. Cautious of not losing the legacy force capabilities, however, Army leaders wanted to test new technologies carefully to ensure they worked first and avoid, in the words of future Undersecretary of Defense Michael G. Vickers, trading away, quote, current capabilities, end quote, for, quote, future possibilities, end quote. Rumsfeld was also disinclined to continue the 1990s trend of employing the Army on a large scale in OOTW, following the lead of former President George W. Bush, who as a presidential candidate had criticized Clinton's use of the military for peacekeeping. During his January 2001 confirmation hearing, Rumsfeld told Congress, quote, "I don't think it's necessarily true that the United States has to become a great peacekeeper," end quote, and suggested that peacekeeping missions could be the work of other nations. He later repeated this sentiment on nation-building when speaking about Afghanistan and the concerted effort to maintain a small force presence and, quote, not engage in what some call nation-building, end quote. Rumsfeld's way ahead centered not on people, but equipment, missile defense and the harnessing of technology to make smaller forces more lethal and deployable. The Iraqi regime in the 1990s. Page 11. As the U.S. Army became involved in numerous contingency operations around the globe and debated its structure, organization, and technology for a future of force projection overseas, the Iraqi regime was on a different trajectory altogether. For Saddam, the lessons of 1991 would be far different from those taken by his Western enemies. For reasons Saddam struggled to understand, the United States had decided to stop short of removing his weakened regime from power, despite the stunning conventional military victory it had just achieved. The existential threat to his regime, Saddam noted, had come not from the 100 hours of high-intensity combat against the U.S.-led coalition in Kuwait and the southern Iraqi desert, but from the popular uprising and chaos that had followed. For the next 12 years, Saddam would focus mainly on building the capabilities that would be needed to survive against internal threats and to deter the enemy Iranian regime, rather than those needed to fight an unwinnable war against the U.S. military. As the Ba'ath Party attempted to shore up its regime's legitimacy, it set in motion changes that would ravage Iraqi society and lay the groundwork for future conflict among Iraqis. The 1991 Iraqi Intifada. For the coalition commanders who gathered at Safwan on the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border on March 3, 1991, the war was over. But for the Iraqi generals who walked away from the truce tent, the war was just beginning. On February 15th, then-President George H.W. Bush urged Iraqis to mount a popular uprising, telling a worldwide television audience that, quote, "There is another way for the bloodshed to stop, and that is for the Iraqi military and the Iraqi people to take matters into their own hands and force Saddam Hussein, the dictator, to step aside." End quote. As the Iraqi divisions in Kuwait collapsed, Iraqis did what Bush had suggested they do. Within days of the March 3rd ceasefire, Shia crowds and army deserters had overrun every major southern city and were fighting Ba'ath Party loyalists for control. Hoping to exploit the situation, members of the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, and the Badr Corps, twin Iraqi Shia groups created by the Iranian regime during the Iran-Iraq War, crossed the border from Iran to claim control of Basra, southern Iraq's largest city. Meanwhile, in northern Iraq, the Peshmerga troops of the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, seized the major cities of the Kurdish north. The Kurdish parties aimed to create an independent Kurdish zone and inflict a blow in retaliation for the Ba'athist regime's Anfal campaign of 1988, which had killed more than 100,000 Kurds and displaced 1 million more. By March 20th, the uprising had reached its high point, with most of Iraq's southern and Kurdish provinces in rebel hands. The uprising was short-lived. Republican Guard divisions that had escaped from Kuwait moved into rebel-held northern and southern cities, driving the lightly armed rebels from city centers. Their methods were rough, especially once it was clear American units would not intervene. Military helicopters that Schwarzkopf had permitted his Iraqi counterparts to use ostensibly for humanitarian purposes were turned against mutinous communities, such as the Shia holy city of Karbala, where regime troops allegedly dropped sarin gas and strafed fleeing rebels and civilians. The regime's secret police executed thousands in the reoccupied cities and buried them in mass graves. The Mujahideen el-Khalq, or MEK, an Iranian opposition group led by Mariam and Masoud Rajavi and sponsored by Saddam, helped drive the KDP and PUK out of the northern cities and into the Kurdish mountains. In the south, hundreds of thousands of Shia fled into Iran or Iraq's vast marshes. In the north, more than 1 million Kurds fled toward Turkey or Iran. By mid-April, the regime had retaken all major cities, tens of thousands of Iraqis had been killed, and 1 in 10 Iraqis had been driven from their homes. Although U.S. units on the ground near the southern Iraqi cities saw regime loyalists suppressing the rebellion, and although rebel leaders from Basra had appealed to U.S. combat units to come to their aid, U.S. leaders chose not to intervene, a decision that allowed Saddam to remain in power and that created a generation of Iraqi Shia resentment against the United States. By summer 1991, the regime was carrying out large-scale reprisals. In the northern cities, the Ba'ath accelerated a decades-long effort to Arabize the most important mixed-ethnicity regions, expelling as many as 100,000 Kurds accused of supporting the rebellion and resettling Shia Arabs from southern Iraq to disputed areas such as Kirkuk. An even larger regime response took place in the south. The vast marsh regions of the lower Euphrates and Tigris valleys had been a safe haven for the Shia tribal rebels, but by 1992, the Ba'ath began draining the marshes by diverting the main channels of the rivers. By the late 1990s, 90% of the southern marshes had disappeared, forcing hundreds of thousands of Marsh Arab tribesmen to migrate into the Shia slums of the south and Baghdad. The displacement ended a Marsh Arab way of life that had existed for millennia and caused an ecological crisis across southern Iraq. To ensure against future uprisings, Saddam was sowing demographic chaos. The Islamicization of the Ba'ath and deterioration of the Iraqi army. As the U.S. Army went through its post-Operation Desert Storm transformation, Saddam presided over a transformation of his own in Iraq, seeking new means to shore up his regime in the wake of the 1991 uprising, as well as a new ideological basis for his rule. Though Baathism was a secular pan-Arab ideology, and though he had long suppressed Iraq's various Islamic movements, in 1993 Saddam decided to Islamicize his regime in a national faith campaign designed to invest his rule with religious legitimacy. The formerly secular leader encouraged the building of mosques, offered clerics state sponsorship, and claimed speciously that Baathism's founder, Michael Aflaq, a Syrian Christian, had converted to Islam on his deathbed in Baghdad. Saddam also clothed himself in religious imagery, adding Allah Akbar to the Iraqi flag and having Islamic scholars discover his descent from the Prophet Muhammad. Most significantly, though, Saddam sent thousands of Ba'athist military and intelligence officers into mosques and seminaries to undertake Islamic studies, especially from Salafi clerics whom Saddam considered less threatening than the Muslim Brotherhood. The result was a fusion of Ba'athists and Salafis whom Iraqi Islamists believed were to form an Islamic resistance if ever Saddam's regime were under assault again. Meanwhile, Saddam's vice president, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, created a similar fusion of Ba'athists and religious figures among the Sufi sect, known as Naqshbandis, whose largest following was in the Upper Tigris region and Anbar. Even among the Shia, the Ba'athist regime encouraged Najaf-based Ayatollah Mohammad Sadiq al-Sadr to build a large popular following as long as Sadr agreed to align politically with the regime against Iran. Significant changes were underway among Iraq's military and security services as well. The 60 Iraqi divisions that the Third Army had eviscerated in Kuwait and southern Iraq were never fully reconstituted. The post-1991 Iraqi army shrank to 5 corps of 18 divisions, with an additional 2 corps of the Republican Guard. In December 1995, senior Iraqi military leaders, including Republican Guard Commander Lieutenant General Rad Hamdani, met with Saddam to recommend new doctrines and organizations based on the lessons drawn from the 1991 war. Because the U.S. military, with its technological advantages, could destroy any large formations, Hamdani observed there was no point in building them. Instead, the Iraqis should eschew armored forces in favor of light infantry that would disperse and offer guerrilla resistance against an invading force. Saddam reportedly rejected the suggestion, asserting that had his army not possessed heavy forces, Iraq would not have emerged, quote, victorious, end quote, from the 1991 war. Officially, the army would retain its pre-1991 doctrine and armaments. Nevertheless, the Iraqi security sector changed dramatically after 1995. Whereas the Iraqi military of the 1980s was dominated by a huge regular army and the Republican Guard, the Iraqi regime of the 1990s began a proliferation of paramilitary organizations affiliated with the Ba'ath Party. These paramilitaries drew resources and recruits away from the regular military, whose large formations had already been starved of resources by the post-war sanctions. Most notably, Saddam's eldest and unstable son Uday commanded the Fedayeen Saddam, a Ba'athist militia with as many as 40,000 members. Probably most Fedayeen were Sunnis, but a large number were Shia recruited from lower-class neighborhoods in Baghdad's Saddam City, later renamed Sadr City in 2003, and other areas where jobs were scarce. The Iraqi resistance to Saddam. The regime's mid-1990s restructuring coincided with a series of internal challenges to Saddam's rule. The most prominent came from within his own family. In August 1995, Saddam's son-in-law and kinsman Hussein Kamal al-Majid defected from his senior post overseeing Iraq's Weapons of Mass Destruction, or WMD, programs and set himself up in opposition to Saddam in Jordan. Just 6 months later, however, Saddam lured Hussein Kamal back to Baghdad with a promise of amnesty, only to immediately execute him for treason. Other challenges came from within Ba'athist and Sunni tribal networks that had once been Saddam loyalists. After the 1991 uprising, Saddam hoped to bolster his regime by empowering Iraq's tribes, just as he had empowered its Islamists. He reversed the long-standing Ba'athist policy of suppressing tribal identity and restored the power of tribal sheikhs, even allowing the arming of tribal militias with heavy weapons meant to be used against invaders or insurgents if a 1991-type crisis should recur. But the pro-tribal policy created new dangers as well. In May 1995, the Albu Nimr tribe, part of Anbar's large Dulaim tribal confederation, rose in revolt in Ramadi after the regime executed 3 senior Dulaimi generals who had criticized Uday. The Special Republican Guard quickly suppressed the uprising, but the incident demonstrated Ramadi's restiveness and the fractures between Anbaris and the Ba'athist regime. Nor was Saddam's support within the Ba'ath Party fully assured. In June 1996, Saddam's intelligence apparatus uncovered a coup plot involving more than 100 officers coordinated by former Iraqi General Mohammad Shahwani, a Sunni Turkoman from northern Iraq who lost 3 sons among the 85 Iraqis executed for their roles in the conspiracy. Others among Saddam's opponents took advantage of his faith campaign to mobilize against the regime. The Salafi networks that Saddam had encouraged contained not just Ba'athists sent for religious indoctrination, but also pure Salafis opposed to secular states in the Muslim world. In the late 1990s, the most militant of the pure Salafis began a low-level terrorist campaign against the Ba'ath Party, carrying out intermittent attacks against Ba'athist targets. The emergence of this threat led Saddam's half-brother and intelligence chief Barzan al-Tikriti to warn Saddam in 2000 that the Islamist groups the regime was supporting would eventually try to topple the Ba'ath. Finally, from their bases inside Iran, Badr Corps members conducted cross-border operations into Iraq throughout the 1990s. Formed by the Iranian regime during the Iran-Iraq War, the Badr Corps was comprised of Iraqi prisoners of war who had defected to Iran, as well as Iraqi refugees who had fled to Iran. The Badr Corps and affiliates, such as the shadowy Shaibani network, sought to gather intelligence and carry out acts of sabotage and subversion in the Shia south, intending to lay the groundwork for an eventual revolt. The Iranian regime directly sponsored these activities through the Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which by 1998 came under the command of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The continuing U.S.-Iraq confrontation, 1991 to 2000. Page 15. In April 1991, a contingent of U.S. Marines and a single U.S. Army brigade in Kuwait, the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Armored Division, covered the redeployment of the 500,000-strong coalition as it departed the Persian Gulf theater. In June, the lone Army Brigade was replaced by 3,600 troops of the Germany-based 11th Armored Cavalry, commanded by Colonel Andrew J. Basevich. The cavalry unit initiated a rotational mission to deter any future aggression by Saddam against Kuwait that would last more than a decade and take place alongside an intermittent escalation of U.S.-Iraq tensions into warfare. The deterrence mission started on a somber note for Basevich and his 11th Armored Cavalry when their ammunition containers exploded at Camp Doha, Kuwait on July 11, 1991, killing 3 soldiers and wounding 55 more, while destroying or damaging 4 M1A1 tanks and 98 other vehicles. Compared with the losses sustained by the force during Operation Desert Storm, these post-war losses signified that the contingency mission of deterring Iraqi aggression would lack the luster and clear sense of success that characterized the lightning ground campaign of February to March 1991. Operation Provide Comfort. The rapid redeployment of coalition troops from Kuwait after Operation Desert Storm was not the end of U.S. involvement on the ground inside Iraq. As Saddam's troops quelled the northern uprising in April 1991, more than 500,000 Kurdish refugees entered Turkey, seeking safety from the Iraqi regime's crackdown. Hundreds of thousands more migrated toward improvised camps near the mountainous border. Hundreds died each day of exposure and starvation. Unlike the Shia rebellion in the south, the Kurdish plight gained the attention of Western capitals and the global media, prompting UN intervention to alleviate the humanitarian crisis. The resulting operation, Provide Comfort, began with airdrops of humanitarian supplies, but soon expanded to include ground forces to safeguard the refugee population. In early April 1991, a small NATO force under U.S. Army Major General J.M. Garner carved out an enclave in the border zone to facilitate the safe return of the Kurds to Iraq. Garner's multinational command included an airborne infantry battalion under Lieutenant Colonel John P. Abizaid and the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, under Colonel James L. Jones, Jr., which together maneuvered inside Iraq to force an Iraqi Army Corps to withdraw from the Kurdish zone and clear the way for Kurdish refugees to return home. With the humanitarian mission completed, U.S. ground forces left northern Iraq in July 1991, but NATO military operations continued in the air. As part of Operation Provide Comfort, the United States established a no-fly zone, later named Operation Northern Watch, above the 36th parallel in northern Iraq to protect the population from the worst excesses of Saddam's regime. A matching no-fly zone, dubbed Operation Southern Watch, covered much of southern Iraq. These no-fly zones were part of a low-intensity conflict lasting more than a decade between the United States and Iraq. This state of affairs that military historian Richard Swain called, quote, neither war nor not war, end quote, would continue until 2003. Saddam and the Clinton administration. Within 2 years of Operation Desert Storm's end, Saddam began to show that he was unafraid of renewing some measure of hostilities with the United States. He also demonstrated that his destabilizing reach still extended beyond Iraq's borders. In April 1993, the United States foiled a plot by Saddam's intelligence officers to assassinate former President Bush during his visit to Kuwait. When the plot became known, Clinton ordered punitive missile strikes against Iraqi intelligence buildings in Baghdad. In late 1994, the U.S.-Iraqi confrontation intensified further when the Iraqi regime ceased cooperation with UN weapons inspectors and deployed 2 Republican Guard divisions menacingly close to the Kuwaiti border. In early October, Clinton ordered the 1st Brigade, 24th Infantry Division, mechanized, and a sizable U.S.-UK contingent of air and naval forces to Kuwait to deter any Iraqi incursion. Deploying by air, the U.S. Brigade was able to fall in on pre-positioned equipment in Kuwait in less than a week, demonstrating a power projection capability the United States had lacked in the region before 1991. The Iraqi divisions withdrew from the border zone by the end of October, but thereafter U.S. troops rotated to Kuwait in a continuation of a series of exercises known as intrinsic action, which by 1999 involved the permanent stationing of a brigade-sized contingent in the country. Meanwhile, the Iraqi regime closely watched the United States' multiplying OOTW. As U.S. troops withdrew from Mogadishu, Saddam took to heart what he believed was the Somalia expedition's chief lesson, that America would not bear military casualties and that U.S. troops, once bloodied in battle, would abandon the field. This judgment became a key element of Saddam's strategic thinking, so much so that on the eve of the U.S.-led invasion of Iraq 9 years later, he would distribute copies of author Mark Bowden's Black Hawk Down to his commanders. The Kurdish Civil War and Operation Desert Fox. Operation Provide Comfort prevented the Iraqi regime from pursuing the KDP and PUK rebels of March to April 1991 into the mountains of Iraqi Kurdistan. As a result, by the time fighting between Kurdish Peshmerga and Iraqi troops ceased in October 1991, NATO operations had essentially created an autonomous Kurdish zone beyond Baghdad's control. A green line separated this zone from Arab Iraq, beyond which NATO ground troops and aircraft deterred the advancement of Saddam's forces. In the new autonomous zone, the KDP and PUK began to administer rival Kurdish statelets, where several million Kurds lived independently for the first time in modern Iraqi history. While the U.S. 1st Armored Division carried out its NATO peacekeeping mission among the Bosnian ethnic groups in 1996, the Iraqi regime began to encroach upon the autonomous Kurdish zone from which Garner, Abizaid, and Jones had expelled Iraqi troops in 1991. The Western powers that had enabled the Kurdish parties to establish self-governing statelets were surprised when, in August 1996, the Kurds themselves invited Saddam's forces back across the Green Line. A dispute over revenues from smuggled oil escalated into a Kurdish civil war between Masoud Barzani's KDP and Jalal Talabani's PUK, and with the backing of the Iranian regime, the latter was able to drive Barzani and the KDP out of Erbil. Faced with impending defeat, Barzani and the KDP turned to Saddam for help, and soon a joint KDP-Iraqi offensive pushed Talabani's forces out of Erbil toward the mountainous Iranian border, where the Iranian regime allowed the PUK leader and his Peshmerga to shelter and survive the onslaught. As Saddam's Republican Guard units prepared to advance on Talabani's stronghold of Sulaymaniyah, U.S. forces in the Persian Gulf responded to Saddam's violation of the UN-protected Green Line by launching cruise missile strikes against Iraqi air defense targets in southern Iraq on September 3, 1996, in Operation Desert Strike. Shortly after the airstrikes, Iraqi troops withdrew to their positions on the Green Line, leaving Barzani in control of the Kurdish capital. The airstrikes of September 1996 were part of worsening tensions between the West and Saddam's regime. In June 1996, UN weapons inspectors had destroyed a germ warfare facility in the desert 60 kilometers from Baghdad, but they frequently were prevented from inspecting other suspected Iraqi WMD sites. By February 1998, a frustrated Clinton pressed Congress and U.S. allies to do more to curb the Iraqi regime's behavior, citing Saddam's suspected WMD programs and his failure to comply with numerous UN resolutions as a threat to the region. In October 1998, Congress passed the Iraq Liberation Act, allocating $97 million for Iraqi opposition groups. Just weeks after the act's passage, the UN confrontation with Saddam escalated into a crisis when the regime ceased all cooperation with UN weapons inspectors, forcing the inspection teams to depart Iraq on December 15, 1998. Within hours, U.S. and U.K. forces launched Operation Desert Fox, which combined 600 sorties and 400 cruise missile strikes in a 70-hour air offensive against regime targets throughout the country. In the smoldering U.S.-Iraqi conflict, the late 1998 confrontation constituted a significant flare-up in both military and political terms. Following Operation Desert Fox, Iraqi air defense systems became more aggressive against Western aircraft enforcing the no-fly zones, prompting the United States and Great Britain to increase their sorties against Iraqi targets. In 2002, Iraqi air defenders attacked coalition aircraft on 500 occasions, prompting 90 coalition airstrikes in response. Patrolling the contested northern and southern no-fly zones eventually involved as many as 200 aircraft and 7,500 airmen on a daily basis. The increased pressure from the Western air forces led the Iraqi army to adopt tactics it had developed after the 1991 war to protect itself from enemy airstrikes. The highest value Iraqi assets, such as air defense units, were being repositioned continually to different parts of the country to evade tracking by Western satellites, going to near-random locations on an unpredictable schedule. Despite the chaos caused by the constant movement of tactical formations, however, the Iraqi army managed to provision its units without interruption, demonstrating a robust combat service support capability even in remote areas. The most actively repositioned units learned to maintain 3 command posts at once, often widely distant from one another, and to maintain weapons and ammunition stocks in even more locations, leading to the gradual saturation of Iraqi territory with vast stores of munitions. On the political level, the confrontation with the Iraqi regime that culminated in Operation Desert Fox changed U.S. policy toward Iraq from containment to regime change, a change Clinton announced on December 18, 1998. The Clinton administration, however, showed little inclination to take direct action to implement the new policy. Rather than direct action, the act opened the way for official U.S. sponsorship of such groups as the Iraqi National Congress of Ahmad Chalabi, the Iraqi National Accord of Ayad Alawi, and the Kurdish parties, with the U.S. side of the relationship eventually to be managed by Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Ryan Crocker. Sanctions and internal unrest. By 1999, the international sanctions that had been in place against Iraq for 8 years had profoundly affected the Iraqi state and Iraqi society, though not in ways that restrained the Ba'athist regime's destabilizing activities as the Western powers had hoped they would. The sanctions had prevented Iraqis from modernizing so that Iraq's institutions generally operated with the unimproved infrastructure and technology they had acquired in the 1970s. Much of Iraq's national infrastructure had been damaged in the air campaign of the 1991 war as well. One estimate put the total damage at $262 billion, and the regime had been slow to reconstruct after the war as international sanctions took effect. The sanctioned Iraqi state lacked the means to maintain even the oil sector that provided almost the entirety of the state's revenues, so that a country that had appeared wealthy and modern in the 1970s looked blighted and poor by the late 1990s. The Iraqi education system that had led the Arab world since the 1950s, already seriously strained during the Iran-Iraq War, broke down under the weight of the sanctions. The population's literacy rate fell, and the country's human capital began to wither. Iraqi professionals, such as engineers and doctors, were isolated from international counterparts and could no longer keep up with advances in their fields. Iraq's social fabric suffered as well. Its middle classes were hard hit by inflation and the shrinking of the economy, so that many educated Iraqis left the country, creating a brain drain that exacerbated all other problems. The state and society also bore the burden of a large number of orphans and widows created by successive wars, so that Iraqi cities contained millions of poor, quasi-literate youth. Under sanctions, Iraq's economic shortages created some perverse incentives. Government ministries that had dispersed large oil-funded budgets in the 1970s tended to hoard resources rather than distribute them in the 1990s, and the state's provision of services decayed badly. With the licit economy nearly broken, Iraqis of all kinds, including the country's many civil servants, participated in the robust black market trade with Iraq's neighbors. This was especially true with Syria, where Saddam's regime encouraged the smuggling of Iraqi oil and other commodities in order to generate illicit revenues. The Iraqi population of the 1990s came to rely increasingly on the state to provide a subsistence level of food and electricity, with the former provided by the Iraqi Ministry of Trade under the supervision of the UN in the Oil for Food program. Quote, "We are in the process of destroying an entire society. It is as simple and terrifying as that," end quote, observed Dennis J. Halliday, UN Humanitarian Coordinator for Iraq, on the effect of the sanctions in 1998. In retrospect, the sanctions appear to have increased Saddam's power inside Iraq by making the population dependent on his distribution of increasingly limited basic services, as the standard of living of the Iraqi middle class collapsed. Due to these underappreciated economic and social effects, the nation the U.S. military would occupy in 2003 was far more destitute and ravaged than was generally understood. It was against this backdrop that the Iraqi regime came into conflict with the popular religious movement led by the Najaf-based Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiq al-Sadr, father of Muqtada Sadr and the preferred spiritual guide of millions of Shia. The Ba'ath had viewed the elder Sadr as a useful Arab counterweight to the cleric-led Iranian regime during the Iran-Iraq War and the early 1990s. By the late 1990s, however, Sadr was an increasingly vocal critic of the Ba'ath. In February 1999, gunmen presumed to be acting for the regime killed Sadiq Sadr and two of his sons in Najaf. In the days following the assassination, Sadr's followers exploded in rage against the Ba'ath across the south and in Saddam City, the Baghdad district later known as Sadr City. The Baghdad uprising reportedly grew intense enough to require the regime to use military units to suppress it, while fighting in Basra ended with the regime's execution of perhaps hundreds of Sadrist rebels. Within weeks, the Sadrists had succumbed to the Ba'athist counterattack, but not before mounting the most extensive resistance to the regime since the 1991 Intifada and proving they were a force with which to be reckoned. The CENTCOM Theater Posture. As the Clinton administration's policy shifted to regime change in Iraq, the Third Army, as the Army component of CENTCOM, expanded its footprint in the Persian Gulf region to prepare for any future ground operation against Saddam's regime. The same month the Iraq Liberation Act was signed into law, Third Army Commander Tommy Franks declared that all was in place to, quote, deploy, command, control, and support major Army forces to deter Iraqi adventurism, end quote, with pre-positioned equipment and a pre-deployed command and control node. This would ensure that, in the event of hostilities, U.S. forces would not lose the, quote, race for Kuwait, end quote. Third Army had pre-positioned a heavy division's worth of equipment in Kuwait and Doha, Qatar, along with an extensive infrastructure to deliver the large quantities of fuel required to sustain operations deep into Iraq. Meanwhile, CENTCOM and Third Army regularly conducted war games that tested the existing war plans. One such war game revealed the myriad difficulties that could follow any campaign to remove Saddam and his regime. Under CENTCOM Commander General Anthony C. Zinni, CENTCOM planners conducted Exercise Desert Crossing in spring 1999 to examine the security, political, social, and economic challenges that might ensue if the regime in Baghdad collapsed under the pressure of an assault such as Operation Desert Fox. Zinni, no stranger to Iraq after having participated in Operation Provide Comfort, received unsettling findings from Desert Crossing. Political and military planning for an invasion and post-Saddam Iraq should begin immediately, Zinni's planners judged, because of the, quote, contentious positions that must be reconciled and managed, end quote. An intervention in Iraq would be, quote, costly in terms of casualties and resources, end quote, they concluded, adding, quote, regime change may not bring stability, end quote, because of factors including hostile neighbors, quote, fragmentation along religious and or ethnic lines, and chaos created by rival forces bidding for power, end quote. Exercise Desert Crossing also recognized the dearth of information about what was actually happening in Iraq and recommended that efforts begin immediately to engage, or at least prepare to engage, key Kurdish and tribal leaders. Exercise Desert Crossing outlined several criteria for a successful mission: elimination of WMD, a restructured Iraqi army, a stable and growing oil economy, and an Iraqi government that would observe international obligations and norms, but would not necessarily be a democracy, though the emergence of another dictator, Zinni's officers noted, would be an, quote, unspinnable contradiction, end quote. Oil revenue might be one way of paying for liberation, but there was the matter of Iraqi debt acquired during the 1990 to 1991 war, and stability in Iraq would depend on the successor state's economic viability in any case. Regional powers were unlikely to support an enduring American presence in Iraq, CENTCOM planners judged, but if the United States had to return to Iraq, an extended presence was precisely what they predicted would be required. The outcome of a U.S. intervention would probably be a Bosnia scenario, they told Zinni, under which a 10-year U.S. military occupation was not unlikely. The Post-9/11 Environment. Page 20. For the George W. Bush administration, the attacks of September 11, 2001, or 9/11, lent urgency to the problem of the long conflict with Saddam. Al-Qaeda's demonstration of the potency of state-sponsored terror networks, along with some U.S. leaders' unsubstantiated suspicion that Saddam somehow had been involved in the attacks, meant that Saddam's removal changed overnight from a notional U.S. policy goal to a security imperative for the Bush administration. See Chapter 2. The subsequent, surprisingly brief campaign to topple the Taliban in Afghanistan had a profound impact on U.S. decision-makers as well. The apparent success of a tiny footprint of U.S. forces, mainly Special Operations Forces, working with indigenous Afghan fighters from the Northern Alliance, appeared to some in the U.S. national security apparatus, especially those who already espoused RMA, to point the way toward a similar method by which Saddam might be toppled with far less cost and trouble than the Clinton administration or CENTCOM's Desert Crossing had assumed. In other words, the experience of the 9/11 attacks and the weeks that followed them indicated to some U.S. leaders that the removal of Saddam was not only an immediate necessity, but also an easy prospect, a dramatic change from the outlook of the 1990s. Back in Baghdad, for reasons well documented by the Iraqi Perspectives Project and other engagements with former Ba'athist regime insiders, the 9/11 attacks and the U.S. invasion of Afghanistan made little impact on Saddam's strategic calculus. He continued to harbor a greater fear of an internal Iraqi uprising than of an attack by the United States, and remained convinced that he had to maintain the fiction of possessing WMD in order to deter regional enemies, especially Iran. Saddam took from the Afghanistan example only those points that reinforced his assumptions about the United States, including his overarching judgment that the United States would never mount a large-scale land invasion to remove him from power, just as the United States had declined to do against the Taliban, relying largely on indigenous forces instead. Nor did the demonstration of U.S. military technology make an impact on the Iraqi army's operating concepts. Saddam did not recognize that the U.S. will to use force to remove him had fundamentally changed after 9/11, and as a result, he would fail to allow his military leaders to make professionally sound plans to resist a U.S. invasion. The invasion of Afghanistan had a much more significant impact on other American adversaries. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, who had commanded a group of Arab mujahideen in Afghanistan, led his organization into Iran as the United States and its Afghan allies toppled the Taliban in late 2001, proceeding from there to Iraqi Kurdistan. There they sheltered in a small enclave near Halabja controlled by Ansar al-Islam, a militant group comprised of mainly Kurdish Islamists who had fought in Afghanistan and were actively fighting against local PUK Peshmerga. From his Iraqi sanctuary, Zarqawi began to organize his Tawhid wal Jihad terrorist group to carry out attacks in the region, including the 2002 assassination of U.S. Agency for International Development or USAID official Lawrence M. Foley Sr. in Jordan, and to look for opportunities to expand his jihad. On the eve of the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the U.S. Army was much decreased from its Cold War size while sustaining a high tempo of stability operations around the world. Defense thinkers concluded that Operation Desert Storm marked a revolution in the nature of war, after which technology would enable the U.S. military to defeat any enemy with a relatively small force. The U.S. military of the 1990s, writ large, had developed a low tolerance both for casualties and for mistakes by tactical commanders. As it reduced its combat formations, the Army had outsourced much of its logistical services, including for contingency operations, on which it had become accustomed to deploying in a somewhat non-expeditionary posture with large base camps and amenities. As its involvement in stability operations mounted, the Army found its real-world activities at odds with its doctrinal emphases, including the previous assumption that OOTW were a lesser included capability for forces that were trained and ready for major combat operations. There also lingered in many Army quarters the sense that OOTW were extraneous, if not detrimental, to the Army's core mission. Throughout the 1990s, the Army had evolved from a static, Europe-focused force to one accustomed to deploying in contingency operations worldwide, though it continued to judge its commanders mainly by their success in high-intensity conflict war games and training exercises, even as their units became increasingly involved in low-intensity conflicts in the real world. In Haiti, Bosnia, and Kosovo, the U.S. military had acquired the assumption that the cessation of hostilities in a conflict would lead naturally to a peacekeeping-type mission by an international force. After 9/11, many defense leaders believed the brief campaign in Afghanistan seemed to validate the RMA, and that meant that even more could be done with fewer U.S. forces. Meanwhile, on the eve of the 2003 war, the Iraqi regime remained focused on internal threats to Ba'athist rule, fixed in its assumption that the external threat posed by the United States was not an existential one. However, even if Saddam and his regime had fully recognized the gathering threat, they had little with which to resist it, having hollowed out the conventional Iraqi military of 1991 and replacing it with numerous militias whose raison d'etre was to preserve the regime against insurgency. Within the regime itself, the secular Arab socialism of the Ba'ath was replaced by a strange fusion of Ba'athists and Islamists, mirrored outside the regime by a seething Shia Islamist mass movement organized by underground leaders with links to the Iranian regime and its long-standing militant networks. Across Iraq, the country's infrastructure was in shambles, with state institutions devastated by the combined effect of sanctions and the rampant corruption the regime encouraged in response to them. The country's social fabric was frayed as well, with the middle class sinking into poverty and social divides among sects and ethnic groups deepening. Iraq was a country with a regime and population little aware of the changes about to be thrust on them. End of Chapter 1, Prologue, Part 2, The Collision Course, 1991 to 2003. Part 1, From Invasion to Insurgency, 2002 to 2003, page 29. Chapter 2, Regime Change. In the Shadow of September 11th, 2001, page 31. The normally festive season between Thanksgiving and Christmas in 2001 was a frenetic affair for U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM. CENTCOM Commander General Tommy Ray Franks was supervising U.S. and coalition military forces in Afghanistan, where, since October, they had been fighting alongside members of the Northern Alliance to remove the Taliban from power. In addition to the battles in Afghanistan, Franks was overseeing planning for what the George W. Bush administration had coined the War on Terrorism, a campaign against major terrorist groups and the countries that supported them. Neither of these campaigns was conducted to the satisfaction of Franks or the administration of then-President George W. Bush. Despite the rapidity of the U.S.-led advance in Afghanistan, Osama bin Laden, Mullah Omar, and other key perpetrators of the September 11, 2001, or 9/11 attacks, and the Taliban leaders remained at large. Moreover, concerns about state-sponsored terrorist organizations acquiring and using weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, and dirty bombs permeated U.S. national security decision-making during the latter months of 2001, driven in part by a public feeling of sudden vulnerability. Security policies and contingency plans under revision before the attacks suddenly received elevated amounts of attention. In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, that attention became focused on another target well outside of Afghanistan, Saddam Hussein's Ba'athist regime in Iraq. Within days of the 9/11 attacks, senior officials in the Bush administration began exploring options to remove Saddam from power. Their efforts culminated in surprising instructions to the CENTCOM commander to formulate contingency plans to invade Iraq and destroy Saddam's regime. Planning for Regime Change. Page 31. A new mission for CENTCOM. As the events of 9/11 unfolded, Department of Defense, or DoD, leaders scrambled to respond to the attacks whose origins were then unknown. Hours after the attacks occurred, the Joint Staff issued an order directing CENTCOM to begin contingency planning against 5 named countries in the command's area of responsibility, one of which was Iraq. Franks and other CENTCOM leaders were too preoccupied to devote much attention to this tertiary planning effort, as from October to November 2001, they were in daily contact with the Office of the Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, concerning information requests and orders about the prosecution of the wars against the Taliban and al-Qaeda. Unlike Iraq and other long-planned contingency operations, there had been no prepared war plan for Afghanistan or for a non-state actor with global reach like al-Qaeda. As a result, when Franks and his staff were not actively responding to requests for information from the SecDef, the National Policy Team, or the President, they devoted most of their organizational energy to building plans and campaigns around what were essentially piecemeal deployments to South Asia that were approved directly by the SecDef. While Franks received periodic updates on events in the northern and southern no-fly zones, Iraq did not feature prominently in his thoughts. The situation changed on November 27, 2001, when SecDef Donald H. Rumsfeld relayed to Franks the President's requests for revised military options on Iraq. Rumsfeld asked for an update on the existing contingency plan for Iraq, numbered 1003-98, the following week, and outlined the desired end state for an Iraq campaign as follows. 1. Iraq's regime enablers, leadership, and power base destroyed. 2. Iraq's WMD capability eliminated. 3. Iraq retains sufficient forces to defend itself but no longer has the power to threaten neighbors. 4. Iraq has an, quote, acceptable provisional government in place, end quote, and 5, Iraq's territorial integrity remains intact. Rumsfeld's guidance marked a significant shift from previous contingency planning on Iraq, very little of which had envisioned an invasion to enact regime change and replacement in Iraq. The changes rendered Franks incredulous, as he was fully occupied by the new wars against the Taliban, al-Qaeda, and terrorism more broadly, but he and his operations director, Air Force Major General Victor Jean Renoir Jr., duly assembled a small planning team to develop a concept for regime change in Iraq. As the CENTCOM commander, Franks was at the pinnacle of his career. He was one of the few who had risen through the enlisted ranks to become one of the Army's most senior general officers. After enlisting in 1965 and training as a cryptanalyst, he was commissioned as a field artillery officer in 1967 and served in Vietnam, Korea, and later as assistant commander of the 1st Cavalry Division in Operation Desert Storm. Before ascending to CENTCOM, he had commanded the 3rd Army, where, as the dual-hatted commander of the Army component of CENTCOM, or ARCENT, he had been deeply involved in developing the 1998 version of the contingency plan for Iraq. When Franks took the helm of CENTCOM on July 7, 2000, the command was comprised of 5 service component commands: ARCENT, the Navy component, or NAVCENT, the Air Force component, CENTAF, the Marine component, MARCENT, and the Special Operations component, SOCCENT. However, with the onset of the Afghanistan War in 2001, Franks judged that CENTCOM, quote, could not keep up with the operational demands of the fast-changing tactical situation in Afghanistan, end quote, and directed a reorganization of his service components into functional commands on November 10th. The result was the Coalition Forces Air Component Command, or CFACC, the Coalition Forces Maritime Component Command, or CFMCC, the Coalition Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, and the Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC. CFLCC combined all of the ground forces, U.S. Army, U.S. Marines, and coalition ground forces, into a single command under a single commander. Its primary contributors were the 3rd Army, commanded by Lieutenant General Paul T. Mikolaszek, and the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, commanded by Lieutenant General Michael W. Hagee. Although the two commanders were peers, Mikolaszek became the overall commander for CFLCC. 3rd Army's recent history had prepared it to be the ground component command for the planned invasion of Iraq, though it was already committed in Afghanistan. Franks relinquished command of the unit just before taking over CENTCOM and was familiar and comfortable with the unit's capability. He had also fought and won a battle to relieve the 3rd Army commander position of its other hat as the deputy commander for the U.S. Army Forces Command, or FORCECOM, making it entirely a CENTCOM component command. 3rd Army had small command posts already forward in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar, and on 9/11 had placed personnel and equipment into position for Exercise Bright Star in Egypt. In November, 3rd Army was heavily engaged in responding to post-9/11 Joint Staff orders calling for updated plans for an invasion of Iraq. When finished, the new plans called for using a single Army Corps with Marine augmentation to, quote, seize terrain in southern Iraq in preparation for future operations, end quote. This limited objective focused on Iraq's southern oil fields near Rumaila and did not require any U.S. forces to maneuver north of the Euphrates River. It was this plan that 3rd Army and eventually CFLCC used as the basis for more expansive operations in Iraq. The Army had 4 different corps eligible to execute such a plan. 3rd Corps based at Fort Hood, Texas, the V or Victory Corps based in Germany, the 1st Corps headquartered in Fort Lewis, Washington, and the 18th Airborne Corps based in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. However, in the fall of 2001, the 18th Airborne Corps was engaged in Afghanistan. 1st Corps was focused on the Pacific Theater and Army transformation and lacked the proper composition to take on a large fighting role, and 3rd Corps was dedicated to contingency operations for the Korean Peninsula. As a result, 5th Corps was selected to serve as the major Army component of ground operations in Iraq and to participate in Exercise Vigilant Guardian in late 2001. The selection took 5th Corps Commander Lieutenant General William Scott Wallace by surprise. Wallace had taken command of 5th Corps 3 months before, on July 18, 2001, expecting that his corps would remain focused on the Balkans, and specifically Kosovo, where it maintained a large NATO peacekeeping mission. After 9/11, he recognized that the emphasis would likely change, but had thought 5th Corps would be given primarily defensive operations, including preventing another terrorist attack on U.S. soil or interests abroad. Once the United States established a solid defensive posture, General Wallace expected that the Corps would then transition to offensive operations, quote, on our terms against whatever enemy we were able to uncover thereafter, end quote. However, he had not anticipated that 5th Corps would be named the main planning headquarters for invading Iraq and removing the Ba'athist regime from power. The initial concept and assumptions. As CENTCOM began to plan for regime change in Iraq, Franks and others started to note some assumptions that were driving expectations for the operation and its outcome. The first concerned military operations in Afghanistan, where the combination of air power and employment of Special Operations Forces, or SOF, had seemingly validated the Office of the SecDef's views on the Revolution in Military Affairs, or RMA, and its determination to limit the number of American troops involved in close combat and stabilization. The SecDef insisted that the Afghanistan model could be applied against the planned invasion of Iraq. Throughout the planning process, Deputy Secretary of Defense, or D-SecDef, Paul Wolfowitz and others in the Office of the SecDef pressed military commanders and planners to reduce the number of forces required and the timeline for mobilization, deployment, and redeployment. The back-and-forth exchanges among Franks, the Office of the SecDef, the National Policy Team, and Bush continued throughout the planning process, affecting both the time spent on military planning and the manner in which forces flowed into theater. The second major assumption influencing planning for Iraq, promoted by Wolfowitz and others, was that the United States and its partners could liberate Iraq rather than occupy it, much as they had liberated France in 1945. Defense leaders thought that Iraqis who were not loyal to the Ba'athist regime would welcome U.S. and allied forces with parades, flag-waving, and an eagerness for democratic government. These expectations were reinforced by members of the Iraqi expatriate community in exile, such as Iraqi National Congress leader Ahmad Chalabi. Beyond these overarching assumptions, CENTCOM made planning assumptions of its own that had repercussions for both the invasion and efforts to stabilize Iraq afterward. The first was that CENTCOM would be able to open a northern front in the operation by sending a U.S. Army Corps or division through Turkey. Franks and his commanders saw the operational value in surrounding Saddam's forces in the push toward Baghdad. However, because they needed the support of the European Command, or EUCOM, to make the proposal a reality, CENTCOM instead began planning operations merely to deceive Saddam into thinking coalition military forces would be maneuvering south toward Baghdad from Turkey. When EUCOM Commander General James L. Jones informed Franks in May 2002 that using Turkey was a real possibility, EUCOM and CENTCOM began looking at concrete options to move a division-sized element through Turkish territory. CENTCOM's second major assumption concerned Saddam's alleged WMD program. Although CENTCOM and U.S. policymakers did not believe Saddam had a nuclear weapon just yet, their judgment, matching the consensus position of the U.S. intelligence community, was that the Iraqi regime was seeking to enrich uranium in preparation for building one. The fact that the Iraqi dictator had used chemical munitions during the Iran-Iraq War and against the Kurds in 1988 also loomed large in their minds. The third key assumption driving CENTCOM planning was that the bulk of the Iraqi army would not fight, but would either surrender or capitulate during the invasion and, with the right treatment and messaging, could be recalled to active service after the regime fell. The recalled Iraqi forces could then be used to augment U.S. and coalition military troops to provide security while an interim Iraqi government was being established. These assumptions, when taken together, were the lens through which the Office of the SecDef guided military plans, resulting in a proposal for a relatively light ground force component for the invasion, a near-simultaneous air and ground attack, and few forces or detailed planning dedicated to the post-regime Iraq. Decision-makers believed the United States would not need a large number of forces because of the seemingly successful precedent set in Afghanistan. that U.S. forces would be welcomed as liberators, and that the Iraqi army would help provide security under a new, more enlightened Iraqi government. Based on these two assumptions, there was no need for U.S. forces to conduct large-scale security operations. With these planning principles in place, Franks and his team briefed Bush and Rumsfeld at Camp David on December 28, 2001, outlining the invasion plan in 4 phases. Phase 1 involved building the coalition and international support necessary to conduct offensive operations in Iraq. Phase 2 was a shaping effort, a combination of psychological and military deception operations designed to encourage segments of Iraqi society and its armed forces not to resist. Phase 3 involved military operations to destroy Iraq's remaining armed forces and decapitate the Iraqi regime. Phase 4, or stability operations, addressed the transition to a new Iraqi government. Franks's concept briefing also contained 3 potential force packages. A robust option assumed that basing was available from most of the U.S. partners in the Middle East and that the United Kingdom would contribute troops. A reduced option required approximately the same number of personnel, but assumed that support was unavailable from Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. A unilateral option assumed that the United States would conduct operations without support from either its Middle Eastern partners or the United Kingdom. The U.S. contingent required for all 3 proposals was approximately 105,000 initial forces, with the size of the follow-on component ranging from 225,000 to 238,000 boots on the ground. Because these 2 force figures were additive, the final projected strength on the ground was well more than 300,000. The President's response at the Camp David briefing was clear. He strongly desired to remove Saddam from power, and sooner rather than later. The President even offered that invading Iraq on Saddam's birthday, April 28, 2002, might be an appropriate symbolic time to destroy the regime, a proposal that CENTCOM and its component commands determined would present too short a window in which to prepare and mobilize its forces. Regardless, CENTCOM's sense of urgency to build the plan increased, and the command's focus rapidly shifted from operations in Afghanistan to Iraq. Tensions in the Iraq war planning. The intense planning period that followed the Camp David briefing was colored by significant tensions between DoD civilian and military leaders. Rumsfeld arrived at the Pentagon in 2001 determined to transform how the U.S. military prosecuted the nation's wars and to strengthen civilian control of the military. This agenda created tensions with senior officers. Other factors also contributed to difficult relationships among the civilian leadership in the office of the SecDef, the Joint Staff, the service chiefs, and the combatant commands. Stovepipes within the office of the SecDef, combined with some personality conflicts, distrust, and institutional intransigence, tended to inhibit joint and interagency situational awareness and caused inordinate amounts of planning time and energy to be spent on revisions to the plan. Most of the previous contingency planning for limited military objectives in Iraq, including Desert Crossing, had been coordinated among CENTCOM, the Joint Staff, and the service chiefs as force providers. The new plans for regime change in Iraq, however, were highly compartmentalized, classified top secret with an additional caveat called Polo Step, access to which Rumsfeld limited to a small number of people in the office of the SecDef, the Joint Staff, and CENTCOM. Rumsfeld's restriction barred the Joint Chiefs and services from synchronizing and resourcing the early planning efforts, and it also prevented CFLCC and its subordinate corps elements from developing parallel plans in any detail until after Franks's first commander's huddle in Ramstein, Germany in March 2002. Rumsfeld's managerial style affected the war planning as well. According to Abe Shulsky, a special assistant to Undersecretary Douglas J. Feith, Rumsfeld, quote, was very reluctant to give a direct order, end quote, preferring instead to nudge people in the direction he wanted, quote, without being direct about it, end quote, and by asking questions like, quote, do you need that, end quote, and, quote, what are other ways of doing this, end quote. The Secretary's aversion to definitive guidance was oddly juxtaposed with his tendency to micromanage. After serving nearly a year under Rumsfeld, Franks was accustomed to receiving the secretary's musings, ideas, and pointed questions in intermittent memoranda known as snowflakes, so called by DoD personnel because of the prolific white paper they generated in senior offices. A veritable blizzard had descended on CENTCOM since 9/11. The snowflakes, personal phone calls, and secure video teleconferences drew the secretary into the minutiae of tactical operations instead of the overall strategy and policy guiding them, a fact that bred resentment among military leaders. From the beginning of his tenure, Rumsfeld's military transformation agenda and management style had alienated Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Henry Hugh Shelton and Chief of Staff of the Army General Eric K. Shinseki. Although Shinseki supported the idea of restructuring and transforming the Army, he gained a reputation, first with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or CJCS, and later the SecDef, for being hard-headed over his decision to change the Army's headgear from service caps to a black beret. The seemingly trivial issue had grown to be significant when former and retired members of the Army Rangers, the only unit authorized to wear the black beret at the time, resisted the change, raised the issue with Congress and the President, and thus created political difficulties for the SecDef. In meetings discussing the beret issue, Rumsfeld commented on Shinseki, quote, making another bad decision, end quote, suggesting the relationship between the two had already soured. For their part, Shinseki, Secretary of the Army Thomas E. White, and, to a lesser extent, Shelton, saw themselves and the Army as a bureaucratic target of Rumsfeld's aim to reduce the size of the armed forces. Rumsfeld, a former Navy fighter pilot, quote, seemed partial to the Navy and Marines, end quote, they believed, and he also disliked the Cold War mindset and Balkans-type stability missions that were the main focus of the Army throughout most of the 1990s. The Army found itself engaged in a battle to limit further downsizing while the administration debated the feasibility and force structure required to engage in two land wars simultaneously. Leaks of sensitive planning information gradually eroded trust in the already contentious relationships among CENTCOM, the Joint Staff, the Service Chiefs, and the Office of the SecDef. The first major leak of war plans occurred at the same time as the March 21st Commanders' Huddle in Germany, leading CENTCOM planners and Franks to suspect that someone from the air component, frustrated with the proposed abbreviated bombing campaign discussed at the conference, had communicated their displeasure privately to the media. Relations were further strained in May 2002 when, during the height of war preparations for Iraq, the Washington Post journalist Tom Ricks reported that the Joint Chiefs were waging a, quote, determined behind-the-scenes campaign to persuade the Bush administration, end quote, against war with Iraq. The Joint Chiefs and Franks, Ricks reported, had told the president that ousting Saddam's regime would require at least 200,000 troops and remained, quote, shoulder to shoulder, end quote, against the SecDef. Rumsfeld also believed Shinseki had implied to colleagues that Rumsfeld's own office was leaking Iraq war plans to the press, which infuriated the secretary. In a harsh verbal reprimand to the Joint Chiefs, Rumsfeld accused the military leaders of not being forthright with him, told them that their complaints about not being consulted about war plans were unfounded, and declared that if they had problems with any of the combatant commanders, they should confront that commander directly rather than via leaks to the press. The, quote, problems with combatant commanders, end quote, apparently referred to problems between the Joint Chiefs and Franks, with the latter's direct line to Rumsfeld and the President effectively isolating the Joint Staff from the planning process. From Franks's perspective, the service chiefs were mired in service parochialisms and jealous of the combatant commander's mission to, quote, command forces in wartime, end quote, and he had even referred to the Joint Chief of Staff representatives in public and private as, quote, Title 10 motherfuckers, end quote. Sensing that they were being marginalized and feeling distance from the planning process, the Joint Staff often issued planning guidance and orders well after CENTCOM had already begun working on the guidance it received directly from the SecDef. Taken together, these factors tended to discourage collaboration among the services, the Joint Staff, and CENTCOM. Generated start, January to May 2002. Within 60 days of the Camp David briefing, the Joint Staff formally directed CENTCOM to transition from planning for a limited attack to planning for regime change. Through the winter and spring of 2002, CENTCOM developed 6 iterations of an invasion plan that, based on guidance from Rumsfeld, would contain ever smaller numbers of forces and shorter deployment timelines. This first series of CENTCOM plans, renumbered 1003V and eventually known as Generated Start, envisioned a rapid buildup from 3 divisions at the onset to between 5 and 6 Army, Marine, and Coalition divisions as the campaign progressed. Movement of forces was to begin on N Day, the day that the President notified the command to commence, after which CENTCOM would have 30 days to prepare its forces until C Day, the day the forces began flowing into theater. Deployment of the initial force of 3 divisions or 2 corps would take an additional 60 days, during which Special Operations Forces would suppress Saddam's long-range missile systems and link up with Kurdish militias in northern Iraq. D-Day, the beginning of combat operations on Iraqi soil, would commence while the remaining divisions deployed to Kuwait. Air and ground campaigns would commence nearly simultaneously in order to catch the Iraqi military by surprise, a stark contrast to the 5-week air campaign of 1991. The 2 corps' worth of ground troops would also attack simultaneously to overwhelm Iraqi forces. Maneuvers to isolate Baghdad would take approximately 45 days, with regime destruction and the onset of stability operations occurring over an additional 90 days. The entire operation, from start to finish, would take approximately 215 days. While Franks and his planners refined Generated Start in Tampa, Florida, CENTCOM and service logisticians met at the U.S. Transportation Command, or TRANSCOM, headquarters at Scott Air Force Base, Illinois, to develop unit deployment packages and timelines using the Time-Phased Force and Deployment List or Data, or TPFDL or TPFDD, a complex planning tool DoD developed for similar contingency plans. Because the TPFDD planning was concurrent with Generated Start refinements, each component was able to estimate the force structure that might be needed to support variations on the plan and to verify the logistical feasibility of their proposed timelines and maneuvers. It was a valuable innovation in the logistical planning that Rumsfeld would ultimately discard entirely. Shock and Awe and Running Start, May to July 2002. Rumsfeld's intent for Iraq was to enter with a light footprint, be able to move fast, and be able to exit Iraq very quickly, a vision that differed sharply from the initial CENTCOM plan. In response to Franks's iterative concept briefings on Generated Start, Rumsfeld sent Franks a paper written by Harlan K. Ullman and James P. Wade in late April 2002. It outlined the concept of shock and awe and how it could be applied in devising war plans. Ullman and Wade advanced the idea of rapid dominance, in which a comparatively small-sized military force could, through a display of military might, enforce its will on a powerful country and military to enact change. Some of the mechanisms to induce shock and awe included the use of unstoppable, lethal weapons like long-range air power to, quote, impose a regime of unrelenting and ever-increasing stress, end quote. Any of the relatively small number of ground forces used to enact the change must, quote, arrive suddenly, strike without remorse, and terminate their presence quickly, end quote, before the adversary had the opportunity to recover. Rumsfeld had previously introduced Franks to Army Colonel Douglas A. McGregor, an officer working on Army transformation for Shinseki, who shared Rumsfeld's vision for wars of the future. Both the Shock and Awe authors and McGregor argued that the U.S. military could topple the Iraqi regime with a division-sized element or less, an idea that shaped the war planning guidance Rumsfeld provided to CENTCOM. Some senior U.S. officers had difficulty envisioning a light footprint for an invasion of Iraq and opposed modifications to tried and tested processes for deployment and conduct of major combat operations. Lieutenant General George W. Casey, Jr., then the Joint Staff J-5, recalled that there seemed to be no middle ground between what the Office of the SecDef leadership envisioned for Iraq and what the senior Army leaders and CENTCOM demanded in terms of time and resources. Casey believed that the President, the SecDef, and some of the Joint Staff viewed the Army as overly tied to a deliberate and comparatively slow TPFDD process that Rumsfeld and others regarded as a Cold War-era relic. For his part, Casey believed, quote, the Army was quick to cry micromanagement instead of considering how to refine their processes." End quote. The ensuing tension would only be resolved once Rumsfeld decided to discard the TPFDD for Iraq and instead use the Request for Forces model DoD had employed in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, in which commanders requested force packages piece by piece as the requirements for them arose. Although CENTCOM's proposed force numbers for generated start began at 385,000, by the time Rumsfeld and Bush were briefed again in the late spring, the numbers had been whittled down to 275,000, a force Rumsfeld insisted was still, quote, way too heavy, end quote. Rumsfeld suggested that the roughly 2 brigades for a routine training exercise with the Kuwaitis should suffice as an invasion force for Iraq. These units consisted of a brigade-sized Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, an Army brigade, and a Special Operations Company whose teams were embedded with Kuwaiti military units. Franks strongly disagreed with this radical proposal, arguing that such limited forces would be unable to topple the regime and lacked the logistics to make it to Baghdad. Rumsfeld raised the idea again with Bush during a briefing at Camp David on May 11, 2002, but Franks persuaded the president and the SecDef instead to give CENTCOM additional time to refine generated start into a faster deploying plan with a lighter force. As these discussions about the size and speed of the ground forces unfolded in May and June, U.S. officials began to worry that Saddam might conduct a preemptive attack into Kuwait, complicating the planned U.S. invasion. U.S. officials had received indications that the Iraqi army was on the verge of collapse, and they feared Saddam might decide to use his forces while he still could. The president, national policy team, and office of the SecDef were also concerned that, as U.S. and coalition forces flowed into the theater in the middle of Iraq's internal difficulties, the movement would provide Saddam with, quote, unambiguous warning, end quote, about the U.S. intention to invade. This might provoke an attack on Kuwait, the Kurds, or the Shia, flood Iraq's southern marshes, sabotage Iraq's infrastructure, attack Israel, or, in the worst-case scenario, use WMD. U.S. leaders wanted a plan that would give them the flexibility to prevent these contingencies but still maintain the ability to remove Saddam from power. The new plan CENTCOM developed in response to these concerns was a branch plan generated start called Running Start, in which smaller ground forces would begin major combat operations while the rest were still deploying. Unlike Generated Start, which called for a 2-corps ground invasion in conjunction with an air campaign, Running Start planned for a Marine division and an Army division to lead ground operations, followed by a second corps-sized Army element, with the overall movement into theater shortened from 60 to 45 days or less. Running Start also contained 3 different options for the timing of an air campaign, depending on what the immediate situation in Iraq demanded. As CENTCOM developed the Running Start plan, the inevitability of the Iraq invasion began to hit home. When Franks returned from briefing Bush in June, he announced to his component commanders that the invasion of Iraq was no longer a matter of if, but when. He judged that the president wanted to conduct the invasion sometime in the late fall of 2002. The Hybrid, August 2002. The Running Start concept had obvious flaws that CENTCOM planners were quick to highlight, most glaringly that it lacked enough troops to guarantee the destruction of the Iraqi regime. While the ground component of Running Start could probably arrive in theater and achieve some limited military objectives, there would not be enough support forces to sustain the maneuver force. In addition, Running Start, if executed as planned, would lack the near-simultaneous application of national power critical to executing the shock and awe concept. Because the initial thrust could not be sustained all the way to Baghdad, Saddam would probably be afforded the space required to reinforce Baghdad and sue for peace on the international stage. The short time horizon for Running Start would also shorten the time available for diplomacy to secure basing and overflight agreements with partner countries, jeopardizing deployment timelines. When Franks briefed Bush on Running Start in July 2002, he advised the president that it would be impossible to launch the plan by October 2002 because the requisite operational and strategic follow-on forces could not be mobilized in time. With the running start creating concerns because of its low number of forces and the generated start too unwieldy, CENTCOM and its components began developing a hybrid option, with a starting ground force similar to that of generated start entering theater sequentially as in running start, but in greater numbers. In the hybrid, 30,000 Marines and Army soldiers would enter Iraq on G-Day, and the remainder of 1st MEF and 5th Corps would flow in over the next 18 days. By the time 2 months had elapsed in the ground campaign, the entire generated start force of 200,000 troops would be operating in Iraq. The proposed air campaign for the hybrid was similar to an option in the running start, in which ground operations would commence 16 days after the initial airstrikes. The deployment timelines in the hybrid were longer, too, to allow U.S. diplomats more time to finalize agreements for staging and basing in the region. Meanwhile, CFACC and CFLCC could use an expansion of Operations Northern Watch and Southern Watch and training exercises to increase their footprint subtly in Kuwait and the North. In the hybrid plan, CENTCOM aimed to minimize both the force footprint and the risks associated with putting maneuver forces into theater too quickly, and maximizing opportunities to take advantage of Saddam's behavior and achieve operational surprise. The hybrid plan also contained a more detailed breakdown of Phase 4 operations, outlining 4 discrete periods of stabilization, recovery, transition to security operations, and full transition to a stable Iraqi government and redeployment of all U.S. forces over a period of 32 to 45 months. On August 14th, Franks briefed the modified plan to the Secretary of Defense and, after gaining Rumsfeld's approval, ordered his component commanders to develop execution details for the hybrid plan on August 22nd. Weapons of mass destruction. Iraq's WMD program had been a major U.S. and international security concern since the end of the Gulf War. After 9/11, U.S. policymakers worried that Saddam's WMD materials would fall into terrorist hands, and CENTCOM, along with the rest of the U.S. intelligence community, assumed that Saddam would, at a minimum, use chemical weapons against an invasion force. Interestingly, however, there were no specific plans to eradicate those materials or the sites at which they were suspected of being developed, as WMD elimination was not part of the deliberate planning process or joint military planning doctrine in the 1990s and the early 2000s. Consequently, although U.S. contingency plans for Iraq from the 1990s and the revisions in 2000 identified the elimination of Saddam's ability to make WMD as an end state, none of them assigned any units or organizations the responsibility for exploiting and destroying suspected WMD sites. As planning for 1003V was finalized, CENTCOM realized that there was no interagency group or special operations plan to take on the task of finding and eliminating Saddam's WMD. By default, CENTCOM, as the combatant command, was stuck with the mission in a combat scenario. Franks and his planners realized they needed to incorporate the seizure of suspected WMD sites into the final war plan for Iraq. When CENTCOM requested a list of the suspected sites, they received a list of 900 potential WMD facility locations compiled by the Defense Intelligence Agency containing input from some of the other national intelligence agencies. CENTCOM planners then began to prioritize those suspected sites based on their size, composition, and assessed viability and lethality. The final product was entitled the Weapons of Mass Destruction Master Site List and was incorporated into the final war planning effort for Operation Plan 1003V. The result: Little Phase 4 and WMD planning. By late August 2002, Franks and CENTCOM had made headway in persuading U.S. leaders to accept the hybrid concept, but had become thoroughly frustrated with what they viewed as micromanagement from the Office of the SecDef on all aspects of the plan. Rumsfeld's iterative demands for reductions in troop levels and deployment timelines had consumed 9 months of CENTCOM's planning time, and yet had resulted in a prospective invasion force Franks and his commanders believed might be insufficient for the job. Despite the functional, if somewhat strained, working relationships Franks developed with the SecDef and other senior decision-makers, he was frustrated by his inability to educate them about the minimum requirements to ensure success in toppling Saddam Hussein's regime, a frustration Third Army leaders shared. Most importantly, though, the intense focus in the planning process on the invasion itself meant that only a relatively small amount of attention had been paid to Phase 4, the period of post-conflict activities when the U.S.-led coalition would be shepherding a new Iraqi state into being. At the time 1003V was issued formally to the CENTCOM components in October 2002, there was only a sparse outline for post-hostility plans apart from redeployment operations and nascent plans to secure the Iraqi regime's suspected WMD stockpiles. The Strategic Situation in Iraq, page 43. In retrospect, the most significant aspect of the Iraq invasion planning was not the shortage of troops or the lack of Phase 4 planning, but rather the gaping holes in what the U.S. military knew about Iraq. This ignorance included Iraqi politics, society, and government, gaps that led the United States to make some deeply flawed assumptions about how the war was likely to unfold. One reason for the U.S. military's problematic intelligence preparation of the battlefield, or IPB, was the lack of reliable sources on the inner workings of the regime and Iraqi society. Analysis on Iraq in the interwar period focused principally on Iraq's WMD program and the positioning of large Iraqi military formations and major weapon systems. Little emphasis was placed on examining Iraqi society in anything more than a cursory sense. What little information available about the sustainability of the Ba'ath regime and the Iraqis' willingness to support regime change came primarily from the Iraqi expatriate community. Apart from having agendas that did not necessarily align with U.S. policy interests, or Iraqi national interests for that matter, the expatriates tended to be disconnected from the Iraqi population that had remained behind and suffered under Saddam Hussein's rule. The highly compartmentalized war planning also made it difficult for CENTCOM to integrate additional sources of information into assessments of Iraq's societal and military characteristics. CENTCOM and its partners identified some groups and populations within Iraq that were probably willing to assist the ground invasion as it moved northward. Some were resistance groups in the Kurdish and Shia populations who had armed themselves against the Ba'ath, while most of Iraq's Shia were expected to provide at least passive support to military efforts to decapitate the regime. While U.S. military estimates pointed out some of the Iraqi opposition groups were, quote, generally skeptical of the U.S. commitment to regime change, end quote, they expected that the coalition could take key actions to demonstrate its resolve and motivate latent opposition groups, such as the destruction of select, highly visible regime security forces, Ba'ath Party headquarters, and other symbols of regime power. Other actions that CENTCOM thought might embolden indigenous resistance groups involved efforts to encourage the capitulation of large segments of Iraq's army and, of course, regime removal. Not all of the military assessments of Iraqi society's likely response to the invasion were so sanguine. CENTCOM planners reviewed the reactions of Iraqi society to Operation Desert Storm and discovered some unnerving lessons for the 2002 war plan. One was an invasion might ignite a sectarian bloodbath as the Iraqi factions retaliated against each other in post-Saddam Hussein Iraq, with widespread reprisal attacks beginning immediately after the collapse of the regime. Unfortunately, these dissenting assessments had little impact on planning for the invasion and its aftermath. Iraqi military capabilities and intentions. Despite some of the shortcomings in the IPB analysis, CENTCOM built an extensive assessment of the Iraqi regime's defense plans and capabilities based on Iraqi military defense plans in CENTCOM's possession. CENTCOM described Iraq's defense and security apparatus in terms of concentric rings of defense, the center of which was Baghdad. The outer ring was comprised of the Iraqi army, while the interior rings were comprised of the Republican Guard, Special Republican Guard, Special Security and Intelligence Organizations, and Ba'ath Party militia and Special Intelligence Services at the center. The purpose of these forces was to protect Saddam Hussein, his inner circle, and Baghdad in that order. CENTCOM also expected Saddam to use chemical weapons at various points to delay or fix coalition forces outside of Baghdad while the inner ring consolidated to defend the city. Thus, CENTCOM assessed that the operational center of gravity for the Iraqi defense was the Special Security Organizations, Special Republican Guard, and the Republican Guard forces in the vicinity of Baghdad, along with Saddam's surface-to-surface missile inventory. Even though CENTCOM judged that Saddam had a coherent defense plan for Baghdad, they believed his military forces had significant operational weaknesses. United Nations or UN sanctions, Saddam's distrust of his own forces, and Operations Northern Watch and Southern Watch may have degraded the capabilities of the Iraqi Air Force, Army, and air defense systems. CENTCOM also had some information on what they labeled Saddam's, quote, vanity forces, end quote, including the Quds Force, not to be confused with the Iranian regime organization of the same name, and the Fedayeen Saddam. Some sources suggested that the Quds Force was a National Guard-like force of lightly trained Iraqi volunteers whose purpose was to defend their locales from any outside incursion. The Fedayeen were another matter, as they were led by Saddam's eldest son, Uday Hussein, known for his sociopathic tendencies and mental instability. The Fedayeen did not seem to have a place within the tightly controlled security structure Saddam had built around himself. Some reports noted that the Fedayeen were an unconventional force trained in guerrilla tactics with a, quote, golden company, end quote, devoted to suicide missions, but CENTCOM had few details about the unit's size, strength, and mission. Additionally, because the Fedayeen were managed by Uday, U.S. analysts considered them a token force with which Uday could cement his place in his father's regime, rather than a viable defense mechanism. The regime's strategic perspective. Political and military matters were intrinsically mixed in the Iraqi regime. Saddam Hussein's concerns about assassination and remaining in power translated into a focus on internal security and a proliferation of competing paramilitary and intelligence entities. Moreover, Iraqi society had undergone some fundamental changes since 1991 that affected both how it behaved and how Saddam prepared to respond to that behavior. In the early 2000s, Saddam's primary concern remained internal threats, both from disaffected segments of Iraqi society and from prospective insider coup attempts by Ba'ath Party rivals or the Iraqi military. Saddam's secondary concern was regional threats, Iran and Israel foremost among them. The threat posed by an American-led coalition ranked only third on Saddam's list of dangers to his rule. Because his first priority was to counter any further 1991-style uprisings from Iraq's Kurdish or Shia populations, Saddam distributed the bulk of the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard in northern and southern Iraq. He also sent his intensely loyal paramilitary forces to locations in southern Iraq to prevent the population there from rebelling. Saddam addressed his second defense priority, Iran, by deploying other regular army units along Iraq's southeastern border and highways to prevent Iran from taking advantage of any civil chaos. In truth, the capabilities of Iraqi conventional forces were even more degraded than CENTCOM assessed. The more professional, conventional military forces tried to modernize and reset their formations while dealing with continuous reductions in resources and the Iraqi Military-Industrial Commission's inability to deliver specialized secret weapons for Saddam. Because Saddam created an environment in which he generally received only positive information, Iraqi army leaders were reluctant to communicate the true state of their diminished forces' capabilities. The command, control, and communications networks across different Iraqi security services, too, were not nearly as coherent or organized as analysts thought them to be, reflecting Saddam's wariness of any well-coordinated security force structure that might coherently mount a coup attempt. Instead, he deliberately inhibited communication between the regular army and the Republican Guard, and he forbade the Republican Guard from operating inside Baghdad. The Special Republican Guard, the only conventional military force he authorized to operate within Baghdad city limits, was expressly forbidden from communicating with other Iraqi forces. U.S. military analysts may have overestimated some of Iraq's military capabilities, but they underestimated others. During the course of Operations Northern Watch and Southern Watch, Saddam's forces became adept at using mobile weapons systems, hide sites, and caches that were not easily detected or tracked. It was, however, the overlooked so-called vanity forces that would create the most pressing difficulties for the coalition invasion. Movements and capabilities of paramilitary forces like the Fedayeen were also difficult to detect, and the secrecy in which they operated precluded adequate information on their composition, strength, and activities. Finally, beyond the regime's politics and security apparatus, Iraqi society was not particularly well primed for a second American invasion. The U.S. failure to support the Kurdish and Shia uprisings in 1991 had left Saddam's regime free to brutally repress them. There had been no equivalent to Operation Provide Comfort for Iraq's Shia, many of whom remained deeply angry and skeptical about U.S. intentions. The UN sanctions on the regime had also taken a significant toll on the Iraqi public's goodwill toward the international community and the United States and the United Kingdom in particular. The sanctions not only reduced the amount of humanitarian aid that reached needed Iraqi citizens, but also allowed Saddam to control the delivery of aid and, in so doing, to solidify his power base. Saddam's propaganda placed much of the blame for the sanctions squarely on the United States. As a result, significant portions of the Iraqi population became embittered and hardened against the perceived source of their suffering, the United States. The sanctions also made it difficult for well-educated Iraqis to make a reasonable living, and many of them had no choice but to leave Iraq. The mass departures of Iraq's intelligentsia effectively removed most of the political opposition to the regime. Iraqis were not, then, a population that would necessarily welcome a coalition liberation with open arms. Instead, they were a segmented population with pockets of people who were very suspicious of Western intentions for their country. Saddam's WMD deception program. Saddam had indeed used chemical weapons in the past, but, unknown to the rest of the world, had dismantled almost all of his WMD program and stockpiles by 1999. Why, then, did he go to such lengths to encourage the world to believe that he still had them, or, at the very least, that he retained some clandestine WMD capability? We now know Saddam believed he had to convince both his rivals inside Iraq and his regional adversaries that he retained the capability to make and use WMD to deter attacks from inside and outside Iraq, even as he struggled to persuade the rest of the international community that the program no longer existed. Saddam had used chemical weapons against Iran and the Kurds in the 1980s to demonstrate not only that he maintained a chemical weapons stockpile, but also that he would not hesitate to use them if he believed the survival of his regime was at stake. Privately, Saddam told his inner circle afterward that simply threatening to use chemical weapons would achieve the desired psychological impact on his adversaries. Quote, "I mean, sometimes what you get out of a chemical weapon is when you keep saying, 'I will bomb you.' It is better than bombing him, actually. It is possible that when you bomb him, the material effect will be 40%, but if you stick it up to his face, the material and spiritual or psychological effect will be 60%. So why hit him? Keep getting 60%. End quote. Saddam frequently reminded his close advisors that Iraq was in an environment where even perceived vulnerabilities could draw attackers. Ultimately, he wanted to retain the ability to reinitiate his WMD program once the sanctions had ended in order to maintain the internal and external security of his Ba'ath regime. Thus, his goal between 1991 and 2003 was to encourage the international community to remove the UN sanctions and simultaneously keep a repository of scientific expertise. He organized several front companies, engineered UN oil for food program contracts, and created separate protocols outside of the UN with other countries to continue trade under the sanctions regime. The UN sanctions also permitted Iraq to maintain and build weapons delivery systems with a range under 150 kilometers, thereby allowing Iraq to keep its weapons manufacturing infrastructure intact and to keep the human capital to run it. Saddam also kept all of his nuclear weapons scientists in the country and continued researching a nuclear weapons capability in the 1990s. Finally, Saddam did take steps to destroy his chemical weapons stockpile after the 1991 Gulf War, but he maintained the expertise necessary to create chemical agents and construct chemical weapons. The invading U.S. and coalition troops would later discover remnants of these Iraqi chemical weapons stockpiles. Iraq and terrorism. In the interwar period, Saddam dabbled in financing terrorist organizations and preparing his special intelligence and security services to conduct terrorist attacks. As he did so, Saddam was careful to avoid overt relations with terrorist groups and provided no direct support to al-Qaeda, whose ambitions for an Islamic caliphate clashed with his own desire to preserve his regime in Iraq. Saddam had better relations with other terrorist organizations. Although he did not sponsor terrorist organizations on his own soil, he did provide financial support to some terrorist groups in the decade prior to Operation Iraqi Freedom, including the Abu Nidal Organization, Egyptian Islamic Jihad, the Palestinian Liberation Front, and Hamas. Saddam was particularly interested in supporting Palestinian terrorist groups and had a long-standing relationship with Hamas, through whom he funded families of suicide bombers who attacked Israel. In exchange for Iraqi support, Saddam expected these groups to follow guidance from Baghdad when required. In the early 2000s, Saddam and his security and intelligence directorates became keenly interested in using assassinations, suicide bombings, and improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, against Iraqi opposition groups and Iranian targets. To that end, Saddam's Ghafiqi project, nested within the Iraqi Intelligence Services, or IIS, began recruiting suicide bombers from other countries, while special mission units in the IIS Criminology, or M16 Directorate, received training on building car bombs and other IEDs. The IIS worked extensively to perfect IED construction, analyze the technical aspects of terrorist attacks, and conduct lessons learned sessions for failed operations and explosive uses. At the same time, the IIS Directorate of Liberation Movements, or M8, hosted Palestinian, Lebanese, Libyan, Syrian, and North African fighters in paramilitary training camps and proposed in its 2002 annual report to activate another training camp for an Arab Liberation Front inside Iraq. The Fedayeen Saddam benefited from Saddam's growing interest in using terrorism domestically and abroad. In 1999, Saddam decided that he would assign the top 10 recruits from each Fedayeen class to conduct operations in Europe against Iraqi opposition leaders, with Ahmad Chalabi explicitly among the targets. Other Fedayeen were designated for operations in the Kurdish regions of Iraq and Iran. Saddam later outfitted the Fedayeen's Golden Company to wage war against any rebellion or uprising that might occur inside Iraq, to include one that might arise with support from an American invasion. The Golden Company's primary tactic was suicide bombings using vests or other similar mechanisms. There was one independent Islamic terrorist organization known to be operating on Iraqi territory. Ansar al-Islam, an affiliate of al-Qaeda, was engaged in an active war with the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, as the terrorist group attempted to expand its territory beyond a small corner of Sulaymaniyah province. After Saddam attacked the northeastern Iraqi Kurdish town of Halabja with chemical weapons in 1988, many of the Kurds in the area fled across the border to Iran, where an extremist Sunni Kurdish cleric, Sheikh Abd al-Latif, convinced a number of the refugees that jihad was the proper response. His adherents returned to Halabja under the leadership of another extremist cleric, Mullah bin Abdulaziz, and together they formed the Islamic Movement of Kurdistan, or IMK. In the 1990s, the IMK took advantage of the civil war between the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and PUK to expand its influence from Halabja into other areas of Sulaymaniyah and eventually into parts of Erbil. Military pressure from the PUK later fractured the IMK into several splinter groups, some of which became hardened Salafis and developed relationships with al-Qaeda. With al-Qaeda's encouragement, these organizations merged in September 2001 into a single group that eventually became known as Ansar al-Islam. Al-Qaeda leaders viewed the emergence of Ansar al-Islam as an opportunity to expand their foothold in the Middle East. Ansar al-Islam's leaders, Mullah Krekar and Abu Abdullah al-Shafi, worked openly with al-Qaeda, and al-Qaeda in turn provided resources, training, and guidance to the group, enabling it to carve out a miniature Islamic state in the Halabja area. From there, Shafi used his ties with Iraqi Salafis to grow Ansar al-Islam's support base further by incorporating underground Sunni extremist networks in Nineveh province. With the fall of the Taliban in late 2001, Ansar al-Islam sheltered a number of al-Qaeda members and affiliates fleeing Afghanistan. One of those who sought refuge with Ansar al-Islam was Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, who had served with al-Qaeda in Afghanistan but had been reluctant to swear fealty to al-Qaeda's senior leadership. Zarqawi's stubborn independence and international ambitions complicated Ansar al-Islam's efforts to establish an Islamic emirate in Kurdistan. The secular PUK viewed Ansar al-Islam and Zarqawi as a threat, particularly after the organization began targeting Kurdish civilians and PUK affiliates. Zarqawi also used the Ansar al-Islam infrastructure to conduct crude experiments with chemical and biological weapons, though the limitations of the group's facilities and his people's lack of chemical expertise constrained his efforts. One unintended consequence of these experiments was that they attracted the attention of Western and Middle Eastern security services that began targeting and detaining members of Zarqawi's network. The experiments brought Ansar al-Islam unwanted attention that would eventually lead the coalition, with support from the PUK, to destroy the group's Halabja safe haven, though the alliance between Ansar al-Islam's survivors and Zarqawi's fledgling Salafi group would become the core of al-Qaeda in Iraq. The dearth of information about Iraq's social dynamics and internal turmoil since the 1991 Gulf War led the United States to misjudge Iraqi military activities and to formulate policies and plans at odds with the reality of a deeply segmented and traumatized Iraqi society. U.S. policymakers and CENTCOM failed to account for the amount of distrust Iraqis felt toward the United States because of the 1991 uprising and the 1990s sanctions regime. Flawed U.S. assumptions about how the Iraqi people and state institutions would respond to regime decapitation led to inadequate preparation for post-regime governance and stability requirements. At the same time, while the national intelligence agencies and CENTCOM were aware that Saddam had no direct ties to al-Qaeda at the time of the 9/11 attacks, they were largely unaware of his indigenous paramilitary capability to conduct terrorist attacks. They were also unaware that he had focused his regime's security forces almost exclusively against internal threats rather than against external adversaries. Finally, CENTCOM was aware of Ansar al-Islam's activities in northern Iraq, but did not appreciate how far the group's networks extended into the broader Iraqi Salafi community, or that Islamist militancy had gained a significant foothold in northern and western Iraq. Within the DoD itself, structural stovepipes inhibited information sharing and inclusive planning, and when combined with Rumsfeld's managerial style and the personality conflicts among key leaders, resulted in a tightly compartmentalized planning process that focused too heavily on major combat operations and was not coordinated across DoD or the broader U.S. government. The quick tactical victory over the Taliban and al-Qaeda in Afghanistan in late 2001 seemed to validate Rumsfeld's views about the future of warfare and convinced him and others that a small U.S. force aided by indigenous fighters and air power could replicate the feat in Iraq. The Secretary's continual downward pressure on CENTCOM's force requirements for the invasion and its aftermath resulted in a plan that, when executed, would speedily topple Saddam Hussein's brittle regime, but would prove unequal to the task of consolidating a tactical military victory. End of Chapter 2, Regime Change. Chapter 3, Maneuvering into Position. Page 55. Throughout the fall of 2002, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, and Fifth Corps refined and rehearsed their war plans for regime change in Iraq. In the last few months before the invasion, CENTCOM and CFLCC confronted some mandated additions and challenges that consumed a substantial amount of their planning energy. The focus on weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, as the casus belli for war would require additional forces to secure Saddam Hussein's suspected WMD sites, while a late-breaking early regime collapse scenario would alter the force structure for the invasion and change how the Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, deployed forces to the theater. A policy decision to develop an expatriate Iraqi military force to serve as an Iraqi face on the liberation would draw a mixture of support and ire from the agencies and military units planning the invasion. Turkey's 11th-hour refusal to allow the coalition to cross Turkish territory would have profound consequences for the invasion and its aftermath. In light of these distractions, military planning for Phase 4 was a late, uncoordinated effort, with U.S. strategic and operational headquarters so consumed by moving forces and finalizing plans that they gave little attention to what might occur after the fall of Baghdad. In contrast, Saddam's preparations to confront the coalition forces were virtually non-existent until December 2002. Although Ba'athist militias and Iranian regime-sponsored militant groups were well prepared for the American-led offensive, Saddam failed to prepare his military until just weeks before the operation, a result of his disbelief that the United States would actually invade Iraq. Not until the eve of the invasion did Saddam reposition some of his forces south and reinforce the vulnerable Iraqi southern cities with his loyalist paramilitary forces, including the Fedayeen Saddam and the Ba'ath Party militia. The Ground Forces Prepare for War. Page 55. Lieutenant General David McKiernan takes command. As U.S. war planning intensified in the late summer of 2002 and the main effort began to shift the tactical headquarters that would execute the invasion under the CFLCC, General Tommy Franks decided to remove his CFLCC commander, Lieutenant General Paul Mikolasek, who was responsible for overseeing the conflict in Afghanistan and preparing for combat in Iraq. Mikolasek had disagreed with Franks about the prosecution of the war in Afghanistan, and Franks had expressed his frustration with Mikolasek, considering him too cautious to oversee an aggressive invasion campaign. Two important changes followed from the decision to remove Mikolasek. First, the Office of the SecDef, seconded by Franks, proposed setting up a separate combined joint task force for Afghanistan and the war on terrorism so that CFLCC could focus entirely on Iraq for the time being. Second, Franks received permission to replace Mikolasek as CFLCC commander with Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan. McKiernan, then serving as the Army's Operations Officer, or G3, had most recently commanded the 1st Cavalry Division and was familiar with the Iraq invasion plan. He had also served in the Gulf War and Bosnia. Although Franks and McKiernan had not previously worked together, McKiernan's rapport with General Eric Shinseki, combined with his reputation for being cool under fire, had earned him Franks's respect. McKiernan's appointment as the new CFLCC commander signaled to CFLCC forces that the invasion of Iraq was near certain to occur. At the CFLCC headquarters, he welcomed a number of new senior staff officers hand-picked by the Army's senior leadership to prosecute the war, including Major General William Fuzzy Webster as McKiernan's deputy, Brigadier General James Spider Marks as his intelligence director, and Major General James D. Thurman as his operations chief. The 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, was also placed under CFLCC's tactical control, meaning the MEF and its new commander, Marine Lieutenant General James Jim Conway, effectively worked for McKiernan, allowing the CFLCC commander to plan a land campaign as a coalition and a joint component command. By October 22nd, McKiernan relocated the entire CFLCC headquarters from Fort McPherson, Georgia, to Camp Doha, Kuwait. He then began a series of exercises that led to CFLCC's operational plan for the invasion, which he named Cobra II after General Omar Bradley's operation to liberate France in 1944. CENTCOM, meanwhile, was finalizing Operations Plan 1003V. As CENTCOM officers worked with CFLCC and Coalition Forces Air Component Command, or CFACC, on its details, it became apparent that the hybrid plan did not afford the coalition the element of tactical surprise that Generated START had offered. As a result, CENTCOM decided to revert to the original Generated START plan that called for initiating the air and ground campaigns simultaneously in hope of building surprise back into the invasion. Shaping Operations. CENTCOM's plans for the shaping operations that would precede the main invasion consisted of 3 components: special operations to destroy the long-range ballistic missiles the coalition believed the Iraqi regime possessed, a link-up with indigenous militias and resistance organizations in Iraq, and strategic communications aimed at Saddam's regular army forces. Part of 5th Special Forces Group would enter western Iraq to find and neutralize Saddam's suspected long-range ballistic missile sites in order to prevent him from launching missiles at Israel. The remainder of 5th Group would move from Kuwait into southern Iraq to make contact with Iraqi Shia resistance groups and seize the bridgeheads near Nasiriyah in order to prevent Saddam's forces from destroying them and slowing the main invasion forces' advance. The 10th Special Forces Group would insert units into northern Iraq and link up with Kurdish Peshmerga militias, secure the northern oil fields near Kirkuk, and prevent Kurdish incursions south of the Green Line. These unconventional operations were to be followed by a two-pronged supporting effort. First, CFACC would begin a bombing campaign to destroy Iraq's air defense systems as well as prominent symbols of the regime. The intent of destroying those key regime nodes was not only to create confusion and disarray among Iraq's command hierarchy, but also to prevent a Fortress Baghdad scenario in which the regime might consolidate its forces in a defense in depth of Baghdad. Concurrent with the air campaign, the coalition would mount information operations to erode the resolve of the Iraqi military and encourage them to surrender. These efforts would set conditions for coalition maneuver forces to begin operations to destroy the Republican Guard and other loyalist military forces and topple the regime. Major combat operations. Although CENTCOM had overall responsibility for the timing of major combat operations and the plan to position units in theater, CFLCC, 5th Corps, and 1st MEF were ultimately responsible for developing the ground forces' scheme of maneuver. In CENTCOM's 1003V plan, the stated objective for the ground component was to isolate the regime and defeat the Iraqi Regular Army and Republican Guard forces. According to the operations order for CFLCC's Cobra II, first issued in October 2002, 1st MEF was the main effort for the first part of the invasion. It was tasked to seize the Talil airfield, establish a bridgehead on the Euphrates River at Nasiriyah, defeat or fix any remaining Iraqi 3rd or 4th Corps units in southern Iraq, and set conditions to conduct decisive operations north and west of the Euphrates River. At the same time, 5th Corps would continue flowing into Kuwait, and upon 1st MEF's completion of these tasks, would become the main effort as 5th Corps advanced to defeat the Republican Guard's Medina Division and other security forces and isolate Baghdad. The CFLCC operations order also instructed 5th Corps to be prepared to exploit sudden regime collapse with rapid ground maneuver to Baghdad. The key task for both 5th Corps and 1st MEF after they isolated Baghdad from two directions was to remove the regime from power. The 5th Corps was tasked with defeating the Iraqi army in southern Iraq and the Republican Guard near Baghdad. The Corps' scheme of maneuver would begin with Apache helicopter attacks against the Medina Division, followed by ground maneuvers to destroy the Medina and secure key terrain at the Karbala Gap, a critical avenue of approach to Baghdad from the southwest near Lake Razaza. Because defeating the Medina Division and other Iraqi forces would require a rapid advance to the Karbala Gap, and the Iraqis were expected to welcome the U.S. presence and offer little resistance, 5th Corps instructed its mechanized forces, the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st Armored Division, to bypass the southern Iraqi cities quickly, rather than enter them to clear enemy forces. 5th Corps also tasked the 101st Airborne Division to seize Saddam International Airport in Baghdad as a critical element of isolating the capital. Two war games in December 2002 and late January 2003 convinced McKiernan to reconsider this scheme and make 5th Corps, the mechanized force, the main effort for the entire mission, given that it could cover Iraq's terrain more quickly than the 1st MEF's light infantry forces. The Winter War Games also highlighted for coalition commanders that their advance could be delayed if the Iraqis destroyed the bridges along the main routes of attack in southern Iraq, and as a result, CFLCC and 5th Corps allocated additional forces to secure those bridgeheads. While the war games proved useful in refining the tactical plan, they reinforced flawed assumptions about Iraqi capabilities. In particular, they overestimated the effectiveness of the Iraqi conventional military forces. CFLCC and 5th Corps did not account for the impact of sanctions on the capabilities of Iraq's military, and the simulated Iraqi units that CFLCC and 5th Corps fought in the exercises were full-strength, fully coordinated formations that were assumed to be able to conduct brigade, division, and, on occasion, corps-level operations. As a result, the exercises led analysts, operations officers, and commanders to focus on finding and destroying conventional formations and equipment. The simulations used in the run-up to the invasion also pitted ground forces against a new enemy, the, quote, contemporary operating environment opposing force, end quote, that departed from Cold War enemy models in that it was an amalgamation of conventional and paramilitary forces. The latter sought to draw U.S. forces into complex urban terrain to wear them down there rather than engage them in direct combat on a battlefield devoid of civilians. In addition to the greater numbers of unconventional forces, the new enemy simulations included fractured social institutions in an attempt to replicate the battlefield complexities U.S. forces had experienced in Bosnia and Kosovo. The new virtual opposing force was certainly more appropriate than the Cold War-era situations, but it had the side effect of reinforcing the U.S. military aversion to urban combat and seemingly validated a scheme of maneuver that called for coalition troops to bypass rather than clear Iraq's southern population centers en route to Baghdad. The differences between the capabilities of the contemporary operating environment opponent force and the Iraqi military were significant enough to raise questions about the usefulness of the exercises and the time and energy spent adjusting the plans as a result of them. The exercises also tended to create unlikely scenarios, particularly where force composition was concerned. During Victory Scrimmage, the 5th Corps war game of January to February 2003, all 5 Army divisions on the deployment list, the 3rd Infantry Division, the 101st Airborne Division, the 1st Cavalry Division, 1st Armored Division, and 4th Infantry Division, participated in the exercise. This wargame was designed to train 5th Corps how to command and control the maximum number of units possible, even though, as 101st Airborne Division Commander Major General David Petraeus pointed out, it was becoming increasingly unlikely the invasion could involve more than 3. In the end, Victory Scrimmage created confusion about the division of responsibility across an unrealistically crowded theater, and even more uncertainty about deployment timelines. The late pre-war exercises also favored the traditional idea of corps-level deep attacks with helicopters against major enemy formations. Despite the disappointing results of Task Force Hawk 3 years before, the aviation community believed a new training regimen, an upgraded aircraft in the form of the Apache Longbow helicopter. Better organization had eliminated the difficulties, and a 5th Corps exercise using live-fire munitions on a range in Poland was deemed to validate the deep attack concept. Consequently, CFLCC and 5th Corps retained deep aviation attacks as part of the scheme of maneuver. Planning for Baghdad. The Joint Staff issued planning guidance on May 20, 2002, directing CENTCOM to begin developing plans for the liberation of Baghdad, after which CENTCOM passed the task on to CFLCC. The task came as no surprise, but presented some difficulties. The simulation exercises for Iraq had raised fears that urban combat in Baghdad could resemble that in the city of Grozny in the Chechen Republic or Mogadishu in Somalia. 2 urban warfare conferences held separately by the Marines and Army in the fall of 2002 concluded that the invasion plans at that time did not sufficiently account for how to seize and secure Baghdad itself. McKiernan shared some of these concerns and, during the last 2 months before the invasion, instructed 5th Corps to draw up more detailed plans for urban operations in and around Baghdad. Within 5th Corps, the task eventually fell to Major General Ricardo Sanchez and the 1st Armored Division, a unit that SecDef Donald Rumsfeld had apparently decided not to include in the initial invasion force. Drawing on exercises and works that included Roger Spiller's Sharp Corners, 5th Corps and the 1st Armored Division developed a Baghdad security plan that included a graphical dissection of the city to allow air and ground units to pinpoint critical locations. It contained details about Baghdad's subterranean landscape, the locations and conditions of electrical and sewer systems, and how money flowed in and out of the city. These extensive urban preparations for Baghdad provided a baseline for some of the missions 5th Corps and 1st MEF units would assume in the city after the fall of the regime. Turkey, the northern option. In spring 2002, CENTCOM had conceived an idea to use psychological operations to deceive the Iraqi military into believing that the United States would send ground forces through Turkey to attack Iraq, a mission that CENTCOM judged could be performed by the 10th Special Forces Group. However, after a May 2002 session with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or CJCS, and some of the combatant commanders, held in the Joint Chiefs Pentagon conference room known as the Tank, CENTCOM recognized that more forces might be required in northern Iraq, particularly if the psychological operations failed to convince the Iraqi army units there to capitulate. In conjunction with European Command, or EUCOM, CENTCOM began to look at options to move another U.S. division through Turkey in order to augment the 10th Special Forces Group. Using Turkish territory to stage a large invasion force would require consent from the newly elected Turkish government of Recep Erdogan and his Justice and Development Party, a group with longtime ties to the Muslim Brotherhood. Because Turkey, a North Atlantic Treaty Organization or NATO member, was within EUCOM's area of responsibility, EUCOM was in charge of Operation Northern Watch and for operations in northern Iraq. With the permission of Turkish authorities, EUCOM deployed 2,200 soldiers of the 1st Infantry Division to Turkey by January 2003 to arrange maintenance, logistics, and other support for the U.S. and coalition troops that needed to move along a 700-kilometer-long supply line across Turkey to the Iraqi border, a major logistical challenge. Once the logistical basics were in place, it was then time to designate the forces to invade from Turkey and obtain Turkish government support to use its territory for the invasion. The units designated for the Turkish front were the 4th Infantry Division from Fort Hood, Texas, and the 173rd Airborne Brigade based in Vicenza, Italy. The 5th Corps did not practice, exercise, or otherwise discuss operations with the 4th Infantry Division because of its assumption that those units would advance from the north and thus be out of the 5th Corps area of responsibility. It did, however, draw up contingency plans for the 4th Infantry Division's possible redirection to Kuwait in the event that the Turkish government denied the use of its territory for the invasion. In that case, Wallace and McKiernan decided that they would, quote, plug them in wherever they could plug them in, end quote. Alterations to the plan, WMD, regime collapse, and the Free Iraqi Forces. Military planners and U.S.-based analysts had long believed a red line existed in Iraq that, once crossed by coalition forces, would trigger Saddam's use of chemical weapons. Therefore, the invasion plan allowed for the possibility that coalition units would need to undergo decontamination and react to attacks by WMD. However, CENTCOM and CFLCC did not assign an organization to secure Iraq's presumed WMD until 3 months before the invasion, even though the Iraqis' alleged nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons stockpiles were the U.S. casus belli. The U.S. interagency's list of 900 suspected WMD sites was too extensive for the CFLCC to secure with a small invasion force that needed to focus its combat power on destroying the Iraqi military and defeating the regime security forces in Baghdad. In December 2002, the 75th Field Artillery Brigade was designated as the unit responsible for this mission and renamed the 75th Exploitation Task Force, or XTF. Once assigned to CFLCC, the 75th Brigade divided the 200 personnel assigned to the mission into sensitive site exploitation teams and mobile exploitation teams, then linking up with other U.S. government agencies to gather the information necessary to fulfill its new mission. The 75th Field Artillery Brigade also participated in CFLCC's Lucky Warrior exercise in February 2003, but the late notice the brigade received, combined with its lack of WMD expertise and the sheer volume of the suspected sites, would quickly overwhelm the 75th once Saddam's regime fell. Like other post-war planning entities, the 75th Field Artillery Brigade was not sufficiently resourced or integrated within enough time to achieve its objectives. In December 2002, analysts again received increasing indications that the Iraqi regime was on the verge of internal collapse. These circumstances led CENTCOM to develop contingency plans for an early regime collapse scenario that was similar to Running Start. Among other things, the analysts suspected that the growing political pressure on the regime and the buildup of coalition troops in Kuwait were leading to a prospective coup attempt or internal revolt. They believed that once Saddam was removed from power, the Iraqi army would capitulate and Saddam's more loyal military forces, including the Republican Guard, would fall into disarray and confusion, providing CENTCOM with a small window of opportunity in which to complete the destruction of the regime. Coalition airstrikes would sever Saddam's remaining command and control nodes and destroy any Republican Guard units that attempted to mount a defense. The 5th Corps would then race toward Baghdad as Special Operations Forces moved to seize Saddam International Airport. A brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division would relieve the Special Operations Forces in place as 5th Corps units surrounded Baghdad. Once conditions were set, CFLCC would relocate its headquarters to the secured Saddam International Airport. Like 1003V and Cobra II, This branch plan assumed risk along the lines of communications near the urban centers because of the need for an expeditious movement to Baghdad. The introduction of the early regime collapse scenario at the operational level significantly affected the composition of the invasion force. The units selected to participate in the invasion were separated and sequenced for deployment in a manner that would fulfill CENTCOM and CFLCC's desire to have greater flexibility earlier in the campaign. The initial invasion force was reduced to only the 3rd Infantry Division, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment, a reinforced brigade combat team from the 101st Airborne Division, and 1st MEF. These invading units would be followed by the 1st Armored Division, the rest of the 101st Airborne Division, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, or ACR, and the 1st Cavalry Division. Continual changes to the forces available for additional contingencies made it unclear what units came under 5th Corps' direct command. Another alteration to the invasion plan concerned an effort to create an Iraqi contingent for the invasion force. In spring 2002, Under SecDef for Policy Douglas Feith, in consultation with Iraqi expatriate leaders, became concerned about putting more of an Iraqi face on the invasion so that it would truly be seen as liberation rather than an occupation. Feith's idea was to recruit Iraqis living abroad to fight alongside the invading coalition forces, much like the Free French had helped liberate France in 1944, and, in fact, the Department of Defense, or DoD, dubbed the Iraqi unit the Free Iraqi Forces, or FIF. Recruitment efforts were directed at Iraqi expatriates in America and Western Europe, where thousands initially volunteered, including some from groups led by expatriate leaders Ahmad Chalabi and Ayad Alawi. However, turning volunteers into soldiers proved difficult. There were legal problems concerning how much the recruits could be paid, as well as law of war considerations about whether the FIF were legal combatants. These issues were superimposed over efforts to build a transitional Iraqi government in exile, also involving Chalabi and Alawi, and to link the FIF into that government. The amount of vetting required for each recruit was considerable, reducing the number that could be processed properly. Franks was not supportive of the effort, allocating little of his command's time or energy toward it and asking the office of the SecDef why he should be responsible for, quote, 5,000 Iraqis who would have given him the combat power of 150 U.S. soldiers, end quote. Of the 5,000 to 7,000 FIF soldiers envisioned in Feith's original concept, only a few hundred were ultimately vetted, trained, and sent to Iraq in time for the invasion and the post-regime stability phase. Deployment of the invasion force. As CENTCOM and CFLCC finalized their plans, coalition commanders waited anxiously for N-Day, the day that the president would notify them when the invasion would occur, with the deployment order that would initiate movement into Kuwait in accordance with the Time-Phased Force and Deployment Data, or TPFDD, to follow shortly thereafter. Uncertain of the operation's start date, the coalition's ground force commanders were concerned they might not be able to build up the required force in time to conduct the invasion on the president's timeline. Therefore, they used some innovative ways to pre-position forces in Kuwait in advance of N-Day. Beginning in September 2002, CFLCC, 5th Corps, and 1st MEF used a series of scheduled exercises as cover to move units into theater ahead of the expected deployment order. By October 2002, portions of the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st MEF were in place in Kuwait to participate in scheduled training exercises and maneuvers. In October and November, CFLCC's exercise Lucky Warrior and CENTCOM's exercise Internal Look in Kuwait provided an opportunity for headquarters to prepare using an Iraq-based scenario and for the 3rd Infantry Division and portions of 1st MEF and 5th Corps to remain. While CFLCC and 5th Corps moved the key components of their ground forces into theater, CENTCOM worked to get its strategic-level assets in place. Under the cover of Internal Look, CFLCC's Lucky Warrior and a 5th Corps exercise called Juniper Cobra, CENTCOM discreetly deployed Patriot air defense batteries into Kuwait and Israel to defend against the Iraqi regime's short-range ballistic missiles and its suspected medium-range Scud and Hussein missiles. Finally, the Combined Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, used Operation Desert Spring to place part of 5th Special Forces Group in Kuwait. This flow of forces was interrupted, however, when Rumsfeld decided in early 2003 not to use the TPFDD and instead chose to deploy troops in a series of force packages, as he had done for Afghanistan. His decision to discard the TPFDD was driven by several factors. First, in order to forestall a preemptive Iraqi attack, as well as to show domestic and international audiences that the United States had given diplomacy every chance of success, Rumsfeld and Bush wished to delay any formal announcement of their intent to use military force in Iraq until the last possible moment. This was difficult to do once the very noticeable machinery of the TPFDD had been set in motion. They both also wanted to provide CENTCOM with greater flexibility earlier in the campaign to respond to the early regime collapse scenario if necessary. Finally, despite the value U.S. military leaders placed on the TPFDD, Rumsfeld believed the process was too cumbersome for the mobile, versatile force he envisioned. In Rumsfeld's view, the TPFDD was a symbol of some military leaders' stubborn resistance to his efforts to implement the revolution in military affairs. He, quote, always thought the military's requests for forces were off by a factor of 2 or 3. He saw himself as bringing discipline to the force deployment process, end quote, Secretary of the Army Thomas White later recalled. In order to control and limit the size of the invasion force, Rumsfeld required his commanders to submit a series of requests for forces, or RFFs, for his approval. The SecDef believed using RFFs would enable DoD to rearrange the flow of forces into theater more responsibly so that any units that were not needed could be easily scratched from the deployment list. The force package in each RFF was built around a U.S. Army Division, Armored Cavalry Regiment, or a Marine Corps equivalent. Enabler units, such as combat service support, field artillery, or military police, could be added or removed to the base force packages as needed. Each force package would require the approval of both Rumsfeld and Franks before its deployment. The RFF and force package model had some significant flaws, the biggest of which was that changes to the order in which combat units were scheduled to arrive would also alter the flow of logistical units and other enablers critical to building and sustaining CFLCC's combat power in theater. The sequence of arriving combat and sustainment forces changed numerous times based on when various divisions were required for the campaign. When Franks decided that he needed the 101st Airborne Division on the ground before the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, for example, the enablers for each unit could not be correspondingly rearranged. As a result, the enablers for the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment were in place when the 101st arrived in theater, but those for the 101st were not. The force package method also meant that Army units could be shuffled in the deployment order without accounting for the fact that many Army sustainment units were in direct or general support of CFS-OCC or Marine units. By late February 2003, the 3rd Infantry Division, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment, 2 brigades of the 101st Airborne Division, portions of 1st MEF, and the British 1st Armored Division had arrived in Kuwait, though some key pieces of those units were still moving into position. Portions of the 4th Infantry Division and the 1st Infantry Division were loading onto ships ahead of anticipated authorization to traverse Turkey for the invasion. The gathering of forces in Kuwait enabled the invasion force to begin rehearsals for N-Day. Although CENTCOM, CFLCC, and 5th Corps had conducted extensive rehearsals and exercises with each other, they had only infrequently incorporated the Marines and the British forces into joint and coalition rehearsals of the plan. Throughout February and March 2003, first CENTCOM and then CFLCC held a series of rehearsal of concept drills to ensure all U.S. components and the British forces were familiar with the plan, its changes, and its contingencies. On the eve of the invasion, CFLCC had slightly more than 3 divisions with which to destroy Iraq's military, topple the regime in Baghdad, and secure the country until follow-on forces and transitional authorities arrived in an incremental fashion. Despite McKiernan's request that the follow-on forces should be included in the invasion force, Franks and Rumsfeld decided in February 2003 that the 1st Armored Division and 1st Cavalry Division would not participate in the invasion itself, but would be used in its wake. The 1st Armored Division would deploy after the invasion, while the 1st Cavalry Division, unknown to McKiernan at the time, would not deploy to Iraq at all, but would be held for future contingency operations arising from escalating tensions on the Korean Peninsula. Planning for a post-regime Iraq. The responsibility for a post-regime Iraq was a contentious topic as invasion plans circulated among various government agencies. Not until summer 2002 did the National Security Council establish an executive steering group to manage planning for Iraq after Saddam. Participants included the Department of State, DoD, intelligence agencies, and the Office of the Vice President. The executive steering group loosely coordinated several initiatives to create the conditions for a democratic and stable post-Saddam Iraqi government. The State Department's Future of Iraq project aimed to identify Iraqi oppositionists who could help build a successor government and to study issues expected to be important in the new Iraq, such as oil and energy infrastructure, security forces, legal and judicial systems, and economics and trade. Alongside the Department of State, the U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, formed another working group focused on post-regime reconstruction tasks. Some leading Iraqi oppositionists, including Ahmad Chalabi, refused to participate, thus hampering these U.S.-led working groups. More importantly, the conferences and working groups themselves produced no plan, but rather a series of papers on Iraq that, while informative, were not linked directly to any action arm. Many of the working papers were based on the same flawed assumptions that influenced military plans for Phase 4, that Iraqis would welcome the United States as a liberating force, and that the Iraqi government would retain some functionality after the senior Ba'ath leadership was removed. As a result, the Executive Steering Group and its supporting working groups spent extensive time on building a humanitarian assistance package for Iraq, but comparatively little time on the functions of a post-regime government outside of the oil ministry. As the Executive Steering Group did its work, the Office of the SecDef was simultaneously working on its own post-war plan. Feith formed an Office of Special Plans under William "Bill" Luty to study the requirements of a successor Iraqi government, a task redundant and uncoordinated with the State Department's Future of Iraq project. Among other requirements, Luty's group judged that the U.S. military would need to remain in Iraq to support stability, governance, and reconstruction for several years. To remove the conflict of overlapping efforts, on January 20, 2003, Bush issued National Security Presidential Directive 24, designating DoD as the lead agency for post-war Iraq. The State Department and Powell were not pleased with this arrangement, particularly when DoD leaders declared their intention to put a U.S. embassy in Iraq under its control, a plan that the Office of the SecDef did not synchronize with any of the ongoing military planning for post-war Iraq. National Security Presidential Directive 24 also instructed DoD to establish an Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, that would oversee humanitarian assistance and some initial reconstruction efforts immediately following the invasion. To head ORHA, Rumsfeld selected retired Lieutenant General J. M. Garner as commander of Operation Provide Comfort, who had experience with humanitarian assistance in Iraq. As it formed in February to March 2003, Garner's group focused mostly on reconstruction planning, but without the resources of the U.S. interagency at its disposal. Instead, ORHA was expected to link its efforts with the Phase 4 planning already ongoing at CENTCOM and CFLCC. Late military planning for Phase 4. As the invasion approached, CENTCOM and CFLCC began to pay more attention to Phase 4 of the operation. However, the bulk of their planning remained staunchly based on deployment efforts and major combat operations, resulting in a number of belated, overlapping plans for Phase 4 at higher echelons, and almost no preparations for Phase 4 at the Corps level and below, where neither 5th Corps nor 1st MEF made time to develop Phase 4 plans. CENTCOM's planners expected Phase 4 to last approximately 2 years, and its concept was one of a military occupation force operating under an unspecified civilian authority. As CENTCOM envisioned it, the military occupation would consist of all 4 of the Army's civil affairs commands, the majority of which were Army Reserve units, arranged in geographical sectors covering Baghdad, Western Iraq, Northern Iraq, and Southern Iraq. These civil affairs commands would assist the civilian authority with reconstruction and humanitarian assistance, with Iraqi Army units assisting the civilian authority and civil affairs commands in providing security during the transition period after the collapse of the regime. As General Richard Myers saw it, however, Franks had little interest in Phase 4. In one December 2002 meeting, Myers was astonished by Franks' insistence that the invasion force's focus would not extend beyond taking Baghdad. CFLCC's post-invasion plan was more advanced than any of the other Phase 4 efforts. McKiernan and Wallace both assumed that CFLCC was the lead command in Iraq after major combat operations concluded. They expected that CFLCC would provide support to a joint and interagency coordination group to sustain humanitarian assistance operations, conduct critical life support infrastructure repair, destroy pockets of resistance, support an interim Iraqi security assistance force, and provide overall maintenance of general and public order as key Iraqi institutions were rehabilitated over a period of 5 to 7 months. After that period, CFLCC expected to become or to hand over its duties to the Combined Joint Task Force Iraq, or CJTFI, which would eventually transition its operations to Iraqis, non-governmental organizations, or international control over an additional 4 or 5 years. This CFLCC plan, upon which work was well underway in January 2003, was named Eclipse II after the Allied plan to occupy Germany in World War II. ORHA, meanwhile, was just getting on its feet when CFLCC issued its Eclipse II plan. Franks was delighted to have found someone willing to take responsibility for Phase 4 and equally pleased by the prospect of, quote, getting the interagency off his ass, end quote. Interestingly, Garner saw regime replacement, rather than humanitarian assistance, as the coalition's fundamental post-war task, and ORHA accordingly began developing plans to reform Iraq along political, economic, and security lines of operation. At the Pentagon, the sparseness of CENTCOM's Phase 4 planning had concerned Lieutenant General John Abizaid, director of the Joint Staff, who noted in September 2002 that CENTCOM's rudimentary plan was not sufficiently detailed or resourced to achieve the president's end state. He also noted the CENTCOM plan required every civil affairs soldier in the Army. To come up with something more effective, Abizaid detailed the Joint Staff J5, Lieutenant General George Casey, to work with CENTCOM to develop a more in-depth plan. At Casey's direction, the Joint Staff sent more than 50 personnel to CENTCOM under Brigadier General Stephen R. Hawkins to take charge of planning for post-major combat operations for Iraq. Designated as Joint Task Force 4, or JTF-4, Hawkins and his team arrived at CENTCOM in the third week of January 2003. JTF-4 and CENTCOM were immediately at odds owing to Hawkins' difficult manner and the challenges of integrating planning at so late a stage. JTF-4 deployed to Kuwait in late January and, after declining an offer from Garner to work under ORHA's auspices, Hawkins' group was eventually absorbed by CFLCC to augment its Phase 4 planning efforts. Other military Phase 4 efforts also began and ended in isolation as the United States ramped up for war. In October 2002, the Army G3 directed the Strategic Studies Institute, or SSI, to identify and evaluate prospective missions for ground forces in a post-regime Iraq. SSI responded with a report published in February 2003 that superimposed lessons learned from reconstruction operations in the Philippines, Germany, and Japan with some of the unique characteristics of Iraq's physical and social infrastructure to distill the most likely challenges ground forces would face after the fall of Saddam. In a detailed mission matrix for Iraq, the report identified probable key tasks for humanitarian assistance and reconstruction operations and recommended military and civilian organizations to achieve them. Unfortunately, the report came out less than a month prior to the invasion and was not incorporated into the ongoing Phase 4 planning efforts. By March 2003, EUCOM created its own Phase 4 organization, the Military Coordination and Liaison Command, or MCLC, to work with military and humanitarian assistance organizations and organize the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Iraq from the north. The MCLC was a small team commanded by Marine Lieutenant General Henry Pete Osman with 2 offices pre-positioned in the Kurdish region. These 6 overlapping military planning efforts for Phase 4 were insufficiently detailed and largely uncoordinated with interagency efforts or with each other. Most of the plans were based on the same flawed assumptions about the Iraqi government, people, and military that were contained in the larger invasion plan. The redundant groups created by DoD and the Joint Staff caused confusion about which one had primacy for post-war Iraq, and consequently diffused responsibility for the planning effort across commands. The Rumsfeld-Shinseki Showdown. While relations between the SecDef and the Army's senior leaders were already tense, Shinseki's February 24, 2003 testimony to the Senate Armed Services Committee brought them to the breaking point. In response to a question from Senator Carl Levin about the number of troops required for a post-invasion occupation force in Iraq, Shinseki estimated that the force required was, quote, something on the order of several 100,000 soldiers, end quote. He later explained to the SecDef that this open-ended answer was designed to permit him and Franks the, quote, maximum flexibility in arriving at the final number, end quote, of required forces. For Shinseki, the estimate was a simple matter of taking the force ratio he had seen that was required to secure Bosnia in 1997 and extrapolating it to the much larger Iraqi population and territory. Appearing before the same committee 2 days later, after privately requesting that Levin ask him the same question, White publicly endorsed Shinseki's estimate. The Army leader's public opinions differed sharply from those of Rumsfeld and Deputy SecDef Paul Wolfowitz and quickly caused a political storm. The following day, House Democrats accused Wolfowitz of, quote, concealing internal administration estimates on the cost of fighting and rebuilding the country, end quote, prompting the Deputy Secretary to retort that Shinseki's estimates were, quote, wildly off the mark, end quote. The very public disagreement between the Army and the Office of the SecDef over Rumsfeld's judgment that Iraq could be won with minimal money, energy, and forces ended with the removal of senior Army dissenters from the equation. The same day Wolfowitz rebutted Shinseki's troop estimate, Rumsfeld summoned White into his office and fired him, though White would nominally retain the post for a 2-month transition period. Shinseki, instead of being fired, was allowed to retire as scheduled in June. The Shinseki Office of the SecDef dispute came during a stormy week for the invasion's architects. On March 2nd, the day after Rumsfeld fired White, the Turkish parliament voted to deny the U.S. request to send ground forces through Turkey to attack across Iraq's northern border. Throughout January and February 2003, U.S. diplomats and representatives from EUCOM, CENTCOM, and Special Operations Command, or SOCOM, had worked with the Turkish military to define a package of benefits and concessions to entice Turkey to authorize the United States to use its territory without allowing the Turkish military to expand its military footprint in northern Iraq. However, a series of miscommunications and a fundamental misunderstanding of the ongoing internal power struggle between Recep Erdogan's Islamist government and the Turkish military resulted in U.S. leaders watching as the Turkish parliament unexpectedly disapproved U.S. basing rights by a mere 3 votes. Though CENTCOM and EUCOM were able to keep troops of the 1st Infantry Division along the Turkey-Iraq border, Turkey's denial of a northern route had a profound impact on the invasion and its aftermath. Iraq prepares for war. Page 69. As coalition units moved into position in Kuwait, CENTCOM, CFLCC, and 5th Corps refined their assessments of the Iraqi regime's likely defense plans. Upon the initiation of coalition air and ground attacks, they expected Saddam to disperse his forces, initiate his plan to defend Baghdad, activate the Iraqi Quds Force, and conduct either a defense of Baghdad in depth or a deliberate attack. They assessed that the most dangerous Iraqi course of action was a deliberate attack against Kuwait as coalition forces flowed into that country. The most likely course of action, however, was a defense in depth across southern Iraq, a scenario in which Saddam's main effort would likely consist of 6 of the regular army divisions positioned along the major highways leading to Baghdad. The 13 regular Army and Republican Guard divisions positioned along the Green Line would defend against any coalition attack from the north. CENTCOM anticipated that Saddam would use controlled flooding to delay the coalition ground forces and, after stopping them with flooding, use artillery and short-range missiles against them. CENTCOM also believed that Saddam would launch missiles against Israel to fracture the coalition politically and to attack the Kurds and Shia at any signs of uprising or collusion with the coalition ground attack. Finally, CENTCOM expected that as coalition forces approached Baghdad, Saddam would authorize the use of chemical weapons against them. CENTCOM and CFLCC were convinced that Saddam and his inner circle would fight intensely once coalition forces entered Baghdad, but that Iraqi forces outside of Baghdad would vary widely in their capability and will to fight. CENTCOM expected the Republican Guard to fight in company-sized units and perhaps even battalion formations, while the paramilitary forces would bolster the Iraqi army's smaller formations. The general expectation was that, even with a reduced invasion force, coalition military forces could achieve a rapid and decisive victory over the Iraqi security forces. Coalition leaders judged the most challenging fight would be the battle for Baghdad. Saddam's expectations. Saddam did not significantly alter Iraqi Army and Republican Guard plans for the defense of Iraq until the end of 2002. Although it was becoming apparent that a coalition invasion was imminent, Saddam's primary concerns remained: preventing internal regime collapse and preparing for a popular uprising. If the coalition did invade, Saddam expected only limited coalition military operations that would seize key terrain but not necessarily remove him from power. Therefore, while he anticipated some initial military defeats, he expected they would be followed by protracted military operations during which he could buy time and sue for peace with support from the international community. Saddam told his commanders to expect a considerable air campaign followed by a limited ground war, as in 1991, and warned them not to expect to be very mobile because of the air campaign. Once the air attacks and limited ground maneuvers concluded, however, Saddam anticipated that coalition operations would slow or come to a halt as the United States gauged the Iraqi regime's next move. On December 18, 2002, Saddam, through his second son, Qusay, ordered the Republican Guard to reorient their defensive posture along a series of concentric rings around Baghdad, based on the assumption that coalition forces would be worn out with fighting by the time they reached the outer ring. Qusay instructed the Republican Guard leadership to engage the American forces on the outer rings and gradually withdraw to the inner rings if defeated on the outer ones. If forced to withdraw into the city, the Republican Guard was directed to fight to the death. Despite these defensive orders, Saddam remained confident that he and his forces would survive long enough for him to encourage the United Nations or other international powers to intervene and halt the coalition advance. Saddam's optimism was reinforced by his ignorance of how decrepit and ineffective were his own forces. Over the years, his demands for positive information from his commanders had created a culture of rhetoric and reporting that was detached from reality, in which commanders who reported problems were seen as unfit. Thus, the true state of affairs, that most of the conventional forces under his command were not properly resourced, trained, staffed, or otherwise prepared to engage the coalition military, seems never to have entered his mind. Not until the final weeks before the invasion did Saddam consider some of the defensive measures the coalition had expected. In March 2003, Saddam received intelligence reports about U.S. intentions to set up coalition military rule and a democratic government after dismantling the Ba'athist regime. Saddam subsequently reviewed military assessments that the United States would likely target in order: Saddam himself, his air defense systems, the military command, control, and communication infrastructure, and his suspected WMD sites, with an extended bombing campaign. Because he anticipated his forces would be immobilized by coalition bombings, Saddam gave orders to stockpile arms, munitions, and equipment in military schools, training areas, and similar locations inside Iraq's cities, after which Iraqi military units built large caches of weapons and ammunition. In order to further slow any coalition advance on Baghdad, Saddam made plans to destroy the northern and southern oil fields, as CENTCOM had long projected he would, although in the course of events, Iraqi troops and officials would obey few of his instructions for this scorched earth approach. Saddam also decided to reinforce his military defense with paramilitary and terrorist operations. In January 2003, Saddam issued an emergency order for the Ba'ath Party militia and the Fedayeen to prepare to defend against internal uprisings in the event of limited attacks on Iraqi soil. This was the first of a series of orders directed at his paramilitary forces in advance of the coalition invasion. He subsequently directed the Fedayeen to work with its foreign affiliates and use a combination of coercion, intimidation, and propaganda to induce collaboration from Iraq's citizens in key population centers. Trained on, quote, small unit tactics, sabotage techniques, and military surveillance and reconnaissance tasks, end quote, the Fedayeen were adept at guerrilla and sabotage techniques. As the invasion approached, they also began planning suicide operations against the coalition. Less than 30 days prior to the start of the war, the Special Mission Unit of the Iraqi Military Intelligence Directorate took charge of a group of Fedayeen volunteers to form into, quote, small kamikaze combat groups, end quote, equipped with weapons and munitions suitable for use behind enemy lines and on the flanks by damaging enemy armor and helicopters. These volunteers attended a 30-day course to prepare for these missions beginning in March 2003. With its heavy presence in Iraqi cities and its new mission to resist the coalition through terrorist-type activities, the Fedayeen had effectively become the Iraqi regime's first line of urban defense. Iraqi military expectations. Iraqi army leaders were much more concerned about the American military capabilities and intentions than was the overconfident Saddam. According to a report written by senior Iraqi military leaders, the Iraqi army believed that the United States would likely use airborne assaults, psychological operations, and technologically superior maneuver forces to move quickly to Baghdad. They believed that the U.S.-led invasion force would, quote, avoid capturing whole cities, end quote, and would focus instead on, quote, important routes to control entry and exit points for towns and cities with the objective of preventing the arrival of Iraqi reinforcements in order to create a strict siege against cities, end quote. Many Iraqi military leaders were familiar with U.S. military superiority and were pessimistic about the outcome. Lieutenant General Kenan Mansour Khalil al-Ubaidi, the dean of the Iraqi Military Academy, later commented that, quote, we military officers knew that the war was coming and that it would be the end. I knew U.S. forces would go for Baghdad and that those forces would go all the way. We knew also of the U.S. fighting capabilities, end quote. Elsewhere, some Republican Guard leaders expressed veiled concerns about the Ring Defense Plan as operationally unsound, but were told by Qusay that Saddam had approved the new plan, effectively ending the discussion. Even as the Iraqi army continued to fortify its defensive positions, its senior leaders generally believed that the invasion and their defeat were both imminent. Gathering scores of Iraqi general officers at a base near the Baghdad airport in March 2003, Army Chief of Staff General Sultan Hashim told his assembled officers that diplomacy had failed, a coalition invasion was imminent, and Iraq's military defeat was certain. Nevertheless, Sultan told the generals their duty was to fight hard and stave off defeat as long as possible. Iraqi Major General Najim Jabouri recalled that Sultan's intended pep talk had the opposite effect. It caused the senior officers' morale to plummet. Iraqi military officers assessed that the U.S.-led invasion forces would first seize Basra and move into Maizan and Qadisiyah provinces from the south and east before moving from Fallujah into Baghdad from the west. This estimate did not deduce the coalition's eventual main northward thrust west of the Euphrates, but was much closer to reality than Saddam's expectations. Unlike Saddam, the Iraqi military thought these maneuvers would take the U.S. military a week or less, rather than months. Like Saddam, however, the Iraqi military expected that, much like Operation Desert Storm, the coalition would conduct a lengthy air campaign prior to any ground campaign. The early leaflet drops only reinforced that assessment. Iraqis obtained intelligence that suggested the air campaign would begin between March 18th and 20th, 2003, and the first targets would be Saddam's suspected locations. They then expected that the air campaign would be followed by a ground assault from the north, south, and west. The northern avenues of approach were the highways heading south from Mosul and Kirkuk. Those in the west and southwest went through Rutba to Ramadi and through Karbala, respectively, and the approaches from the south split from Basra toward Amara and Nasiriyah and converged at Kut before continuing up the Tigris to Baghdad. The invasion forces would then move along these major highways, securing urban centers as they went. Because Iraqi military leaders expected the targets of the air campaign would be active military forces, known headquarters buildings, and ammunition depots and warehouses, they intended to disperse their supplies and units as widely as possible to avoid losing large amounts in a single bombing. They aimed to do the same with their military command and control. The Iraqis had long expected that the coalition invasion would include a western front from Jordan, and a number of indicators seemed to validate their assessment. The Iraqi M4 Intelligence Directorate kept a close watch on the coalition force buildup in Jordan, where the arrival of additional aircraft and medical equipment, coupled with indicators that the Jordanian government was reassuring foreign embassies that they were protected, all seemed to point to a coalition western front. The Iraqis also expected that the coalition would conduct reconnaissance missions in western Iraq to locate any missiles that could be fired at Israel and to evaluate the security of Iraq's western airfields. Iraqi officers believed these missions would be followed by airborne assaults of combat troops onto the airfields near Rutba, Nuqaib, and Al-Walid, among other locations, and then continue toward key terrain on the outskirts of Baghdad. Beginning in mid-February 2003, the Iraqi military was aware that U.S. and British Special Operations Forces were in western Iraq, and they believed those forces were the early reconnaissance element they anticipated from the west. In mid-March, coalition troops inside western Iraq captured an Iraqi special mission unit whom they mistakenly assumed to be an Iraqi conventional force, after which the U.S. special operators agreed to release the Iraqis on condition that they would capitulate once the invasion commenced. The presence and demands of those forces, combined with other reports of coalition vehicles near Al-Qaim, Rutba, and elsewhere in Anbar, seemed to confirm an impending invasion to the west. The Iraqis were also aware of U.S. Special Operations outreach to the Kurds in northern Iraq, but believed that the Kurds would only be acting as scouts for the coalition follow-on invasion force from the north. They did not expect the Kurds, at least not the KDP Peshmerga, to participate in the fighting. They expected that the U.S. Special Operations Forces in the north would move quickly to, quote, carry out assassinations in Iraqi cities upon the commencement of the invasion, end quote. The Iraqis' final preparations. Once it became clear in early March that Turkey would not permit the coalition to transit through Iraq's northern border, Saddam and his military commanders at last reinforced their defenses in the southern, south-central, and central zones along southern and western avenues of approach to Baghdad. Just days before the invasion began, Qusay ordered the Fedayeen to reposition from Baghdad, which they originally intended to defend, to cities in the southern zone to mount a defense from those locations instead. The Iraqi regime reinforced these Fedayeen with volunteer fighters called Mujahideen and suicide bombers from Egypt, Sudan, and other Arab countries with terrorist organizations or entities sympathetic to the Iraqi cause. The Fedayeen were also likely to be tasked to assist the local Ba'ath Party headquarters, the Iraqi Quds forces, and intelligence services with preventing the large-scale desertion or capitulation of the conventional Iraqi military forces. Saddam, likely in coordination with Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, also arranged for the Nebuchadnezzar Division of the Republican Guard, assigned to the northern zone, quietly to leave its vehicles in place in the north but move its soldiers south to Babil province the week prior to the invasion, a large-scale troop movement that went undetected by the coalition. Iranian and Badr Corps militia preparations. The Iraqi regime and its troops were not the only military actors prepared to respond to the invasion of Iraq. Documents captured from members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran operating in Iraq in the summer of 2003 revealed Iran's detailed courses of action for military operations in Iraq in the event of an American invasion. The Iranians intended to use the Badr Corps, expanded from its original brigade size and directed by Iranian agents, to subvert American efforts to occupy Iraq successfully, with the subversion including military, political, and social means. In the months before the coalition invasion, Badr Corps units accompanied Iranian infantry and missile brigades as they moved into positions along the border. The Badr Corps also developed assassination lists of Sunni military personnel, Ba'athists, and others who collaborated with the regime that they intended to execute systematically once the opportunity presented itself. The leadership of the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq intended for the Badr Corps to enter Iraq surreptitiously as Saddam's regime collapsed and to seize towns and government offices to fill the vacuum. Establishing local control and carrying out reprisal attacks would set the conditions necessary for SCIRI to mobilize their political base in the aftermath of the regime. After months of hard planning, wargaming, and rehearsals, the coalition ground forces assembled in Kuwait in March 2003 were confident they could defeat Saddam's military and topple the regime. Although getting the forces into theater quickly using the RFF packages proved to be challenging logistically, the pre-positioning of maneuver forces and Patriot missile batteries made McKiernan and Wallace comfortable with the smaller contingent of forces they had available for the invasion. They also knew that the 4th Infantry Division and 1st Armored Division were moving toward Kuwait and presumably would be available well before the main invasion force was expected to reach Baghdad. Despite the fact that Phase 4 preparations and new Phase 4 entities like ORHA lagged far behind in the planning office, Franks and other senior leaders expected that those plans and organizations still had 2 or 3 months in which to prepare before stability operations and a civilian authority would be needed. In any case, Franks and other commanders believed stability operations were a far less pressing matter than the major combat operations at hand. Saddam's focus on positive information and his own wishful thinking led his military leaders to provide him with assessments that were highly unrealistic. As a result, the Iraqi dictator expected some early defeats, but was confident his forces could hold Baghdad long enough for him to appeal to international allies to halt the American invasion. At the last minute, however, the massing coalition forces in Kuwait caused Saddam to panic, and he deployed the Fedayeen and Ba'ath Party militias south, throwing his own military plans to defend Baghdad into disarray. Iraq's actual military preparations sharply contrasted with coalition estimates of what the Iraqis were likely to do, which focused on Iraq's Republican Guard units and Saddam's expected use of chemical weapons as the principal threats against the coalition ground force advance. These threat projections, combined with unrealistic exercises, led the coalition to underestimate Iraq's paramilitary forces and employ a scheme of maneuver that used helicopter deep attacks as the primary shaping operation, while assuming risk around the urban areas in southern Iraq that Saddam's regime, at the 11th hour, effectively had made its main effort. These choices would create surprises for the coalition in the invasion to come. End of Chapter 3. Maneuvering into Position. Chapter 4, Part 1. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Chapter 4. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Page 81. On March 21, 2003, the main coalition force in Kuwait launched its attack into Iraq, beginning an operation that toppled Saddam Hussein's regime in just 20 days, much less time than anyone, especially Saddam, had anticipated. There were other surprises on the way to Baghdad as well. The coalition's maneuver forces expected to defeat and bypass depleted or capitulated Iraqi army units in southern Iraq en route to the more robust Republican Guard units protecting the main avenues of approach into Baghdad. Instead of Iraqi armor and infantry, however, Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, units found themselves engaged in fierce firefights with the Fedayeen and other paramilitary forces Saddam sent to reinforce the defense in and around Iraq's southern cities. This unexpected enemy attacked from the urban centers CFLCC intended to bypass, ambushed a transportation company on the second day of the invasion, and derailed the first scheduled helicopter deep attack against the Medina Division of the Republican Guard. U.S. Special Operations Forces in western Iraq fought additional battles with paramilitary forces in the vicinity of Rutba and the Haditha Dam, while the Special Operations Task Force in northern Iraq worked with Kurdish Peshmerga and the Coalition Forces Air Component Command, or CFACC, to defeat a stubborn defense by Iraq's northernmost conventional forces. Amid these unexpected circumstances, a major sandstorm halted the invasion for days, but gave CFLCC units an opportunity to gather themselves for an unexpected quick push to Baghdad. As the outgunned Iraqi forces defending Baghdad collapsed in disarray, troops from the 3rd Infantry Division conducted armored raids termed Thunder Runs into the capital city between April 5th and 7th, 2003. After this, the regime collapsed, although most of northern and western Iraq remained uncontrolled by the coalition forces. The invasion begins. Page 81. Shaping operations, March 17th to 19th, 2003. By March 17, 2003, the last of the United Nations or UN weapons inspectors departed Iraq, and intelligence suggested that Iraq ceased its destruction of the Samud missiles it possessed, apparently in violation of the agreements it had made to destroy them. That evening, then-President George W. Bush announced that Saddam and his sons had 48 hours to step down or face, quote, military conflict at a time of our choosing, end quote, signaling to the world and his military commanders that the long-expected attack was imminent. On March 19, 2003, Bush announced that coalition forces had begun operations to remove Saddam's regime from power. As the president made his announcement, multiple special operations units were conducting shaping operations in preparation for the CFLCC invasion, scheduled to begin on the evening of March 21st. Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force West, or CJSOTFW, under the command of Colonel John F. Mulholland, was responsible for southern and western Iraq, Baghdad, and the area northwest of Baghdad to Tikrit. They were to find and destroy Saddam's suspected long-range ballistic missiles and launch sites in order to prevent attacks against Israel that might provoke the Israelis to enter the war. Some of the first coalition troops to enter Iraq consisted of special operations detachments who infiltrated through Iraq's southwestern desert to link up with tribes and resistance groups. They also secured an airfield at Wadi al-Kir, approximately 80 kilometers west of Najaf, as a launch point for further infiltrations into western and southwestern Iraq. On March 19th, CJSOTFW units breached the berms along Iraq's border with Jordan to begin their scud hunting mission. Meanwhile, in southern Iraq, Captain Robert S. Harward's Naval Special Warfare Group was responsible for securing Iraq's southern gas and oil platforms and for supporting 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, operations. On March 19th at 9 p.m., the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment attacked Iraqi observation posts across the Kuwait border, while the Naval Special Warfare Task Force, along with British and Polish commandos, secured the oil platforms off the shore of the Fa Peninsula, Qasr, and Rumaila. Special operations detachments from CJSOTFW simultaneously positioned themselves near key crossing sites and bridges in the vicinity of Nasiriyah and Samawa as CFLCC forces moved northward, and another special operations detachment began moving toward the Karbala Gap. Colonel Charles Cleveland's Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force North, or CJSOTF-N, which was responsible for all territory north of the Green Line, Nineveh Province, and Kirkuk, ordered elements of the 10th Special Forces Group to make their way to the Peshmerga leadership in advance of the CJSOTF-N main body. Their task was to expand relationships with the Kurds that had existed since Operation Provide Comfort and to develop a northern front despite Turkey's refusal to authorize coalition transit across its borders. Elements from CJSOTF-N also began working toward one of their non-Iraqi military targets, the Ansar al-Islam enclave in northeastern Iraq. The president's March 17th ultimatum had also triggered a large-scale coalition psychological operation designed to encourage specific behaviors from Iraqi soldiers. Leaflets dropped on Iraqi military positions urged the soldiers to capitulate, but to remain available for recall once the regime was no longer in power. Tape-recorded phone calls to specific Iraqi military leaders sent the same message while also discouraging Iraqi commanders from using Saddam's suspected chemical weapons stockpile against the coalition. Separate leaflet drops in Baghdad emphasized to the population in the capital that the coalition's targets were Saddam and the Ba'ath Party regime, not the Iraqi people. Leaflets dropped on the Rumaila oil fields in southern Iraq urged the Iraqis there not to destroy the oil infrastructure, the heart of Iraq's wealth. CENTCOM also prepared a letter for the northern Iraqi army commanders, signed by Deputy Commander Lieutenant General John Abizaid, stating, quote, "If you deliver northern Iraq to us, you will be absolved and given immunity." End quote. The letter was passed by special operations forces in northern Iraq to couriers who were supposed to provide it to the Iraqi corps commanders in the north. These operations had varying degrees of success. The leaflets in southern Iraq may have achieved part of their intended result, as the Iraqis ultimately destroyed only a handful of wells in the southern oil fields. Later evidence indicated Iraqi regime officials might have simply ignored instructions from Baghdad to destroy oil infrastructure. The accuracy with which the leaflets landed on regime targets and Iraqi military formations, quote, shook some of the Iraqi military commanders, end quote, to their core, leading them to conclude that if the Americans could attack their positions with paper so accurately, then lethal munitions would be just as precise. Some of the Iraqi units in southern Iraq began to experience large numbers of desertions after the leaflets fell, but the anticipated large-scale capitulations or whole unit surrenders did not occur. Iraqi units in northern Iraq, however, did not appear to be capitulating at all. Interrogations of captured Iraqi military leaders later established that, while the leaflets were received, Iraqis in the north did not follow the leaflets' instructions because of a combination of miscommunication and threats. Some Iraqi soldiers who fought in northern Iraq were coerced into fighting by the Iraqi military leaders who threatened to shoot deserters. Interrogations also revealed that the quality of the Arabic on the leaflets was so poor that Iraqi soldiers reading them were confused about what the coalition wanted them to do. Turkey's very public refusal to authorize U.S. forces to invade from Turkish territory limited northern capitulations as well because it left the Iraqi divisions arrayed on the Green Line with the belief that they would not be facing a significant coalition threat from the north and would pay no price for remaining in place. Disposition of Iraqi forces. Page 83. In the week prior to the invasion, the Iraqi military was only partially prepared for what was to come. After months of misplaced confidence that the U.S.-led coalition would not invade Iraq at all, Saddam finally began to prepare to defend against an increasingly likely coalition offensive just weeks ahead of the actual invasion. Nevertheless, the Iraqi leader's defensive preparations were as unrealistic as his previous assumptions about U.S. intentions. Despite the massive U.S. buildup in Kuwait, Saddam believed that the main coalition attack would come from the west, and therefore most of his Republican Guard forces were oriented toward Jordan, rather than to the south. He also left his 1st Army Corps in Kirkuk and 5th Army Corps in Mosul, though both were available to be moved, and many of his conventional army forces remained facing toward the east to guard against opportunistic attacks from Iran. Saddam and his military leaders divided Iraq's forces into 4 zones: northern, central Euphrates, and southern. The northern zone was spread across Nineveh and Tamim or Kirkuk provinces and was commanded by Saddam's vice president, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri. The central zone consisted of Baghdad, Anbar, Salahuddin, and portions of Wasit province, and was commanded by Qusay Hussein, who controlled 4 Republican Guard divisions and the 2nd Iraqi Army Corps. The Fatah Corps of the Republican Guard, which included the Medina, Nida, and Baghdad divisions, was positioned to defend Baghdad from the west and south, with the Medina division arrayed in the vicinity of Suwaira, Musayyib, and Karbala, and the Nida division east of the Diyala River and in Baqaba. The Allahu Akbar Corps of the Republican Guard was deployed to defend northern Baghdad with the Hammurabi, Adnan, and Nebuchadnezzar divisions of the Republican Guard. To the west, the Iraqi Border Command defended the frontier and the western approaches with a few border brigades reinforced by a special forces regiment. While not capable of mounting a significant military defense, the border brigades had the ability to observe and report on enemy forces in their sectors. The central Euphrates and southern zones were much more sparsely manned. The former, which included Babil, Karbala, Qadisiyah, Najaf, and Mutana provinces, was only defended by the Iraqi regime's Quds forces and Ba'ath Party militias. The southern zone, Basra, Masan, and Dikar provinces, contained the 3rd and 4th Iraqi Army Corps as well as some naval forces. Like the 2nd Army Corps in the central zone, however, the primary task for these conventional forces was to defend against an Iranian attack. While Saddam's idea of a reserve was unclear, Iraqi military leaders recommended using the Quds force as a reserve in the southern zone. An early start. March 19th to 23rd, 2003. After Bush's March 19th announcement that an invasion was imminent, G hour, the time at which CFLCC ground forces would cross the border between Iraq and Kuwait, was set for 9 p.m. on March 21, 2003. However, 2 intelligence indicators caused the President and Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, to initiate ground operations before the planned hour. On March 19th, intelligence reports suggested that Saddam and some of his key advisors were at a location in southern Baghdad called Dora Farms. CFACC launched cruise missiles at that location to destroy the regime's leadership, marking the first attack on Iraqi soil and effectively alerting Iraq's leaders that the invasion had begun. Although the reports were inaccurate, Saddam in fact had last visited that site in 1995, and the missile strike ineffective, the message was clear. Coalition forces were coming for Saddam. The Iraqi regime responded with a series of 17 missile strikes on CFLCC encampments in Kuwait, all of which either missed their intended targets or were destroyed by coalition air defenses. During this missile barrage from the Iraqi military, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and CFLCC encountered a difficulty with the British contingent. The invasion plan called for the British to advance alongside the Marines and, quote, pass through al-Basra and continue up the eastern flank, end quote. However, less than 24 hours before the ground attack, Abizaid and General Tommy Franks received a letter from the British command indicating that officials in London were unsure whether combat operations in Iraq were legal and might not allow British troops to cross the border. The date of the invasion came close on the heels of a key vote in the United Kingdom that could have lost Prime Minister Tony Blair his government and, consequently, the British military's authorization to support the invasion. While Franks's initial thought was to continue the invasion without the British forces, Abizaid convinced him that CFLCC was already short one division and that removing the British forces put the mission at risk. Franks then approached SecDef Donald Rumsfeld, and within hours, the senior British commander informed CENTCOM that the British forces would indeed participate in the invasion. The other trigger for the early onset of ground operations was the detection by unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, of Iraqi forces preparing to sabotage the oil infrastructure in southern Iraq. Because preserving Iraq's oil infrastructure was one of his key tasks, General David McKiernan decided to initiate ground operations as quickly as possible. In the late hours of March 20th, the 3rd Infantry Division, 101st Airborne Division, and 1st MEF moved into their attack positions in Kuwait. As soon as the sand berm between Iraq and Kuwait was sufficiently reduced, CFLCC ground forces, led by the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, crossed the border and moved immediately to the Rumaila oil fields. The time was approximately 4 a.m. on March 21, 2003. The coalition's early move into Iraq took senior Iraqi regime leaders by surprise. The leaflet drops had reinforced Saddam's assumption that the coalition had planned for a lengthy air campaign, perhaps to be followed by a limited ground incursion. Because CFACC could not adjust its complicated targeting mechanisms in time to conduct their operations simultaneously with the ground forces, they began their bombing campaign at the scheduled G hour of 2100 on March 21st, 17 hours after the ground forces had begun their advance, targeting the regime's top leaders, air defenses, and artillery and ballistic missile sites. As coalition units moved farther into Iraq, CFACC's targeting transitioned to focus on close air support. Ultimately, the delayed air campaign assisted the ground forces in achieving tactical surprise. The Iraqis were convinced that the coalition would not commence ground operations until after a lengthy air campaign, and were unprepared when coalition ground forces materialized in southern Iraq. Thus, as 5th Corps and 1st MEF approached the Iraqi 1st Infantry Division and 51st Mechanized Division, respectively, they encountered far fewer Iraqi troops than they anticipated, with the Iraqis mounting only a disorganized, sporadic defense. CFLCC later determined that some of the Iraqi forces had deserted after the leaflet drops, while others fled to the surprising sound of approaching tanks and mechanized vehicles instead of the coalition air campaign they expected. As soon as 1st MEF and 5th Corps forces crossed the berm, they began maneuvering toward their initial objectives. 1st MEF and the British 1st Armored Division moved to the east of 5th Corps toward Al-Faw, Qasr, and the Rumaila oil fields. According to Iraqi Lieutenant General Rad al-Hamdani, the first attackers to come in direct contact with the Iraqi forces were British troops who, in conjunction with the 1st MEF, seized the port of Qasr and the bridges over the Shat al-Arab from the Iraqi 51st Mechanized Division, which had only arrived in the area about 72 hours earlier. The British 3rd Royal Marine Commando Brigade, 1st MEF, and other Special Operations Forces secured the oil fields and then headed for Nasiriyah, leaving the British armored forces to isolate, secure, and clear southern Iraq's largest population center, Basra, of Iraqi forces. CENTCOM and CFLCC had expected at least a portion of the British forces to continue with 1st MEF north toward Baghdad, but as the operation unfolded, the British troops remained in Basra, a change that Abizaid believed to be the result of a British national directive to British commanders. CFLCC adjusted and sent the Marines north without the British forces, while 3rd Infantry Division, the 5th Corps main effort, advanced toward Talil Airfield near Nasiriyah. At Talil, where CFLCC intended to establish its main logistics and aviation hub for the march to Baghdad, the 3rd Infantry Division easily defeated remnants of the Iraqi 11th Infantry Division and members of the Basra-based Iraqi Quds forces and continued towards Nasiriyah. An unexpected enemy. In the days leading up to the invasion, the coalition's reconnaissance had focused on Iraqi defensive positions, signs that Saddam might flood the southern canals or destroy the oil infrastructure, the locations of surface-to-surface missiles, and the disposition of the Republican Guard divisions. CFLCC paid little attention to Iraq's irregular forces, and even less was known about what to expect from those forces other than that they were paramount to the defense of Baghdad and key regime locations. The other major movement that went largely undetected due to the dearth of intelligence collection directed toward it was the repositioning of the Fedayeen Saddam from Baghdad to Iraq's southern cities. Special operations detachments in position in the Karbala Gap began to realize something was amiss on March 22nd when they did not observe armored columns of the Medina division they had expected to be there, but instead saw trucks filled with Fedayeen in black uniforms. When their reports were received by CFSOCC and CFLCC headquarters, they were met with incredulity. No one in the coalition command understood what the irregular Iraqi forces were doing there, let alone their composition and capability. At Nasiriyah, Samawa, and Zubair, CFLCC units first unexpectedly encountered tenacious resistance from the Fedayeen instead of the Iraqi army units they had anticipated fighting. In accordance with the invasion plan, the 3rd Infantry Division deliberately stayed outside of Nasiriyah, blocked the city, secured the crossing site on Highway 1 over the Euphrates River, and prepared to pass the 2nd Marine Expeditionary Brigade, or Task Force Tarawa, through its lines to occupy Nasiriyah and the secured bridge. The 3rd Infantry Division could continue north to Samawa. Task Force Tarawa, commanded by Brigadier General Richard F. Natonsky, arrived at Nasiriyah on March 22nd and took control of the Highway 1 bridge from the 3rd Infantry Division, which continued west. In addition to assuming responsibility for that bridge, the task force was directed to secure 2 bridges in the eastern part of the city that would facilitate the continued rapid movement of 1st MEF north to Kut along Highway 7. Natonsky's goal was to have both locations secure by 10 a.m. on March 23rd and to avoid getting bogged down in urban combat. As his forces moved into the city, they took a barrage of artillery as well as small arms fire from irregular forces moving around in trucks mounted with machine guns. The assaults became more frequent and powerful, and Nasiriyah transformed from a mission to secure bridges into what McKiernan described as, quote, a damned tough urban fight, end quote. The Marines and CFLCC soon determined that the enemy they faced must be the Fedayeen. The Fedayeen death squads, as reporters began to call them, did not appear to conduct large-scale coordinated operations. Instead, they attacked haphazardly in small groups, using well-rehearsed guerrilla tactics. They operated out of Ba'ath Party headquarters and military facilities, but they also used hospitals, schools, and mosques as bases and did not hesitate to use civilians as human shields. Some wore black uniforms, but many wore plain clothes and drove civilian vehicles so they could blend into the population ahead of the coalition advance. Their lack of uniforms often led to nighttime battles in extremely close quarters, with Fedayeen fighters crawling up beside coalition tanks and armored vehicles, requiring crew members to fight them off with pistols and captured Iraqi AK-47s. The ferocity of the Fedayeen attacks also surprised the coalition. Fedayeen attacked coalition vehicle and troop formations, quote, in waves in an almost suicidal manner, end quote. 5th Corps' first encounter with the Fedayeen occurred as the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry 3rd Infantry Division screened for the division en route to Samawa. Although Special Forces units reported that the Fedayeen were setting up ambush teams and checkpoints around Samawa, that information had not filtered down to 5th Corps' tactical units. As the troops prepared to seize the bridges southwest of Samawa, they waved to some Iraqis, anticipating that the Iraqis would welcome them. Instead, they received small arms, rocket-propelled grenade or RPG, and mortar fire from Fedayeen and pickup trucks. The cavalry squadron remained under fire until they were relieved by 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division on the afternoon of March 23rd. In conjunction with CFACC close air support and special operations units in the area, the 3rd Infantry Division systematically began destroying irregular forces in and around Samawa. Intelligence on the location of the Fedayeen units did not come from the Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System, or JSTARS, UAVs, and other similar systems that the division had rehearsed using in exercises prior to the invasion. Instead, 3rd Infantry Division leaders found themselves using the Division Cavalry Squadron and Special Operations units to locate enemy forces. This more traditional tactical reconnaissance capability became the 3rd Infantry Division's eyes and ears on the battlefield. In Zubair, a Sunni-majority suburb west of Basra, the British 1st Armored Division also came under heavy fire from irregular forces. After probing the enemy it faced, the division placed checkpoints around the town. During the day, local Iraqis approached the British checkpoints, surrendered, and then identified the location of Republican Guard, Fedayeen, and Ba'ath Party headquarters and strongpoints inside Zubair. The division then conducted nighttime raids into the town to destroy the Iraqi forces and weapons in those facilities and add to their emerging intelligence picture. The Iraqis, meanwhile, were astonished that the coalition appeared to be bypassing the southern cities entirely and leaving their supply lines along the Euphrates open to attack. They had assumed coalition units would at least partially secure each city along their intended avenues of approach, and early reports of heavy fighting near the outskirts of Zubair, Nasiriyah, and Samawa had reinforced this Iraqi assumption. Once it became clear that the coalition units operating near these cities had no intention of remaining for any length of time, the High Command in Baghdad ordered reinforcements against the Marines in Nasiriyah. By March 23rd, a little over 2 days into the ground fight, nearly all tactical reporting on enemy activity shifted from conventional troop formations and movements to reports of irregular forces, especially the Fedayeen. The intelligence analysts at CFLCC and 5th Corps assessed that the bulk of the regular Iraqi army units in southern Iraq had either surrendered or deserted, but that Fedayeen and other, quote, local security forces seemed to be offering the most resistance encountered thus far, end quote, manning abandoned Iraqi army weapon systems, establishing ambush points, and returning small arms fire. The drastic change in the enemy situation confounded the coalition's operational-level analysis and collection systems, which struggled to fit the incoming information into pre-existing templates of a conventional enemy and tried vainly to maintain the sophisticated digital battle maps with company-sized and larger enemy formations. This pattern of bottom-driven reporting from tactical units and an inaccurate and outdated enemy picture at the operational headquarters persisted for the remainder of the invasion. Special Operations Forces move inward. With major combat operations underway in the south, Special Operations units expanded their operations in western and northern Iraq. On the evening of March 22nd, elements of 5th Special Forces Group linked up at the improved airfield at Wadi al-Kir and met with their established Iraqi contacts in the vicinity of Nasiriyah, Samawa, Hilla, Karbala, and Najaf to obtain a better picture of enemy and friendly activity within those cities. This mission was imperiled when 2 of these Iraqi contacts were captured by Iraqi troops, who broadcast the capture on television. Special operations units subsequently decided to forego using resistance organizations in those cities and instead spent the next several days gathering as much information as possible about the location of the Ba'ath and Fedayeen headquarters, artillery positions, and military compounds in preparation for 3rd Infantry Division's arrival in the area. Other Operational Detachment Alphas, or ODAs, pushed forward to obtain information about the activity of enemy forces in the Karbala Gap, the Republican Guard Medina Division in particular. In the west, CJSOTFW and other coalition troops searched for Scud missiles and suspected weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, sites. At the same time as the invasion began in southern Iraq, Special Operations detachments moving along Highway 1 toward Rutba encountered a line of traffic in which Iraqi military forces were dispersed among the civilian vehicles. The detachment called in close air support and was able to defeat the military forces, but had effectively announced their presence in the west. A similar announcement came when British Special Operations Forces under the command of Major General Graham Lamb in CJSOTFW inadvertently clashed with Iraqi Special Mission units on their way to link up with Iraqi tribes in southern Iraq. Traveling in lightly armored tactical vehicles, Lamb's special operators were forced to withdraw, and some of his troops inadvertently ended up across the Syrian border. Meanwhile, in the north, CJSOTF-N moved into Iraq in a hastily prepared, high-risk air insertion operation the Special Operations troops nicknamed Ugly Baby because, they joked, quote, "only a mother could love it," end quote. After Turkey refused to allow U.S. forces to cross into Iraq from its country, Combined Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, and CFACC developed aggressive flight paths along the western spine of Iraq's border with Jordan and Syria. As the aircraft flew over Sinjar Mountain, some were struck by Iraqi air defenses, but the need to get on the ground and show the Kurdish Peshmerga the extent of U.S. resolve was great enough that the insertion mission pushed forward. By the first week in April, more than 50 special operations detachments were inserted into northern Iraq and made contact with forces from the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK. In addition to notifying Kurdish leaders that the Americans were coming, CJSOTF-N units were tasked to reinforce the 65,000-strong Peshmerga against the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard Corps positioned along the Green Line, and to destroy the Ansar al-Islam enclaves in Suleymania province. Their third and more subtle task was to ensure that the Kurds did not take the opportunity to annex Kirkuk, which the United States intended to remain under coalition and eventually Iraqi government control. The U.S. Special Operations leaders on the ground with the Kurds convinced reluctant Turkish officials to reopen Turkish airspace for use in the invasion, after which CJSOTF-N coordinated with CFACC to destroy established Iraqi Army and Republican Guard defenses. After falling back from their prepared positions due to an untenable amount of coalition firepower, the Iraqi Army Corps and Republican Guard units retreated. CJSOTF-N then used Kurdish reporting and other sources to locate and destroy additional Iraqi military equipment and formations while they prepared to continue south. Setbacks and a change in plans for CFLCC. Page 90. Despite crumbling Iraqi divisions and the rapid advance of the coalition divisions in the south, not all went well in the first days of CFLCC's invasion. The A-10 aircraft called in to attack moving enemy targets north of Nasiriyah on March 23rd mistakenly attacked a company of Marines instead, killing as many as 10 Marines and wounding several others. Combined with those killed or wounded by enemy fire that day, Marine losses in the city totaled 18 killed and at least 19 wounded, the highest losses of any single engagement during the invasion. Fratricide was not the only bad news from Nasiriyah. The first strong signal that CFLCC lines of communications were threatened occurred just outside the city when Marines from Task Force Tarawa encountered a U.S. Army convoy driving south toward them on Highway 7 on March 23rd. This was a surprise meeting given that there were no plans or rehearsals suggesting that any Army units were ahead of the Marines along the eastern approach. An Army captain then informed the Marines that there were wounded American soldiers in Nasiriyah. This was the ill-fated 507th Maintenance Company, a unit that had accidentally driven into Nasiriyah instead of around it. Ambushed by the Fedayeen in the city, the 507th lost 11 killed and 9 wounded, with 7 of the 9 captured by Iraqi forces, including Private First Class Jessica Lynch. As the Marines fought in Nasiriyah, 5th Corps prepared for one of the most significant planned operations of the invasion, a deep aviation attack against the Republican Guard's Medina Division, the main conventional force defending Baghdad. On March 22nd, the 101st Airborne Division moved along the 3rd Infantry Division's western flank to establish refueling points for itself and the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment in preparation for 2 deep strikes through the Karbala Gap. There was an urgency to the operation. CFLCC expected a major sandstorm to arrive sometime on March 24th, which would either delay or cancel the planned deep attacks altogether if they were not executed beforehand. In order to use the western avenue of approach and avoid urban areas, the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment would require a flight path that crossed the boundary between the 3rd Infantry Division and the 101st Airborne Division, a request the 101st denied. The final chosen flight path moved instead from southwest of Nasiriyah west toward Samawa and then turned north, risking taking the helicopters past urban areas. The attack went awry from the outset. The preparatory suppression of enemy air defense fires took place on time, but the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment's departure was delayed 2 hours as its aircraft refueled, desynchronizing the attack from its preparatory fires. While the suppressive fires were able to destroy some enemy air defense systems, they also unintentionally provided early warning of the helicopter attack. Iraqi spotters who were now primed to look for approaching aircraft notified awaiting forces via cell phone of the impending attack, exactly as General Lewis Wallace had once predicted during his 1990s experiences at the National Training Center. Intercepted signals of Iraqi early warning, although received by higher coalition headquarters, did not reach the regiment before their departure. Finally, the bright moonlight that evening perfectly silhouetted the aircraft against the clouds and made them prime targets for the Iraqis. As the regiment's aircraft approached the built-up areas along their flight path, lights in the cities of Haswa and Iskandariya were switched off, signaling to Iraqi forces on rooftops to launch barrages of anti-aircraft and small arms fire that inflicted significant damage on the American helicopters. The 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment was forced to abort the mission long before reaching the Medina Division, and the damaged aircraft returned to their staging point. Of the 30 AH-64 Apaches that had left that evening, 1 was shot down, and all 29 that returned were damaged by enemy fire. The capture of the 507th Maintenance Company personnel and the fierce fighting in Zubair, Nasiriyah, and Samawa convinced McKiernan and Wallace that CFLCC and 5th Corps could no longer bypass urban areas en route to Baghdad. In order to protect the force's vulnerable lines of communications, CFLCC would have to allocate forces to clear the towns and villages along and near Highways 1 and 8. In addition, 1st MEF determined that parts of Task Force Tarawa would need to remain in Nasiriyah and continue clearing operations until all of the bridges crossing the Euphrates and the Saddam Canal were secure. The failed helicopter attack against the Medina Division also illustrated the peril of not clearing urban areas along the lines of communications and discouraged the further use of attack aviation in that manner. Quote, "From that point on, I was not at all confident we could execute a successful deep operation with helicopters, and we didn't need to," Wallace later recalled. Over-the-shoulder direct ground fires was the best tactic given the uncertainty of the enemy situation, and General McKiernan agreed. End quote. The Sandstorm and Operational Pause. Page 91. As the expected sandstorm blew in on March 24th, bringing with it violent rain and limited visibility that halted coalition units' advance, McKiernan and Wallace made significant adjustments to how they planned to use their forces before maneuvering through the Karbala Gap. The two commanders welcomed the operational pause as an opportunity to posture their forces properly before the final attacks on Baghdad. Contrary to media reports, a temporary cessation of maneuver operations was already planned in Cobra II to allow sufficient time and space for logistics units to arrive, to refuel, and to refit the maneuver units for operations to first isolate Baghdad and then conduct armored raids into the city. The pause was also necessary for forces to prepare properly for Saddam's expected chemical weapons attack once coalition forces neared Baghdad. Neither McKiernan nor Wallace was willing to cross the Iraqi regime's supposed trigger line for chemical weapons attacks without the logistics and the security along the lines of communications necessary to complete operations to Baghdad. Franks did not share McKiernan and Wallace's view that a pause was necessary and urged the two commanders to keep going. At CENTCOM's level, the sophisticated battle tracking technology that showed the locations of friendly and enemy units seemed to show no real resistance that merited slowing the 5th Corps advance. In Franks's mind, the Fedayeen and other irregulars were merely a harassing force that should not distract from the main effort to destroy the Republican Guard. Nevertheless, McKiernan persuaded Franks that adjustments were in order as he remained fixed on clearing the cities that threatened CFLCC's lines of communications. If the Fedayeen could cause that much damage to one transportation convoy, they could wreak similar havoc on other logistics and support convoys moving north to assist the other CFLCC maneuver forces. In addition, even though the 5th Corps forces had halted temporarily on the west side of the Euphrates to refit and refuel, other CENTCOM units continued to pressure the enemy. At CENTCOM, Franks and Central Air Force, or CENTAF, now AFCENT or Air Force Central, Commander Lieutenant General Ted Michael Mosley used the cover provided by the storm to fly additional sorties to destroy enemy military positions and regime strongholds, including the Nida, Baghdad, and Hammurabi Republican Guard divisions around Baghdad. Wallace used the temporary halt in major operations to evaluate how he would secure his lines of communications. Looking at a map of friendly forces, he observed that 5th Corps was operating west of the Euphrates, and 1st MEF was largely operating to the east of the Euphrates toward the Tigris River, leaving a huge salient between the Euphrates and Highways 1 and 8 running from Samawa north to Najaf and Karbala. In addition to the threat posed by Iraq's paramilitary forces operating in the urban areas, Wallace was also concerned that if the Iraqis chose to put artillery into that salient, they could fire laterally into the 5th Corps and 1st MEF formations. Wallace, therefore, tasked the 101st Airborne Division and the remaining elements of the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment to isolate and clear Najaf and Karbala, and he requested that the 82nd Airborne Division be allocated to him to secure Samawa. The sandstorm also provided McKiernan the opportunity to make his final decision about which units he would use to seize Saddam International Airport, or SIAP, and which he would allocate to secure CFLCC's lines of communications. In January 2003, CFLCC and 5th Corps discussed a branch plan tasking Special Operations Forces or a brigade from the 82nd Airborne Division to seize the airport in the event of early regime collapse, but that scenario had not occurred. Both the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions also had been ordered to be prepared to seize SIAP, but the failed deep attacks and intelligence about the substantial Iraqi air defense preparations on the airfield gave McKiernan pause about air insertions. Because the 3rd Infantry Division had advanced far more quickly to Baghdad than the plan envisioned, its units were best positioned to reach the airport, where a brigade-sized unit of the Special Republican Guard was preparing to defend the airfield. Accordingly, on March 26th, McKiernan decided to use a brigade of the 3rd Infantry Division to seize the airfield and the brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division in Kuwait, CFLCC's operational reserve, along with a portion of the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment to clear the urban areas along CFLCC's lines of communication in the south. CFLCC would not reconstitute an operational reserve until the 4th Infantry Division arrived in theater in April. Franks had reservations about McKiernan's changes. Franks preferred that the 101st Airborne Division take SIAP, a dramatic move that would immediately put forces in Baghdad. Based on his experiences in Afghanistan, where Special Operations Forces and air power had defeated the irregular Taliban forces, he believed the operators and other units with A-10 close air support could dispose of the Iraqi paramilitary forces in the southern cities. What Franks failed to account for, McKiernan pointed out, was that the Special Operations Forces in Afghanistan had worked with organized resistance groups who were familiar with the terrain and could provide pinpoint targets and assessments, but there were no such linkages between coalition special operations and Iraqi resistance groups. McKiernan's argument carried the debate. Meanwhile, the Iraqi military was temporarily emboldened by its early perceived successes against U.S. and British forces near Samawa, Nasiriyah, and Qasr, particularly after news reports spread about the American prisoners of war from the 507th Maintenance Company. These supposed successes led Iraqi military leaders to believe that the coalition forces would enter Iraqi cities, including Baghdad, only reluctantly, and reaffirmed their misplaced faith in the abilities of the Iraqi military. However, this Iraqi optimism was short-lived. Although the Fedayeen were fierce fighters, their recent arrival into the southern cities meant that they were unfamiliar with the terrain, and they also were at a distinct disadvantage in terms of firepower and skill. As a result, their casualties tended to be severe. As the mother of all sandstorms, as media reports dubbed it, descended on Iraq, Saddam, his son Qusay, and other senior military leaders were in the process of guessing wrong about the coalition's advance, having convinced themselves they were being attacked from 3 directions. The presence of coalition special operations forces in Anbar led the Iraqi leadership to conclude that a conventional military force was moving on Baghdad from Jordan, while the marine operations near Kut encouraged the belief that the coalition's main effort was maneuvering east of the Euphrates River. While it was clear coalition units were also moving north along the west bank of the Euphrates, the Iraqi senior defense leadership considered that approach only a tertiary effort, and consequently, Qusay denied Republican Guard requests to destroy a main Euphrates bridge leading into the Karbala Gap, a move that might have slowed the advance on Baghdad considerably. While 5th Corps moved toward the Karbala Gap, the Republican Guard divisions prepared to defend as far forward of Baghdad as possible. The Medina Division remained in place near Karbala and Suwaira and became the primary conventional force defending the east side of the Karbala Gap. The Baghdad Division of the Republican Guard was near Numaniya and Kut, guarding the Tigris approach to Baghdad, while the Nebuchadnezzar Division near Hilla covered the central approach to Baghdad. 1 regiment of Iraqi Special Operations Forces remained in Baghdad, while another moved south to patrol the area around Diwaniyah, and the Iraqi 26th Division prepared to raid the coalition troops securing lines of communications between Najaf and Hilla. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2. The Invasion of Iraq, March to April 2003. Securing the lines of communications. As the sandstorm subsided on March 27th, Task Force Tarawa was reinforced by 2 Marine Expeditionary Units, or MEUs, and began to clear and secure Nasiriyah, destroying Iraqi military and paramilitary bases in the city. By April 2nd, the Marines and Special Operations Forces had rescued the surviving 507th Maintenance Company soldiers captured on March 23rd, and Natanski declared the city secure. 1st MEF then split, with a small element moving toward Amara and the main body continuing northwest toward Baghdad. The 101st Airborne Division, meanwhile, conducted deep aviation attacks against the Republican Guard Medina Division in an operation incorporating lessons learned from the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment's failure. The 3rd Infantry Division continued north toward Najaf and prepared to isolate that shrine city before seizing the bridge over the Euphrates at the town of Kifl between Najaf and Hilla. On March 28th, 5th Corps was ready to launch a 5-pronged attack to clear the way for the eventual entry into Baghdad. The 1st and 2nd Brigades of the 101st Airborne Division went to Najaf to secure the highways leading north from the city, and then began clearing the city itself along with the 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, and Special Operations teams in the area, while 1 brigade of the 101st conducted a feint toward Hilla. The brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division moved into Samawa with the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, relieving the 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, and then began clearing the city as McKiernan had directed. Between March 28th and 30th, the 3rd Infantry Division handed over the fights in Najaf and Samawa to the 101st and 82nd, respectively, and then moved north to prepare for operations to isolate Baghdad. On March 31st and April 1st, the 3rd Infantry Division seized the bridge between Hilla and Karbala with the 3rd Squadron, 7th Cavalry, while 3rd Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division cleared the all-important Karbala Gap. 2 incidents of note occurred as the 3rd Infantry Division moved through the Karbala Gap. As the division's troops neared Karbala, they captured Iraqi soldiers claiming to be from the Republican Guard Nebuchadnezzar Division, which CFLCC had not detected as it moved south and still believed to be fighting in northern Iraq. Although these soldiers initially were thought to be deserters, interrogations revealed they had been ordered south to defend the capital. But instead of moving with their tanks and mechanized vehicles, they had donned civilian clothes and moved in trucks and technical vehicles. As a result, 5th Corps deduced that the Republican Guard presence around Baghdad might be more robust than the coalition anticipated. Another incident was still more disturbing. On March 29th, when 3rd Infantry Division soldiers stopped a taxi for inspection at a checkpoint, the vehicle exploded, the coalition's first encounter with a suicide car bomb. Though it was the only incident of its type at the time, it had a jarring psychological impact on U.S. units and proved to be the first of many such encounters in the months and years to come. The Battle for Haditha Dam. The sandstorm did not halt the special operations activities in Anbar province. During March 26th and 27th, elements of the 75th Ranger Regiment seized the Qadisiyah Research Center, an airfield near Nuqaib in southwest Iraq, and the H-1 airfield. Having secured these essential points of entry, the Rangers' focus shifted to critical Western infrastructure targets, which included the main bridge over the Euphrates at Ramadi and the Haditha Dam. Although in poor condition, the dam provided 1/3 of Iraq's electrical power and regulated the flow of the Euphrates. If it was destroyed by Saddam's forces, subsequent flooding could devastate the lower Euphrates River Valley, potentially hampering Fifth Corps' movement through the Karbala Gap. On April 1st, a company of the 3rd Battalion 75th Ranger Regiment conducted a pre-dawn raid to seize the dam, meeting stiff resistance from local Iraqi guards. Soon after seizing the dam, the Rangers realized a much larger Iraqi force was stationed in the area. Over the following week, Iraqi troops mounted counterattacks against the small Ranger force, which beat back the attackers with the help of close air support. The Rangers also faced an unexpected emerging threat. In an incident on April 4th, 3 Rangers were killed by a suicide car bomb driven by female attackers who had made videotapes prior to the suicide mission and aired them on the Al Jazeera television network with the message that they intended to wage jihad to expel the Americans from Iraq. As they turned back successive Iraqi attacks, the Rangers actually found themselves engaged in another battle to prevent the dam from collapsing. Poor maintenance had caused its turbines and overflow machinery to deteriorate to such a degree that the dam was close to catastrophic failure at the time the Rangers seized it, even as many of the dam workers fled to avoid the fighting. Recognizing the danger, the Rangers and civil affairs personnel persuaded the captured dam superintendent that the U.S. troops did not intend to destroy the dam, and convinced him and many of the remaining dam workers to return to work. By the time Baghdad fell, on April 9th, Haditha Dam was secure, albeit still in need of repair. Kirkuk and Operation Viking Hammer. While the Rangers seized the Haditha Dam, Cleveland's CJSOTF-N was linking up with the Kurds and receiving Mayville's 173rd Airborne Brigade under its tactical control. Executing a combat jump into a secured airfield in northern Iraq on March 26th, the 173rd provided Cleveland with additional combat power that could take and hold ground as special operations and Peshmerga forces advanced on Kirkuk. Elsewhere, to the northeast, the 3rd Battalion 10th Special Forces Group began Operation Viking Hammer to remove Ansar al-Islam from its base in Iraqi Kurdistan. With PUK Peshmerga helping the 3rd Battalion move to its targets, the special operators estimated the Ansar al-Islam sites at Halabja and Sharqat contained approximately 700 fighters and a suspected biological warfare development site. Special Operations Forces and PUK Peshmerga commenced the main attack on March 28th, a week after 64 Tomahawk missiles had first hit the Ansar al-Islam building and facilities. The fighting continued until March 30th. By which time all the Ansar al-Islam fighters had either been killed or fled across the border to Iran. It would be far from the last time the coalition would hear from this terrorist group. The Regime Falls, page 95. Securing Baghdad and Basra. While the 101st and 82nd Airborne Divisions cleared the 5th Corps lines of communications, 1st MEF finished clearing Nasiriyah and moved along the east side of the CFLCC area of operations toward Diwaniyah. A growing problem was that Highway 8, which ran through Diwaniyah, was in the 5th Corps area of operations and not occupied by any Army units, thereby creating an area 80 kilometers wide that was a virtual Fedayeen sanctuary. Alerted to Fedayeen who were massing in Diwaniyah, 5th Corps called in an airstrike that destroyed a stadium in the city where the Fedayeen were gathering, after which CFLCC ordered Marine units to secure and clear the city. On March 31st, CFLCC ordered 1st MEF to attack east along Highway 6 toward Amara to provide a second clear line into Kut. From April 2nd to 3rd, the 1st Marine Division crossed the Tigris River at Numaniyah, destroyed what remained of the Baghdad Republican Guard Division, and moved north to destroy the Nida Division. Back on the Euphrates, 5th Corps used the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry and the 101st Airborne Division to reconnoiter enemy forces along the Corps' western flank and the southwest side of Karbala Lake. From April 1st to 2nd, units of the 3rd Infantry Division crossed through the Karbala Gap, the last checkpoint at which they were vulnerable before approaching Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division then began destroying the remnants of the Medina Division and seized the Al-Qaid Bridge. With assistance from Special Operations teams, the 101st Airborne Division moved into Hilla and began to clear and secure that city. Iraqi commanders discerned the coalition's main effort too late. On April 1st, as 5th Corps forces were moving on Karbala, Hamdani recognized that he had little with which to stop the 5th Corps' push through the Karbala Gap and the Marine advance at Kut. As the Marines successfully moved through Kut, the Iraqi Army 4th Corps collapsed, and the Central Euphrates-based units were in a similar state of disarray. In an emergency meeting of the senior Iraqi military leaders on April 2nd, Hamdani asked for permission to move the Republican Guard Nida and Medina divisions to defend avenues of approach to Baghdad along the east and west banks of the Euphrates. Qusay and Defense Minister General Sultan Hashim, however, conveyed Saddam's continued belief in the need to defend against the supposed American main effort from Jordan, and, based on information he received from Russian sources, the Iraqi dictator did not believe the Americans would attack Baghdad until the arrival of the 4th Infantry Division. Therefore, Qusay instead ordered the Nida Division to reinforce the Republican Guard 1st Corps' defenses against an American attack from Jordan that would not be coming. By April 3rd, CFLCC was ready to begin the attack on Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry Division had safely pushed through the Karbala Gap and was prepared to advance toward the Baghdad airport, while 1st MEF had crossed the Saddam Canal and was prepared to advance toward Baghdad from the southeast. Using remnants of the Medina Division, Hamdani attempted a counterattack on the morning of April 3rd to destroy the Al-Qaid Bridge, but coalition air power quickly decimated the attacking Iraqi units. With no forces left at his disposal, Hamdani gave up, quitting his post and returning to a relative's house in Baghdad to await the inevitable. Seizing Saddam International Airport. On the western outskirts of Baghdad, Saddam had designated a brigade of the Special Republican Guard and a contingent of Special Operations Forces to defend the airport. The Special Republican Guard was the final vanguard defending Baghdad. It was also Saddam's most substantial armored force, armed with the country's most powerful and best-maintained T-72 tanks and artillery systems. As coalition forces advanced toward the airport, Saddam ordered some of the paramilitary fighters assigned to the defense of Baghdad to reinforce the units at SIAP, but most of these forces were destroyed by coalition aircraft before they reached the gate leading to the airfield. The 3rd Infantry Division began its attack on SIAP with preparatory artillery fires late on the evening of April 3rd. By 11 p.m., 3rd Infantry Division units had breached the airport wall, and in the early hours of April 4th, the division's 1st Brigade began securing the airport itself, taking considerable time to clear the obstacles the Iraqis had emplaced on the airfield to make it unusable for coalition aircraft. In conjunction with members of a Special Operations Task Force, the division began clearing the remaining Special Republican Guard and paramilitary forces on the airfield, a process that required 2 days because of the complex tunnel and bunker systems the defenders had prepared. The securing of the airport involved some intense fighting. In one instance, troops from Company B, 11th Engineer Battalion had come under attack by a force of up to 100 enemy soldiers as they constructed a holding area for Iraqi prisoners. Under intense fire, Sergeant First Class Paul R. Smith, an engineer platoon sergeant, organized a hasty defense. When an armored personnel carrier was hit, Smith evacuated 3 wounded soldiers while under intense fire. He then returned to use the vehicle's .50 caliber machine gun and killed up to 50 of the attackers before being mortally wounded. For his actions, Smith was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously, becoming the first recipient of that award since 1993. With SIAP under the 3rd Infantry Division's control, the 2nd Brigade moved toward Baghdad from the west and southwest, and by April 5th, was in a position from which its commander, Colonel David G. Perkins, intended to conduct armored raids into the city. Basra. While the 3rd Infantry Division and the 1st MEF prepared to attack into Baghdad, the British 1st Armored Division completed its efforts to secure Basra far to the south. The British commanders approached the operations to secure Basra much as they had secured Zubair. As with Zubair, they were reluctant to enter Basra until conditions were right to capture the city. Using a combination of information acquired from tribal and municipal leaders from the city and targeting information provided by Special Operations Forces, the British forces prepared to enter the city using a combination of lethal and non-lethal means. On April 4th, they conducted an airstrike on the suspected location of Ali Hassan al-Majid's, or dubbed Chemical Ali for his use of chemical weapons in attacks against the Kurds, headquarters, which, while unsuccessful, had a dramatic effect on the population of Basra. Believing Chemical Ali to be dead, the population appeared to become more willing to cooperate. By the time the British 1st Armored Division began conducting reconnaissance missions into the city on the morning of April 6th, British units had encountered no resistance. The division commander, Major General Robin Brims, decided to go into the city in force and attacked into Basra from 3 directions as coalition aircraft carried out precision airstrikes on the remaining Ba'ath Command targets. By the morning of April 7th, Basra was under British control. The Thunder Runs. Wallace's intent for Baghdad was to, quote, avoid owning the city but yet still be able to control it from the outside, end quote. He intended to establish bases outside the city and conduct armored raids against enemy targets inside Baghdad for approximately 30 days, after which he expected the remaining Iraqi leadership would capitulate. The Fifth Corps planners believed they could target Baghdad's key nodes in a manner that would limit collateral damage but expeditiously facilitate the final collapse of the regime. Their targets included Ba'ath Party headquarters, symbolic regime structures, and Saddam's numerous palaces and offices, all sites that CFACC repeatedly had bombarded for 2 weeks. Wallace originally wanted the 3rd Infantry Division to probe into the city with brigade strength to evaluate the Iraqi response and prepare for follow-on operations. Thus, he expected that when the division's 2nd Brigade received the order to prepare for the first of these armored raids into Baghdad on April 5th, they would return rather than remain somewhere in the city by themselves. Major General Buford C. Buff Blount, the division commander, had a somewhat different view. Having encountered little coherent Iraqi defense on the approach to Baghdad, Blount preferred to keep his brigades moving and attack through Baghdad rather than merely probe it. Blount and Perkins thus set out to conduct what amounted to a movement to contact into the city, and attack the unit dubbed a Thunder Run. For his part, Perkins defined his task as, quote, to enter Baghdad for the purpose of displaying combat power, to destroy enemy forces, and to simply show them that we can. End quote. As had been the case with other Iraqi cities, the attacking coalition units had no detailed breakdown of the enemy forces they could expect to face in Baghdad. Pre-war intelligence estimates anticipated the city was defended by company-sized units of Special Republican Guard as well as paramilitary forces. These forces, the coalition believed, would anchor their defense at Saddam's palace complex in central Baghdad, which was surrounded by outer sectors of defense reminiscent of the First Battle of Grozny. What the 2nd Brigade encountered instead as it moved into the city on April 5th was a hodgepodge of uncoordinated attacks by different groups of Iraqi defenders, some in uniform, some in civilian clothes, and some in jihadi-type black pajamas, as coalition troops dubbed them. The 3rd Infantry Division suspected the Fedayeen were running the fight along with other miscellaneous paramilitary forces and uniformed Special Republican Guard soldiers. On the morning of April 5th, from its position at the intersection of Highway 1 and Highway 8, just north of Mahmudiyah, the 2nd Brigade moved north on Highway 8 through the southwest Baghdad district of Rashid, encountering heavy fire from the uncoordinated regime paramilitaries as it went. Repelling one lightly armed group of attackers after another, Perkins's men penetrated into West Baghdad and turned west on the airport road later known to the coalition as Route Irish. Moving through a series of ambushes, the brigade arrived at the airport and linked up with the other 3rd Infantry Division units there. The regime's response to the 2nd Brigade's attack was to claim that it had not happened. Despite the fact that media outlets had reported video of the Thunder Run, Baghdad's information minister, Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, derisively called Baghdad Bob by the coalition, insisted on television that there were no U.S. forces in Baghdad and claimed that the 3rd Infantry Division attack on the airport had been repelled. Wallace and McKiernan were concerned that this disinformation campaign would only harden the forces that were defending in Baghdad and could potentially cause 5th Corps and 1st MEF to lose the initiative in the city. Linking up with other 3rd Infantry Division units at SIAP, Perkins reported that in his judgment the remaining enemy forces in the city would fight hard but could, quote, no longer mount effective resistance, end quote, a conclusion that validated Blount's instincts to press the attack. Elsewhere, Mattis, whose Marines were closing in on Baghdad from the east, also believed that pulling back from the city would constitute a, quote, forfeiture of the initiative to the Iraqis, end quote, and would allow Saddam to, quote, thicken, end quote, the defense of Baghdad. In order to fully isolate Baghdad and protect 2nd Brigade's forays, Blount ordered his 3rd Brigade, commanded by Colonel Daniel B. Allen, to attack across the western flank of the city and seize key bridges to its north. After fighting through elements of the Hammurabi Republican Guard Division as well as Fedayeen forces, Allen had taken the bridges and sealed off Baghdad by the evening of April 6th. Iraqi forces, desperate to break through, attacked 3rd Brigade for the next 60 hours straight, sending tanks, Russian infantry fighting vehicles or BMPs, infantry, bridging vehicles, and even a crane in massed wave assaults. The attacks resulted in some of the most intense fighting of the invasion, with nearly overrun units calling in their final protective fires and artillery units firing in direct fire mode, actions that had not occurred since the Vietnam War. Despite the onslaught, Allen's brigade held, buying time for the remainder of the division to continue its assault into Baghdad. With 3rd Brigade blocking Iraqi reinforcements from the north and preventing units trapped in Baghdad from escaping, Perkins and Blount made plans for another Thunder Run to occupy the regime's central node in downtown Baghdad and stay there overnight. Wallace was concerned about the plan to remain in the city, as he did not believe the division or his corps was ready for the move into Baghdad, but he authorized Blount to send forces on the same route through Baghdad and occupy ground for several hours before withdrawing. However, Perkins never received these instructions, so when his brigade attacked into the city again on April 7th, they advanced back into the central Baghdad Government Center, later the Green Zone, including Saddam's iconic Crossed Swords military parade ground, and stayed there. Wallace was surprised when Blount confirmed reports that 2nd Brigade alone had occupied the center of Baghdad, but decided not to pull Perkins and his troops out. Though the brigade ran low on fuel and its brigade command post was hit by a surface-to-surface missile causing heavy casualties, Perkins was adamant about remaining in position. The 1st Brigade, 3rd Infantry Division, meanwhile, sustained heavy fire from what it believed were foreign fighters as it attacked to secure overpasses south of the city and support the 2nd Brigade. The supporting attack, along with continued coalition airstrikes, enabled Perkins and his troops to remain on the ground they had seized at the very heart of the regime's territory. The fall of the regime. As the 3rd Infantry Division brigades penetrated through West Baghdad, Mattis and his 1st Marine Division crossed the Tigris River on April 6th and 7th and attacked into the east side of the city, encountering intense fighting but linking up with 3rd Infantry Division units on April 8th. The little Iraqi resistance that continued was disorganized and sporadic. On April 10th, Allen's 3rd Brigade launched an attack south into Baghdad, linking up with Perkins's 2nd Brigade. As those two brigades joined forces with Mattis's Marines, virtually all resistance in Baghdad collapsed, and the Ba'athist regime lost control of its capital. Iraqis began celebrating in the streets, and in one memorable celebration, encouraged U.S. forces to topple an iconic statue of Saddam in Firdos Square on the east side of the city. Amid the chaotic situation, and with 2 American divisions in Baghdad, Saddam made one final public appearance in the Sunni neighborhood of Adhamiyah on April 9th, walking through a crowd of supporters in front of Arabic television cameras. As U.S. Marines and tanks approached the neighborhood, Saddam quit the capital, becoming a fugitive whom U.S. forces did not see again until December 13, 2003. In retrospect, Hamdani judged that, had it not been for what he termed the, quote, extreme caution, end quote, of the American forces as they approached Baghdad from Abu Ghraib, Baghdad might have fallen as early as April 5th. By the time U.S. units reached Baghdad, most of the Republican Guard units responsible for the outer defenses of the city had collapsed, and all of the corps and division headquarters were destroyed. Many of the remaining paramilitary forces tasked to defend the city, including the Fedayeen and some, quote, special security and protection forces, end quote, were sent to their deaths at the battle for SIAP instead. Thus, little organized military resistance remained in the city apart from Saddam's personal guard. Even he knew the end was near. From an obscure residence in Mansour, he ordered his remaining militia and irregular forces to make a last-ditch attempt to stall the coalition, which they did by attacking the 3rd Infantry Division's armored raids on April 7th and 8th. Chemical Ali, meanwhile, made a failed attempt to organize officers to carry out suicide bombings against the American mechanized vehicles. As the statue of Saddam fell, the remaining Iraqi security forces donned civilian clothes and faded into anonymity. The near-simultaneous collapse of Basra and Baghdad, 2 of Iraq's 3 largest cities, along with Saddam's abrupt departure, was greeted at CENTCOM and CFLCC as the effective destruction of the regime. However, these events in Baghdad and the south eclipsed the fact that Mosul and the upper Tigris Valley remained under enemy control. Several days elapsed before a small contingent of Special Operations Forces from CJSOTF-N and Peshmerga arrived in Mosul to announce the fall of the regime. For the moment, at least, the future hub of the Sunni insurgency was, in the coalition's thinking, an afterthought. A validation of the RMA? Page 103. Despite facing unexpectedly tenacious irregular Iraqi defense in southern Iraq, U.S. and coalition forces succeeded in forcing regime change in just under 3 weeks, far ahead of the 70 to 120 days the invasion plan envisioned. Forced to adapt quickly to several unexpected factors, coalition units had used rapid maneuver and overwhelming firepower to destroy the sizable Iraqi security and intelligence forces in less than a month. The invasion showcased some successful innovations in joint and combined arms operations, but also highlighted flaws in intelligence, aviation deep attacks, and the risks associated with unsecured urban centers along maneuver lines of communications. The invasion also marked one of the largest, if not the largest, special forces operations in history, involving almost all of Air Force Special Operations Command, 2 Special Forces groups, and part of a 3rd group, a Naval Special Warfare Group, and international special operations elements from the United Kingdom and Poland. For the bulk of the invasion, combat operations remained largely compartmentalized between special operations and conventional forces, with each having mostly separate missions, terrain, and key tasks. On the surface, the Special Operations Forces component of the invasion appeared to validate pre-existing expectations of those forces' capabilities. With a comparatively small number of troops, Special Operations Forces completed all of their tasks except locating the non-existent Scud launch points in western and northern Iraq and supported conventional force efforts to identify and destroy Iraqi irregular forces. However, Special Operations Forces faced significant challenges in Haditha and Kirkuk in seizing and holding terrain by themselves. Eventually, those cities would have to be occupied by larger, conventional military units. Assuming risk in the urban areas was a problem that neither exercises nor simulations identified ahead of time. CFLCC, 5th Corps, and 1st MEF, however, were able to rapidly reallocate their forces, adjust their plans, and employ the reserve force to manage that difficulty during the operational pause provided by the mother of all sandstorms. At the same time, the deep attack that had served as a standard pre-war winning move in simulations against peer military forces simply did not work in Iraq. The dismal failure of the first scheduled deep aviation attack against the Medina Division of the Republican Guard made the CFLCC and 5th Corps commanders reluctant to use attack aviation in future shaping operations. When aviation assets were used to support light or mechanized infantry in combined arms operations to secure the lines of communications and key objectives for the remainder of the invasion, those operations were very successful. In the aftermath of the invasion, advocates of the Revolution in Military Affairs, or RMA, pronounced the rapid coalition attack to Baghdad validated the RMA's contentions that speed and technological superiority would supplant mass and firepower in contemporary military operations and render large ground forces less relevant. Among the RMA advocates, Rumsfeld himself hailed the invasion as, quote, an unprecedented combination of speed, precision, surprise, and flexibility, end quote. Speaking before the Senate Armed Services Committee 3 months after the fall of the Iraqi regime, Rumsfeld told the senators that the principal military lessons of the invasion included, quote, the importance of speed and the ability to get inside the enemy's decision cycle and strike before he is able to mount a coherent defense, end quote, as well as the importance of jointness, intelligence, and precision, with the latter defined as, quote, the ability to deliver devastating damage to enemy positions while sparing civilian lives and the civilian infrastructure, end quote. He also posited that the invasion had shown that, quote, in the 21st century, overmatching power is more important than overwhelming force. In the past, under the doctrine of overwhelming force, force tended to be measured in terms of mass, the number of troops that were committed to a particular conflict. In the 21st century, mass may no longer be the best measure of power in a conflict. After all, when Baghdad fell, there were just over 100,000 American forces on the ground. General Franks overwhelmed the enemy not with the typical 3-to-1 advantage in mass, but by overmatching the enemy with advanced capabilities and using those capabilities in innovative and unexpected ways. End quote. It was certainly true that the invading coalition forces had displayed an impressive flexibility in their operations, as Rumsfeld and other RMA advocates noted. But more importantly, the invasion highlighted some of the shortcomings of U.S. military intelligence and the associated precision of coalition operations. The pre-war intelligence estimates failed to anticipate the role of Saddam's irregular forces sufficiently, and the coalition intelligence apparatus had difficulty absorbing the enormous volume of information at its disposal and analyzing new information outside their pre-made templates of Iraqi regime forces. In reality, the enemy did not behave much like the coalition planners, psychological operations specialists, and intelligence analysts expected. Although airstrikes and the rapid coalition advance demoralized segments of the Iraqi military, widespread capitulations did not occur. Nor did coalition forces see the, quote, massed tank battles, end quote, they expected from the Republican Guard. Saddam did not use chemical weapons as coalition forces advanced on Baghdad, and the bulk of the resistance in southern Iraq came from Iraq's irregular forces, the Fedayeen in particular, rather than the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard. From the first engagement with the Fedayeen, Ba'ath Party militias, and other paramilitary forces, intelligence personnel across CFLCC had difficulty comprehending the true enemy picture. This placed the responsibility for understanding and targeting the enemy almost entirely on the shoulders of the maneuver units and special operations forces in contact. Assets that were supposed to provide real-time tactical targeting information, for example, Joint Surveillance Target Attack Radar System, or JSTARS, UAVs, and national-level platforms, were often focused on large Iraqi mechanized formations, forcing the coalition divisions to rely on the more traditional cavalry squadrons, long-range surveillance units, and special operations forces for reconnaissance and surveillance against paramilitary forces. In short, it was an exact reversal of the late 1990s trend, which Rumsfeld and RMA advocates had encouraged, toward technological platforms and away from combined arms reconnaissance units that could fight for information. When put to the test, the technological platforms were found wanting. The lessons Rumsfeld and RMA advocates took from the invasion also tended to ignore the simple fact that the Iraqi regime was a weak enemy whose leaders struggled to mount a coherent defense, and that this factor might have played a larger role in the apparent ease of the coalition invasion than the coalition's own advanced technological capabilities. For example, A lengthy 2007 report by Stephen Biddle of the U.S. Army War College found that the Iraqi military had performed exceptionally poorly in March to April 2003, and that the coalition advance was not so speedy that the Iraqis could not have taken advantage of some significant opportunities had they been a fully competent force. The Iraqis had, among other things, failed to flood the Karbala Gap or destroy bridges to slow down the coalition, use the Republican Guard in an urban warfare environment to inflict coalition casualties, conduct a scorched earth campaign, or even competently perform simple gunnery and hit close coalition targets. If the coalition's easy victory rested on Iraqi military incompetence, Biddle concluded, then the supposed lessons of the new importance of speed and precision might not apply to a future conflict against a more competent enemy, as Rumsfeld had implied. Within the Iraqi regime and military, years of preparing to wage war against Iran or an internal insurgency left Iraqi forces ill-prepared for a coalition onslaught. Saddam's overconfidence in the abilities of his forces, fed by years of demanding only positive information about them, caused him and his inner circle to make military decisions far removed from what their operational commanders observed or requested. Although some Iraqi conventional and unconventional forces mounted energetic defenses of Iraq's southern cities and key terrain, they never gained the initiative. Select Iraqi units were able to mount some tactical counterattacks near Nasiriyah, Samawa, Kut, Najaf, Hilla, and the Karbala Gap, but at no point did the Iraqi forces have sufficient command and control or combat power to conduct an operational-level counterattack. In reality, the Iraqi regime and its military never stood a chance. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5. We're here. Now what? Page 111. As 3rd Infantry Division troops seized downtown Baghdad on April 2, 2003, Lieutenant General William Wallace called Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, Operations Chief Major General James D. Thurman for instructions. Quote, "Okay, Bubba, we're here," Wallace said. "Now what?" End quote. Wallace's question foreshadowed what became the private views of many coalition commanders in the weeks following the toppling of Saddam Hussein. Like Wallace, many were unprepared for the new situation that emerged as the Iraqi state collapsed, which necessitated a combination of combat operations, intense policing operations, reconstruction, and the establishment of new local governments. As they had done in the exercises leading up to the invasion, U.S. ground forces expected to be able to seize their objectives, conduct after-action reviews of the operation, and prepare for redeployment, leaving the post-conflict phase as some other agency's responsibility. These expectations were reinforced by overly optimistic strategic assessments that the Iraqi population would welcome the coalition and resume normal activities quickly. The Army and Marine forces that had spent their organizational energy focusing on their immediate objectives of destroying the Iraqi military and forcing regime change were not prepared for the complicated Phase 4 they were about to face. The speed with which coalition forces arrived in Baghdad also caught the few planners at CFLCC and the U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, who were finalizing Phase 4 plans by surprise, meaning that much of that planning was completed while the transition to Phase 4 was already in progress. Consequently, CFLCC conducted a very rough rolling transition from major combat operations to stability operations, with some units beginning their humanitarian assistance missions while still engaged in combat operations. As CFLCC scrambled to reposition its limited forces across the contested territory, units also encountered new enemies that intelligence estimates mischaracterized and underestimated. Phase 4 operations were complicated by a number of other factors. Widespread public disorder and looting surprised coalition commanders, and the coalition's efforts to restore order undermined the legitimacy of the entire coalition enterprise in Iraq. Neither CFLCC nor 5th Corps had accounted for looting during planning for the invasion, and neither they nor CENTCOM were prepared to declare martial law in Iraq in the interim. In addition, the collapse of the regime did not mark the end of major combat operations. Iraq's borders with Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia were wide open, and Saddam, his sons, and most of the Ba'ath Party senior military and internal security leaders remained at large, as were suspected weapons of mass destruction, or WMD, materials. CFLCC units continued to encounter pockets of resistance in Baghdad and Anbar, while Mosul, Kirkuk, and the upper Tigris River Valley remained unsecured by coalition forces, although many government buildings and posts were seized by Peshmerga and Badr Corps militias. As Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan later recalled, quote, "We're in Baghdad. We know the Ba'ath Party has ruptured, no one can find Saddam, but in a city of 6 million people, we don't know if we're in control yet. There is not a lot of combat going on. It is a fluid situation. We are still trying to exploit WMD, or weapons of mass destruction, sites, and there is fighting in other areas of Iraq, so it is a very complex, convoluted situation." End quote. Iraqi State Collapse. Page 112. The Dissolution of Public Order. Once it became clear that Saddam was no longer in power, Iraqi citizens began wild celebrations in the streets of Baghdad and other liberated areas. Coalition troops were unprepared for the utter dissolution of public order that followed. Within days of the regime collapse, Baghdad and other areas of Iraq descended into chaos. Looting and arson began in Baghdad almost immediately, and disorder spread throughout southern Iraq and in Kirkuk as well. Opportunists took advantage and ravaged Ba'ath Party and Iraqi government facilities, critical infrastructure sites, public houses, and the homes of wealthy Ba'athists who had fled. Regime loyalists and security and intelligence personnel who remained destroyed a substantial amount of government security documents and ministry information, all of which was intricately maintained only in hard copy form. The Iraqi police structure was severely damaged, and many police stations were destroyed. Looting at hospitals resulted in the disappearance of much-needed pharmaceuticals. The National Museum of Baghdad was looted as well, and ancient Iraqi artifacts quickly began appearing in black markets outside of Iraq. By April 11th, CFLCC recognized that the presence of coalition troops deterred looting, and McKiernan ordered units to increase patrols around important governance locations, hospitals, and other facilities. CFLCC tasked its civil affairs units with helping to recover local museum items and, with some outside assistance, made progress towards that goal by the end of April. The gradual reduction in looting and violence was at least partially due to coalition units' efforts to find local police willing to conduct joint patrols in various areas of Baghdad, and CFLCC began providing new uniforms to the Iraqi police to distinguish them from the old regime. By April 16th, coalition and Iraqi police joint patrols were on the streets of Baghdad. CFLCC judged that the looting was dramatically reduced and that Iraqis, in Baghdad at least, were beginning to resume normal activities. Isolated pockets of looting in other cities and ammunition depots continued across Iraq through the end of April 2003. In some areas, the looting of April 2003 was accompanied by rioting that the small number of Iraqi police who remained at their posts were unable to quell. Demonstrations in Baghdad, Anbar, and some cities of southern Iraq increased steadily toward the end of April. During some of those demonstrations, CFLCC units determined that anti-coalition agitators in the crowds were attempting to provoke coalition troops into a violent response to pin blame for the instability on the coalition. Another hurdle to halting the demonstrations arose as Iraqis began competing with each other for political power and positions in hastily organized governance structures. Just 10 days after Baghdad's fall, CFLCC observed that Iraqi religious leaders from various sects were, quote, establishing themselves as local leaders or pushing support for their designated candidates in the cities, end quote, creating local rivalries. In response to rising civil unrest, many CFLCC units began implementing curfews, especially ahead of major events that included the Shia Arba'een holiday and Saddam's birthday. Changing rules of engagement. The coalition's difficulty in arresting the looters was symptomatic of a larger problem: unclear and varied application of the rules of engagement, the guidelines under which coalition troops were instructed to use force. The rules of engagement had already changed significantly from the beginning of the invasion through its completion. Both the 1003V and Cobra II war plans initially called for very restrictive rules of engagement against non-uniformed personnel, and those who were captured in uniform were expressly categorized as prisoners of war. Quote, "There was also a lingering concern if we should put U.S. soldiers in a position to stand between the Iraqi people and symbols of the regime from whom they had been liberated," end quote, recalled Wallace. Because the coalition did not want the Iraqis to perceive them as oppressors, coalition commanders directed their troops to apply the minimum amount of force needed for each situation. During the invasion, however, commanders at all levels had gradually eased restrictions on the use of force as the number of paramilitary attacks by the Fedayeen Saddam and others increased. As looting and disorder spread throughout Iraq, commanders were unclear about how to apply the rules of engagement that had governed the invasion. Coalition units had shifted from taking prisoners of war to taking looters and criminals into their custody, designating them as detainees rather than prisoners of war. Commanders and civilian leaders differed on how to deal with looters and violent dissidents they could not capture. Some believed it was best to allow the Iraqis to blow off some steam after years of oppressive rule. On the opposite end of the spectrum, others proffered that shooting looters and instituting martial law might be suitable deterrents to disorder, albeit unpopular ones. After a discussion concerning a theoretical order to shoot looters in the act was leaked to the press, Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald H. Rumsfeld expressed his concern that the rules of engagement established by the headquarters in Baghdad, quote, "were being diluted as they were passed down the chain of command," end quote. Lieutenant General John P. Abizaid, empowered as the CENTCOM deputy to make decisions about Iraq, quickly agreed and decided to, quote, "re-energize the chain of command to ensure they had robust rules of engagement in place and that every soldier and Marine understood them," end quote. In response to the emerging circumstances on the ground, CENTCOM made an addendum to the rules of engagement in Op. Ord 1003V on April 25th. These additional rules of engagement contained provisions for commanders to implement curfews and the use of force during civil-military operations, which included authorization to use deadly force to prevent the theft or destruction of property belonging to U.S. troops or private Iraqi citizens. U.S. forces also were permitted to use deadly force to prevent the escape of detainees or enemy prisoners of war, to exercise law enforcement powers, and to guard WMD and other hazardous materials that were deemed, quote, "inherently dangerous to others," end quote. In addition, the addendum permitted commanders to authorize searches and detention of civilians, vehicles, and property, and to use non-lethal riot control agents on unruly crowds and demonstrations. Brigade commanders had the authority to retain detainees in their custody for up to 10 days, after which they were required to present probable cause for holding them longer in a, quote, "hearing held by a competent authority," end quote. Despite Abizaid's efforts and those of his subordinate commanders, the rules of engagement and directives concerning coalition unit behavior in the summer of 2003 remained loosely understood and applied across the theater. For example, the order to conduct presence patrols to stop looting was not uniformly applied. The Light Infantry 101st Airborne Division conducted many foot patrols, while the Mechanized 3rd Infantry Division remained more tied to its mechanized platforms and tended not to engage in dismounted patrols. Moreover, there were often no specific instructions for how patrolling units should respond to looting. For the remainder of the conflict, some units maintained the more restrictive rules of engagement, believing that shooting or detaining large numbers of civilians undermined stability and security. Others adopted more permissive rules of engagement, asserting that harsher penalties for misbehavior and violence deterred further violent behavior and guerrilla-like attacks. Finally, the new rules of engagement really applied only to American units and personnel, not coalition partners, and some conflicts in the theater rules of engagement were not immediately resolved. Consistent understanding and application of the rules of engagement remained problematic for the rest of the war. Combat operations continue. Although the Ba'ath Party was clearly no longer in charge of Iraq after April 9th, combat operations to eliminate pockets of Iraqi military and paramilitary resistance continued, with Baghdad and some other population centers not yet fully under coalition control. Quote, "This fight is nowhere near over," McKiernan told his subordinate commanders on April 10th, "but we have momentum, and we've got initiative on our side. So everywhere we get in contact with the remaining regime resistance, we're going to get a stranglehold on it." End quote. From April 9th to 11th, 5th Corps and 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, or 1st MEF, completed the outer cordon of Baghdad and continued to quash enemy resistance in the city. They secured key lines of communications and highways leading into Baghdad, secured Saddam International Airport, and destroyed the remnants of the Iraqi Republican Guard units that remained around Iraq's central zone. CFLCC units also turned their attention toward seizing physical symbols of the regime, including Ba'ath Party headquarters, Fedayeen outposts, and Saddam's Special Security and Intelligence headquarters. They also secured ministry buildings, major infrastructure, and other government facilities in Baghdad. The 5th Corps and 1st MEF continued to clear Baghdad through April 15th. Apart from encountering, quote, "several disorganized counterattacks by irregular forces," end quote, the 5th Corps and 1st MEF units in Baghdad did not face significant enemy resistance. They easily destroyed the technical vehicles full of fighters and small outposts with close air support. South of Baghdad, CFLCC troops secured population centers along the main lines of communication. The 101st Airborne Division secured Karbala and Najaf and cleared Hilla. The 82nd Airborne Division cleared Samawa, and Task Force Tarawa secured Diwania, Numania, and the highways leading into Kut before advancing east toward Maisan. En route to Amara, the Marines destroyed abandoned equipment from the 10th and 14th Iraqi Army Divisions but encountered no resistance. In Basra province, the British 1st Armored Division secured the remainder of the Rumaila oil fields and Kurna and patrolled Basra and Zubair. While Task Force Tarawa isolated Kut, other 1st MEF units maneuvered north of Baghdad. The 1st MEF troops crossed the Diyala River northeast of Baghdad on April 9th and prepared to secure areas near Saddam's home in Salahuddin province. Between April 13th and 15th, 1st MEF attacked Bakuba and Tikrit and secured Baiji, Samara, and the highways leading from those cities into Baghdad. They then prepared to secure the remainder of Salahuddin province ahead of the arrival of the 4th Infantry Division, which had made its way by sea to Kuwait after its northern invasion route was shut off by the Turkish government. Elsewhere in northern Iraq, Colonel Charles Cleveland's Combined Joint Operations Task Force North, or CJSOTF-N, fought remnants of the Iraqi Army and Republican Guard divisions. By April 13th, the task force judged that the Iraqi 1st and 2nd Corps were reduced to about 30 to 40% of their original strength, with the remainder of the forces having deserted. The fighters of Ansar al-Islam who survived the coalition airstrikes had crossed over into Iran, and CJSOTF-N verified that the organization no longer had a presence on Iraqi soil. In Nineveh province, CJSOTF-N and its Peshmerga partners had put the Iraqi 5th Corps to flight and entered Mosul, northern Iraq's largest population center, and the location at which the Iraqi 5th Corps commander surrendered to the task force on April 11th. Meanwhile, CJSOTF West, or CJSOTF-W, began establishing checkpoints on Iraq's considerable borders with Jordan and Syria. Portions of a separate Special Operations Task Force, the Rangers, and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment started to transition from operations against Iraqi military and paramilitary forces to hunting high-value regime targets. A country full of weapons. In the turbulent weeks after Baghdad's fall, coalition units discovered an astonishing amount of munitions across the country. In the months prior to the invasion, Saddam's forces placed large numbers of weapons and stockpiles of ammunition in dispersed caches to improve access for Iraqi forces that Saddam assumed would be immobilized by coalition air power. Many of those caches remained intact after the Iraqi regime was defeated, along with the vast stores the Iraqi military had dispersed during the 12 years of no-fly zones. In addition, many usable tanks, armored personnel carriers, and artillery pieces, abandoned during combat operations, remained vulnerable to looters and militia groups. CFLCC and Coalition Forces Special Operations Component Command, or CFSOCC, leaders worried that munitions and equipment looted from these caches would find their way into the black market and either be used against coalition forces or be used by Iraq's factions against one another if the caches were not secured. For coalition ground forces, the scale of that mission was overwhelming. Many of the caches were spread across large areas virtually impossible for units to physically secure, and the sheer volume of munitions was equally daunting. When 4th Infantry Division troops arrived at Taji Military Depot on April 18th, for example, they found that they had to secure and empty hundreds of bunkers. The weapons ammunition depot outside of Rutba was larger in size and composition and required significant numbers of troops to secure it. Less than 3 weeks into Phase 4, CFLCC assessed that major problems remained with leftover Iraqi arms and munitions. In northern Iraq, CJSOTF-N was concerned about the equipment the regime's troops had abandoned, some of which was left fully loaded with ammunition, and proposed establishing several locations to store the armored vehicles and artillery pieces scattered throughout the north. However, CFLCC had no troops to allocate to that mission, and the Peshmerga seized the tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery pieces, small arms, and ammunition, and moved them north of the Green Line into Kurdish-controlled territory. From humanitarian assistance to reconstruction and governance. In his commander's intent for Cobra II, McKiernan envisioned a blurred or rolling transition between Phase 3 and Phase 4, in which humanitarian assistance would begin in cleared areas even before the conclusion of major combat operations. In fact, McKiernan and Wallace both expected their post-regime focus to be almost exclusively on humanitarian missions, much as it had been after the Gulf War. This assumption proved incorrect. By the end of April 2003, CFLCC's units had shifted from clearing and securing territory to restoring essential services, repairing infrastructure, and establishing meager local and national governance capabilities. The British forces began their humanitarian aid distribution in Qasr on March 31st and later spread to Basra and Zubair. CFLCC units in Nasiriyah, Najaf, Samawa, and Baghdad followed suit in mid-April, and the Marines established a civil military operations center at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. Civil affairs units opened the port of Qasr as a theater humanitarian distribution center and prepared to reinitiate the oil for food redistribution program as planned. These humanitarian assistance operations were, however, much smaller than what most CENTCOM leaders envisaged for the post-hostilities period, because the widespread humanitarian crises that CENTCOM and policymakers expected did not occur. Instead, CFLCC discovered that Iraqis' most pressing concerns were not food and water, but the restoration of basic services and functions of the state, meaning CFLCC units abruptly shifted from humanitarian assistance to finding Iraqi engineers, technocrats, and bureaucrats to help them maintain the electrical, water, sanitation, medical, and oil systems and infrastructure, another mission for which CFLCC was unprepared. In addition to these new infrastructure operations, CFLCC began to assume some governance-related responsibilities for which they had not planned. These included recalling local police to duty, enforcing the rule of law, and assisting with the establishment of the new Iraqi provincial and national governments. On April 10th, CENTCOM directed CFLCC to, quote, provide all support necessary to establish a central coordination mechanism within each governorate or province of Iraq, end quote, likely in response to pressure from both U.S. policymakers and Iraqis to prepare the country for Iraqi rule. CFLCC units operating in relatively stable areas like Hilla and Basra began to establish interim city councils. Meanwhile, the CFLCC planners who had continued during the invasion to develop Eclipse II, the Phase 4 sequel to Cobra II, found themselves in the middle of planning operations that were already ongoing. CFLCC did not issue the commander's intent for Phase 4 until April 15th, shortly after rushing through a more final version of Eclipse II that differed somewhat from the initial version prepared in early March. Far fewer forces were available to secure the country than CFLCC planners anticipated. The 4th Infantry Division had just arrived, the 1st Armored Division was preparing to enter the country, and, apart from scattered and disorganized Iraqi police, there were no recalled Iraqi security forces available to assist the coalition in maintaining law and order. The threat, too, was different. Instead of anticipating that the greatest sources of instability would be reprisal attacks, the new Eclipse II judged the major threat would be, quote, the Sunni minority, primarily represented by remnants of the regime-sponsored paramilitary forces, end quote, and ethno-religious flashpoints in Mosul, Kirkuk, Saddam City, later renamed Sadr City, Karbala, Najaf, and Basra. Notably, Anbar Province's cities were omitted from the CFLCC estimate. The new version of Eclipse II also identified the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, rather than the Coalition Joint Task Force Iraq, or CJTFI, as the lead agency for civilian governance. Unfortunately, the Eclipse II plan came too late to prevent significant disparities in each division's interpretations of how to implement Phase 4 directives in their areas of operations, areas that varied enormously in their characteristics. Moreover, 5th Corps and 1st MEF were unprepared to incorporate the lone agency assigned to run post-regime Iraq, ORHA, into their efforts to restore stability. Just prior to the invasion, CFLCC first began incorporating ORHA into its Phase 4 planning and operations in Kuwait. Like CFLCC, ORHA quickly acknowledged that reconstruction issues were far more pressing than humanitarian requirements. What CFLCC and ORHA discovered once inside Iraq was that Saddam had not invested in the physical infrastructure of the country for years, particularly in the Shia South and Sadr City. The water, sewage, electricity, transportation, and communications infrastructure in those areas was decades old and crumbling, in much more dire circumstances than anyone in CENTCOM or CFLCC had guessed. An early prospective hurdle emerged when large numbers of Iraqi utility workers failed to arrive to perform their jobs due to pay disputes in early April. Over the next 2 weeks, coalition units worked with ORHA to come up with expedient methods of payment using Iraqi civil leaders as designated pay representatives. Governance was a much more complicated mission for ORHA. Just days after the fall of the regime, retired Lieutenant General J. Garner was surprised to receive instructions from Washington to have ORHA build governing capacity within the Iraqi Interim Authority in Baghdad. Like CENTCOM's leaders, Garner had been planning to build governance structures starting at the municipal level and then build toward national elections. The decision to run the process from the top down, originating from Undersecretary of Defense Douglas J. Feith's office, meant that Garner needed to adjust how he developed relationships with the Iraqis. Throughout April, Garner strove to meet important Iraqi leaders, apprise them of the ORHA mission, and gain their support for an interim Iraqi government. He met with Kurdish leaders in the 3rd week of April and began liaising with national-level leaders shortly thereafter, subsequently establishing offices in Mosul and Baghdad. CFLCC assisted ORHA with organizing the first meetings of the Iraqi Interim Authority in Baghdad on April 26th and 28th, and a CFLCC brokered security town hall meeting in Baghdad on April 29th. On April 27th, Garner conducted his first radio broadcast in which he, quote, urged the Iraqi people to return to normalcy and assured them that ORHA would assist in their recovery, and pledged to expedite the establishment of the new Iraqi government. End quote. ORHA personnel and resources continued to flow into the country for the remainder of April, and Garner planned to have his headquarters in Baghdad fully operational by May 3, 2003, not knowing that his organization would be gone in less than 30 days. As the demand for reconstruction and local policing increased, mission requirements for engineers, civil affairs personnel, and military police expanded considerably. However, the comparatively small numbers of engineer, civil affairs, and military police battalions were task-organized to support the divisions rather than the broader theater during the invasion, and there was no plan to reallocate those forces to support either ORHA or CFLCC in Phase 4. This lack of support left the Theater Command and the Reconstruction Authority with no assets with which to begin the reconstruction. By mid-April, McKiernan's command began to consolidate and redistribute the support units for the reconstruction mission, though most of them ultimately remained in Baghdad. New actors on the battlefield. The transition to Phase 4 also introduced a host of new actors to CFLCC battlespace. Coalition partners who had declined to participate in combat operations began sending military forces and humanitarian assistance units to support stability operations. Jordan established a field hospital west of Baghdad, and Italy agreed to set up its own field hospital in Baghdad proper. CFLCC met with a delegation from Japan to discuss using Japanese defense forces in northern Iraq. Albania and El Salvador sent forces to assist the 101st Airborne Division in Mosul, and CFLCC began assembling a multinational force to assume 1st MEF's battlespace as 1st MEF redeployed to the United States. The number of private contractors also increased substantially once stability operations commenced. Most of CFLCC's subordinates used systems that required contractor maintenance, most notably the 4th Infantry Division, whose deployment was briefly imperiled by the sheer number of private contractors who refused to support the unit in direct combat. The arrival of civilian-run agencies on the battlefield, along with increased logistical requirements after the fall of the regime, generated an increasing demand for contractor support. ORHA was particularly reliant on private companies for its reconstruction operations, including Raytheon and Kellogg Brown & Root. Other contractors provided a range of services, including personal and facilities security, training and advising capabilities, communications management, and life support operations. Problems in northern Iraq. As the Iraqi army in northern Iraq melted away after April 11th, Cleveland and his Special Forces troops quickly found that they faced challenges far beyond the means of a CJSOTF to handle. The first challenge was averting another Kurdish civil war between the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, while also preventing Kurdish reprisals against Arabs in Kirkuk and Mosul. CJSOTF-N attempted to work with Colonel William C. Mayville's 173rd Airborne Brigade to develop an updated picture of the locations of Peshmerga units so as to prevent Kurdish, quote, land grabs, end quote, in the Mosul and Kirkuk areas that exacerbated the already tenuous security situation in those mixed ethnicity cities. The situation in Kirkuk was the more pressing of the two. CSJOTF-N was concerned that the remaining Iraqi Army and Republican Guard units might move south of Kirkuk and back to Tikrit. In addition, the last of the Iraqi military resistance in the north had collapsed, and there was nothing, quote, holding the Kurds back, end quote, from taking the city. Both the KDP and PUK claimed Kirkuk and its oil fields, and shortly after the fall of Baghdad, the groups began accusing each other of rogue efforts to seize them. CJSOTF-N also observed a surprising number of internally displaced persons returning to Kirkuk, where coalition leaders were concerned they would target Arab civilians occupying formerly Kurdish homes. Many Kurds were indeed eager to exact reprisals in Kirkuk, from which tens of thousands of Kurds had been expelled by Saddam's regime after the 1991 rebellion. Cleveland tasked Lieutenant Colonel Kenneth E. Tovo with trying to maintain security in Kirkuk, and Tovo, in turn, worked to restrain his Peshmerga counterparts from going into Kirkuk ahead of the coalition troops, a job that proved futile. On April 10th, before either Tovo's men or Mayville's 173rd Airborne Brigade reached Kirkuk, the Iraqi army abandoned the city, and looting began. On the same day, Peshmerga units arrived in Kirkuk and occupied the city in defiance of their prior agreement with U.S. forces. While select Peshmerga units made a concerted effort to stop the looting, others actively participated in looting and began reprisals against the city's Sunni Arab and Turkoman population. Jalal Talabani, the PUK leader, declared an interim government in Kirkuk under PUK leadership, though because of the rapport the U.S. military and Kurds had built during Operation Provide Comfort in the 1990s, Kurdish leaders were somewhat receptive to entreaties to move the Peshmerga out of the city. Tovo's units were also able to reach Kirkuk in time to end some of the reprisals against Arabs. To ensure Kirkuk's civilian population that the city remained under coalition control, Tovo ordered his special operations troops to exchange their Kurdish garb and long hair for military uniforms and haircuts. These troops began handing out small American flags, claiming that they were from American paratroopers. These actions created the visual effect of thousands of American airborne troops in Kirkuk when, in fact, there was only Tovo's small special operations contingent. The ruse worked long enough to allow the larger 173rd Airborne Brigade to move into Kirkuk and make the act a reality. Lieutenant Colonel Robert Waltemeyer, another of Cleveland's subordinates, used similar methods to restrain the KDP Peshmerga from seizing Mosul, even going so far as to put his vehicle, marked with a large American flag, at the head of the Peshmerga convoys racing toward the city, thereby putting a nominal coalition face on operations there. He was joined by reinforcements from the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, or MEU, on April 14th. In the interest of preventing ethnic conflict and maintaining order, CJSOTF-N worked with Kurdish leaders to withdraw the Peshmerga from Mosul and Kirkuk, which was difficult considering that the Peshmerga had assisted the coalition in clearing both cities in the first place. The situation in Mosul did not stay calm for long. The 26th MEU unwittingly stirred up unrest by failing to stop a returning former Saddamist, Mishan al-Jabouri, from declaring himself the mayor of Mosul. Jabouri's power grab angered local Moslawis, who responded with a large protest on April 20th in which they rioted, burned Jabouri's car, and threw stones at him. Things got out of hand when the 26th MEU intervened to break up the demonstration. Shots fired from the crowd appeared to be aimed at the Marines, who fired back and killed between 10 and 15 civilians in the process, causing the crowd to erupt even further. With the situation in Mosul slipping into chaos, CENTCOM ordered CFLCC to move troops north to control the city as soon as feasible. Yet another northern problem came in the disposition of the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, or MEK, an armed Iranian opposition group that had for 2 decades been sponsored by Saddam. With Saddam's support, the MEK's militia had frequently conducted cross-border operations into Iran from its base in Diyala and had helped the Ba'athist regime crush the 1991 Kurdish rebellion. The MEK had not resisted coalition forces during the invasion, but the group remained armed and was also on the State Department's list of foreign terrorist organizations. However, no policy was in place for how coalition forces should approach this organization if it did not fight, so the problem fell to CJSOTF-N to sort out by default. With plenty of other security challenges to deal with, Cleveland recommended that the coalition give the MEK amnesty in exchange for assisting in identifying Badr Corps infiltration points along the Iranian border, a recommendation a skeptical CENTCOM chose not to take. In the meantime, MEK leaders requested a formal ceasefire with the United States, which Cleveland signed in the absence of any other instructions. The Department of Defense, or DoD, agreed afterward to treat the MEK as a recognized force and accept its armed capitulation until its final disposition could be decided. The Iranian-backed militias like the Badr Corps infiltrating into northern Iraq were another problem. CJSOTF-N began tracking Badr Corps infiltration across the Iranian border in mid-April and became concerned that the Badr Corps intended to draw the MEK in Diyala into a fight, derailing the ceasefire negotiations. After CJSOTF-N confronted the Badr Corps and threatened to target them with lethal force if they did not leave the area within 24 hours, the group left the region around April 19th. Turkey and the ethnic Turkoman population added a final complication to the already difficult situation in northern Iraq. Coalition leaders were concerned about Turkey's reaction should the Kurds take steps to achieve their ambition of an independent Kurdish state in northern Iraq. Cleveland expected that Turkey might use the Kurdistan Workers' Party's, or PKK's, annual Spring Offensive and the instability in Iraq as an excuse to advance a larger Turkish military presence into northern Iraq. CJSOTF-N also judged that Turkey was using a Turkoman political party, the Iraqi Turkoman Front, to gain a foothold in Kirkuk, and might use any ethnic incidents, however minor, involving the Turkomans as an excuse to infiltrate Turkish paramilitaries into the area. Turkey already used the Peace Monitoring Force, established by the United Nations, or UN, at the conclusion of the Kurdish Civil War in 1996, as a cover for Turkish Special Forces operations, and those, too, had the potential to expand to Kirkuk. To prevent these various crises from becoming a general conflagration across the north, Cleveland had only 3 Special Forces battalions and the 173rd Airborne Brigade at his disposal, plus the 26th MEU, the unit that had fired on the crowd in Mosul. The U.S. forces that had been bolstered by 60,000 Peshmerga during the invasion now found themselves responsible for preventing those same Peshmerga allies from unsettling the complex ethno-religious issues that permeated the region, a task CJS-OTF-N could not hope to accomplish with its limited means. Repositioning the force. Page 121. With the transition to Phase 4 underway, McKiernan, Wallace, and Lieutenant General James Conway met to discuss how best to position their forces to stabilize the country. McKiernan was faced with shortages in his task organization that he had not anticipated. Although his invasion force was sufficient for toppling the regime, he now had approximately 2.5 fewer divisions than he had expected to execute the Eclipse II plan. Because CFLCC had advanced on Baghdad so rapidly, the 4th Infantry Division, 1st Armored Division, 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, 416th Engineer Brigade, and 352nd Civil Affairs Command were still flowing into theater at the time the regime fell. More importantly, Rumsfeld had canceled the participation of the 1st Cavalry Division in the invasion in February 2003, but McKiernan had assumed that, along with the 1st Armored Division, the 1st Cavalry Division would be available for use with the other follow-on forces in Phase 4. He was therefore dumbfounded when Franks told him in the last days of April 2003 that the SecDef had decided to off-ramp the 1st Cavalry Division. He would receive only the 1st Armored Division to augment his thinly spread units, especially considering that 1st MEF was already preparing to depart the theater, and CFSOCC was likewise preparing to redeploy a significant portion of its forces. Franks had also given McKiernan explicit guidance on April 15th that, quote, "We're not staying, and we're going to take as much risk leaving Iraq as we did attacking Iraq," end quote. With that bold statement in mind, and recognizing that with the impending departure of the Marines and Special Operations elements in CJS-OTFW, the thinly stretched remaining Army divisions would be responsible for securing most of the country, McKiernan and Wallace set about rearranging their units in accordance with the general plans they had discussed prior to the invasion. As planned, they placed the boundary between 5th Corps and 1st MEF at Baghdad, with 5th Corps assuming responsibility for Baghdad itself as well as the provinces to the north and west of the city. 1st MEF was assigned all provinces south of Baghdad with the exception of Basra, which remained under British control. The 3rd Infantry Division, augmented by the 2nd Armored Cavalry Regiment, remained in Baghdad before being relieved by the 1st Armored Division later in the summer and redeploying home. McKiernan and Wallace had intended to place the 101st Airborne Division in Baghdad as well, but with the growing crisis in the north, Wallace decided to dispatch the 101st, the only division whose air assets allowed for a rapid deployment, to confront the rising challenge in Mosul and Nineveh province. Major General Raymond T. Odierno and the 4th Infantry Division relieved the Marines in Salahuddin and Tamim or Kirkuk provinces, and the soon-to-arrive 3rd ACR would move to Anbar to augment CJS-OTF-W. At CFLCC's direction, 5th Corps began building up Saddam International Airport, renamed Baghdad International Airport in mid-April, as the coalition's future headquarters for the theater. Two factors prevented the immediate reposturing of CFLCC's forces. The first was current unit positions. Quote, "The difficulty was that everyone was out of position to move into their planned Phase 4 areas at the time the regime fell," end quote, recalled Wallace. The 5th Corps units could not move north until the Marines assumed responsibility for the southern zone, and the Marines could not move south until the 4th Infantry Division assumed control of Salahuddin province and the 3rd Infantry Division took control of Baghdad in its entirety. In other words, the major units were about to conduct a, quote, "clockwise relief in place," end quote, so that the center could get set. The other factor that prevented an immediate Phase 4 reset was the need to provide security for the Shia holiday and its associated pilgrimage known as Arba'een, scheduled to occur between April 20th and 23rd. This holiday commemorated the martyrdom of Imam Hussein in 680 AD, grandson of the Prophet Muhammad. It involved a pilgrimage to the shrine city of Karbala, where Imam Hussein was killed by the army of Caliph Yazid. Saddam had banned the pilgrimage for the previous 25 years. However, the coalition intended to facilitate Shia participation in the pilgrimage for the first time in the newly liberated Iraq. Wallace directed the 2nd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division in Samawa with some augmentation from the 101st Airborne Division to provide security for the more than 1 million pilgrims who participated in this event. With Arba'in complete, 5th Corps set about relieving 1st MEF of its responsibilities in Baghdad and northern Iraq. Between April 15th and 24th, the 4th Infantry Division and the 3rd ACR offloaded the remainder of their equipment and personnel in Kuwait, and the 2nd Brigade, 82nd Airborne Division, assumed control of Najaf, Karbala, and Hilla. The 4th Infantry Division moved north toward Baghdad, conducted a passage of lines through the 3rd Infantry Division's battle space, and then relieved 1st MEF units in Samarra and Tikrit, establishing full control of their new area of operations by April 20th. The 4th Infantry Division assumed operational control of the 173rd Airborne Brigade in Kirkuk and tactical control of CJS-OTF-N by the end of April, after which CJS-OTF-N handed the Kirkuk security mission to the 173rd and then transferred the MEK camp in Diyala to the 4th Infantry Division's control. As the 4th Infantry Division moved into the upper Tigris River Valley, 2 brigades of the 101st Airborne Division conducted one of the largest and longest air assaults in U.S. military history, moving almost 500 kilometers by helicopter from the Karbala region to Mosul to begin operations to calm the northern city. Elsewhere, 5th Corps completed its relief in place of the 1st MEF and CJS-OTF-W units in Baghdad, freeing 1st MEF to move south and assume responsibility for Samawa, Diwaniyah, Karbala, Najaf, and Hilla by April 23rd, and allowing the brigade of the 82nd Airborne Division to move to Anbar province in response to the deteriorating security situation there. British forces relieved 1st MEF in Maizan, and 1st MEF began to prepare the provinces under its control for the transition to a multinational headquarters so that it could redeploy to the United States. As this vast reset began, CFLCC became increasingly concerned about the transit of foreign fighters, former regime leaders and assets, and museum artifacts across Iraq's borders with Syria and Jordan. On April 10th, CENTCOM had ordered CFSOCC to take control of Anbar's border crossings, where it was to prevent Iraqi regime leaders from escaping across the border while apprehending any foreign fighters trying to cross in either direction, and preventing loot and cash from transiting out of the country. CJS-OTF-N, recognizing that some of the top regime high-value targets, or HVTs, were using Highway 1 out of Mosul to flee into Syria, moved to secure the highway to cut off that escape route. CJS-OTF-W requested that it be relieved of the Haditha Dam so it could begin securing border crossings in the area and hunt the HVTs on CENTCOM's deck of cards. Accordingly, a battalion of the 101st Airborne Division arrived at Haditha Dam and relieved the CJS-OTF-W forces there by April 20th. Securing border posts was not the only difficulty in Anbar. McKiernan had originally intended to put the 1st Cavalry Division in the province at the conclusion of major combat operations, but with that division no longer at his disposal, McKiernan and Wallace decided that Anbar would have to be an economy of force mission. As early as April 13th, however, McKiernan's command had received reports that the Dulaim and Albu Risha tribes had taken control of military equipment formerly belonging to the Iraqi 12th Armored Division near Ramadi, and that they had also been somewhat successful in forcing foreign fighters out of the province. Because of these early reports, CFLCC had expected the situation in Anbar to be favorable to the coalition presence, but as the reset began, it became apparent that an armored cavalry regiment alone was insufficient to quell the deteriorating situation there. Demonstrations in Fallujah and Anbar's provincial capital of Ramadi grew increasingly violent, with the local police either unwilling or unable to restrain the crowds or stop the looting. CFLCC assessed that former regime loyalists or paramilitaries remained in the area, which had not been cleared during the invasion, and were inciting violence. Coalition analysts also suspected tribal factions were playing a role in the problem, but had little awareness of the root causes of local tensions in these areas. General Wallace temporarily sent the 3rd Squadron 7th Cavalry to Ramadi on April 14th to better appraise the situation, but by the 3rd week of April, Fallujah and Ramadi were spiraling out of control, and the Ramadi police chief begged the coalition for reinforcements. Concluding that the situation in Anbar could not wait for the 3rd ACR to arrive from Kuwait, Wallace decided to send the 2nd Brigade 82nd Airborne Division in southern Iraq to Ramadi ahead of the 3rd ACR's arrival in order to thicken the thin coalition presence there. Unfortunately, Anbaris became even further incensed when soldiers of the 82nd Airborne Division returned fire coming from a crowd of angry Fallujah citizens, killing 17 locals. The 3rd ACR then took over the province from the 82nd Airborne Division on April 28th after relieving the battalion of the 101st Airborne Division at Haditha Dam. Although the coalition's corps and division boundaries fell along Iraq's provincial borders and were based on what CFLCC and its subordinate units had judged to be operationally appropriate, they were incongruous in many places with Iraq's physical and human terrain and were not coordinated with ORHA's northern, central, and southern zones of influence. The division and corps boundaries also did not account for the areas most likely to be difficult to control, nor did they align with the zones of operation Saddam had used to control the country. As a result, the new coalition operational boundaries created opportunities for hostile forces to exploit. The 4th Infantry Division's area of operations included Salahuddin and Diyala provinces, split by the Hamrin mountain range and the Diyala River, while the boundary between the 101st and the 4th Infantry Division arbitrarily bisected the upper Tigris River Valley. This arrangement meant that the division controlling Tikrit also controlled the Diyala Valley, even though Diyala was customarily linked to Baghdad, while the traditional link between Mosul and Tikrit was broken. The boundary between the 101st and the Anbar-based 3rd ACR, meanwhile, bisected the Jazira, the large desert in northwestern Iraq that stretched into Syria, placing the traditional smuggling routes between Iraq and Syria on a seam between units. Although a boundary between the Baghdad-based 3rd Infantry Division and the 3rd ACR was established, the allocation of forces created a large gap in the physical presence of coalition forces between western Baghdad and Fallujah, leaving uncovered the, quote, Western Belts, end quote, area that later became al-Qaeda in Iraq's biggest staging base against Baghdad. Finally, Anbar province itself, later the heartland of Sunni resistance groups, was an enormous area that bordered Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia, far too large for a brigade-sized element to control. By the end of April, CFLCC units were in their new, unanticipated Phase 4 areas, adjusting to new surroundings with little background data or guidance on how to proceed. Few, if any, CFLCC units had had time to mature security operations completely in their initial positions before the entire coalition spent 3 weeks conducting reliefs in place, just as Iraq's urban areas most urgently needed security. Additionally, CFLCC was so busy repositioning units that it had little time to provide an overarching strategic direction to its subordinate units. As a result, divisions in each region developed their own mechanisms for addressing their unique circumstances. The 101st Airborne Division established a Civil Military Operations Center in Mosul and prepared to host municipal elections. The 4th Infantry Division in the Tikrit area focused on presence patrols and security operations in its contentious areas, which had been the most fervent Saddamist strongholds and had never been cleared during the invasion phase. The 82nd Airborne Division transitioned from conducting pilgrimage security to intensive patrolling and security operations in the increasingly restive Anbar province. The U.S. Marines and British forces in southern Iraq focused on stability operations but implemented force protection standards in accordance with local commanders' guidance rather than CFLCC's direction. It was becoming clear that CFLCC's troop numbers had been sufficient to topple the regime, but, as General Eric Shinseki had predicted, were inadequate for securing the country, especially without the expected assistance of the Iraqi army. Militants and Political Violence, page 125. Foreign Fighters, Fedayeen, and IEDs. On April 15th, CFLCC made the determination that all Iraqi conventional and Republican Guard forces had abandoned their positions and were combat ineffective. Various CFLCC and CFSOCC units accepted the sporadic surrenders of senior military officials and commanders at the corps level and below, while a Special Operations Task Force began searching for fugitive members of the senior military leadership. Most of the Ba'ath Party militias and Fedayeen were believed to have either fled or gone underground in Iraq's major cities as well. Initially, CFLCC believed that residual attacks against coalition troops were the work of foreign fighters, not Iraqis. In mid-April, CFLCC analysts judged that foreign fighters were the most significant enemy threat in Baghdad and believed them to be responsible for the sporadic ambushes and sniper fire directed against coalition troops. By late April, however, CFLCC shifted from targeting foreign fighters to destroying hostile former regime elements and death squads that coalition analysts now believed to be behind ambushes, sniper fire, and grenade attacks. Concerns about this activity increased as Saddam's April 28th birthday approached, and CFLCC units prepared for widespread attacks and demonstrations spurred by the former regime elements. The nuclei of these activities were Tikrit, where the 4th Infantry Division encountered large pockets of resistance from Taji to Baiji, and Anbar, where the 82nd Airborne Division and the 3rd ACR had difficulty addressing the former regime threat within the almost daily protests in Ramadi and Fallujah. Coalition ground forces also encountered a type of attack they had not really seen during the invasion: remote detonated and suicide improvised explosive devices, or IED, and vehicle-borne improvised explosive devices, or VBIED. The number of suicide bombings and remote detonated IEDs steadily increased throughout April. On April 14th, Marines on patrol in Baghdad were seriously wounded when attacked by a suicide bomber wearing an explosive vest, a practice that became gruesomely common in the months and years to come. Shia reprisals and hints of Iranian influence. Unknown to the coalition at first, Iraqi society had only just begun to respond to the absence of a repressive and sectarian rule. Reprisal attacks against the former regime began almost immediately. The Badr Corps militia, led by Hadi al-Amiri, had spent months preparing lists of regime loyalists it intended to target once Saddam was no longer in power. According to Iraqi politician Ali Alawi, shortly after major combat operations ceased, approximately 10,000 Badr Corps personnel organized into death squads began hunting and executing senior Sunni regime loyalists, as well as Shia citizens who had collaborated with the regime. Badr acquired weapons by looting Ba'ath Party militia and Iraqi army depots, rapidly established footholds in Basra, Amara, and Baghdad, and set its sights on Diyala as well. In response to the Badr reprisals, some other militias and tribes began to form protection forces in Baghdad and across southern Iraq. CFLCC, meanwhile, began to monitor Badr Corps activities and infiltrations through Maizan province more closely as reports surfaced that the group was acquiring weapons from supporters inside Iraq. In the southern provinces, 1st MEF and the British 1st Armored Division also saw signs that groups linked to Iran were having a disruptive effect in their areas of responsibility. Iranian-linked Shia clerics used anti-coalition messages in their Friday religious sermons in April, something Sunni imams were doing elsewhere as well. Coalition units also suspected Iranian agents of inciting public disturbances and undermining the coalition's ability to establish new local governments, leading CFLCC to caution its units that Iran might try to develop shadow governments in southern Iraqi towns. These concerns were amplified when, on April 25th, citizens of Kut removed a new city council member they suspected of being an Iranian puppet. 1st MEF and British troops later apprehended some Iranian citizens in Iraq and reported that Iran might be sending agents to infiltrate the Arba'een pilgrimage and disrupt coalition stability operations more broadly. The Khoi murder. In April 2003, coalition troops inadvertently stumbled into the long-standing intra-Shia battle among rival religious families in Najaf. On April 5th, Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoi, son of the former Grand Marja and a leader of the 1991 uprising, returned to Najaf from his 12-year exile in London. Upon arriving in the holy city, Khoi moved to the Imam Ali shrine. News of his return quickly spread to supporters of Muqtada Sadr, son of the murdered Grand Ayatollah Muhammad Sadiq al-Sadr. At the time, Muqtada Sadr was largely unknown to the coalition other than as the son of the venerated Shia cleric assassinated by Saddam's regime in 1999. Sadr and his followers, however, had a popular following in Najaf and viewed Khoi as a Western-backed interloper, much as they viewed the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq and the Badr Corps as Iranian-backed interlopers. On April 10th, personnel from the 5th Special Forces Group in Najaf introduced the 101st Airborne Division leadership to Khoi, whose presence in the city seemed to offer a local partnership for the stability operations and reconstruction to come. However, Khoi was dead before the day was out. Within hours of his arrival, a mob of Sadr's supporters made their way to the Imam Ali shrine, where Khoi was meeting with Haider Keledar, the shrine's regime-appointed caretaker. Attacking Khoi and his small entourage, the Sadrist mob, reportedly led by future Asaib al-Haq, leader of the Righteous, leader Qais al-Khazali, and Muqtada Sadr's brother-in-law, Riyad al-Nuri, killed Keledar and dragged the gunshot-wounded Khoi down the street to Sadr's door, where Sadr allegedly denied Khoi sanctuary. The Sadrist mob then killed Khoi in a nearby shop. This shocking murder, of which the coalition was only dimly aware when it happened, had profound political consequences for Iraq and the coalition. Two notable events occurred on May 1, 2003. At the strategic level, then-President George W. Bush announced that U.S. forces had achieved victory and declared an end to major combat operations in Iraq. The pronouncement took place aboard the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln in front of a banner emblazoned with the words, "Mission Accomplished." That optimistic declaration belied the semi-controlled chaos on the ground. The other event was less publicized, but was important for the ground forces. On May 1st, CENTCOM formally announced a full transition to Phase 4 stability operations, and CFLCC, instead of transitioning its operations to a follow-on command or agency, became dual-hatted as the Combined Joint Task Force for Iraq, numbered CJTF-7. It was already apparent to the ground force commanders that the mission was far from accomplished. When Saddam fled the capital, the physical presence of the Iraqi state had disappeared, and no entity or organization, including the coalition, was postured to take its place. Though most of the looting and rioting had died down by the end of April, governance, utilities, and threats to stability varied hugely from region to region. With little planning or direction, CFLCC's units took on missions to defeat the remaining enemy forces, stop looting, contain demonstrations and reprisals, distribute humanitarian assistance, engage in widespread reconstruction, and build Iraqi governance capacity. But they did so by using unit boundaries that were misguided for Iraq's geography and human terrain. CFLCC also struggled to allocate its comparatively small number of forces properly for the growing operational requirements at hand, while incorporating a host of new coalition partners, humanitarian aid organizations, and contractors into its battle space. Enemy activity increased in April, and enemy tactics, techniques, and procedures, as well as its lack of identifiable organizations, confounded the coalition. These mounting challenges were oddly juxtaposed with 1st MEF's and the 3rd Infantry Division's preparations to leave Iraq. The coalition military's inability to meet Iraqi expectations and secure the country in the wake of a collapsed state also initiated a divide between the coalition and Iraqi society that only grew wider as coalition leaders set about implementing deeply misguided policies in the summer of 2003.
End of Chapter 5. We're here. Now what?
Chapter 6. Lost in Transition. May to July 2003. Page 133. Throughout the month of April, Coalition Forces Land Component Command or CFLCC units had struggled to address the gamut of operational and strategic challenges of a post-war Iraq. The declared transition from major combat operations to stability operations on May 1st foreshadowed several other transitions that ultimately proved disruptive to the coalition's post-combat efforts. Over the course of the next 45 days, many key leaders and organizations central to the invasion left the country, as did a large number of troops. The remaining theater command was a sparsely staffed, under-resourced corps headquarters commanded by a general officer who had arrived in Iraq weeks before as a division commander. The senior diplomat who arrived to partner with him had extensive anti-terrorism and reconstruction experience, but none that was on the scale of Iraq's requirements. Additionally, the overarching assumption governing Phase 4 planning, that the military would be responsible for fighting the war and then quickly turn operations over to civilian control, evaporated as the civilian body formed for the job, the Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, arrived in the country with far too little capacity to relieve the military of its stabilization tasks. Transitions in the upper echelons of the theater created a vacuum at the operational level of war that the U.S. Army, Marine, and British forces on the ground filled by adapting to the new requirements of their diverse and wide-ranging areas of operations. However, the coalition divisions and brigades soon found themselves dealing with disparate regions of a country whose society was imploding, a process made far worse by disastrous coalition policies that collapsed the Iraqi state in May to June 2003. Creating a dangerous power vacuum at all levels. Transitions at all levels. Page 133. Civilian oversight. From Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance to Coalition Provisional Authority. In the days following Saddam Hussein's fall, CFLCC, as the nominal Combined Joint Task Force Iraq, or CJTFI, headquarters, made a concerted effort to consolidate reconstruction and governance activities to bolster the capability of the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, or ORHA, and accelerate the transition of Iraq from military to civilian control. ORHA's primary focus was securing the Iraqi ministries, defining security requirements, making emergency payments to the Iraqi military and civil servants, and developing the Iraqi police. CJTFI intended to continue building up ORHA's capability in accordance with its Eclipse II lines of operation. Viewed from Washington, however, ORHA appeared to be overwhelmed, lacking even basic communications and logistical infrastructure, which precluded even its movement into Iraq without assistance. Furthermore, ORHA was too small to foster Iraqi governance capacity at the ministerial level, having been developed on the assumption that Iraqi ministries would continue to function after a short hiatus. ORHA's mandate, too, was more as an emergency relief force than an organization tailored for long-term reconstruction and capacity building. Recognizing that U.S. leaders had probably underestimated the requirements of managing a post-war Iraq, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice asked Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld whether he thought that the ORHA mission was failing. Rumsfeld agreed and informed Rice that he was working on some new ideas for the president. From the beginning of the Iraq campaign, then-President George W. Bush made it clear that he wanted the Department of Defense, or DoD, to lead the reconstruction effort until it transitioned back to Iraqi control. His intent was to maintain a single chain of command for post-war operations and keep the responsibility for interim Iraqi governance squarely on the shoulders of DoD, rather than the State Department. These principles led to the creation of the Office of the Coalition Provisional Authority, a more robust organization than ORHA, empowered to bypass the interagency processes and bureaucracy in Washington in order to make important policy decisions in the face of a dynamic situation. CPA would replace ORHA as the ground-level agency responsible for Iraq's reconstruction and for establishing a new Iraqi government to which the coalition could transfer control. The President and SecDef selected Ambassador L. Paul Bremer to lead this new organization. Bremer had no Iraq or Middle East experience, but had plenty of interagency experience and had served in Afghanistan and East Africa. He had also served as the chairman of the National Commission on Terrorism in 1999 and on the National Academy of Sciences Committee on Science and Technology for Countering Terrorism in 2002. After the President and SecDef confirmed that he would indeed lead CPA in April 2003, Bremer spent 2 weeks assembling his team and attending briefings to prepare for the task ahead of him. The result of these hasty efforts, however, was a CPA that was anemically manned by civilians with little experience working with the military and ill-prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. Back in Baghdad, Lieutenant General retired J. M. Garner was unaware of the effort in Washington to bolster the CPA and was surprised when Rumsfeld notified him on April 24th that Bush planned to appoint a new presidential envoy to run the Iraq reconstruction effort just a week after Garner had arrived in Baghdad. Garner was not the only one surprised by Bremer's appointment. Ambassador Zalmay Khalilzad had also been working as a special envoy and ambassador-at-large to the Iraqi opposition since 2002, and in April 2003, he was in Iraq working to link the Iraqi expatriate leaders with indigenous Sunni, Shia, and Kurdish leaders to form a new Iraqi government. When Garner informed Khalilzad that Bremer was assuming responsibility for governance in Iraq, Khalilzad expressed shock that he was being replaced and that no one in the administration had notified him. After threatening to resign, he was only convinced to remain in Baghdad temporarily at Garner's entreaty. On June 15th, ORHA was formally redesignated as CPA, and Bremer spread the remaining ORHA personnel across 7 major directorates: oil, civil affairs, economics, aid, operations, security affairs, and press and public affairs. His new organization was thinly manned by a conglomerate of civilians and military personnel who had volunteered for Iraq from Washington or had worked in ORHA. Although Bremer complained that many of the CPA personnel who volunteered lacked the requisite experience for the tasks they were assigned, few additional personnel were forthcoming from outside Iraq. It would be the military headquarters in Baghdad that would fully staff the CPA. Theater Command. From CFLCC to 5th Corps. On May 1, 2003, CFLCC formally became dual-hatted as Combined Joint Task Force Iraq, CJTF-I, which was numbered soon after as CJTF-7. The rebranding of CFLCC was another sign that, as far as most U.S. policymakers and military leaders outside Iraq were concerned, major combat operations were over. Generals David McKiernan and William Wallace, however, were still grappling with balancing the complexities of Iraq's security and reconstruction requirements with the number of forces they had been assigned. They were thus both surprised when the SecDef abruptly decided to send McKiernan's CFLCC and Wallace home and make the 5th Corps the new CJTF-7 headquarters under the command of newly minted 3-star General Ricardo Sanchez. Rumsfeld made this decision in early May and originally instructed that Wallace should leave the country immediately, but given the uncertainty of the situation, McKiernan persuaded Rumsfeld to delay the change of command until June 15, 2003. From the time they were notified about the changing of the guard for CJTF-7, Wallace and McKiernan prepared to move their headquarters and transition responsibility for the mission. Wallace had already made plans to split the 5th Corps into a main and supporting headquarters, but had intended to put his main headquarters at Balad, 64 kilometers north of Baghdad, from which he believed he could exercise better control over the 5th Corps subordinate commands. That effort came to an abrupt halt with the impending plans for ORHA to leave Iraq, and Wallace decided instead to make Baghdad International Airport, or BIAP, the operational headquarters for 5th Corps as it became CJTF-7, assuming that the new civilian authority in CPA would make its headquarters in central Baghdad. Once on the ground, Bremer was quick to establish his authority and harness the military presence under his leadership. Upon his arrival in Iraq, he informed Wallace and then Sanchez that they worked for him and that he wanted them by his side in the CPA headquarters in central Baghdad for the reconstruction effort. It was then clear that 5th Corps needed to split its headquarters to co-locate with CPA and simultaneously manage its operational and theater requirements. Sanchez left CJTF-7 operational headquarters at BIAP with 5th Corps Deputy Commander Major General Walter Wojciechowski in charge, while Sanchez himself and some key staff members moved to Baghdad's Green Zone with the CPA. From that point forward, the CJTF-7 commander's responsibilities became oriented on theater strategy and policy, while the remainder of the 5th Corps headquarters at BIAP ran combat operations, published orders, and built infrastructure. The May 18th CFLCC order setting out these command and control changes also established the mission and timelines for the transfer of responsibility for Iraq operations to 5th Corps, which became dual-hatted as CJTF-7 on June 15, 2003. The order further stated that 1st MEF was under the tactical control of CJTF-7, while CJTF-7 itself was under the operational control of U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM. CFLCC would revert to its pre-conflict designation as the 3rd U.S. Army, and its Iraq-related responsibilities would change to reconstituting forces, force sustainment, and redeployment operations from bases in Kuwait and Qatar. The change from CFLCC to CJTF-7 left the Iraq theater in the hands of a much smaller and less capable headquarters than the one that had led the invasion. The headquarters that had run the ground war and conducted the most in-depth planning and preparation for Phase 4 of any military or civilian agency suddenly found itself in Kuwait, while the new, smaller, and less experienced CJTF-7 found itself managing a 2-corps-sized force with few of the resources needed to prosecute stability operations at the strategic and operational level. Unlike CFLCC headquarters, which was at more than 100% strength with approximately 1,200 personnel and contained general officers in all its key staff positions, the 5th Corps headquarters was far smaller, with fewer than 300 personnel. The 5th Corps would also do all of this with a new commander. While General Tommy Franks had long planned to retire from CENTCOM in the summer of 2003, Wallace believed he would remain in command of 5th Corps until at least fall 2003, when his scheduled 2 years as a Corps commander were complete. However, Wallace's widely reported comments about the Fedayeen as an unplanned-for enemy during the invasion had irritated Rumsfeld, who had come to believe Wallace had displayed a lack of aggressiveness during and after the invasion. Although McKiernan had been able to dissuade Rumsfeld from relieving Wallace in the middle of the invasion, he was unable to convince the SecDef to maintain Wallace as the 5th Corps commander for Phase 4. Sanchez, Wallace's replacement, was identified as the next 5th Corps commander in April 2003, but he too had not expected the change of command to take place before the fall. He had arrived in Iraq shortly after the invasion in command of the 1st Armored Division, which was replacing the exhausted 3rd Infantry Division in Baghdad, and Sanchez had expected to remain in that more limited capacity for several months as a 2-star general. Now, just days later, he learned he would be in command of the entire theater within a month. Still, Sanchez had participated in the planning for Iraq, and his division in particular was well briefed on operations in Baghdad. He was also optimistic that his joint and interagency experience from the United States Southern Command, or SOUTHCOM, and more recently his experience leading a multinational force in Kosovo, had prepared him to manage another joint interagency and multinational organization in Iraq. His experience working in a joint environment placed him high in Rumsfeld's favor, suggesting that he possessed enough credibility with the SecDef to ensure he received the support he needed. Therefore, Sanchez took command of CJTF-7 on June 15th, expecting a challenging but not impossible mission. Important individual transitions. In addition to the major organizational transitions that took place in Iraq in the summer of 2003, many of the key personnel and much of the military's resident Iraq expertise moved out of the theater. At the end of April 2003, Franks informed Rumsfeld of his intent to retire that summer. Feeling that his mission was complete now that the Iraqi regime had been toppled, Franks had no desire to follow through with what he anticipated would be a messy and lengthy post-war period, and the CENTCOM commander had even begun plans to take leave in the Caribbean in May before Rumsfeld intervened to deny the leave request. Franks proposed that his deputy, Lieutenant General John Abizaid, replace him as the CENTCOM commander, and Rumsfeld agreed. From that point onward, Franks largely disengaged from leading efforts in Iraq, leaving Abizaid with the difficult task of running CENTCOM without actually being its commander. The Pentagon announced at the end of May that Abizaid would be promoted to 4-star general and succeed Franks on July 7, 2003. Abizaid's selection as CENTCOM commander aligned well with his professional and personal background. An Olmsted scholar and Arabist of Lebanese descent, Abizaid had considerable experience with the Middle East and Arab culture. His efforts to focus CENTCOM and the Joint Staff on Phase 4 operations in the fall and winter of 2002, combined with the engagements he conducted with Iraq's neighbors before the invasion, gave him ample relevant regional experience. In fact, the original plan for the post-invasion command in Iraq had Abizaid commanding a CENTCOM forward command post in Baghdad, and he later was slated as the commander for the projected Combined Joint Task Force Iraq. As the CENTCOM commander, however, Abizaid needed to consider many other countries in addition to Iraq and the Middle East, as well as the broader global war on terrorism. Across Iraq, routine Army institutional transitions were also taking place. Sanchez's replacement at the 1st Armored Division, Brigadier General Martin E. Dempsey, did not arrive to take over command of the division until September, so Brigadier General Fred Doug Robinson, Sanchez's deputy, assumed command in the interim. Just as Robinson took command, all of the division's brigade commanders who had recently embarked on Phase 4 operations in Baghdad were replaced as well, leaving few leaders with Iraq experience in charge and putting many new personalities together within that division alone. Elsewhere, several other brigade and battalion commanders changed command as part of the Army's standard 2-year command cycle. Substantial numbers of Army field grade officers and senior non-commissioned officers who had participated in the Iraq planning and combat operations also left for new assignments or the next level of professional military education. The final transition that indirectly affected Iraq was General Eric Shinseki's retirement in the mid-summer. On June 11, 2003, Shinseki sent Rumsfeld a lengthy end-of-tour memorandum articulating how he believed that many of his intentions and actions as the Chief of Staff of the Army had been misconstrued by the Office of the SecDef. The memorandum also reinforced the emphasis on Army transformation and asked the Secretary to maintain momentum in that direction. After Shinseki retired on July 31st, his Vice Chief, General John M. Jack Keane, became the acting Chief of Staff of the Army, charged with both leading Army transformation and supporting 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. WMD Mission, from 75th Exploitation Task Force to Iraq Survey Group. In addition to securing conventional weapons caches, one of CFLCC's key tasks was to secure, investigate, and exploit weapons of mass destruction, or WMD sites, a mission assigned to the 75th Field Artillery Brigade. It quickly emerged that the scale of the problem was more than the 75th Field Artillery Brigade could handle. The sensitive site exploitation mission had been secondary to the invasion itself during CENTCOM's planning, and assigning the 75th Field Artillery Brigade had almost been an afterthought. The 75th Field Artillery Brigade's leadership recognized early on that they were not adequately equipped or operationally embedded in the plan. The security vacuum after the invasion hampered the unit in deploying its teams and accessing the suspected sites without security support. It also had no access to Iraqi government documents about the WMD program. Nor did the 75th Field Artillery Brigade follow the prioritized list of suspected WMD sites it had received. Instead, the 75th Field Artillery Brigade's inspection teams tended to move quickly around the country, responding to any and all reports of sites that might be associated with WMD. The 75th Field Artillery Brigade's failure to uncover large WMD stockpiles in its first month in Iraq was a serious matter for policymakers in Washington. At the recommendation of Under-SecDef for Intelligence Stephen A. Cambone and Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, Director Vice Admiral Lowell E. Jacoby, Rumsfeld moved to supplant the 75th Field Artillery Brigade with a much larger Iraq Survey Group, or ISG.
The ISG mission was threefold: to locate U.S. Navy pilot Captain Michael Scott Spiker, shot down over Iraq in 1991, to gather evidence of the regime's ties to terrorism and war crimes, and, most importantly, to locate Saddam's WMDs and the associated programs that supposedly produced them.
With several hundred people drawn from across the intelligence community, the ISG was led by Major General Keith W. Dayton, DIA's Director of Operations, with David A. Kay serving as Chief Scientist. Although the shorthanded 75th Exploitation Task Force expected to be integrated into the ISG, that never happened. On June 22nd, the ISG formally took charge of the WMD mission, and the 75th Field Artillery Brigade redeployed in frustration, bringing an unceremonious end to the unit's abortive mission to verify the casus belli of the Iraq invasion. The Disintegration of the Iraqi State and Society. Page 140. The coalition military had invaded Iraq with the intent of toppling the Iraq regime, but had assumed that beyond the regime, the state administrative apparatus would remain largely intact. The invading U.S. forces had also expected to have assistance from the Iraqi military to maintain a secure environment and enable a peaceful handover to a transitional Iraqi government. Once on the ground, however, U.S. officials made a series of decisions that dramatically expanded the invasion's impact on the Iraqi state and society, precipitating a governance vacuum at all levels in Iraq. The disbanding of the army and outlawing of the Ba'ath Party. The unexpected pairing of the CJTF-7 headquarters and the new CPA in May 2003 was rocked by immediate and sharp differences of opinion about the nature of their relationship. Although Bremer ostensibly worked for the SecDef, his approach in practice resembled that of a presidential envoy consulting directly with the White House rather than with DoD or the rest of the interagency. The CPA and Bremer were under the impression that they would command the military forces by issuing military orders designed to fulfill CPA's objectives. Meanwhile, CJTF-7 under Sanchez believed that the relationship was one in which military leaders would set their own priorities and direct their own operations to support CPA's objectives. For his part, Abizaid later noted that the formal relationship between CENTCOM and CPA was never made clear to him. The most difficult policies that CJTF-7 had to operationalize in the first months of CPA's tenure were those dealing with de-Baathification, the dissolution of the Iraqi army, and the control of weapons. The National Security Council, or NSC, had been working on a de-Baathification plan for Iraq within the U.S. interagency for months, and CENTCOM and CFLCC both had plans to recall Iraqi civil servants and select members of the military to run the government and secure the country. Both the NSC and CENTCOM agreed that the Ba'ath Party itself should be outlawed, but, as Rice put it, quote, "The question was to what degree were you going to allow government employees and military people to retain their positions?" End quote. The general thought among senior U.S. officials was that members of the top two levels of the Ba'ath Party, that constituted only a small fraction of the Iraqi population, should be prohibited from holding office with some exceptions, but that all other Ba'ath Party members could denounce the party and remain in position through a separate process. CENTCOM, for its part, planned to disband select segments of the Iraqi military that were loyal to Saddam, but intended to retain at least the regular army to assist with reconstruction. The NSC and ORHA plan for the Iraqi military called for the retention of about 5 divisions of the Iraqi regular army, with a select portion of field-grade officers removed by a relatively forgiving de-Baathification policy. Like CENTCOM's plans, the interagency proposal was to use the retrained Iraqi military for reconstruction and stabilization tasks, keeping Iraqis who were used to wielding weapons gainfully employed. Bremer, however, arrived in Baghdad with very different guidance and intentions on de-Baathification. On May 9th, his last days spent at the Pentagon before going to Baghdad, Bremer received his orders in a memorandum from Rumsfeld which included instructions to, quote, actively oppose, end quote, the legacy organizations loyal to Saddam, including the Ba'ath Party and regime security organizations. That afternoon, Bremer also paid a visit to Under-SecDef Douglas Feith, who showed him a draft order for the de-Baathification of Iraqi society that would marginalize the top 4 levels of the Ba'ath Party, thereby expanding the prohibition to tens of thousands of additional Baathists. According to Bremer, he understood that the order as written had been reviewed and approved by the White House, DoD, and Department of State. Although Feith planned to have Garner issue the order immediately, Bremer argued that the order was so important that it should wait until he arrived in Baghdad to issue it himself, a move that Bremer believed would establish his authority as he took up his duties in Iraq. Bremer's thoughts on how to manage the former regime security institutions were shaped by conversations that his senior advisor for defense and security affairs, Walter B. Slocum, had held in May with Wolfowitz and Rumsfeld, who judged that most Iraqis feared the return of Saddam Hussein's repressive security institutions and that the Iraqi army had melted away of its own accord after the regime collapsed. Additionally, all of these institutions were predominantly Sunni and not representative of the Iraqi population, or so the DoD leaders believed. On May 19th, Bremer sent a memorandum to Rumsfeld recommending that all of these institutions, including the Iraqi army, be formally dissolved, to which the secretary agreed. Once in Baghdad, Bremer discussed de-Baathification and the status of the Iraqi military with Abizaid, indicating to the presumptive CENTCOM commander that de-Baathification efforts focusing on only the top 2 levels of the Ba'ath Party were not stringent enough, and that he intended to disband the Iraqi army formally. Abizaid thought Bremer's plans extreme. Quote, I think the model that was being used in Washington was the World War II model of denazification, Abizaid recalled later. Saddam was Hitler, the Republican Guards the SS, and the Ba'ath Party the Nazi Party. This notion of this great crusade against evil had no bearing in reality to what was on the ground and the historical context of Middle Eastern politics, and Iraq politics in particular." End quote. Abizaid protested to Franks that Bremer's proposals went far too deep into Iraqi society and were bound to cause problems, but his protests had no effect on the policy. In retrospect, it appears the more moderate de-Baathification proposals previously approved by the President and the Executive Steering Group in Washington before the invasion either were not transmitted to Bremer or were overridden by those he received via the Office of the Sekdef as he moved forward with the de-Baathification order he had first viewed with Feith and Rumsfeld. On May 16, 2003, Bremer issued CPA Order 1, De-Baathification of Iraqi Society, which banned Iraqis who had been in the upper 4 levels of the Ba'ath Party, rather than just the top 2 levels, from holding government office, effectively putting between 30,000 and 50,000 Iraqis out of work, including senior civil servants, military leaders, and university professors. While Iraqis and the coalition military were still processing the implications of the de-Baathification order, Bremer issued CPA Order 2, the dissolution of entities, 1 week later on May 23, 2003, and just 4 days after his memo to Rumsfeld declaring his intention to take this step. CPA Order 2 dissolved most of Iraq's security and intelligence apparatus, including the Ministry of Defense, Iraqi Intelligence Service, special security organizations, and paramilitary forces. It also disbanded all branches of the Iraqi military in their entirety, negating in a stroke the NSC plan for the new Iraqi army and CENTCOM and CFLCC plans to recall it. CPA Order 2 also suspended pay for members of those entities, and because many security officials were also in the top 4 levels of the Ba'ath Party, it essentially prohibited them from public employment in the new Iraq. The extensive de-Baathification policy had both immediate and far-reaching consequences. Because most senior civil servants and university professors across Iraq had been required to be level 4 or higher in the Ba'ath Party, many key players in the Iraqi ministries and education systems were either forced from their positions or opted to leave them in the absence of other instructions. This severely disrupted the reconstruction plans ORHA and CJTF-7 had been making. In the coalition, units discovered they now had to screen their scarce interpreters for Ba'ath Party membership and potentially arrest or dismiss them. The feedback that CPA and the coalition received about the policy ranged from, quote, relief that they were purging Ba'ath Party members to outrage they were going overboard in their pursuit of former Ba'ath Party members, end quote. The order to dissolve the Iraqi military generated a more inflammatory response. Although the Republican Guard was loyal to Saddam, the Iraqi regular army had been more distant from the regime and contained members from all of Iraq's ethno-religious communities. Its dissolution created a large population of seasoned military men who suddenly had no livelihood. The order to dissolve the Iraqi military resulted in increased demonstrations and demands for jobs, pay, and the immediate reconstitution of the army. Some of these protests disintegrated into violent confrontations with the coalition, resulting on occasion in the deaths of coalition troops. These two CPA policies in rapid succession sent shockwaves throughout the country. Concerned about the backlash to his de-Baathification memo, Bremer added an addendum to CPA Order 1 on June 3rd. Instead of dismissing all senior Ba'ath Party members outright, the addendum set up an investigatory process and an Iraqi-led de-Baathification council that would gradually assume full control of the process. Based on interviews, public records, and testimony, this committee would determine the nature of citizens' Ba'ath Party membership, assist with appeals, and either grant or deny requests for exceptions to the CPA policy. Exceptions included provisions for those, quote, judged to be indispensable to achieving important coalition interests, end quote. For many senior U.S. military leaders, the disbanding of the Iraqi army was an unwelcome step taken without their input.
Abizaid later recalled being pulled from a planning meeting in Baghdad to be told that Bremer had issued the order without consulting him, even though Abizaid and other U.S. commanders had already formulated plans that counted on the use of the Iraqi army as auxiliary manpower.
In an even more jarring moment, on the day CPA Order 2 was announced, Brigadier General Mark P. Hertling, Assistant Commander of the 1st Armored Division, was in the middle of addressing a gathering of 600 senior Iraqi officers in Baghdad to solicit their participation in the reconstruction of the Iraqi army when, as he recalled it, quote, "My aide came in to tell me that CPA had just made the announcement disbanding the army. The Iraqi generals got the word too, a few minutes later, through their channels." End quote. The debate over disbanding the Iraqi army. To a large extent, the military men in Baghdad were seeing the result of conflicting policy positions in Washington. Senior U.S. policymakers had differed in their views on how deeply the Iraqi Ba'athist state should be dismantled. On the one hand were senior officials who believed much of the Iraqi state and security structure would need to be retained in order for the coalition to manage the post-regime change turbulence successfully. On the other hand, as Abizaid observed, were senior officials who feared that keeping the Ba'athist structure in place would mean Iraq would not transition to democracy, but would revert to, quote, Saddamism without Saddam, end quote. They also feared that the Kurdish and Shia opposition parties, such as Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, and the Badr Corps, might become hostile to the coalition occupation if the Ba'ath and Iraqi security apparatus were not fully disempowered. Speaking to journalists in 2005, Bremer postulated that the disbanding of the Iraqi army had been, quote, "probably the most important decision I made, and it had the effect of avoiding a civil war in Iraq," end quote, by reassuring the Kurds in particular that the United States was intent on making serious changes in Iraq. In later years, Bremer and Walter Slocum held fast to the explanation that CPA Order 2 had merely codified the reality that the Iraqi army had disbanded itself by dissolving during the course of the invasion. By April 15th, quote, "there simply was no organized unit," end quote, in the Iraqi army, Slocum told reporters in Baghdad in 2003. However, this was an explanation with which Garner and others did not agree. On April 15th, the date he said the Iraqi army had dissolved itself, Slocum was still in Washington and did not arrive in Iraq until weeks later. On the ground in Baghdad in April, Garner and Colonel Paul Hughes, an Army officer who worked for Slocum, were receiving dozens of contacts with groups of Iraqi officers, such as those Hertling was meeting. These officers wished to arrange for the recall of tens of thousands of their soldiers to duty or to reorganize the Iraqi forces with the coalition's assistance. Hughes had even formulated a plan to give Iraqi officers an emergency payment of $20 each to buy essentials for their families. Other officers had drawn up plans to use Iraqi troops to guard the Iranian border. Slocum and Bremer's promulgation of CPA Order 2 caught Garner, Hughes, and other military leaders by surprise and cut short their negotiations with the Iraqi military. Bremer's sweeping actions in Baghdad also appeared to catch the president and his advisors by surprise. Speaking to Army historians in 2015, Bush recalled that Bremer had informed him of the decision to disband the Iraqi army rather than seeking guidance or saying, "Mr. President, here are your choices." The decision had effectively countermanded Bush's pre-invasion decision to retain and use the Iraqi army. Echoing Bremer and Slocum's rationale, however, Bush recalled, quote, "I always felt that to the extent we could use the Iraqi army as a stabilizing force, it would be a plus. But the problem is that when we got there, there was no Iraqi army left. They just evaporated. There was no structure. I remember Bremer telling me that we disbanded the army, but there was no army to begin with." End quote. Bremer's choices conflicted with the president's original guidance, Bush told Army historians, but, as commander-in-chief, he believed it important to trust the judgment of the U.S. officials on the ground as they were closer to the dynamic situation and whom Bush wished to empower rather than micromanage from Washington. Nevertheless, Rice concluded later that Bremer had not perceived the, quote, "fine line between empowerment to act in a kind of tactical sense and knowing when an issue is really a strategic issue," end quote, requiring input from the president, SecDef, and National Security Advisor. Bremer would spend months attempting to walk this fine line, but the president subsequently reined in some of Bremer's authority.
He and Rice would have direct contact with Bremer at least every few days and require him to consult more closely on strategic policy issues. Reconstructing an Iraqi army and disarming an armed society. The fallout from disbanding the Iraqi military, along with the clear necessity to secure Iraq, lent more urgency to the project to build a new Iraqi security force. Hoping to stymie the civil unrest generated by CPA Order 2, Bremer announced that an organization was already established to build the new Iraqi army. This effort, led by Slocum, actually began before the CPA order was issued. On May 9th, Major General Paul D. Eaton, then commander of the U.S. Army Infantry School at Fort Benning, Georgia, was notified by U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command, or TRADOC, that he had been chosen to lead the new Coalition Military Assistance Training Team, or CMAT. CMAT was composed of a skeleton staff of military personnel and contracted military and police trainers who were expected to configure 27 Iraqi motorized infantry battalions over 2 years, an army that would be too small to wage wars of aggression and, interestingly, incapable of defending the country from outside invasion. Arriving in Iraq on June 13th, Eaton found his efforts to create a new Iraqi army immediately hindered by 2 factors. Although Wallace and Sanchez agreed that constructing a new Iraqi army should be a military operation, Bremer did not. Based on Bremer's guidance, CMAT would work directly for the CPA outside of the CJTF-7 chain of command and operations. Second, CMAT itself was an economy of force mission. Its trainers were drawn from the 2nd Brigade, 10th Mountain Division, other individual augmentees from the U.S. Army, and contractors, with the latter initially making up most of CMAT's personnel. With no concrete relationship with the main force on the ground and with few resources of its own, Eaton's CMAT was unlikely to resolve the immediate security problems generated by the dissolution of the Iraqi military. Thus, clarification of the de-Baathification policy and Eaton's new mission could do little to improve matters for coalition ground forces in the short term. CJTF-7 leaders now had a delicate situation on their hands. They could not flagrantly ignore Bremer's orders, but implementing them would further disrupt a precarious security situation. CJTF-7 and its divisions needed to balance their operational requirements subtly against CPA policy directives, but on a quiet, ad hoc basis. Some units began to hold meetings with local leaders and tribal sheikhs to find ways to reinstate professors or gainfully employ Ba'athist civil servants and former military members. Other units began locally hiring former Iraqi soldiers to protect government facilities and key infrastructure sites. The 101st Airborne Division in Mosul found a legal loophole that allowed it to bring some university faculty and other teachers back into their respective schools. Still, other units tacitly allowed key players and interpreters to continue working while seeking similar mechanisms to restore or replace their jobs. The unrest spawned by CPA Orders 1 and 2 was exacerbated by yet another far-reaching directive, CPA Order 3, Weapons Control, which forbade Iraqis who were not police from possessing or carrying firearms, grenades, rocket-propelled grenades, and other munitions. Implementing this order was fraught with difficulty. Most Iraqis had weapons in their homes, and in rural areas weapons were both part of the culture and essential to the Iraqi lifestyle. Many Iraqis viewed personal weapons as necessary for their protection in the security vacuum following the invasion, and most of the Kurdish and Shia political militias carried weapons as a matter of course. The sheer volume of weapons and munitions available in the open and in unsecured military facilities rendered enforcing the order impossible. Once again, CJTF-7 and its subordinate units had to develop mechanisms to cope with an order they could not fully enforce. CJTF-7 first established a weapons amnesty program in June, which allowed Iraqis to turn in weapons and other munitions without penalty. When the weapons amnesty program expired on June 14th, measures to enforce the policy had still not been published, and much confusion about the requirements remained. CJTF-7 units then began buyback programs in which Iraqis who turned in weapons received cash payments for those weapons, but compliance with the weapons policy was not widespread, signifying an unwillingness of the Iraqi populace to trust the coalition to provide basic security.
The Marines also conducted their own weapons collection program but had little to show for the significant effort it required. Marginalization of Iraq's tribes. The fourth CPA pronouncement that had the potential to deepen Iraq's instability concerned the country's tribes, toward whom CPA's attitude tended to be dismissive. Believing they were shaping a new, modern Iraq, Bremer and many of the CPA officials who accompanied him initially saw little place for, quote, backward, end quote, tribal culture, a perspective Bremer would later change. By mid-May, the experiences of CJTF-7's divisions confirmed that Iraq's tribal infrastructure was intertwined closely with the country's politics and governance, and that engagement with tribal sheikhs was crucial to identifying and resolving issues for Iraqis in both rural and urban areas. Consequently, many units decided tacitly to overlook CPA's official stance toward Iraq's tribes for the time being. Military units at all levels began a concerted effort to reach out to the tribal sheikhs to identify reconstruction requirements and set up interim governance structures. However, because of their lack of knowledge about Iraq's tribal rivalries, coalition forces found themselves immersed in and often manipulated by long-standing tribal disputes over resources and power. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Lost in Transition. May to July 2003. Chapter 6, Part 2. Lost in Transition. May to July 2003. CJTF-7's Trial by Fire. Page 146. The Drawdown of the Invasion Force. After June 15th, the new CJTF-7 faced numerous challenges that consumed nearly all of its organizational energy and made it difficult to manage security, reconstruction, and governance operations. Franks' instructions were to remove the invasion force, particularly the 3rd Infantry Division and 1st MEF, from Iraq as quickly as possible. The 4th Infantry Division, the 1st Armored Division, and later the 101st Airborne Division would remain an additional 120 days to complete the planned transition to civilian control, a timeline that CENTCOM would later extend to 6 months and beyond as it became apparent that the redeployment needed to be more gradual. Franks also expected ORHA or another civilian agency to establish a functioning Iraqi transitional government in the same time period. The resulting drawdown was to reduce the number of troops committed to Kuwait and Iraq from just more than 300,000 to approximately 113,000 between May and September 2003. CJTF-7's task was to facilitate the reduced U.S. footprint in Iraq while completing the Phase 4 tasks outlined by CENTCOM and Eclipse II. As the looting and demonstrations died down, Franks decided to accept the risks involved with moving forces out of the country while the situation on the ground was still developing. His thought, and that of the Army and Joint Staff, was to reconstitute the force for other operations and reinforce the strategic message that the United States was liberating Iraq, not occupying it. It quickly became clear that the sum total of these decisions was to leave a stateless theater of war with a civilian authority and a military command that were each woefully incapable of doing what was necessary to control the situation. The combined effects of the transition from a theater to a corps headquarters and institutional movements of individuals in Iraq reduced theater headquarters staffing to around half of what was required for manning and intelligence architecture in the summer of 2003. The Corps staff and the normal Corps intelligence cell and assets, already woefully inadequate for an area the size and scope of Iraq, were split between the two headquarters. Furthermore, the Corps had a small logistics footprint and almost no organic civil affairs or strategic communications capability. CPA's staffing, too, remained filled at approximately 65% strength in Baghdad, even when augmented by the military. Without military personnel loaned by CJTF-7, its strength would have dropped to nearly 40%. At the height of the invasion, CFLCC staff had numbered more than 1,200 people, including an intelligence directorate of almost 400. With the change to 5th Corps as CJTF-7, the CFLCC was handing control of the theater of operations to a headquarters less than 1/4 of CFLCC's peak size. Sanchez estimated that he required between 600 and 700 personnel to manage all of his missions appropriately, more than twice the May 2003 strength of the 5th Corps staff, which stood at 280 at the time. In the DoD manning plan for Sanchez's CJTF-7 headquarters, 344 positions were to be filled by the U.S. Army, 210 by coalition partners, including 40 from the United Kingdom, and 195 slots by other branches of the U.S. military. The deputy commander of CJTF-7 was a British officer. However, manning the command proved to be more challenging than designing it. With an end to major combat operations having been declared, the force provider organizations turned their attention to reconstituting the forces used in the Iraq invasion so they could be available for other contingencies. Staffers in the Pentagon were understandably lethargic in finding personnel for a CJTF-7 headquarters whose mission was understood to be a short-lived one. As Sanchez watched CFLCC return to Kuwait, he asked the departing command to leave its field-grade staff officers to fill out his headquarters. Since many of those personnel had nearly completed their 90 to 180-day temporary duty assignments, the numbers CFLCC was willing to leave with CJTF-7 were small. Few outside Iraq understood the urgency of the deteriorating situation there in May 2003, creating a disconnect between operational requirements and resourcing agencies that would persist until late 2003. 6 areas of operations. Managing Iraq's vast and complex terrain was a colossal task for any military, but particularly the overextended coalition units in summer 2003, most of whom found themselves in areas they had not expected to be and largely without any local knowledge. The country that coalition units occupied was extraordinarily diverse in geography and demographics. When 5th Corps became CJTF-7 on June 15th, its area of operations extended to all but the Kurdish provinces of Dahuk, Erbil, and Sulaimania, though these too fell under its purview. The remaining 15 provinces constituted 6 subordinate areas of operations. In northern Iraq, the 101st Airborne Division's area of operations was a region with porous borders that various tribes and groups had used for smuggling routes for decades. In Nineveh province, bordering Turkey and Syria, the 101st Airborne Division made its headquarters in the city of Mosul, whose approximately 2 million inhabitants made it one of the 3 most populous cities in Iraq. Nineveh's population is predominantly a mix of Sunni Arabs and Kurds, with significant minorities of ethnic Turkomans, Shia Arabs, Christians, and Yazidis spread across the province's plains and the area of the Sinjar mountain range extending west into Syria. In the eastern portion of the division's area of operations, the remaining 3 of Iraq's northernmost provinces, Dahuk, Erbil, and Sulaimania, comprised a semi-autonomous region operated by the joint PUK-KDP Kurdistan Regional Government, or KRG, separated from Iran and Turkey by the Kandil Mountains and the larger Zagros mountain range. The high peaks and steep terrain of these mountains provided a haven for smugglers, terrorists, and the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, which had fought an insurgency against the Turkish government for a quarter century. To the south of the 101st Airborne Division, the 4th Infantry Division occupied Salahuddin, Tamim, and Diyala provinces. Kirkuk, the capital of Tamim province, was the focal point of conflict between Arabs and Kurds and, by default, between the Kurdish Autonomous Region and Iraq. The nearby Kirkuk oil fields were critical to Iraq's oil production, a source of contention between the KRG and the Iraqi government. West of Kirkuk, Salahuddin province contained Saddam's home area of Tikrit and had been the center of political power in Iraq for 35 years. Separated from Kurdistan by the Hamreen Mountains, Salahuddin contained Tigris River towns and the Zab Triangle, long used as a transit area for smugglers, with the points of the triangle at Sharkat, Hawija, and the oil refinery town of Beji. On the other side of the Jabal Hamrin range from Salahuddin, Diyala province sat at a strategic crossroads. The province's physical terrain offered easy access to Baghdad and the south, as well as routes into Iran. Diyala's isolated hamlets, thick palm groves, and fragrant citrus orchards provided plentiful hiding places that allowed smugglers and resistance groups to thrive. Bakuba, Diyala's largest city and capital, was also on a fault line between Iraq's religious sects. Sunnis controlled the area west of the city near the Tigris River, and Shia controlled most of the city east of the Diyala River. Farther up the Diyala Valley, the towns of Jalala and Kanakin sat on similar fault lines between Arabs and Kurds. Diyala's fertile land, canals, and tributaries had long made it Iraq's breadbasket, with valuable farms and irrigation systems over which locals were willing to fight. In the center of the country, the 1st Armored Division occupied Baghdad and its 6 outlying districts: Abu Ghraib, Istiqlal, Madain, Mahmudiyya, Taji, and Tarmiya. The city of Baghdad contained more than 7 million inhabitants, a quarter of the country's population, with a mixture of religions, sects, and cultures spread across a geographic area the size of Los Angeles, California. One of the city's sub-districts, Sadr City, was the poorest and most densely populated area in the country, with more than 2 million Shia Arabs living in 8 square miles of squalor. Under Saddam Hussein, the Republican Guard had used a system of belts to defend and control the key territory leading into Baghdad. The northern portion of the belts systems included Taji and Tarmiya, while the western belt ran from Karma south to Abu Ghraib. To the south of Baghdad, the belts included the important towns of Yusufiyya, Mahmudiyya, and Jurf al-Sakhr west of the Tigris. East of the river, the belt ran from Salman Pak to the town of Narwen in Diyala. All of these areas lay within 48 kilometers of Baghdad and connected the capital to the rest of Iraq. West of Baghdad, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment occupied Anbar province, an area the size of Arkansas sharing extensive borders with Syria, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia. Although virtually all of the province's population lived in the towns along the lush Euphrates River Valley, much of Anbar was covered by the Jazira Desert that extended south from the Anatolia Mountains of Turkey. Anbar's other desert, the Hajara, had a complex topography of rocky desert, deep wadis, ridges, and depressions, many of them ideal smuggling routes. Anbar's harsh, arid terrain was home to some of the toughest of Iraq's Sunni tribes, many of whose historical lands extended across Anbar's borders into Nineveh, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. Anbar's capital, Ramadi, was the largest city in the province, but the nearby city of Fallujah presented the most difficult urban area. Located on the banks of the Euphrates River, Fallujah, known as the City of Mosques with over 200 in the city, had been a hotbed for conservative Sunni Islam and criminal activity under the Ba'athist regime. The largest lake in Iraq, Lake Tartar, was located in Anbar between the Tigris and Euphrates River, while the Haditha Dam on the Euphrates was the country's most important source of irrigation and hydroelectric power production. Between Ramadi and Fallujah lay Lake Habaniya, where a series of fishing villages were used as bypass routes for smugglers looking to avoid Highway 10 when shuttling arms, goods, and cash. Highway 1 was Anbar's other main thoroughfare, running west from Fallujah to Rutba near the Jordanian border. South of Baghdad, 1st MEF occupied the provinces of Najaf, Karbala, Babil, and Wasit, an area almost as large as West Virginia. Najaf and Karbala provinces contained the holiest shrines in the Shia Islamic world, and Najaf historically had been the main religious and intellectual center for all of Shia Islam. Saddam had been careful to avoid major confrontations in Najaf for fear of igniting a sectarian civil war. Karbala's historical significance extended back to the 680 AD battle in which the Prophet Muhammad's grandson, Hussein ibn Ali, had been martyred at the hands of an army sent from Syria. Faithful Shia constantly guarded the Imam Hussein shrine there, and large crowds of Iraqi and Iranian Shia pilgrims traveled to both shrines during annual holidays. Situated between Karbala and Najaf, Babil province, with its capital at Hilla, was the site of the ancient city of Babylon, surrounded by lush farmland and date palm groves crisscrossed by irrigation canals. South of 1st MEF, the British 1st Armored Division occupied Basra, Meissen, Dikar, and Qadisiyah provinces, an area almost half the size of England. Basra, the region's most populous city, contained 2 million people, most of them Shia Arabs. The surrounding province was home to the country's largest oil fields and reserves, the largest being the Rumaila field located approximately 32 kilometers north of the Kuwaiti border. Basra province and the Shat al-Arab waterway bordered Iran and had been heavily contested in the war between the two countries. The terrain northeast of Basra into Maizen province was filled by dense marshland that Saddam drained in the 1980s to prevent Iran from using the marshes to move troops and supplies into Iraq, and had further drained in the 1990s after many of the area's inhabitants, known as Marsh Arabs, had joined in the 1991 rebellion against his regime. In the mid-Euphrates region, Qadisiyah province was sparsely populated, with most of its Shia majority population in its capital, Diwaniyah, but was of both geographic and historical significance. Located south of Baghdad and east of Najaf along Highway 1, Diwaniyah was on the strategic outer perimeter of the defense of Baghdad. The city was also the site of an ancient battle in which early Muslim Arabs soundly defeated a Persian army, enabling the spread of Islam to Iraq and Iran. All four of these southern provinces had received little benefit from the South's oil riches under Saddam. The transitions at the operational and strategic levels left most of the coalition's units without a campaign plan or overarching guidance that could link their 6 areas of operations together. In the absence of specific directions, CJTF-7 subordinate commands tended to operate in their areas as they saw fit, yielding wide variances in unit activities across the country. Unit reporting in the summer of 2003 was indicative of both the types of challenges each unit faced as well as where commanders placed their emphasis. In Baghdad, coalition units tended to have strategic resources and civilian agencies and assistance missions at their disposal that were not available in the rest of the country. The 3rd Infantry Division received assistance from ORHA to secure the Iraqi ministries and disseminate emergency payments to thousands of Iraqi civil servants. The division then began implementing neighborhood missions to clear and repair facilities and services in Baghdad, one neighborhood at a time. The 3rd Infantry Division's handover of the Baghdad area of operations to the 1st Armored Division began in mid-May and was complete by May 29th. Like the 3rd Infantry Division, the 1st Armored Division focused on patrols, raids, and security of fixed sites, but also had unique missions such as preparing Baghdad's airport for commercial travel, as well as similar reconstruction projects. The division also found that increased patrolling at night reduced curfew violations and improved the security situation, and the unit continued the 3rd Infantry Division's efforts to establish neighborhood advisory councils in Baghdad's neighborhoods, or mahallas. In Nineveh province, the 101st Airborne Division worked with ORHA's Northern Office, local technocrats, neighborhood leaders known as mukhtars, and tribal sheikhs to organize municipal and provincial elections in Mosul. On May 5, 2003, the 101st Airborne Division installed a new city mayor and town council for Mosul and organized elections for a new provincial governor shortly thereafter. The division's focus next shifted towards standing up a multi-ethnic police force and facilitating the return of displaced Kurds and the relocation of Arab families occupying their property. For the rest of May, the 101st Airborne Division worked with tribal sheikhs to organize and distribute the products of the spring harvest delayed due to the invasion, distribute essential supplies, and secure border crossing points between Iraq and Syria. By June 15th, the 101st Airborne Division also graduated its first class from a new police academy in Mosul. In May and June, however, the 101st Airborne Division encountered pockets of resistance and began to increase the number of raids on suspected Ba'athists and Fedayeen. The 4th Infantry Division's area of operations was far less permissive. As the division expanded into its assigned battle space, it encountered significant resistance from remnants of the regime's security apparatus and began to encounter Iranian-affiliated militias as well. The division conducted several raids against buildings of an organization, quote, believed to be running a shadow government, end quote, in Baqaba, during which it seized dozens of personnel, weapons, and specialized communications equipment. On May 15th, the division raided villages near Ad Dawr, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri's home territory, detaining 250 Iraqis, including the 52 individuals on the CENTCOM Deck of Cards list, and a former Ba'ath Party branch command chairman. Tikrit and its surrounding areas remained problematic, and the 4th Infantry Division frequently conducted searches and raids throughout June. The Badr Corps also began to create problems in Baqaba, where 4th Infantry Division troops detained the traffic chief and police chief for suspected involvement in Badr Corps militant activities. In late May and early June, the 4th Infantry Division began screening toward the Iranian border in Diyala and raiding Badr Corps and SCIRI headquarters, capturing some Iranian nationals suspected of militant activity. Many of the division's activities, however, were not combat operations. For example, the division assumed responsibility for accepting the capitulation of the MEK and proctoring its disarmament. Toward the end of May, the 4th Infantry Division reported more governance-related missions, including elections in Kirkuk and the payment of police officers and civil servants. The 173rd Airborne Brigade's sector in Kirkuk remained tense, with scattered clashes between Kurds and Arabs in Kirkuk and Hawija, and attacks against the local oil infrastructure. To the west, Anbar's major urban areas and borders were unsecure, and the activities of the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, or ACR, reflected increasing incidents of violence and demonstrations in Fallujah and Ramadi. Although the regiment spent considerable effort improving the numbers and capabilities of the local police force to assist them in those cities, those efforts and the regiment's attempts to use joint, quote, show of force, end quote, missions with the Anbar Provincial Police failed to deter violence. By the beginning of June, the 3rd ACR was reporting near-daily enemy contacts and violent disruptions in Fallujah, Ramadi, and Habaniya. Meanwhile, concerns about Anbar's largely unsecured western border with Syria and Jordan led CJTF-7 to task the Marine Task Force Tripoli to conduct a reconnaissance in force along the border. After the 3rd Infantry Division completed its relief in place of the 3rd ACR in Fallujah and Ramadi on June 3rd, the cavalry unit moved to Rutba to focus solely on the mission of patrolling the Syrian border. In the south, most of 1st MEF's activities in May and June focused on battle handover to multinational replacements and preparations for redeployment. In the interim, Marines in Iraq's south-central provinces worked with the United Nations, or UN, to establish a satellite UN office in Hilla, conducted police training, distributed fuel, and distributed emergency payments. Like the 101st Airborne Division in Nineveh, 1st MEF worked with municipal, religious, and tribal leaders to set up city and provincial councils. As it prepared to depart the theater, however, 1st MEF increased its patrols and security operations, including raids against suspected Ba'ath Party members and sympathizers. It also spent considerable effort conducting counter-ambush operations on Highways 1 and 8, which coalition troops had designated main supply routes Tampa and Jackson, respectively. In Iraq's southernmost provinces, British troops continued their efforts to secure key oil infrastructure and expand humanitarian operations in Maysan while trying to establish law and order in Basra. They adjudicated emergency payments for invasion refugees who were returning to their homes and professions, and proctored a vote of no confidence in the Qasr town council in early May. By mid-May, they were working to restore essential services such as Basra's deteriorating water and sewage systems. British units also found that local citizens were concerned about the date palm harvest for the fall and requested assistance with crop sprays and distribution for that economically important crop, illustrating the wide variety of unexpected activities the Iraq invasion forces found themselves conducting after Saddam Hussein's fall. CJTF-7 attempts to synchronize operations. As the summer progressed, the undermanned CJTF-7 often found itself lagging behind these subordinate units' vast and varied initiatives, though it did attempt to implement some of the more useful operations countrywide. As a result, CJTF-7 struggled to bring order and focus back to the theater level. Apart from issuing orders that attempted to operationalize CPA policies, CJTF-7, in consultation with the divisions, began issuing orders and providing much-needed resources to all 6 areas of operations in an attempt to re-centralize the coalition's operations. One example involved the development of local police capability. While the divisions had been working with and hiring new local police forces since April, CJTF-7 began to nationalize the process in May. In order to give commanders more capability to support local requirements immediately, CJTF-7 distributed commanders' discretionary funds down to the brigade level beginning the 3rd week in May. On June 11th, CPA released $10,000 for each brigade commander to use as their operational requirements necessitated, a forerunner of the massive Commanders' Emergency Response Program funds that would come later in the war. The road to synchronization of the far-flung coalition units was not an easy one. As the de facto operational manager, General Walter Wojciechowski was effectively trying to lead his peer division commanders without having been one himself, an unusual circumstance. Moreover, the uniqueness of each area's environmental dynamics rendered some of the CJTF-7 instructions inappropriate or irrelevant for some units.
It was most often the case that CJTF-7 centralized operations for crisis management, as was the case with the CPA policies, rather than routinely.
CJTF-7 encountered difficulties in several areas that required synchronization. To forestall an impending food shortage, on May 8, CJTF-7 and ORHA reactivated Iraq's Oil for Food program distribution by coordinating with Turkey to authorize food convoy movements. A severe fuel shortage also required immediate central action. The Iraqis, accustomed to receiving subsidized fuel under the regime, quickly ran through most of the remaining fuel supplies in the country. Lines at government gas stations grew enormous, and tempers were short as temperatures rose, generating unruly crowds that sometimes became violent. With assistance from Iraq's oil ministry personnel, CJTF-7 worked with ORHA and the divisions to expedite the movement of benzene and diesel fuel into the country and gradually transition fuel distribution from government gas stations to privately owned stations. CJTF-7 also recognized early in May that establishing Iraqi media networks would facilitate success in other key tasks, and subsequently provided some guidance for assisting and improving media outlets, as well as supporting pro-coalition newspapers and broadcasts, and disseminating its own newspapers and messages through national and local media. Though coalition units in the summer of 2003 were repairing infrastructure, facilitating crop harvests, and delivering services, Iraqis were becoming impatient with the lack of services, jobs, and basic security, as well as the absence of clear decision-making on the disposition and allocation of crops and harvests. Some supportive imams attempted to, quote, influence the climate in a positive way, end quote, in exchange for favors, but CJTF-7 failed to adequately promote its successes and the progress being made, a fact that was recognized and reported to CJTF-7 by sympathetic Iraqi journalists. The focus of CJTF-7's efforts, however, remained the city of Baghdad. While CJTF-7 did incorporate feedback from the outlying divisions into some of its operations, its formal guidance to its units beyond Baghdad in the early summer of 2003 was minimal, leaving them largely to their own devices. The security situation deteriorates. Page 154. In early May 2003, CFLCC prematurely assessed that the security situation was improving with calm settling on the country. Reports of looting had fallen significantly, as had random acts of violence and subversion. This relative calm gave way to attacks against coalition military targets that gradually grew in size and scope through May and June. Until early June, most coalition soldiers moved through the Iraqi cities in soft-skinned vehicles, often lightly armed with pistols and without helmets. According to Eaton, that posture changed abruptly when a U.S. soldier in Baghdad was shot in the back of the head at point-blank range while shopping for CDs. Quote, "When that happened, there was an immediate ratcheting up of security measures to protect the force," end quote, recalled Eaton. The new measures required all CJTF-7 personnel to drive in at least 2 vehicle convoys and wear protective vests and helmets, items that were not available to all of the coalition personnel in Iraq. The rapid acceleration toward war and delayed deployment orders had left 40,000 of the 130,000 U.S. soldiers in Iraq without the ceramic plates for their protective vests, and the light infantry and support units had few armored vehicles allocated to them. The Baghdad shooting incident heralded more rocket-propelled grenade attacks, convoy ambushes, and drive-by shootings against coalition forces and joint patrols with Iraqi police as the summer wore on. After 8 coalition deaths from hostile fire in May, 24 coalition troops were killed in enemy attacks in June and 28 in July. CFLCC and CJTF-7 attributed most of these small arms attacks to former regime death squads, fedayeen, and paramilitaries thought to be reconstituting themselves in Nineveh, but carrying out attacks elsewhere in Iraq. The most contentious areas were the Baqaba to Tikrit corridor, the urban part of Anbar consisting of Fallujah, Habaniya, and Ramadi, and the corridor between Haditha and Hit. On June 8th, the lethality and volume of attacks in these predominantly Sunni areas of Iraq led the newly formed Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force Arabian Peninsula, or CJSOTF-AP, to assess that the greatest long-term threat in Iraq would come from, quote,
a resurgent amorphous Ba'ath party orchestrating insurgent warfare." End quote.
This is the first recorded use of the term insurgent to characterize enemy behavior and intentions. Because attacks had increased most rapidly in Sunni regions, CJTF-7 judged that, although some of the resistance might have been planned before the war or was being executed by former regime leaders, coalition policies were also to blame. CPA Orders 1 and 2 led many Sunnis to believe they would have no employment or advancement opportunities when the new Iraqi government assumed power. Members of the now-defunct Iraqi military were clearly capable of organizing armed resistance. Other CJTF-7 reporting in May to June 2003 indicated additional subversive influences were disrupting the security situation, most of which were coming from Iran. The Badr Corps and SCIRI undercut coalition efforts to the point that CJTF-7 considered itself engaged in, quote, an active I.O. war in Najaf, end quote, and believed over 4,000 Badr Corps personnel were operating in Iraq. In turn, unidentified militias attacked Badr Corps headquarters across Iraq as the summer approached, including a strike against one in Baquba that included a female suicide bomber on May 25th. CJTF-7 also determined that at least one major intra-Shia rivalry was already getting out of hand, that between Muqtada Sadr and his followers in Najaf in eastern Baghdad, and SCIRI's representatives in Karbala and parts of Najaf. The Iranian regime appeared to be supporting SCIRI at that time, but it was also encouraging the Sadrists' anti-coalition stance. These activities led at least the special operators of the CJSOTF to judge in June 2003 that Iran was, quote, executing a long-term campaign to further its national interest, end quote. Throughout Iraq, the removal of the Ba'ath Party and Saddam from power opened the door for more open expression of religious freedom, although along with that freedom came a rise in religious extremism. Beginning in late May 2003, non-governmental organizations in Iraq reported that female schoolchildren and teachers were receiving death threats from an organization calling itself the Popular Committee for Punishment, as well as the Badr Corps, designed to deter their attendance. In many places, women began to fear kidnapping and rape and avoided going to work or school because of the risk. CJTF-7 later identified at least 2 Islamic fundamentalist groups trying to jumpstart political parties in order to seize power in areas of Iraq the coalition had not occupied, and Sunni Islamic fundamentalism, including Salafism, was thought by CJTF-7 to be the unifying factor among restive groups in Anbar. Many Iraqi Salafis were virulently anti-coalition, calling for and executing attacks against coalition forces. Signs emerged that Ansar al-Islam, having survived the coalition's attack on it in early April, was beginning to re-establish itself in northern Iraq with support from al-Qaeda. Unlike CJTF-7, the armed groups and anti-coalition factions appeared to conduct effective information operations, emphasizing in their messaging the coalition's failure to restore security, services, and jobs, or highlighting the damage the coalition's Western values would supposedly inflict on Iraqi society. By mid-June, coalition units were reporting that local radio stations had begun to broadcast anti-coalition propaganda, while imams continued to spread anti-coalition messages during their Friday sermons. In mid-May, CJTF-7 units observed graffiti suggesting that Baghdadis seemed to be losing confidence in the ability of U.S. forces to control the situation. When some Iraq-based and international media outlets began inciting elements of the Iraqi population to violence, CPA issued a proclamation criminalizing the practice on June 13th, and CPA shut down an Iraqi paper called Nation's Echo in Najaf because it advocated violent resistance to the coalition. Farther south, British expectations that their experience in Iraq would be similar to their peacekeeping efforts in Northern Ireland or the Balkans were upended on June 23, 2003 in a violent incident in the town of Majar al-Kabir, 20 kilometers south of Amara. When the British 1st Parachute Regiment began conducting searches for heavy weapons in the town, an angry mob of several thousand Iraqis closed in on the British troops. After an exchange of gunfire that left several Iraqis dead, the troops had to be extracted under fire, after which the mob surrounded a small patrol of 6 British military policemen who had taken refuge in a police station. With little ammunition and no means to contact other British forces, the British patrol was quickly overwhelmed and massacred. It was the most costly engagement for the British military since the 1991 Persian Gulf War, and the deaths had significant military and political consequences. Concluding the incident had resulted from overly aggressive tactics and a loss of Iraqi popular support, cautious British military leaders would tend to limit future operations in order to avoid another such ambush and to maintain force protection.
Meanwhile, the gruesome details of the incident undermined support for the war among the British public, which had expected the Iraq campaign to transition into a stabilization mission after the invasion.
The Majar al-Kabir killings became a political cause against the Tony Blair government, with the father of one of the slain military policemen later unsuccessfully challenging Blair for his parliamentary seat in the May 2005 British parliamentary election. Targeting the Iraq regime's remnants and Saddam's sons. Despite the growing number of attacks attributed to the Ba'ath Party, CJTF-7 remained focused in its early days on the activities of defeated or disintegrated conventional Iraqi army forces that had fought during the invasion. The coalition's reporting did not shift to an emphasis on the Ba'athist insurgency and Iranian-associated subversion until June, by which time it was clear that the coalition was struggling to grasp the complexities of the post-Saddam environment. The Sunni areas of Iraq were clearly problematic, and the porous western borders contributed to the influx of foreign fighters and assistance to indigenous Iraqi fighters. In May, CJTF-7 conducted a corps-level operation to target Ba'ath Party and Fedayeen resistance groups and camps in the Sunni triangle between Tikrit, Balad, and Ramadi, and to create the conditions to secure Fallujah. The operation's intent was to find those responsible for organizing attacks on coalition forces and against Iraqis working with the coalition to establish a new government. The main effort of Operation Desert Scorpion, as it was called, was the 3rd Infantry Division, supported by the 101st Airborne Division, the 4th Infantry Division, and the CJSOTF. In the lead-up to the main operation, the 4th Infantry Division conducted its own Operation Peninsula Strike beginning on June 10th in order to set conditions for Operation Desert Scorpion by defeating Ba'athist elements in the Tigris River Valley. The 4th Infantry Division troops raided arms markets and dealers, seized illicit munitions, and detained approximately 400 Iraqis. At the same time, Coalition Special Operations and 5th Corps units destroyed a suspected Ansar al-Islam camp near Rawa, killing 61 fighters. In order to prevent the further resurgence of Ansar al-Islam, 5th Corps inserted its long-range surveillance company into Sulaimania to reconnoiter old Ansar al-Islam camps and try to monitor the organization's activity, though these actions ultimately did not prevent the group's comeback. Operation Desert Scorpion commenced on June 15, 2003, the day that Sanchez took command of CJTF-7. CJTF-7 divisions conducted simultaneous attacks and raids in Fallujah, Habaniya, Ramadi, Hit, and Bakuba, and later continued those operations into Tikrit and Haditha. Over the next 2 weeks, coalition troops destroyed at least one suspected militant training camp and captured or killed over 400 suspected Sunni resistance fighters and terrorists. CJTF-7 and CJSOTF-AP believed Operation Desert Scorpion had yielded a major victory against what coalition commanders viewed as an insurgency led by remnants of Saddam's regime. Coalition forces reinforced the operation with a series of attacks on deck-of-cards targets and other important Ba'athists well into July. These efforts culminated in the 101st Airborne Division's raid that killed Uday and Qusay Hussein in Mosul on July 22nd. The brothers and Qusay's 14-year-old son Mustafa had returned to the northern city after having fled to Syria and later to Salahuddin province following the fall of the regime. On July 22nd, Saddam's sons were lodged with a former regime loyalist in Mosul. Their host, fearing for his life and interested in the reward money, approached members of the 101st Airborne Division and notified them about his guests. The 2nd Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, commanded by Colonel Joseph Anderson, surrounded the house while Special Operations troops knocked on the door, were admitted by the owner, and entered the residence, only to be engaged immediately in a firefight with Saddam's sons. After 4 of the soldiers were wounded, the special operators withdrew, and Anderson's troops launched anti-tank missiles and a wall of small arms fire at the house, quelling Uday and Qusay's fire. The brigade found the bodies of Qusay, Uday, and Mustafa inside, and confirmed their identities shortly thereafter. The death of Saddam's sons appeared at first to deal a blow to the nascent insurgency. Reports suggested the two were leading a good portion of the former Ba'athists and disenfranchised Sunnis who remained viable after the conclusion of Operation Desert Scorpion. Although both Saddam and his deputy, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, remained at large, coalition leaders were confident they would soon be in U.S. custody. CJTF-7 decided to reinforce their interim success against Saddam's power base with Operation Victory Bounty at the end of July, a mop-up action intended to sweep up the remaining vestiges of Ba'ath Party militia and Fedayeen in the Sunni Triangle. This operation was the last corps-level search and attack mission managed by CJTF-7. Nevertheless, the scale of both Operations Peninsula Strike and Desert Scorpion began to indicate that the gathering resistance to the coalition was larger than just Saddamist remnants and that the armed conflict in Iraq might, in fact, be far from over. Ambassador Bremer and the Iraqi Interim Government. Page 157. As the CJTF-7 units continued their hunt for the remaining leaders of the former Iraqi government, Bremer attempted to expand on the efforts of ORHA and Khalilzad to create a new government. Bremer hosted meetings with key Iraqi leaders to work toward establishing a national Iraqi government comprised of expatriate leaders and appropriate local Iraqis. The pressure for a new government was intense. As early as mid-May, CJTF-7 reported that Iraqis at the municipal, provincial, and national levels continually, quote, voiced concern with the pace of governmental reform and their desire to see Iraqis running Iraq as soon as possible, end quote. In December 2002, U.S. policymakers met with Iraqi expatriate leaders at a conference in London, United Kingdom, or UK. Bremer encountered the same group of expatriates soon after his arrival in Baghdad and was concerned that they were pushing the United States to establish an Iraqi government run by exiles before local leaders could gain an advantage over them. On June 1, 2003, Bremer met with 7 of these leading expatriate political figures, at the time known collectively as the G7, including Ahmad Chalabi's representative for the Iraqi National Congress, Ayed Alawi of the Iraq National Accord, Jalal Talabani of the PUK, Masoud Barzani of the KDP, Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim and Abdul Aziz al-Hakim's Supreme Council for Islamic Revolution in Iraq, Ibrahim al-Ja'afari of the Dawa Party, and Nasser Chaderji of the predominantly Sunni Muslim National Democrats. At the meeting, Bremer informed the G7 that an interim authority, as stipulated by UN Security Council Resolution 1483, would be established within 6 weeks, consisting of a 25 to 30-person political council of non-expatriate Iraqis appointed by Bremer and the G7 leaders.
The political council, intended to be representative of Iraq's population but without quotas for factions, would appoint a chief advisor to each ministry and take up practical work on long-term issues like educational reform, business development, de-Baathification, and electoral laws and procedures.
This plan created some significant difficulties for the CPA. First, because it was appointing the political council, it was easy for the Iraqis to hold the CPA, rather than the Iraqi leadership, accountable for errors in the selection and activities of the interim authority. Because the CPA was generally unaware of who the influential local Iraqis were, including tribal leaders, it ran the risk of appointing a group of people that, as one internal coalition memo put it, quote, looked like Chalabi and friends, end quote, an outcome that would likely be unacceptable to the Iraqi people. The CPA intended to mitigate that outcome by traveling to the various regions of Iraq and, with the assistance of CJTF-7, interviewing prospective nominees and other capable Iraqi leaders. Although CJTF-7 and its divisions did indeed have better visibility on who were the more capable Iraqi leaders, it, too, lacked a common understanding of the Iraqi socio-political landscape and was vulnerable to being manipulated by various factions competing with each other for power and territory.
The Raid on the Turkish Special Forces.
The fact that some Iraqi groups could manipulate the coalition's activities accounted for what became a serious international incident in July 2003. Although the 101st Airborne Division, 4th Infantry Division, and 173rd Airborne Brigade were all aware that Turkish officials were working with the Iraqi Turkoman Front, or ITF, in northern Iraq, they were unaware of the type and quantity of Turkish military units operating inside Iraq. CJSOTF-N and European Command, or EUCOM, had both been tracking the presence of Turkish Special Operations Forces in the region, but that information was not provided to other coalition units in the area. When Kurdish Asayish intelligence officials in northern Iraq claimed to the 173rd Airborne Brigade that Turkish Special Operations Forces were using the ITF office in Suleymania as a cover for a plot to assassinate Kirkuk's mayor, Colonel William Mayville and the 173rd Airborne Brigade received permission to raid the ITF's Suleymania office on July 4th. Once there, Mayville's troops detained a number of armed men and discovered a large quantity of weapons at the scene without a clear purpose for their intended use. Handcuffed and hooded, the detainees were sent to Baghdad, where their captors quickly determined that they, in fact, were Turkish Special Operations troops. U.S. forces removed their restraints, provided them with food and water, and eventually released them to Turkish custody. The Turkish government and public, however, did not respond well to the operation. Inflammatory stories emerged from the Turkish media that the detainees were shackled, beaten, and robbed. Turkish generals characterized the incident as the, quote, worst crisis of confidence in the two countries' more than 50-year NATO alliance, end quote, and the Erdogan government demanded an apology for the incident. Further disputes emerged over the equipment and weapons the 173rd Airborne Brigade had seized. The debacle was eventually resolved by a joint Turkey-U.S. fact-finding team which laid out the evidence and rectified discrepancies. U.S.-Turkish relations remained tenuous, putting the United States in a difficult position when Turkey later pressured the United States to target the Kurdistan Workers' Party in northern Iraq. The incident was one of the first in Iraq in which a tactical event had significant strategic consequences. Departure of the Marines. Arrival of a multinational division. During July to August 2003, 1st MEF redeployed in its entirety to the United States and was replaced by a patchwork coalition division that became known as Multinational Division Central South, or MNDCS. This division, incorporating military contingents from 19 countries under a Polish division headquarters, assumed responsibility for Karbala, Babil, Wasit, Qadisiyah, and Najaf provinces by the end of August 2003. U.S. leaders had long intended to put a coalition face on military operations in Iraq, and at the beginning of 2003, the State Department and representatives of DoD, Joint Staff, and CENTCOM worked with donor countries to piece together a coalition unit to insert into Iraq after the regime fell. Most countries that the United States approached were only interested in providing forces to conduct stability and support operations and did not want their militaries participating in the invasion. While the Marines had been reporting a deterioration of public order and an increase in small-scale attacks, their area, in general, appeared in July 2003 to be less hostile than northern or western Iraq. Most of the non-U.S. coalition contingents were only permitted by their governments to conduct stability operations and had much smaller numbers of troops and equipment than a U.S. Marine Expeditionary Force. Therefore, CENTCOM decided to have the Polyglot Coalition Division take responsibility for the relatively quiet Shia provinces outside of the British sector. Furthermore, some countries had standing military relationships with each other and understood their military contributions depended on those pre-existing partnerships. Denmark, for example, had a bilateral agreement with the United Kingdom and thus expected to continue that relationship in Iraq. The Balkans experience, too, encouraged the United States to organize the smaller contributing nations into a single area and retain U.S. exclusive control in other areas. When MNDCS began operating in southern Iraq, it contained just under 10,000 soldiers from 19 different contributor countries. Poland contributed 2,400 personnel spread across a division staff, an aviation battle group, an engineer detachment, support capabilities, and 2 infantry battalions. The second largest contributor was Ukraine, which sent a brigade-sized unit of 1,621 personnel, followed by a 1,300-man brigade from Spain and a 433-man engineer task force from Thailand. The rest of the member contributions ranged from 25 to 450 personnel with a variety of capabilities including light infantry, intelligence, engineer, civil military operations, transportation, and medical units. Putting all of the non-US and non-UK coalition forces in the same unit and area of operations, however, presented serious challenges and inhibited MNDCS's ability to conduct the wide range of missions in which it immediately found itself involved. The memoranda of understanding between the United States and the coalition countries were unclear, and military participation by many of the countries was a politically sensitive subject. As a result, many MNDCS units needed to seek permission from their national capitals before executing MNDCS or CJTF-7 directives. The rules of engagement for each country, too, were different. Troops from Poland and Ukraine were authorized to conduct combat operations, but Denmark and Italy expected their troops to be used exclusively in peacekeeping operations. Consequently, conducting division-level operations for MNDCS was nearly impossible, and CJTF-7 orders to kill or capture targets within the MNDCS area of operations fell outside some coalition countries' guidelines. CJTF-7 also had difficulty incorporating MNDCS into its core-level operations. It was challenging, if not impossible, to share intelligence across all countries in the coalition, and MNDCS units were already short on intelligence assets. Many MNDCS contingents brought communications equipment that was not compatible with U.S. equipment, complicating the already existing language barriers and other general communications problems. The MNDCS logistical systems were also not compatible with the U.S. logistical system, meaning that CJTF-7 often could not provide timely support to MNDCS. Finally, the Polish leadership in MNDCS frequently complained that it was not informed about CJTF-7's ongoing special operations and intelligence collection operations in its sector. The steadily worsening security on the ground in summer of 2003 made MNDCS's shortcomings a serious matter. The Polish division commander observed a significant amount of mission creep in his area of responsibility. Instead of the kind of stability operations most of the participating countries had assisted within Bosnia and elsewhere, MNDCS contingents found themselves with large-scale reconstruction and humanitarian assistance responsibilities, as well as limited combat operations, but shortages in engineer, military police, military intelligence, transportation, and civil affairs assets constrained MNDCS's ability to execute these activities. By summer's end, Abizaid's senior advisor at CENTCOM, Colonel Herbert Raymond H.R. McMaster, recognized the growing difficulties of coalition operations in Iraq, and on September 11th outlined the pros and cons of internationalizing the military mission. McMaster proposed, quote, assigning smaller groups of coalition forces throughout the country, end quote, to U.S. or U.K. contingents to relieve those troops of less lethal missions such as guarding infrastructure and basic policing, quote, while retaining American forces in all sectors to do the harder jobs, end quote. This move would potentially eliminate CJTF-7's intelligence and communications gap in Iraq's south and prevent political constraints and country caveats from affecting large sectors of CJTF-7's area of operations. However, McMaster's recommendations never came to fruition. The transition from 1st MEF to MNDCS thus substantially reduced the footprint of coalition forces while creating a significant drop-off in operations in southern Iraq. The decision to extend unit deployments. In late June and early July 2003, Sanchez and Abizaid together recognized the need for U.S. ground forces to remain in Iraq longer than Franks had envisioned, and after consulting with Abizaid, Keane agreed. In late July, Keane announced that the 101st Airborne Division, 4th Infantry Division, and 1st Armored Division would remain in the country for a total of 12 months before redeploying, as would some smaller Army units serving in Iraq. In addition to reconstruction and counterinsurgency operations, these forces would assist CPA with, quote, developing the new Iraqi police force, provincial defense force, and national army, end quote. Keane added that the next major unit rotations would take place in February to April 2004 and announced the intent to make the coalition force more international. The follow-on rotation had a significant contingent from the reserve component as well. 2 National Guard enhanced separate brigades, the 30th Infantry Brigade from North Carolina and the 39th Infantry Brigade from Arkansas, would deploy to Iraq, augmented by the 27th Infantry Brigade from New York and the 41st Infantry Brigade from Oregon. Unlike active duty units, these National Guard units were mobilized for 12 months, but would only serve a portion of that year in Iraq, owing to the long pre-deployment training period. Keane added that engineers and other specialized personnel from the Navy and Air Force would join the Army forces to assist with reconstruction efforts. These forces were supported by additional contractors, thus reducing the total amount of military forces required in Iraq. These announcements underscored that the seriousness of the situation in Iraq was running counter to the coalition's original assumptions and timelines, and that U.S. troops would remain in Iraq much longer than the 6 to 9 months CENTCOM had planned. CJTF-7 and its U.S. divisions braced themselves for 9 additional months of working in their complex and dangerous environments instead of returning home to the parades they had expected to attend by fall 2003. The summer of 2003 brought many transitions in military operations and policy in Iraq. Some of the transitions occurred because existing organizations required more capacity to conduct their missions. Other transitions occurred as a function of differences of opinion with the SecDef, the redeployment of large numbers of forces, or routine institutional movements. Bremer's transition with both Garner and Khalilzad was hasty, owing to Bremer's desire to take over without the involvement of those who had been managing Iraqi reconstruction and governance before his arrival. Born of frustration with both McKiernan and Wallace, and an eagerness to reduce the profile of the Iraq conflict, Rumsfeld's decision to replace Wallace immediately after the invasion put the Army's most junior lieutenant general in command of an increasingly contentious theater. High levels of command and staff turnover left many unit leadership teams without experience working with each other, as well as without extensive knowledge of Iraq. Additionally, with the exception of Abizaid, the operational and strategic level general officers with the most resident expertise on Iraq and the emerging enemy picture and social dynamics departed the theater. This brain drain contributed to the loss of momentum in developing a strategy and campaign plan for post-war Iraq. The accompanying unit and individual turbulence resulted in haphazard coalition activities that dashed the hopes of many Iraqis for a quick transition to a stable, secure, and prosperous Iraq. The senior leader transitions and gaps between commanders at the highest levels also created an internal power vacuum of sorts within the military. The virtual absence of a CENTCOM commander and a chief of staff of the Army during a critical period for reestablishing control in Iraq made it difficult for the new CJTF-7 commander to convey the urgency of the Iraq situation to senior U.S. policymakers. Abizaid's and Sanchez's difficulties obtaining resources for Iraq were compounded by U.S. leaders' focus on disengagement and redeployment. Once Bush announced the end of major combat operations on May 1st, the view of many U.S. officials in Washington was that the Iraq War was over. Meanwhile, armed groups and militias took advantage of the coalition's flat-footedness to gain footholds in various parts of the country, while unchecked reprisals exacerbated Iraq's pre-existing ethno-religious rivalries and socio-political fault lines. The operational vacuum of summer 2003 provided foreign actors with the perfect opportunity to make Iraq a battleground between fundamentalist Islamists and the West. At the same time, any momentum generated by CJTF-7 units at the local level was halted by CPA's hastily implemented orders dismantling the Iraqi state institutions and military. These policies, based on an inappropriate analogy between Ba'athist Iraq and Nazi Germany, effectively ceded the initiative to the burgeoning violent resistance organizations and armed militias. Instead of toppling the regime and instituting a transitional government as envisioned in the invasion plans, the U.S. deep de-Baathification policy and decision to dissolve the entire Iraqi security apparatus effectively collapsed the edifice of the Iraqi state, creating a national governance and security vacuum that would take another 6 to 7 years to refill. When combined with abortive reconstruction efforts and unmet popular expectations, these factors became major contributors to Iraq's gradual descent into full insurgency and civil war. End of Chapter 6, Part 2, Lost in Transition, May to July 2003. Chapter 7, Muqawama wa Intiqaam, or Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003, page 169.
As anti-coalition violence mounted in the summer of 2003, the leadership at U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, believed the enemy they faced was rooted in a former Ba'athist Sunni resistance movement with some involvement from foreign terrorist organizations and the resurgence of Ansar al-Islam. However, this description far oversimplified the nascent resistance organizations and militias building footholds in the vast swaths of Iraq's uncontrolled territory. The sources of Iraq's instability in the summer of 2003 were far more complex than the Ba'athist holdovers and foreign terrorist organizations to which CENTCOM and CJTF-7 attributed the violence. All three of Iraq's primary ethno-religious groups, the Sunni Arabs, the Shia Arabs, and the Kurds, had pre-existing armed militias or militant groups at their disposal with which to pursue their separate ambitions. After the regime fell, former Ba'athist leaders, the Badr Corps, the Kurds, Islamist terror groups, and some of Iraq's neighbors entered the power vacuum to advance their own separate interests, many of which ran counter to the coalition's objectives for Iraq, and also gave rise to a bloody struggle for supremacy in post-Saddam Iraq. The Sunnis, disenfranchised and extreme. Page 169. Although it was true that many Iraqi Sunnis resented the regime's removal from power, some Sunnis had hoped the coalition would eventually come to recognize the value of maintaining Sunni prominence in the Iraqi government. Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, Orders 1 and 2 obliterated that optimism and turned most Sunnis against the occupation force, lending popular support to the disenfranchised former Iraqi soldiers, Ba'ath Party officials, and Sunni tribes who were eager to expel the coalition presence. Throughout the summer of 2003, former Ba'athist resistance groups, led by Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri and a senior Ba'athist leader named Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad, organized attacks against coalition targets in northern and western Iraq. At the same time, terrorist organizations such as Ansar al-Sunnah and the Jordanian Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's Tawhid wal Jihad, or Monotheism and Holy War, focused on breaking up international support for the coalition by conducting attacks against coalition partners and the United Nations, or UN. Sunni insurgents also began intimidating and assassinating officials of the Iraqi interim government. Disenfranchising the Sunni tribes. In addition to empowering Sunni Ba'athist loyalists, Saddam had also cultivated supportive Sunni Arab tribes and used them to shore up state institutions and consolidate power within the Ba'ath Party. He had doled out important government security posts, including the Minister of Defense, the Military Bureau, and the National Security Bureau, to members of his own tribe, and he recruited members of the tribes he favored in Anbar, Nineveh, and Salahuddin for service in the Iraqi armed forces, thereby linking his regime's defense interests with a vast tribal network. He had also allowed favored tribes to profit from illegal enterprises in their traditional tribal areas, many of which involved smuggling and black market activities, during the period of sanctions from 1991 to 2003. Saddam frequently allowed his preferred tribal leaders to administer justice and punishment to their tribesmen, and he doled out goods, services, and resources to tribes and tribal sheikhs in his favor. Not all of Iraq's major tribes had prospered under Saddam's patronage, however. In 1995, Saddam executed an influential member of the Albu Nimr tribe of Ramadi, after which the tribe revolted against the regime and attacked government outposts in Anbar. The Albu Nimr were joined in their resistance by the Albu Fahad and the Albu Alwan tribes, whose members attempted to assassinate Uday Hussein in 1996. Saddam used his military forces and more loyal Anbari tribes to crush these revolts, but resentment of Saddam and the regime simmered. Therefore, some Anbari tribes were primed to view regime change favorably. At the time Saddam and the Ba'ath Party were removed from power, much of the Sunni areas of Iraq, Anbar, Salahuddin, Nineveh, and parts of Tamim, were still untouched by the coalition presence. Having never encountered or fought directly with the coalition, many Sunni tribal leaders believed they and their tribes had not lost the war, or they attributed the loss to Saddam's foolishness. As the coalition gradually injected more forces into the areas and accepted the surrender of the remaining Iraqi army units in Anbar, many tribal leaders in Anbar waited for the coalition to approach them. Speaking with Sunni tribal and religious leaders in summer 2003, CJTF-7 officers dispatched by Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez were surprised by what they learned about Sunni tribal expectations.
The general and inaccurate perception among Sunni tribal sheikhs, they observed, was that the Sunnis held a numerical majority in the country and were the most appropriate choice to run Iraq. The Shia, Sunnis believed, were not naturally capable of doing so. Sunni leaders viewed themselves as the natural allies of the coalition, as they shared a common enemy, Iran, and expected that the United States would enact a patronage system similar to the one they had enjoyed under Saddam. In exchange for a coalition decision to put the Iraqi government in Sunni hands, these tribes intended to keep the Shia Iranians out of Iraq and split oil revenues with the United States and its coalition partners. Many Sunni leaders who had chosen not to fight against the invading coalition troops had assumed they would be rewarded with key positions in the new U.S.-backed interim government. They had not been regime insiders, many Sunnis reasoned, and thus expected to be included and even privileged in the post-Saddam order. As one prominent Sunni cleric, Ahmed Qubaisi, put it, Iraqi Sunnis have been caught between Saddam and the coalition. Quote, "They were between two fires," end quote, Qubaisi told Al Arabiya TV in 2004. Quote, "I used to refer to Iraq at that time as the land of two fires, rather than the land of two rivers. They were between the fire of the occupation and the fire of Saddam. That's why people hoped the best about the occupation, especially us Iraqis. Our view of America was that it was a country of freedoms, democracy, and human rights. So people believed Iraq would be put on a new path and remain a state cleansed of the elements needed to be cleaned out. That's why the Iraqi army did not fight in Baghdad." End quote. The coalition's failure to work with the Sunni tribes, combined with CPA's outreach to Shia leaders, quickly disabused the Sunni sheikhs of Anbar of the notion that the United States had any intention of reestablishing their patronage. When Sunni tribal leaders realized that the United States intended to allow the Shia the majority share of Iraqi interim government and, in so doing, reduce the amount of Sunni political control and access to state resources, they quickly turned against the coalition. Even before the CPA's actions, though, Anbari leaders, in particular, had already accumulated perceived grievances against the coalition. Some Anbari leaders later claimed to have agreed to a truce with U.S. troops in the early days of the invasion, and that the entry of U.S. forces into Anbari cities after the fall of Baghdad was, in effect, an American violation of the truce. The April 28th riot in Fallujah that ended with U.S. soldiers exchanging gunfire with militants, Iraqi sources claimed 17 locals were killed, had ostensibly begun as a protest against this perceived violation, although in hindsight, it is clear that the troops of the 82nd Airborne Division in Fallujah had no awareness of any supposed truce. Sunnis were also overconfident in their ability to defeat the Shia factions and the Kurds in battle, after which they expected that the United States would be forced to realize that it must work with them rather than the Shia to control Iraq. Sunni sheikhs were certain that their layered network of tribal ties, kinship, and proven ability in battle would eventually restore them to power. In the meantime, many began to join forces with other Sunni resistance and terrorist organizations to expel the coalition violently from the Sunni areas of Iraq. The Ba'ath in exile. As General John P. Abizaid and later CJTF-7 intelligence Red Cell observed, a significant portion of the resistance against the coalition in the summer of 2003 stemmed directly from the organized remnants of Saddam's regime. After the regime fell, Saddam's deputy, Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, escaped to Syria with a large amount of the Iraqi regime's money and extensive contacts among former Ba'ath Party leaders, members of the Iraqi intelligence service, and Sunni and Sufi tribal and religious leaders with whom he had cultivated relationships during Saddam's faith campaign of the 1990s. Duri's influence under Saddam extended far beyond his official duties as the commander of Iraq's northern military region. Like Saddam, Duri came from impoverished circumstances in the Tikrit region. In 1968, he and Saddam participated in the July 17th revolution, and the two served together in the early intelligence component of the Ba'ath Party. As one of the most trusted members of Saddam's inner circle after Saddam took the reins of power in 1979, Duri became the vice chairman of the Iraqi Revolutionary Command Council. During the 1990s, Duri operated a network that smuggled European luxury cars to Iraq through the Jordanian port of Aqaba, putting him in contact with mechanics, smugglers familiar with the cross-border region, and clandestine auto body shops, the kind of infrastructure that later was useful in deploying car bombs. Later, as commander of Iraq's northern military zone,
Duri controlled the territory that most of his loyalists regarded as home, including command of all the Republican Guard units stationed there. Duri would later use the money and connections from these networks to become one of the chief Iraqi resistance leaders in exile. Because Coalition Forces Land Component Command's, or CFLCC's, Northern Offensive had consisted of only a relatively small U.S. Special Operations Force accompanying the Kurdish Peshmerga, Duri was able to weather most of the invasion with his core supporters more or less intact. His power base only crumbled when Baghdad fell. The inability of the coalition's light northern footprint to prevent the retreat of Republican Guard and Iraqi Army personnel south from the Green Line left many of these military unit headquarters basically intact in terms of the personnel who staffed them, many of whom remained loyal to Duri. As coalition forces were largely unaware of Duri's personal connections, they made little effort to identify or dismantle his networks, which then went underground and awaited his orders. Once safely in Syria, Duri attempted to establish a quasi-legitimate government in exile. According to one former Syrian official, Duri proposed to Syrian President Bashar al-Assad in 2003 that the two rival Ba'athist groups merge their parties into a single organization that would wage a war of liberation against coalition forces in Iraq. Assad responded by moving instead to subordinate the deposed Iraqi Ba'athists to a previously obscure Iraqi branch of his own Syrian Ba'ath Party. Only the substantial funds that Duri had taken from Iraq's coffers allowed him to operate with a measure of independence thereafter. The Ba'athist Islamists, Jaish Mohammed, Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad, and Jaish al-Islami. The earliest organized Ba'athist resistance to the coalition occupation emerged in the form of an organization called Jaish Mohammed, or Army of Muhammad. Saddam directed the founding and initial growth of the organization from his hiding spot in Ad-Dawr in Salah ad-Din, and the effort was organized in Anbar shortly thereafter as well. In its early days, Jaish Mohammed may have benefited from a large amount of foreign currency reportedly taken from Iraq's central bank in April 2003 by Uday Hussein for financing armed resistance against the coalition. The group planned to wage a guerrilla warfare campaign against the coalition to restore the Iraqi Ba'ath to power. Jaish Mohammed initially consisted of a small cadre of low and mid-level Ba'athist military personnel as well as tribesmen drawn from the regime's core support base. Meetings in Ramadi in the spring and summer of 2003 resulted in a decision to divide the group into four major contingents or battalions. The Auda, or Return Battalion, was comprised of Ba'ath Party civilian cadres from the Hizb al-Auda, or Party of the Return, while the Fedayeen Battalion was drawn from the Fedayeen Saddam, the Army Forces General Command Battalion from remnants of the Iraqi military, and the Mujahideen Battalion from foreign fighters who remained loyal to the Iraqi Ba'ath after the fall of the regime. The group's access to existing Ba'ath Party networks, political leadership, and militias enabled it to grow rapidly and support thousands of former regime loyalists in Iraq and Syria. As Jaish Mohammed grew, it maintained a disciplined cell structure and strict hierarchy modeled on the pre-war Ba'ath Party. Like Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri, the organization's leadership brokered deals with the Syrian regime that allowed its members to purchase supplies in Syria and infiltrate fighters back and forth across the border with Iraq. Jaish Mohammed simultaneously created a sophisticated propaganda machine. Through its connections to the Al-Barak media establishment, Al-Fursan magazine, and the Al-Zawra satellite channel run by the would-be mayor of Mosul, Mishan al-Jabouri, and other Iraqi and Arab media, Jaish Mohammed enjoyed the most broad-based propaganda efforts of any Sunni insurgent organization in Iraq. With plentiful resources at its disposal, Jaish Mohammed eventually expanded its anti-coalition activities from Anbar to Nineveh, Salah ad-Din, Tamim, Diyala, and Baghdad. One of Jaish Mohammed's top leaders was Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad, a Moslawi who was almost unknown to the coalition but prominent in the Ba'ath Party. He had been head of the political guidance directorate of the Ba'ath Party under Saddam and, as of March 2000, reportedly served as Ba'ath Party leader in Salah ad-Din, Tamim, and Suleymania. After the invasion, Ahmad used his connections and supporters in the northern provinces to expand his organization beyond Anbar, eventually organizing attacks against the coalition in Anbar and northern Iraq. From an early stage after Saddam's fall, Ahmad became a rival of Duri for the succession to Saddam, and the competition became the source of future schisms within the former regime component of the Iraqi Sunni resistance movement. The relationship between the Ba'ath Party apparatus and Iraq's tribal elites under Saddam led to the formation of yet another Sunni resistance organization called Jaish al-Islami, or the Islamic Army of Iraq. After the regime collapsed, a former Iraqi military intelligence colonel named Mohammad Kazem al-Janabi founded the organization in an effort to carry out the Iraqi intelligence service's final orders to continue fighting in the event coalition forces prevailed. The organization's principal aim was to force the coalition to depart and to establish a Sunni-ruled government in Iraq guided by Sharia law. To that end, Jaish al-Islami prosecuted a traditional guerrilla war first against the coalition military and later the new Iraqi army, the Iraqi police, and the Iraqi government. Although Jaish al-Islami accepted support from Duri's budding resistance group, it had little interest in restoring the former regime outright. Its members were drawn primarily from the Janabi, Ubaidi, and Zobei tribes and saw themselves as the institutional continuation of the Iraqi military that was defeated in April 2003. Like Jaish Muhammad, the Jaish al-Islami leadership maintained a strict military-style hierarchy and chain of command among its fighting groups. Jaish al-Islami also developed a close relationship with the Fallujah-based Mujahideen Shura, or Council, led by the Sufi Sheikh Abdullah Janabi. Through Janabi's Shura, Jaish al-Islami eventually tapped into a network of extremist clergy and sympathetic donors in the Gulf, culminating in established contacts that included Abu Musab al-Zarqawi. Jaish al-Islami also seems to have been bolstered by an influx of Islamist fighters who had been organized by the Ba'athist regime before the fall of Baghdad. One senior Islamist militant who had been among the, quote, Iraqi Afghans, end quote, Islamist fighters who had traveled to Afghanistan to fight in the anti-Soviet jihad of the 1980s, said that he and other militants in the Ba'athist-sponsored Iraqi Quds army continued an irregular resistance against U.S. troops after the fall of the regime and had eventually joined their fellow Islamist insurgents in Jaish al-Islami. Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad's Jaish Muhammad and Abdullah al-Janabi's Jaish al-Islami operated separately from one another, but they shared a common approach that would eventually permeate other, similar organizations in Iraq: the use of Islamic imagery and themes in describing their resistance movements. Islamist rhetoric would grow with time into a major component of these groups' recruiting efforts, propaganda, and competition for resources as the conflict in Iraq's Sunni heartlands escalated. The Salafi resistance. The rise in Salafi influence sparked by Saddam's faith campaign in the 1990s continued as coalition forces prepared to invade Iraq in early 2003. Resistance to the invasion based on Islamic rather than nationalist principles became paramount in some sectors of society after the Islamic Research Center of Al-Azhar University in Egypt issued a declaration legitimizing violent attacks against the coalition forces as jihad, or holy war, in March. This development assisted Salafi militant group Ansar al-Islam as it worked to recover from the tactical defeat it suffered at the coalition's hands in March and April. The group had lost its enclave in northern Iraq, its training camps, and many of its veteran fighters, but the coalition's inability to close off escape routes from Kirkuk and Sulaymaniyah into Salahuddin and Diyala allowed surviving members of the organization to reach the Sunni Triangle and Iran, where they joined forces with al-Qaeda and other Islamist resistance groups. In short order, Ansar al-Islam established a network of safe houses and other logistics operations for foreign fighters inside Iraq. Ansar al-Islam members who escaped the coalition bombings in March and April were able to use that network to regroup and broaden their appeal to Iraqis beyond Kurdistan, with assistance from Duri's organization and from Zarqawi. Signs soon emerged that Ansar al-Islam had relationships with surviving pre-invasion Islamist foreign fighters numbering in the hundreds in Fallujah, Tikrit, Beji, and Baghdad. In June 2003, members of Ansar al-Islam working for the organization's military chief, Abu Abdullah al-Shafi, broke with group founder Mullah Krekar and initiated a strategy to expand Ansar al-Islam beyond its Kurdish roots into an umbrella organization that could unite Iraq's Sunni Islamist groups. In Anbar province, this new branch of Ansar al-Islam established ties to al-Qaeda, which influenced Ansar al-Islam to develop a cell-based structure similar to al-Qaeda's, each of which was organized into small units of 10 to 15 members, led by an emir, or commander. As in al-Qaeda, only a small handful of people in the entire organization were aware of or connected to multiple cells, making the organization more difficult to destroy. As the group's membership grew, it reorganized some of its members and cells into battalions consisting of both Iraqi nationals and foreign fighters from al-Qaeda seeking to battle the coalition presence inside Iraq. The preferred method of attack for the re-energized Ansar al-Islam was suicide bombings. Shortly after the fall of the regime, Shafi issued a statement on the group's website informing the world that, quote, 300 jihad martyrs had renewed their pledge to Allah in order to be suicide bombers in the victory of Allah's religion, end quote, indicating that plans for suicide attacks were underway. Use of this particular technique marked a dramatic shift in Ansar al-Islam's operations, as it had not previously used suicide bombings during its time in Iraqi Kurdistan. Ansar al-Islam's new relationship and ideological affinity with al-Qaeda meant that its core ideology now accepted participants in suicide bombings as shaheeds, or martyrs, in a military campaign against the enemies of God. Unlike al-Qaeda, however, Ansar al-Islam did not immediately claim credit for the suicide attacks it perpetrated, making it more difficult for the coalition to link attacks directly to the group. Not all Iraqi Salafis supported armed resistance groups like Ansar al-Islam, however. Mullah Nadim Jabouri, a senior Iraqi Salafi from Daluya who later became a leader of the Islamic State of Iraq before joining the Awakening against his former fellow insurgents, later recounted that at the time of the 2003 invasion, Iraq's Salafi community was divided evenly into two camps. One camp believed that fighting the United States was futile, and another camp, led by Iraqi veterans of the Afghan and Chechen wars, wanted to create a resistance movement modeled on the anti-Soviet jihad. Among those who counseled against resistance, senior clerics advised Salafis to wait and observe the coalition's actions for 6 months before resisting, in hopes that the U.S.-sponsored post-Saddam order would offer a greater role for Sunni clerics like themselves. Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, Tawhid wal-Jihad, and al-Qaeda prepare to fight in Iraq. Before becoming a militant icon, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi had been a street thug residing in Zarqa, Jordan, frequently in and out of prison for a variety of offenses. During one of his internments, he encountered a charismatic cleric named Abu Muhammad al-Maqdisi, with whom he founded the Sunni extremist network Tawhid wal-Jihad, or Monotheism and Holy War. Maqdisi convinced Zarqawi to dedicate his life to jihad, and Zarqawi subsequently went to Afghanistan to join the Mujahideen fighting there. In addition to working with al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden, Zarqawi developed a separate network of militant Islamists across Syria, Jordan, and northern Iraq. Having established himself in Ansar al-Islam's territory after the United States toppled the Taliban in Afghanistan, Zarqawi remained affiliated with the Ansar al-Islam organization during and after the coalition invasion of Iraq. In addition to hating the Jordanian government, Zarqawi was angry with the UN over its recognition of Israel, and was especially angry that Jordan and the UN had supported the U.S. intervention in Iraq. He was also virulently anti-Shia, and like some of the Sunni tribes, viewed Iraq's Shia as the chief threat to Sunni power in Iraq and the wider region. In March 2003, Zarqawi and other members of Tawhid wal-Jihad began formulating a strategy to isolate and undermine the coalition occupation force and prevent Iraq's Shia from governing the country. To that end, he prepared his organization to initiate mass casualty attacks against the coalition and the new Iraqi Shia establishment, aiming to ignite a civil war along sectarian lines. With assistance from 2 lieutenants, Abu Muhammad al-Lubnani and Abu Anas al-Shami, he established a training camp in spring 2003 for foreign fighters in Rawa in Anbar that was later destroyed by coalition troops during Operation Desert Scorpion. After the training camp's destruction, these 3 worked to expand Tawhid wal-Jihad's support network across the Middle East and Europe. Zarqawi's organization was also bolstered by absorbing many of the foreign fighters whom Saddam and his regime had invited into Iraq to join the resistance against the coalition in the weeks preceding the invasion. Some of these foreign fighters had been among the Fedayeen Saddam who defended the Baghdad airport against the 3rd Infantry Division. Still, others were Syrians or Saudis who had been sheltered even before the invasion by tribal relatives in western and northern Iraq. Many had simply stayed in place around Baghdad after the regime's fall and had gradually migrated into Zarqawi's Tawhid wal-Jihad rather than return to their home countries. Meanwhile, al-Qaeda responded to the coalition invasion of Iraq by circulating propaganda videos and preparing for militant resistance against the coalition. Iraqi sympathizers in Fallujah allowed al-Qaeda to use the city as its base of operations for an anti-coalition insurgency campaign. Al-Qaeda reached out to Islamic non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, for funding and invited Arab members of Ansar al-Islam and Sunni fighters from Baghdad to join its ranks as the coalition moved into Baghdad and northern Iraq. On April 25, 2003, al-Qaeda declared jihad in Iraq, and in July established the armed group of al-Qaeda in Fallujah under a commander known as Abu Iyad. For most of 2003, al-Qaeda maintained only a small presence in Iraq, focused mainly on indoctrination, propaganda, and recruiting, as well as the development of smuggling networks to bring more foreign fighters into Iraq to wage war on the coalition. Even with a small footprint, however, al-Qaeda was capable of organizing and conducting effective attacks on the coalition and its partners. Although improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, were frustrating the coalition's operations in the summer of 2003, the more problematic attacks were mass casualty suicide bombings. Foreign terrorists, led by Zarqawi, initiated a series of spectacular attacks against coalition and Shia targets beginning in August 2003, with the intent of undermining international support for the coalition while intimidating and fracturing the Iraqi Shia religious leadership. The first attack occurred on August 7, 2003, when a car bomb exploded outside the Jordanian embassy in Baghdad, killing 17 and wounding 40. On August 19th, a massive truck bomb struck the newly established UN headquarters in Baghdad, killing 22 people, including Sergio Vieira de Mello, the UN Special Representative in Iraq. 9 days after killing the UN's leader in Iraq, Zarqawi managed to kill the most prominent Iraqi Shia politician. On August 28th, a suicide car bomb driven by Zarqawi's Jordanian father-in-law, Yassin al-Jarrad, detonated outside of the Imam Ali Mosque in Najaf, killing SCIRI leader Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim and nearly 100 others. These attacks heralded a grim pattern that Zarqawi would follow for nearly 3 years, during which time he would cause the coalition to fray and push Iraqis towards civil war. The Coalition Perspective: Guerrilla Warfare and Insurgency. Page 177. The increase in the number of attacks, as well as changing tactics against U.S. and coalition military targets in Iraq over the summer of 2003, was an enormous concern for CJTF-7 and CENTCOM and drew the attention of Washington as well. Attack numbers of 160 recorded incidents against coalition units in May increased to 300 in June, spiraling toward 500 in July. The number of attacks gradually increased to over 600 per month through August 2004. More than 90% of these attacks occurred in Baghdad, Salahuddin, Anbar, Diyala, Nineveh, and Babil, areas with either Sunni majorities or a large Sunni minority. CJTF-7 determined after Operation Desert Scorpion that the location of the Iraqi-initiated attacks, quote, shifted from the western Fallujah al-Qaim corridor to the Balad-Tikrit-Mosul axis, where the perpetrators may have concluded they could find residual Ba'athist elements, more receptive locals, and more vulnerable targets, end quote. The attackers in these areas used mostly guerrilla-type hit-and-run tactics such as opportunistic firefights, drive-by shootings, ambushes, rocket-propelled grenades, and sniper attacks against coalition military targets. Beginning in July, CJTF-7 also observed increasing numbers of mortar attacks against military compounds, particularly those in Baghdad, Tikrit, and Baqaba. The attacks had shifted from random targets to planned attacks against supply convoys, checkpoints, forward operating bases, and NGOs. In August, CJTF-7 became aware that some groups, it was unknown whether they were criminals, terrorists, or insurgents, were using organized kidnappings for ransom to finance their operations. Iraqis saw this last activity as a consequence of the coalition's failure to fill the security vacuum left after removing the regime from power. Insurgents also began perfecting their use of roadside bombs, a weapon that proved increasingly effective against coalition convoys and softer targets. Due to the easy access of explosives, mines, mortars, tank rounds, and artillery shells in Iraq, as well as the low level of expertise required to construct these devices, IEDs rapidly became the insurgents' preferred mode of attack against the coalition. IED attacks began sporadically in late April and increased steadily for the rest of the year, eventually averaging up to 20 per day from August to December 2003. The casualty rate from these attacks was significant. As of early 2004, IED attacks caused approximately 54% of coalition casualties. As insurgent attacks mounted in the summer of 2003, political considerations inhibited CENTCOM's and CJTF-7's ability for several months to characterize appropriately the enemy the coalition was facing in Iraq. On July 16th, Abu Zaid publicly stated that U.S. forces in Iraq were facing a, quote, classical guerrilla-type campaign, end quote. Abu Zaid's statement earned him the ire of Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald H. Rumsfeld, who had essentially fired Lieutenant General William Wallace for a similarly candid statement about the unexpected nature of the enemy during the invasion. Realizing that the naming of the enemy had become a politically charged topic in Washington, Abu Zaid attempted to remove some of the constraints on the verbiage used to describe sources of violence and instability in Iraq. He followed up his public comments with 2 memoranda to Rumsfeld on July 25th. In the first memorandum, Abu Zaid clarified the term guerrilla campaign and argued that the composition, activities, and goals of the emerging armed groups in Iraq met the definition of an insurgency, quote, because portions of the enemy constituted an organized movement aimed at the overthrow of a constituted government, i.e. CPA/IGC, through the use of subversion and armed conflict, end quote. He noted that the Iraq insurgency was not yet at the level of intensity that the U.S. military had encountered in Vietnam, but he advised Rumsfeld, quote, we should not deny ourselves the ability to use the term insurgency in the future, end quote. In the meantime, he recommended that the U.S. military conceive of the enemy in Iraq as employing a, quote, terrorist strategy, end quote, and using, quote, terrorist attacks and guerrilla warfare tactics, end quote. Abu Zaid added that coalition operations against these actors should be considered counter-terrorist and counter-guerrilla activities. Abu Zaid's second memorandum to Rumsfeld contained his estimate of the enemy in Iraq. Reviewing the results of recent offensive CJTF-7 operations in the Sunni Triangle, Abu Zaid judged the, quote, continuation of our offensive campaign against the Ba'athists and other adversaries, end quote, as the most urgent priority for the Iraq theater. The 2 primary sources of enemy activity, Abu Zaid noted, were loyalists of the former regime and radicalized Islamists who had found fertile recruiting grounds among a large pool of unemployed and angry youth, especially in the Sunni heartland. These adaptable fighters and organizations, however, lacked regional or national command and control and were therefore limited to using guerrilla tactics and terrorism to build more popular support. Abu Zaid also noted that the resistance had a political component, evidenced by names of insurgent elements like the Party of the Return, or Hizb al-Auda, and he argued that the greater problem facing the coalition was the lack of economic opportunity and legitimate governance in Iraq. Quote, the potential recruits are disaffected mainly because they perceive a lack of progress in economic development and political reform. They are facing loss of livelihood, are frustrated by a lack of security in basic services, have the perception that they are losers due to the termination of Saddam-era patronage and de-Baathification, have strong nationalist feelings, feel humiliated by the rapid coalition military victory over Iraqi armed forces, and are suspicious of coalition motivations for liberating Iraq, as well as coalition designs for the future. End quote. To combat these sources of instability and violence, Abu Zaid proposed a reorganization of CPA which would extend its presence beyond Baghdad, a comprehensive strategic communications campaign, programs for economic development, the strengthening of political and judicial systems, and a campaign to gain international support for the reconstruction effort. Abu Zaid believed the enemy in Iraq, as in Vietnam, was best described as a popular resistance organization attempting to overthrow what it considered an illegitimate regime. Thus, without using the politically inflammatory word insurgency, Abu Zaid had essentially outlined the roots of an Iraqi insurgency and a coalition counterinsurgency campaign. Although Abu Zaid's picture of the enemy was accurate in many respects for many areas of Iraq, it was missing a few key dimensions. First, Abu Zaid, and to an extent CJTF-7, believed that the resistance he was facing was an organized movement that Saddam's security forces had planned in the event of regime collapse. In actuality, the former Ba'athist resistance was organized loosely at first, in spite of the emergency directive Saddam had issued shortly before the invasion. Second, CENTCOM and CJTF-7 assessments did not place the Sunni-based resistance in the context of Iraq's tribal system and culture or within the rise of Iraq's conservative religious movements that had begun during Saddam's faith campaign.
Finally, the Abizaid Memoranda did not mention the emergence of Shia militias and the extent to which Sunni resistance groups were organizing to fight against a potential Shia ascendancy and Iranian influence. Despite its concurrence on general themes and trends, CJTF-7's ability to conceptualize the enemy forces lagged far behind CENTCOM's. Many of the same analysts and operations staff members whose Cold War-era training and simulations prevented them from recognizing the role of the Fedayeen and other irregular forces during the invasion were also slow to recognize the activities of an insurgent force when Fifth Corps found itself transformed into a theater headquarters overnight. Thus, they continued to try to explain the enemy in terms of large land forces and other paradigms that were poor fits for the intricate, interwoven networks of political militias, former military organizations, and tribal and religious affiliates that overlaid all of the hostile activity in Iraq. Quote, "One thing that always frustrated me was the idea that, unless you could lay out a military-style hierarchy of command and control, a bad organization didn't exist," end quote, recalled Colonel Derek Harvey, an intelligence officer whom CENTCOM sent to assist CJTF-7 in the summer of 2003 and who ended up leading the command's intelligence Red Cell. U.S. units were also accustomed to detecting enemy activities and intentions by monitoring large camps and military equipment or tracking al-Qaeda-type communications used by comparatively few foreign fighters in Iraq. They were not used to gathering information on the tribal and other informal networks that were emerging in the aftermath of regime collapse. At the tactical level, the human intelligence teams that were capable of collecting information on those networks tended to lack the experience, analytical skills, and interpreters necessary for the task. It would take months of on-the-job training and the introduction of additional personnel and systems focused on human intelligence, network-based analysis, and cultural analysis before CJTF-7 would gain much traction in understanding the true source and nature of the resistance in Iraq. The Shia. Divided We Stand. Page 179. Meanwhile, Iraq's Shia factions fought mostly among themselves in the summer of 2003, with some breaking off to attack the coalition military or to conduct reprisals against Iraq's Sunni population. Although most were happy to see the Ba'athist regime go, they did not agree with the United States and the coalition about the future of Iraq. They had long viewed the U.S. decision not to intervene in the 1991 uprisings as a betrayal of the Shia population, and despite some collaboration with the United States, many remained deeply suspicious of coalition motives for the invasion. Many Iraqi Shia leaders also had no intention of entrusting the security of their constituencies to the coalition military forces and saw regime collapse as an opportunity to exert Shia identity and majority control in Iraq. Efforts to achieve that objective led various Shia militias and armed groups to attack their Sunni competitors, coalition parties that obstructed those objectives, and each other. The Badr Corps remained the best organized of these armed groups, but Muqtada Sadr's Jaish al-Mahdi, or JAM, also known to Westerners as the Mahdi Army, quickly rose to prominence as the largest, if not the most proficient, of the Shia militias. Competition within Iraq's Shia community. Saddam's fall from power created a political vacuum that at least four major forces within Iraq's majority Shia population vied to fill. The best organized of these forces was the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, led by Muhammad Bakr al-Hakim and his younger brother Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, and its affiliated Badr Corps militia. Although SCIRI was well organized and funded, many Iraqis distrusted the party because of its ties to Iran and its improving relations with the United States. The Shia religious community, or Hawza, in Najaf and Karbala had far more influence on Iraq's Shia constituencies than any political party. However, led by the Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani, who tended to espouse the quietist tradition of Shia clerisy rather than an activist one, their reaction to the change of government in Iraq and the confusion that ensued was cautious and hesitant. The third force consisted of educated Iraqi Shia expatriates like Ahmad Chalabi and Ayad Alawi, who had led anti-Saddam opposition groups before the war. The fourth and final force was comprised of Shia religious families and leaders, Muqtada Sadr among them, who had remained in Iraq during the 1980s and 1990s when they were suppressed under Saddam's crackdown in southern Iraq. The murder of the young Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoi by the Sadrists in Najaf in April 2003 and Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim's assassination by the Zarqawists in August exacerbated the divisions among the prominent Shia leaders of Iraq, especially between expatriates and those who had stayed behind and suffered under Saddam. These killings ended any hopes that the intra-Shia competition for power could be addressed purely through a political process and demonstrated that Shia leaders, too, could be targeted. SCIRI and the Sadrists began a low-level propaganda and arms race through their militias, while the Dawa party worked to gain ascendancy within the political process. The Shia religious community did little to defuse tensions among these groups until violence erupted. SCIRI and Dawa. SCIRI was not the only major Shia Islamist political party to oppose Ba'ath Party rule. The Islamic Call, or Dawa Party, was Iraq's oldest Shia Islamist party, forced outside Iraq by a Ba'athist crackdown in 1979. From the Dawa Party branch that fled to Iran, the Iranian regime had carved out a portion that became SCIRI in 1982 during the Iran-Iraq War. Iran supported both SCIRI and Dawa against Iraq and its Western allies during that war, and Dawa's most effective militant strike was the bombing of the American and French embassies in Kuwait in 1983. For 2 decades, Dawa remained suspicious of U.S. motivations and intentions and participated only reluctantly in discussions between the United States and Iraqi expatriate political parties in 2002 to 2003. Although the Iranian regime continued to provide some support to Dawa after the Iran-Iraq War ended, most Iranian aid went to the SCIRI-organized anti-Saddam militia force, the Badr Corps, an organization initially formed during the Iran-Iraq War by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran, or IRGC, from Iraqi prisoners of war. By May 2003, CJTF-7 was tracking the Badr Corps presence in Iraq but was largely unaware of Badr's systematic reprisal attacks against former Ba'athists, which included targeted assassinations of Iraqi Air Force pilots. Soldiers of Major General Raymond T. Odierno's 4th Infantry Division also monitored some of Badr's reprisals in Diyala and arrested militia members in a Badr headquarters in Baqaba. Odierno was confused and frustrated when orders came from CJTF-7 and the CPA to release members of the Badr Corps, not realizing that SCIRI leaders were already using their growing influence with the coalition to facilitate Badr activities. The Badr Corps had ample time to prepare for these attacks. Captured Iraqi and Iranian documents later revealed that the Badr Corps had 4 geographic commands, or axes, inside Iraq that dated to at least 1999, and each of these commands had experience conducting operations against the regime and the Saddam-sponsored Iranian opposition group Mujahideen-e-Khalq. Iraqi intelligence officials believed Badr Corps outposts were spread throughout Iraq in hospitals, businesses, and NGOs, including the Red Crescent. The Baghdad-based axis of the Badr Corps, one of the group's more powerful arms, was supervised from nearby Bakhtaran in Iran by Hamid A'atabi al-Shaibani, also known by the nom de guerre Abu Mustafa al-Shaibani. Shaibani's group developed extensive smuggling routes for moving weapons, relief supplies, men, money, and propaganda from Iran into Iraq to resource Badr activities in Baghdad, Diyala, and Wasit. It is likely that Shaibani's group was the arm of the Badr Corps with which Odierno's 4th Infantry Division had difficulties in the summer of 2003. These smuggling networks and Iran's involvement with Badr would later be instrumental in funneling lethal support such as explosively formed penetrators, or EFPs, into Iraq to be used against Iran's enemies and the coalition military. Despite being suspicious of U.S. intentions, SCIRI did not sanction attacks against coalition military targets in the summer of 2003, but was unable or unwilling to stop some portions of the Badr Corps from collaborating with Iran and attacking the coalition. One senior Badr commander, Jamal Jafar Muhammad Ali, who went by the nom de guerre Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis, or the Engineer, had participated in the Dawa attacks on the U.S. and French embassies in 1983, along with Lebanese Hezbollah, and he had no love for the United States.
Mohandas and some senior Dawa members were reportedly unhappy with SCIRI for participating in talks with the United States in 2002, and Mohandas allegedly resigned his leadership position in the Badr Corps, leaving the group under the control of Hadi al-Amiri. Mohandas would later be elected to the Iraqi parliament in 2005 before fleeing to Tehran once it was discovered that he was linked to attacks on the coalition. SCIRI was weakened politically when Zarqawi's operatives killed Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim in Najaf on August 29th, leaving the organization with his younger brother, Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, as its leader. The assassination of the elder Hakim brother left the Shia political sphere more open to competitors like Dawa, Chalabi's Iraqi National Congress, Alawi's Iraqi National Accord, and Muqtada Sadr. Competition particularly increased after Abdul Aziz al-Hakim alienated some of his would-be Iraqi constituency by declaring in August 2003 that Iraq should pay Iran $100 billion in reparations for the Iran-Iraq War, a hard pill for Iraqis to swallow, coming as it did from an Iranian-sponsored expatriate party. Muqtada Sadr and Jaish al-Mahdi. For a half-century before 2003, the Iraqi Shia religious community had been dominated by three great families, the Sadrs, the Hakims, and the Khoys. The rivalry among these families, each of whom enjoyed a large popular following, had occasionally spilled over into violence in the 1990s and would do so again after Saddam's fall. Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim was viewed in the 1990s as the main Shia religious rival to Muqtada Sadr's father, and this rivalry reignited as a violent struggle between SCIRI and Sadr in 2003. Competition and conflict between the Hakims and Sadrists intensified after Hakim's August 29th assassination. Shortly after the bombing that killed him, the Badr Corps sent black-clad militiamen ostensibly to guard the sacred Imam Ali shrine in Najaf, while the Najaf-based Hausa and local tribes hastily pieced together groups of fighters to prevent SCIRI from taking control of the city. In the meantime, Sadr increased the size of his Mahdi army militia and established a firm hold on Sadr city in Baghdad. He continued to build the Mahdi army and eventually pushed its overt presence into Najaf. In public, Sadr attempted to maintain distance from both Iran and the U.S.-led coalition to signal that he was unbound by foreign influence, a nationalist message that resonated with many Shia and compensated for the youthful Sadr's lack of religious credentials. Unlike his deceased grandfather, father, uncles, and brothers, Sadr was not a prominent religious scholar or ayatollah. While this lack of religious education affected his ability to influence and gain the support of the Hausa, it was not a problem for him in street-level politics. Privately, however, Sadr needed and eventually accepted support from the Iranian regime to achieve his political goals. Even though the main leaders of the Khoy and Hakim factions were removed from the equation, Sadr was far from politically dominant in Shia Iraq in August 2003 and had no specific strategy to gain power. However, he did receive support from some senior clerics associated with his family, such as Grand Ayatollah Kazim al-Hayri, an Iran-based Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps affiliate, who announced on April 7, 2003, that Sadr was his official representative in Iraq. In accordance with Hayri's instructions, Sadr ordered his Iraqi Shia followers to fill vacant administrative and governance posts in the south and in Sadr city. Like SCIRI, Sadr needed a powerful militia at his disposal to protect his constituency's interests. In April 2003, armed Sadr followers had provided security for the Arba'in pilgrimage and engineered the assassination of Sadr's political rival, Ayatollah Abdul Majid al-Khoy. On July 18th, a few days after the CPA formed the Iraqi Governing Council, or IGC, Sadr gave a sermon in the Great Mosque in Kufa in which he branded the new Iraqi government non-believers and claimed he was setting up a religious army called the Mahdi Army. Now calling themselves Jaish al-Mahdi, members of this Sadr paramilitary club sought to enlarge the organization by incorporating members of the network established by Mohammad Sadiq Sadr in the 1990s. Jaish al-Mahdi also absorbed some of the Shia soldiers of the Fedayeen Saddam who lacked employment after CPA Order 2 dissolved the Iraqi security organizations. Most of Jaish al-Mahdi's members, however, were the uneducated Shia males whom the Ba'ath had repressed. Although they were eager to exact revenge on former Ba'athist supporters and to escape poverty and political disenfranchisement, the militia was an amateur organization with no formal hierarchy. It was, in the words of one of its former leaders, quote, just groups of armed men." End quote. Capable military leaders rapidly emerged from its ranks, however, and they began training companies and battalions in southern Iraq by the late summer of 2003. In the meantime, Sadr used his Friday sermons at the Great Mosque in Kufa, his chosen headquarters, to mobilize his supporters and the Mahdi army against the coalition presence using protests, propaganda, and other disruptive activities. The Kurds. Ambitious for autonomy. Page 183. Far to the north, the Kurds had enjoyed the advantages of secure autonomy under the protection of the northern no-fly zone before 2003. They were hardly eager to give up that autonomy after Saddam's fall. Kurdish leaders had ambitions to extend the geographic territory of their autonomous region to incorporate the population center of Mosul and, more importantly, the oil fields and financial independence possessing Kirkuk could afford them. Moreover, Kirkuk was intrinsically linked to Kurdish identity, and most Kurds could not envision a future Kurdistan that did not have Kirkuk as its capital. The Kurds already recognized that autonomy demanded patience and a strategy to avoid direct confrontation with their U.S. partners. Once the Peshmerga and the Kurdish intelligence organization, the Asayish, entered Mosul and Kirkuk with American soldiers in April 2003, they established offices under the auspices of the Kurdistan Democratic Party, or KDP, and Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, or PUK, respectively, and encouraged a gradual migration of Kurds to those population centers. In Kirkuk, Kurds moved into homes recently vacated by Sunni Arabs who had either left of their own accord or were intimidated by reprisal attacks the Peshmerga carried out against them. The Kurdish parties then wove themselves into the political and security apparatus of both cities, ensuring that Kurdish politicians held key government positions and that members of the Peshmerga and Asayish joined the new Iraqi army and police forces. At the national level, Masoud Barzani and Jalal Talabani used their positions within the Iraqi interim government and eventually Iraqi's elected government to press for Kurdish autonomy in northern Iraq. Like the Badr Corps, the Kurdish parties also carried out attacks against Iraq's former Sunni ruling class in the spring and summer of 2003, though the degree of the reprisals was not apparent to the coalition at first. Although Combined Joint Special Operations Task Force North, or CJSOTFN, personnel had observed Kurdish resettlement in Kirkuk, they were either unaware of or minimized Kurdish reprisals against the former Ba'athists who had not fled the city as part of forced relocations after Saddam Hussein's fall. The 101st Airborne Division, 173rd Airborne Brigade, and 4th Infantry Division troops who moved into Mosul and Kirkuk had seen the Kurds as partners because of the Kurdish role in the invasion. They, like the CJSOTFN soldiers, did not realize the extent or implications of the ongoing Kurdish reprisals. CJTF-7 senior intelligence officers observed signs that the KDP and PUK were, quote, doing assassinations all the way down to Baghdad, end quote, but they believed Sanchez considered Badr Corps and Kurdish reprisals to be matters that would sort themselves out. Many coalition commanders thought the same and, in any case, were uninterested in angering their Kurdish partners or creating more sources of conflict in an already troubled theater. For their part, the Kurds, in addition to serving their own self-interest, also believed they were assisting the coalition with countering the former Ba'athist resistance to the point of detaining and, in some cases, killing former Ba'athists and bringing them to coalition leaders to show their dedication to the cause. Thus, the true extent of Kurdish attacks and intimidation against Iraq's Sunni Arab population and the additional resentment it engendered remained largely invisible to CJTF-7. Interventions by Iraq's neighbors. Page 184. Turkey. Turkey's strategic calculus in the wake of Saddam's fall was dominated by the prospect of Kurdish autonomy. As the coalition would soon discover, Turkey's most pressing concern was that the Iraqi Kurds might gain independence, which in turn might encourage separatism among the large population of Turkish Kurds residing in southeastern Anatolia. Turkey was also worried that a Kurdish state would permanently separate Turkey from the communities of ethnic Turkomans in northern Iraq, leaving them stranded in a new Kurdish-dominated northern Iraq. More importantly, the Turks feared that Kurdish autonomy would create an alliance between the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, and the major Iraqi Kurdish parties, after which the KDP and the PUK might support renewed PKK attacks into Turkey. Therefore, CENTCOM believed that Turkey intended to mobilize opposition within Iraq to the Kurds' bid for autonomy or independence, especially to prevent the Kurds from controlling Kirkuk. This idea and Turkish intentions to maintain the integrity of Turkoman communities were evidenced by Turkey's support for Iraqi Turkoman groups that sought to carve out enclaves for themselves in Kirkuk and other areas where Turkomans were a significant population. In the summer of 2003, Turkey began hosting paramilitary training for Turkomans in northern Iraq, a development that alarmed the Kurds. For Turkish leaders, the Iraqi Turkomans served as a useful tool, allowing Ankara to insert itself into Iraqi politics in order to prevent the United States and the Iraqi factions from taking steps that might compromise Turkish interests. CENTCOM also determined that Turkey would not be reassured by the presence of its American North Atlantic Treaty Organization allies in northern Iraq. That presence instead, quote, made them nervous and suspicious that the United States intended to play the Kurdish card against Turkey to force Ankara to do what it wanted, end quote. Furthermore, the Turkish government and military had suspected since the 1990s that the United States had been planning to foster an independent Kurdish state, through which the United States could, quote, threaten Turkey and dominate the Middle East, end quote. Quote, when the Turks look at the U.S., one prominent American scholar advising CENTCOM on Turkish perspectives noted, they do not see an ally so much as the latest great power, and a great power, by its nature, seeks to increase its influence throughout a region and will do what it must. End quote. Abizaid and his advisors judged that the Turkish government and military meant to increase pressure on their American counterparts to target the PKK in northern Iraq, both as a means of testing where U.S. loyalties lay and eliminating a longtime Kurdish rebel enemy. Turkey intensified its demands for the United States to attack the PKK, which had renamed itself the Kurdistan Freedom and Democracy Congress, or KADEK, after the July 4th incident involving American troops' detention of Turkish special forces. While U.S. officials agreed that the PKK could not be allowed to continue controlling segments of Iraq's northern border in the long term, CENTCOM, CJTF-7, and 101st Airborne Division Commander Major General David H. Petraeus were against taking military action against the PKK, given the scale of the other challenges the coalition faced in Iraq. Instead, CENTCOM offered to process PKK surrenders and facilitate as many voluntary returns as possible from the PKK-populated UN refugee camp in Mahmur in Nineveh province. This answer was hardly satisfactory for Turkish leaders, who would continue to pressure the United States on this issue for years to come. Syria. The Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad responded to the invasion of Iraq in the context of a broader regional struggle that pitted Assad against the United States and its allies. Assad's posture during the Palestinian Intifada of 2000 made clear that he intended to continue his father's, Hafez al-Assad, policy of support to anti-Israeli militant groups. Although Syria denounced the September 11, 2001 or 9/11 attacks and assisted a Federal Bureau of Investigation or FBI team in investigating al-Qaeda in 2002, Assad adopted a generally anti-Western stance. He was known to have a weapons of mass destruction or WMD program and was in the process of developing closer ties with Axis of Evil states Iran and Iraq when Saddam's regime fell. In May 2002, U.S. Undersecretary of State John R. Bolton had labeled Syria one of the 7 most worrisome state sponsors of terror, and American officials were unsurprised when Syria became one of the few Arab states in the region to oppose the invasion of Iraq openly and provided military assistance to the Iraqi regime during the invasion itself. Although the Assad regime continued to oppose the coalition military presence in Iraq, it had no desire in the summer of 2003 to provoke the United States openly. Privately, however, Assad sensed an opportunity to use the conflict in Iraq to undermine the United States and strengthen his regime's leverage in the region. As a result, the Assad regime secretly allowed armed insurgent and terrorist organizations to operate from Syria so long as none of their attacks occurred within Syria's borders, a strategy in keeping with that practiced by Hafez al-Assad. For most of the 1980s and 1990s, he hosted the armed opposition to each of his 5 neighboring governments. Even before the fall of the Saddam Hussein regime, Bashar al-Assad and his regime encouraged Arab mujahideen to enter Iraq from Syrian territory in order to fight against coalition forces. One former Iraqi military official who was assigned to work with Arab foreign fighters ahead of the 2003 invasion recalled that the fighters often brought with them personnel files compiled by Syrian regime officials. Similarly, the former Syrian governor of Deir ez-Zur province, Nawaf Faris, revealed in 2012 that after the 2003 invasion, quote, "The regime in Syria began to feel danger and began planning to disrupt the U.S. forces inside Iraq, so it formed an alliance with al-Qaeda. All Arabs and other foreigners were encouraged to go to Iraq via Syria, and the Syrian government facilitated their movements. As governor at the time, I was given verbal commandments that any civil servant that wanted to go would have his trip facilitated, and that his absence would not be noted. Al-Qaeda would not carry out activities without knowledge of the regime. The Syrian government would like to use al-Qaeda as a bargaining chip with the West, to say, it is either them or us." End quote. In addition to the relationships he maintained with Iraqi resistance leaders like Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri and Mohammed Yunus al-Ahmad, Bashar al-Assad also allowed many former Iraqi regime leaders, military commanders, and intelligence service members to reside inside Syria. As the summer of 2003 waned, the United States became increasingly frustrated with Syria's refusal to turn over senior-ranking Ba'athists residing in Syria and Assad's seeming ambivalence about putting more security forces on his borders to stem the flow of foreign fighters into Iraq. Assad also had more personal motives for sponsoring former Ba'ath Party members on Syrian soil. He wished to resolve the long-standing dispute over regional leadership of the Arab Socialist Ba'ath Party that had raged between the Syrian and Iraqi Ba'ath Party branches since the late 1960s. Beginning in the 1970s, Syrian leader Hafez al-Assad and Saddam had both claimed that their regimes were the true leaders of the regional Ba'ath Party, and each had hosted a wing of the Ba'ath Party comprised of each other's expatriate oppositionists. When Izzat Ibrahim al-Duri arrived on Bashar al-Assad's doorstep in summer 2003 asking for Assad's assistance in building an armed Iraqi Ba'ath organization in exile, Assad seized on the opportunity to assert authority over the Iraqi Ba'ath Party once and for all. A former advisor to Assad also intimated that Mohammed Yunus al-Ahmad's rise to prominence might have originated as a Syrian initiative in the interest of dividing and controlling the Iraqi Ba'ath Party. Assad reportedly sponsored Ahmad and approximately 100 of his followers as an artificial competitor wing to Duri's much larger following, with Ahmad's branch sustained by Syrian regime money. In any case, Assad allowed both organizations to gain substantial footholds inside Syria and created an easy path for men, money, and materials from a host of insurgent and terrorist organizations to transit between Syria and Iraq with comparative ease. The Iranian regime. Iran had a greater stake in the future of Iraq than any of Iraq's other neighbors, and Iranian regime leaders had long considered the survival of their Islamic Republic to be intertwined with Iraq's future. Although Iranian leaders were pleased with the disappearance of their number one enemy, Saddam, and his Sunni-dominated Ba'athist regime, it was unlikely that the United States would establish a new Iraqi government friendly to Iran. While Iranian leaders hoped to see a Shia majority rule in Iraq, a Shia-led democratic government in Iraq might threaten the legitimacy of Iran's clerical regime. Iranian leaders also had to consider that, absent Ba'athist repression, the Shia religious centers in Najaf and Karbala could become competitors to Iranian primacy in Shia Islam, as pilgrims and clerics moved far more freely to the Iraqi holy cities than they had been able to do under Saddam. Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei's religious credentials were meager, and since he ruled via the principle of velayat-e-faqih, the belief that an Islamic government should be ruled by its supreme clerical judge, the proximity of a non-authoritarian Islamic democracy supported by better credentialed Iraq-based religious leaders such as Grand Ayatollah Ali Husseini Sistani might show the Iranian people an alternative to the Supreme Leader's Iranian government. Iranian leaders were also likely concerned about the proximity of the American military, now present on Iran's western and eastern borders. To Iranian eyes, if the United States retained a close relationship with a democratic Iraq, the new Iraq might become an American platform for targeting the Iranian regime. To prevent the new Iraqi state from becoming too close to the United States, the Iranian regime embarked on a multifaceted strategy to bind a new, more federated Iraq closer to Iran, while simultaneously forcing the United States to withdraw from the region. This strategy involved creating instability inside Iraq, placing the responsibility for the chaos on the United States and its Iraqi partners, and ensuring pro-Iranian politicians dominated the new Iraqi government. Once pro-Iranian Iraqi leaders were in place, Iran could then reduce the violence, and their Iraqi proxies could claim to be strong leaders who had brought peace and order. To that end, the Iranian regime would support multiple Shia political parties and Shia militias. The regime, through its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, already had close relationships with Dawa and SCIRI and would support members of these parties in leading positions in Iraq's transitional government. Iranian leaders also aimed to broaden their popular influence in Iraq, and with this in mind, they reached out to the Sadrists through Grand Ayatollah Hayri in the spring of 2003, eventually arranging Sadr's visit to Tehran later in the summer. Iran's IRGC was well equipped to develop the emerging Iraqi Shia militias. Through its pre-existing relationships with the Badr Corps and Lebanese Hezbollah, the IRGC had created extensive support networks in Iraq and Lebanon and hoped to develop new networks elsewhere. The IRGC's Quds Jerusalem force also had experience supporting militias in the Balkans, and its leader, Brigadier General Qasem Soleimani, had expanded the organization's capabilities to include paramilitary, diplomatic, and intelligence activities. The Ramazan Corps of the Quds force was assigned to Iraq in the 1990s to work with resistance organizations against the Ba'athist regime and the Mujahideen-e-Khalq. The Quds force used members of Lebanese Hezbollah, the Badr Corps, and later Jaish al-Mahdi to establish Iranian surrogate military cells throughout Iraq that could increase or reduce violent attacks against the coalition on order. The Iranian regime was careful not to implicate itself in these attacks, however, because, like the Assad regime, it had little desire to engage the United States in open warfare. Tribal disenfranchisement, Sunnis' gradual return to their Islamic roots, and Syrian support for former Ba'ath Party leaders and terrorist organizations fueled Iraq's Sunni insurgency, while terrorist organizations like al-Qaeda and Ansar al-Islam maneuvered their way into the same networks in Iraq's Sunni heartland, a territory covered with only a thin coalition presence. CENTCOM and CJTF-7 understood that the bulk of the violence directed against them arose from a Sunni insurgency, but were constrained from labeling the activity as such, and in CJTF-7's case, lacked the tools and intelligence experience to analyze and comprehend fully this environment. They also overlooked some other important contributors to Iraq's increasingly unstable security situation. Because most of the attacks against CJTF-7 appeared to emanate from Sunni resistance and terrorist groups, and because both CJTF-7 and CPA believed that the bulk of Iraq's Shia remained sympathetic to and supportive of their coalition liberators, coalition leaders took the comparatively calm security situation in the majority Shia provinces for granted. Additionally, the deteriorating security situation in Baghdad and northern Iraq made the coalition reluctant to open a second front by attempting to rein in Kurdish or Shia militias and armed groups. By the time CJTF-7 realized this mistake, the Badr Corps and Muqtada Sadr's Jam militia had spent months extending their grasp on territory and stockpiling equipment and ammunition in preparation for war. More generally, the power vacuum created by the collapse of the Iraqi state had sent a bewildering array of factions rushing to fill the void. The coalition recognized the danger posed by the Sunni insurgency, and leaders like Abizaid began to analyze its implications, but coalition leaders were little aware of the strategic dangers posed by other factions. An impending Shia power struggle, the Arab-Kurd struggle in northern Iraq, and the destabilizing intent of each of Iraq's interventionist neighbors were dynamics the coalition did not fully recognize in the first half year after the invasion. As the months passed, these dangerous factors would combine to create a violent political conflict that the coalition was hard-pressed to contain.
End of Chapter 7, Muqawama wa Intiqaam, Resistance and Reprisals, May to August 2003.
Chapter 8, Muddling Through, August to October 2003, page 195.
As attacks mounted in the summer of 2003, so too did pressure from Washington, D.C. on the Coalition Provisional Authority, or CPA, U.S. Central Command, or CENTCOM, and Combined Joint Task Force 7, or CJTF-7, to produce a strategy to stabilize the country, reduce the coalition military footprint, and transition the reins of government to Iraqi control quickly, with oversight from the United Nations, or UN-led international community. Efforts to plan the new stabilization campaign and build capacity within the Iraqi government and military were constrained by short time horizons, troop shortages, and unrealistic expectations of both the coalition and Iraqi leadership to manage an increasingly complex and hazardous environment. These efforts were further hindered by Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's spectacular attacks against coalition partners and the new Iraqi Governing Council's even more restrictive de-Baathification policy. The theater-wide focus on hunting down foreign fighters, weapons of mass destruction or WMD, and former regime leaders masked the seriousness of the threat posed by intra-Shia fighting and the rise of Muqtada Sadr's militia. As these threats gathered, CJTF-7 and the CPA struggled to launch the security, reconstruction, governance, and security assistance activities that were needed to stabilize the country. Difficulties in formulating a new campaign. Page 195. Like many other American leaders, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs General Richard B. Myers was concerned by the 3 months of rising instability that followed the April toppling of Saddam Hussein's regime. Seeking confirmation from U.S. leaders in Iraq that the military operations there nested within a viable, broader strategy, Myers instructed General Tommy Franks in early July 2003 to work with the CPA to produce an integrated strategic campaign plan for stability and support operations in Iraq. He indicated that Secretary of Defense, or SecDef, Donald Rumsfeld had instructed Ambassador L. Paul Bremer along similar lines. Myers specified that Franks's campaign should be ready to present to himself and Rumsfeld by July 23rd. Franks retired 4 days later, handing command of CENTCOM to General John Abizaid without responding to Myers' request, and the newly installed Abizaid did not take up the task of writing a military strategy for Iraq until August. Conversely, Bremer published a 57-page strategic plan and vision for Iraq, laying out his vision of what the coalition needed to accomplish in security, essential services, economic growth, and governance on July 22nd. These 4 key areas were similar to those in Eclipse 2 and were soon adopted by CENTCOM, CJTF-7, and most of the multinational divisions, or MNDs, under CJTF-7 command. The CPA's strategic plan, however, was more a list of tasks than a strategy, with overly optimistic assessments of the current state of affairs. Most of the document focused on the need for future improvements in restoring essential services. Much less emphasis was placed on security, the economy, and Iraqi governance. Apart from advocating an, quote, unprecedented joint civilian and military planning process, end quote, the document did not mention the coalition military troops that would ultimately be responsible for executing those tasks. At CENTCOM, Abizaid's approach was more organized, built around, quote, 5 I's, end quote, internationalization, Iraqization, improvement of intelligence, infrastructure construction, and information and strategic communications, the areas Abizaid believed were essential for winning Phase 4 of the Iraq campaign. In late August, the CENTCOM commander pressed CJTF-7 and CPA to formulate a joint strategy under which, as international support and the numbers of capable Iraqi security forces increased, the United States and its partners could gradually withdraw their military forces into what he called, quote, strategic overwatch, end quote. In Abizaid's plan, Iraqi security forces, supported by a deterrent force of 2 U.S. Army brigades, special operations units, and strategic air and maritime assets, would assume responsibility for Iraq's internal and external security, and U.S. troop levels in Iraq and Kuwait would decrease from a high of 155,000 in the fall of 2003 to fewer than 30,000 by the end of 2004. While CJTF-7 began building its own plans based on CENTCOM's, there were essential differences between Baghdad and Tampa. Unlike Abizaid, who advocated quickly putting the main effort in the hands of the future Iraqi government and security forces, Lieutenant General Ricardo Sanchez intended first to establish security by conducting offensive operations against the remaining paramilitary forces in Iraq and hunting down former regime leaders on CENTCOM's deck of cards, a focus that most CJTF-7 subordinate divisions shared. In addition, CJTF-7 complained to CENTCOM that the CPA turbulent turnover and its overly tight control of resources were limiting the coalition's capacity to create capable Iraqi local governments and security forces in any case. The undermanned CPA staff worked on 90-day rotations that hampered any continuity of policy and relationships and prevented the organization's leaders from developing an, quote, accurate appreciation of the situation, end quote. While CJTF-7 devoted its scarce resources to filling offices and providing staff for CPA and enabling important operations like the exchange of Iraq's currency, CPA officials were reluctant to decentralize the sizable funds and other resources at their disposal down to the provincial level, creating a disconnect between the means and ends for the military units and governance teams charged with executing Bremer's strategic plan. The situation was compounded by the fact that CJTF-7's future planning was frequently overtaken by events on the ground, so much so that the headquarters in its year of existence never completed a written campaign plan to synchronize the 6 divisions it was overseeing. This absence of operational guidance, combined with Sanchez's tendency to endorse the various divisions' initiatives in their disparate regions rather than tell them what to do, meant that his division commanders were left mostly to their own devices, managing their own areas and coordinating laterally on enemy organizations or reconstruction projects that crossed coalition unit boundaries.
Years later, General Raymond T. Odierno recalled that from his perspective as a division commander in 2003, he received no operational guidance and had no sense of unity of command or a theater-level effort synchronizing division operations across the country.
As a result, Odierno noted, the 4th Infantry Division's 2003 to 2004 rotation had been a year-long, quote, movement to contact, end quote, a scenario in which divisions found themselves reacting to events on the ground and unable to seize the initiative. For his part, Sanchez believed his place was at Bremer's side for much of his command tour, leaving his CJTF-7 deputy, Major General Walter Wojciechowski, to interact with the division commanders, his peers in rank, on operational matters. Sanchez also had no authority to countermand Bremer's orders and policies in writing, meaning that he was unable to issue written guidance on how units should manage the difficulties created by de-Baathification and the disbanding of the Iraqi security apparatus, or on the development of the Iraqi police and the new Iraqi army. The result was that both operational and tactical commands spent the balance of 2003 reacting to near-term crises without placing their activities in the context of a longer campaign. The Iraqi Governing Council. On July 13th, CPA Regulation 6 recognized a new 25-member Iraqi Governing Council as the principal body of the Iraqi interim administration, pending the establishment of an internationally recognized representative government by the people of Iraq. Ambassador Ryan C. Crocker, a senior U.S. diplomat, was responsible for organizing a council that would be acceptable to the Iraqi people, but he soon found that the leadership body and composition of the council were contentious issues. Having hoped the Iraqi Governing Council could quickly become the executive arm of the new Iraqi government, Crocker and other U.S. officials were dismayed when the Governing Council's members decided that each of the 9 members of the Executive Council would take turns leading the group for 1 month, beginning with Ibrahim al-Ja'afari of the Dawa Party in August 2003. The creation of the Iraqi Governing Council was also problematic in that it immediately pitted expatriate elites against Iraqi leaders who had remained inside Iraq. Despite the fact that the 25 members were from diverse ethno-religious backgrounds, it was not nearly as representative as the CPA had envisioned. Rather, it was heavily populated by expatriates and reflected its creator's image of an Iraqi society rather than that of the Iraqi people. 2 of the most prominent non-expatriate Iraqi leaders were excluded. The coalition considered but decided against including Harith al-Dari, the head of the Association of Muslim Scholars. Coalition leaders also considered including Muqtada Sadr, or one of his representatives, but decided to exclude him because of his role in the murder of Abdul Majid al-Khoy in April, after which the spurned Sadr denounced the Iraqi Governing Council as an illegitimate, foreign-imposed body. Additionally, as former Ba'ath Party members were barred from participating in the government by CPA Order 1, and the most prominent Sunni leaders were Ba'ath Party members, the council's creation gave the Sunni community the sense that it was being pointedly marginalized. Sunnis in northern Iraq complained to Odierno and David Petraeus that they did not see the Iraqi governing council as legitimate because of its limited Sunni representation, and the generals reported to CJTF-7 that the popular perception of Sunni disenfranchisement was becoming a major problem for them. Odierno further warned that the ambivalent majority of Sunnis in the north would, quote, go to the other side, end quote, if the trend continued. Bremer pushed forward with plans to transition sovereignty to Iraqi authorities in spite of these problems, and on September 7th, published a description of his planned, quote, 7 steps to sovereignty, end quote, in the Washington Post. Bremer proposed that the Iraqi Governing Council should lead the writing of a new constitution, followed by elections, the subsequent dissolution of the CPA, and the transition to a normal diplomatic mission in Iraq led by the State Department. These steps came as an unpleasant surprise to Iraqi leaders like Grand Ayatollah Ali Sistani, who wanted an elected, sovereign Iraqi government in place to write the country's new constitution. They also startled U.S. officials in Washington who were unprepared for Bremer's public declaration of a transition process that most senior American leaders had not yet endorsed. The Resistance Gains Momentum. Page 198. The Sadarist Challenge. As the summer of 2003 waned, Abizaid became increasingly concerned about sectarianism, Iraq's Shia South, and Iranian regime influence in Iraq. On August 3rd, he outlined these issues to Rumsfeld and Myers, noting that, quote, the most significant long-term threat is the sectarian nature of Iraqi society, i.e. ethnic, religious, and tribal factionalism, end quote, and described, quote, intra-Shia tensions between the Supreme Council for the Islamic Revolution in Iraq, or SCIRI, Dawa, and Sadr, end quote, and Iranian efforts to delegitimize the coalition as major sources of instability. These thoughts, however, did not reach CJTF-7, and coalition military leaders inside Iraq were unprepared for what happened next. On August 13, 2003, Muqtada Sadr's constituents staged a large demonstration in Sadr City after U.S. helicopters allegedly flew over a tower where the Sadrists were flying religious flags. Someone in the crowd fired a rocket-propelled grenade at 1st Armored Division soldiers, killing 1 and wounding 4. This incident, combined with evidence that Sadr had had a hand in the Khoy killing in April, prompted Wolfowitz and Bremer to ask Sanchez to generate military options for seizing Sadr. Sanchez, however, pushed back on the idea. In a private email to Abizaid on August 20th, Sanchez itemized the pros and cons of detaining Sadr, noting that it was impossible to put an Iraqi face on the operation and that Sadr's arrest, injury, or death could make a martyr of him and spark violence, creating a, quote, chaotic period of instability that would divert resources and play right into the hands of former regime loyalists, end quote. Sanchez also judged that Sadr himself posed no immediate threat because the young cleric's ability to muster large numbers of people rapidly was unclear, and since the Hawza, or Shia clerical seminary in Najaf, supposedly was already engaged in a campaign to contain and marginalize him. The CJTF-7 commander was then preoccupied with the devastating suicide attack on the UN headquarters in Baghdad that had occurred the previous day, and was disinclined to arrest Sadr and risk opening a second front with a militant Shia movement. Given the CJTF-7 commander's opposition, coalition leaders tabled the matter, though it would return to the fore soon enough. Zarqawi seizes the initiative. CJTF-7's immediate concerns in early August 2003 did not revolve around a new campaign plan or the long-term problem posed by Shia militants or the Iranian regime, but rather around the increasing numbers of attacks carried out by groups categorized as former regime elements and other Sunni insurgent terrorist organizations. As CJTF-7 struggled to stabilize Iraq with its multinational partners, Zarqawi moved forward with his strategy to fracture the coalition, isolate the United States from international support, and ultimately cause the withdrawal of American forces from Iraq. The initial wave of attacks began with the car bombing of the Jordanian embassy on August 7th, followed by the successive attacks against the UN headquarters and the assassination of SCIRI leader Mohammed Bakr al-Hakim at the end of the month. Although the UN vowed to continue its mission with a smaller number of people, CENTCOM became pessimistic about obtaining more international military donors for the mission in Iraq. Quote, "After the UN bombing, it seems unlikely that we will get the international forces we need for the next rotation," end quote, wrote Abizaid's advisors on August 27th. Quote, "We should, therefore, bias our efforts in favor of Iraqization," end quote, meaning that Zarqawi's attacks had already altered the coalition. Hakim's assassination marked Zarqawi's first major attempt to provoke the Iraqi Shia parties into a violent confrontation against their Sunni enemies. Although Abizaid's advisors believed that Hakim's assassination could draw Sadr and SCIRI closer together in an anti-coalition alliance, the exact opposite scenario unfolded. The CPA and CJTF-7 had bestowed much of their attention on SCIRI as one of the only pro-coalition Islamist Shia political parties to have national appeal, and this relationship strengthened after SCIRI gave the appearance of pacifying a large anti-coalition protest at Hakim's funeral on September 2nd. Sanchez and other CJTF-7 leaders developed close ties with Hakim's successor and Muqtada Sadr's principal rival, Abdul Aziz al-Hakim, to the point of having almost daily discussions with the new SCIRI leader. The perception that the coalition favored the expatriate Hakim hardened Sadrist sentiment against both SCIRI and the coalition. Thus, Zarqawi's Najaf attack had the unintended consequence of bringing SCIRI and the coalition closer together and turning the major Shia parties further against each other rather than immediately igniting a sectarian civil war. Troubles in the Sunni Triangle. In August and September, the 82nd Airborne Division's headquarters and its 3rd Brigade returned to Iraq to assume control of Anbar from the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, which in turn moved to the task of securing Iraq's western border. The 82nd Airborne Division commander Major General Charles H. Swanwick moved his division headquarters to Ramadi to interact more closely with the provincial governor and the province's influential sheikhs, and he was augmented there by the 1st Brigade, 1st Infantry Division, and a National Guard battalion from Florida. The 82nd also inherited a battalion from the 10th Mountain Division in Iskandariya in the eastern portion of the division's area of operations. On September 12th, 82nd Airborne Division soldiers on a nighttime patrol near a Jordanian field hospital in Fallujah observed a police patrol chasing a BMW that had just fired on an Iraqi police station. The police patrol turned around when it realized it would not catch the BMW, but the Americans mistook the police for insurgents and opened fire, killing at least 8 policemen and a Jordanian military officer who was with them. The 82nd soldiers also damaged the hospital and wounded several other Jordanians in the area. This incident, which echoed the 82nd Airborne Division's deadly clash with the Fallujah mob in April, came during a period in which Anbari sheikhs began to realize the coalition was not going to empower them, and it inflamed local emotions in areas that had quieted down after a restive summer. It also compounded Anbari's resentment over coalition raids and detentions. The September 12th Fallujah incident was also emblematic of the greater problem the U.S. divisions were having in balancing the winning of hearts and minds with the need to protect themselves among regions and societies they did not fully understand. The challenge of finding the true enemy actors, combined with mounting casualties and insufficient troop numbers, had the potential to prompt emotionally driven reactions rather than the precise operations necessary to reduce collateral damage and maintain the Iraqi citizens' support. Wrestling with the potent insurgency in Saddam's home territory of Salahuddin province, the 4th Infantry Division began to receive criticism for its tactics, which groups such as the International Red Cross claimed were heavy-handed. The division was conducting neighborhood sweeps without actionable intelligence and arresting angry Iraqis who had joined the insurgency after being released, the Red Cross charged. From the division's perspective, however, its clearing tactics were necessary in a region where support for Saddam and hostility toward the coalition had started out intense and had only increased. Lieutenant Colonel Stephen D. Russell, one of Odierno's battalion commanders in Tikrit, concluded Saddam's hometown and the surrounding areas detested the Americans and would only respond to demonstrations of strength, an assessment many other commanders in Salahuddin and Diyala provinces came to share as insurgent attacks mounted. Unlike the 101st Airborne Division in Mosul, the 1st Armored Division in Baghdad, and the British 1st Armored Division in Basra, the 4th Infantry Division had no major urban centers in its area, which was dotted with small to medium-sized towns spread over a vast swath of land of 20,000 square kilometers. Insurgent attacks in the division's area often took the form of indirect fire on the far-flung units' operating bases, and the division thus used counterfire to respond more than other divisions did. By the end of his division's tour, Odierno was controlling 13 counterfire radars, virtually as many as a standard U.S. Army Corps, and covering as much territory as a corps would have been expected to cover before 2003. Regardless of the vast differences among the division headquarters, over time most units came to the realization that after engagement with local leaders, the nature and quality of their soldiers' interactions with the Iraqis could make or break stability operations.
In urban Nineveh, Petraeus restricted the use of artillery and artillery counterfire because of the potential for collateral damage, and also eschewed cordon and sweep operations, in which tactical units detained large numbers of military-aged males in a single operation, in favor of so-called cordon and knock operations, in which 101st Airborne Division soldiers would knock on the doors of suspects' residences and ask them to turn themselves in to the proper unit.
One helpful innovation in division operations was the use of female soldiers to search Iraqi women at checkpoints and to participate in search operations. After meeting with local tribal leaders and mukhtars, some commanders also began allowing sheikhs to keep women under house arrest or sending female soldiers on cordon and knock operations in order to manage the female family members of detainees and female detainees as required. These efforts were crucial to protecting the Iraqi male notion of wasta, a combination of influence, honor, and clout. By themselves, these measures were not sufficient to impact positively on the entire theater. The September 12th incident in Fallujah alarmed Abizaid, who was already anxious about the coalition's messaging to the Iraqi people. Abizaid believed that harsh tactics by coalition soldiers hurt the U.S. reputation in the global war on terrorism, and, after the Fallujah shootings, he spoke in person with Sanchez and the commanders of each U.S. division to admonish them about the danger of alienating the Iraqi population. Also concerned about alienating the Iraqi people, Sanchez subsequently made a deliberate decision to forego large-scale offensive operations in favor of smaller, more precise operations, a step that added to the perception that CJTF-7 was abdicating its responsibility to organize the mission at the operational level of war. Even so, CJTF-7 did organize some corps-level operations during fall 2003. On October 3rd, CJTF-7's Operation Chamberlain aimed to disrupt foreign fighter networks and routes from Syria into Iraq. The 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment moved from Fallujah to the Syrian border to oversee Iraqi manned border points and to deny enemy infiltration from Syria, was joined by small contingents of other units, including the 101st Airborne Division, which cracked down on smugglers in the Sinjar area. The U.S. units were to prevent all non-Iraqi military-aged males, 16 to 45 years old, from entering Iraq from Syria except those clearly engaged in legitimate commerce. Unfortunately, Operation Chamberlain was largely ineffective in sealing the border. Quote, "It was pointless to move forces out to the Syrian border because there were too many ways around it," recalled Colonel Derek J. Harvey, noting that CJTF-7 did not have the capability to fully seal the border as it was already far under strength in the higher priority areas. End quote. Operation Chamberlain was the first of many surges of coalition troops from the country's center to its border with Syria, none of which had a lasting impact on the militant groups that used the border zone as a sanctuary. Militant groups did not need to travel far to find the materials they needed to wreak havoc inside Iraq. The enormous amount of ammunition scattered across Iraq remained problematic for CJTF-7 because resistance organizations had easy access to small arms, rocket-propelled grenades, and artillery shells with which to attack coalition military targets, Iraqi civilian leaders, and infrastructure. By mid-September 2003, CJTF-7 units collectively identified more than 600,000 tons of ammunition in U.S.-only sectors, including 102 large ammunition caches and 3,000 ammunition sites, requiring more than 10 tractor-trailer loads to move within the 4th Infantry Division's territory alone. In Anbar, soldiers of the 82nd Airborne Division and 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment counted more than 90 ammunition depots in addition to the arms pre-dispersed throughout the province.
By September 8, 2003, Major General Martin Dempsey's 1st Armored Division in Baghdad had cleared over 1,900 munitions caches. Odierno's engineers expended all of their C4 explosives by September. He proposed letting a contract to assist with ammunition disposal, after which CJTF-7 and the Army Corps of Engineers received funds to contract those missions and relieve U.S. soldiers of the task. More de-Baathification. Discontent in the Sunni triangle deepened as the expanded Iraqi Governing Council released a new de-Baathification policy on September 20th, calling for all Level 4 and above Ba'ath Party members to be fired immediately, rendering any exceptions Bremer, Sanchez, or division commanders had previously made null and void. Bremer urged the Governing Council to introduce due process and case-by-case exemptions rather than the total exclusion of former Ba'athist leaders, to no avail. Despite the draconian nature of the Iraqi Governing Council's measure, Bremer, perceiving himself bound to transition the reins of government to a sovereign Iraqi authority as quickly as possible, transferred full responsibility for de-Baathification to the Council on November 4, 2003. The Governing Council promptly set up a de-Baathification committee led by Ahmad Chalabi's nephew, Salem Sam Chalabi, a move that Sanchez later recalled, quote, might have been the worst possible choice because, from the very beginning, Ahmad Chalabi was adamant that no Baathists would ever be allowed back into government service. And that's one reason the whole de-Baathification order became a catastrophic failure. End quote. Ahmad and Sam Chalabi wasted no time in exercising their new power, firing 28,000 teachers and hundreds of civil servants for alleged Ba'ath Party ties in November alone. Shocked by the committee's aggressiveness, Bremer attempted to rein in Ahmad Chalabi through the Iraqi Governing Council behind closed doors, but was unsuccessful. Chalabi, at least, was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to use his access to Ba'ath Party records to extort and blackmail former Baathists for financial and political gain. Speaking to Army historians years later, Bremer regretted his decision to hand control of the de-Baathification effort to Chalabi and other Iraqi politicians, adding in retrospect that he should have given the portfolio to a panel of Iraqi judges instead. The Chalabi's new wave of Ba'athist firings came as most coalition divisions had begun to manage the fallout from the earlier CPA Orders 1 and 2. The new firings, which extended to a large number of Iraqis who were already partnered or even employed by coalition units, threw the civil administration of Iraq's Sunni provinces into disarray again. The development worsened the Sunnis' already intense fears that they were being cut out of Iraqi public life. It also left thousands unemployed without hope of being able to get new jobs, and therefore provided a host of new recruits for Sunni resistance groups. The division commanders with large Sunni populations in their areas, Petraeus, Odierno, Dempsey, and Swanwick, argued strongly against the Iraqi Governing Council's new policy and the de-Baathification Committee's actions, with Petraeus sarcastically remarking to Chalabi that if he insisted on permanently disenfranchising so many people, he might as well throw them all in jail. Unmoved, Chalabi retorted, quote, "At least they can eat there." End quote. With CJTF-7 forbidden to provide formal guidance on managing the fallout from the more restrictive de-Baathification policies, divisions were left to develop their own consequence management strategies. In Anbar, Swanwick and leaders in the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment developed a relationship with a group of 20 former Sunni general officers living in the province. These officers, for a small sum, were assisting them with local projects and educating them on the needs and attitudes of the province and its citizens, and whom Swanwick was trying to get to command segments of the Ramadi Police and Anbari Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, or ICDC, battalions. After the 82nd Airborne Division could no longer formally pay these officers for their advice, Swanwick established a, quote, "Gray Beard Society," end quote, consisting of these retired officers that he could now continue to meet with and pay for their assistance building the new Iraqi security forces in Ramadi and Fallujah. The 101st Airborne Division created and funded a similar former Ba'athist advisory body in northern Iraq and used some legal loopholes to continue paying salaries to former Ba'athists who were working in key administrative roles or as university professors. Other units affected by the additional Iraqi Governing Council de-Baathification requirements attempted continued engagement with former Ba'athists who had been helpful, but the damage was already becoming permanent in Sunni Iraq. Challenges determining the makeup of the insurgency.
The brewing trouble with Iraq's Sunni population was not necessarily reflected in CJTF-7's operational priorities, which remained focused mainly on capturing the former regime leaders on the CENTCOM deck of cards list. There was progress to show on that line of effort. On August 21, 2003, 1 month after the operation that resulted in the deaths of Saddam's sons Uday and Qusay in Mosul, Special Operations Forces captured Ali Hassan al-Majid, or Chemical Ali, north of Baghdad. Chemical Ali's capture was hailed as a major success because coalition leaders believed that many Iraqi Shia were reluctant to cooperate openly with the coalition out of fear that he might continue from his hiding place the reprisals he carried out in 1991. Number 27 on the deck of cards list, former Minister of Defense General Sultan Hashim, fled to his family's residence in Mosul after the regime collapse.
Encouraged by the new Nineveh government leadership, who had had positive interactions with 101st Airborne Division leaders, members of Sultan Hashim's family approached the 101st Airborne Division leadership through interlocutors, claiming that Hashim was prepared to surrender to U.S. forces.
The 101st Airborne Division subsequently drafted a surrender memorandum promising fair treatment, which it sent to Hashim through his family. He surrendered at a 101st Airborne Division compound on September 19th. After Hashim was sent to Baghdad, however, the Iraqi Governing Council demanded that he be hanged, a request the coalition fought. Meanwhile, one of Hashim's relatives, an influential leader in the Ta'i Confederation, wrote increasingly hostile papers advocating Hashim's release, which had the unfortunate impact of leading the coalition to arrest him. This arrest outraged the Ta'i tribe, adding to the brewing Sunni tribal resentment in Iraq. These significant captures did not take place quickly enough for Rumsfeld, who in early November wrote to Abizaid and Myers expressing his frustration with CENTCOM's inability to capture Saddam, his senior lieutenants, and Osama bin Laden quickly. In response, Abizaid wrote to Myers on November 10th, quote, "This is really an incredible sort of communication. Is this some sort of historical I told you so? Is this to cover impending bad news? It is professionally insulting. Can't quite fathom why Secretary Rumsfeld doesn't understand. We follow the Secretary's orders and guidance without complaint or question. We accord him great respect. A little bit of respect in return would do wonders for teamwork in this fight." End quote. In reality, this top-down focus on high-value targets was inhibiting CJTF-7 efforts to understand and seize the initiative against emerging terrorist and resistance organizations in Iraq. CJTF-7 was still employing a traditional top-down intelligence model in which it might push down intelligence and a list of targeted individuals, compounds, and organizations to its divisions. However, the operational command was not using intelligence generated by its divisions to synthesize a common operating picture of the security situation across Iraq.
Sanchez's intelligence director, Brigadier General Barbara Fast, attempted to fix the dearth of intelligence resources by asking the 900-man Iraq Survey Group for assistance.
However, Major General Keith W. Dayton, the ISG leader, rebuffed her request. Meanwhile, the theater-level intelligence assets that CJTF-7 did have access to tended to draw the commander's attention toward foreign fighters who used technology to communicate instead of the former regime elements and tribal networks who communicated by word of mouth along complex interconnected family lines. CJTF-7 overestimated the number and prominence of foreign fighters and foreign terrorist organizations while underestimating and failing to target the extensive tribal and nationalist influence of some of the former Ba'athist organizations. It also failed to detect the evolving alliances between tribes and Islamist terrorist organizations in the summer and early fall of 2003, all factors that were creating a broader Iraqi insurgency. The coalition divisions also had difficulty understanding this new kind of enemy organization, and they developed their own independent assessments that were often biased and oversimplified. General Martin Dempsey saw his enemy in Baghdad as threefold: Fedayeen and other former regime paramilitary units that survived the invasion, criminal activity, and Islamic extremists, with Ansar al-Islam chief among them. Since they viewed extremism as the greatest and most unpredictable threat, Dempsey and his 1st Armored Division primarily focused their operations against Sunni Islamist extremists and terrorists and their associated networks moving in and out of Baghdad. In Anbar, meanwhile, Swanek recalled that his biggest headaches came from the networks of fighters that were blossoming in Fallujah, Habaniya, and Al-Qaim. Swanwick and his command identified some of the key sheikhs involved, but like the 1st Armored Division, they failed to make the connection between disaffected Sunni sheikhs and Islamists. Swanwick instead complained that the people of Fallujah lived with a, quote, 16th century mentality, end quote, and a tribal righteousness that was spawning strong tribal alliances against the 82nd Airborne Division and 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment units in the province. In the northern provinces, the 101st Airborne Division and 4th Infantry Division had a focus similar to that of the 1st Armored Division and the 82nd, but the division's close partnerships with the Kurds tended to fuel Sunni discontent as the Kurdish presence in local governments along and beyond the Green Line continued to expand with coalition help. In other words, the relationships that had been so useful during the invasion were not entirely productive in the post-invasion period. Although he was not originally on the deck of cards, Abu Musab al-Zarqawi appeared at the top of tactical, operational, and strategic target lists beginning shortly after the August car bombings, marking a shift from the previous practice of including only leaders of the former regime on high-value target lists. As the coalition would later discover, the epicenter of the Sunni insurgent movement in August to October 2003 was in Anbar, where insurgents aimed to defeat the Iraqi police and control the border areas, both of which were necessary for insurgent groups to expand their operations. Police in Fallujah and Ramadi and in the border towns of Al-Qaim, Qusayba, and Rutba were attacked repeatedly. Qusayba and Al-Qaim were also valuable to insurgents because of their location along the same smuggling routes that Saddam's regime had used during the sanctions period, and the profits available from black market trade routes in the area led to the rise of a sizable former Ba'athist criminal syndicate from within the Sunni insurgency. The coalition did not yet realize that these activities provided resources and momentum for the various Sunni terrorist and resistance groups. However, the coalition did correctly assess that the Islamist terrorist groups in Iraq were becoming increasingly capable and dangerous. In the wake of the CPA and Iraqi Governing Council's de-Baathification measures, groups affiliated with al-Qaeda and Zarqawi's Tawhid wal-Jihad in Fallujah began recruiting directly from some of the former regime organizations that were blossoming in the province. Zarqawi's rise and his polarizing influence also created schisms within the resurgent Ansar al-Islam. Many Ansar al-Islam members who had fled to Iran after the April 2003 battle against the coalition ultimately left the group to join either Zarqawi or a new Ansar al-Islam splinter group, Ansar al-Sunnah. International support for the Iraq insurgency also gained more traction. During a summit of al-Qaeda leaders in Pakistan in November 2003, Osama bin Laden announced that al-Qaeda would begin providing $1.5 million per month to the Iraqi insurgency, and he subsequently ordered 2 associates, Hassan Ghul and Abdul Hadi al-Iraqi, to carry that message and a war plan for jihad in Iraq to Zarqawi and other like-minded militant leaders. In a stroke of good fortune, the U.S. military unexpectedly intercepted that correspondence in early 2004.
End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Muddling Through. Chapter 8, Part 2. Muddling Through. August to October 2003.
CJTF-7 and the CPA. A Troubled Quest for Stability. Page 207. From Caretaker Command to 4-Star Headquarters. When 5th Corps replaced the Coalition Forces Land Component Command, or CFLCC, as the CJTF-7 in June 2003, Rumsfeld and Franks both believed that the smaller Corps headquarters would be a sufficient caretaker command that could manage redeployment operations and a transition to Iraqi sovereignty. Abizaid's July announcement that units on the ground would remain in country for 12 months effectively nullified those expectations. As the security situation deteriorated, it became clear that the coalition presence would be required beyond March 2004 to ensure the transition to a capable Iraqi authority and security forces. On November 6, 2003, Rumsfeld announced that the nearly 100,000 U.S. troops on the ground in Iraq would be succeeded by a second rotation of approximately 70,000 to 75,000 troops, including 20,000 Marines.
The Department of Defense, or DoD, later revealed that the second rotation would consist of a considerable number of Reserve and National Guard troops across all the services.
From an early stage, both Abizaid and Sanchez concluded that the demands placed on CJTF-7 were too heavy for an operational headquarters. The military tasks involved in supporting the CPA and standing up a functioning Iraqi government with capable security forces would require a fully staffed joint and international strategic headquarters commanded by a 4-star general, they judged. Raising the profile of CJTF-7 to a 4-star command would also preclude Bremer's wish to subordinate CJTF-7 to the CPA, an idea that Abizaid and his advisors opposed in the interests of protecting CJTF-7 and its small staff from being burdened with CENTCOM-level requirements and becoming a competitor organization for theater resources. In August, the two commanders, Abizaid and Sanchez, agreed to propose the establishment of 2 new headquarters in Iraq: a Strategic Coalition Forces Command Iraq, or CFCI headquarters responsible for theater command and control, nation-building, and oversight of the Strategic Campaign Plan, and an operational-level Multinational Corps Iraq, or MNCI, focused on the operational tactical fight. As for how to build those 2 commands out of the existing CJTF-7 manning and staffing, Sanchez proposed that the U.S. 3rd Corps based in Fort Hood, Texas, serve as the foundation for the new MNCI headquarters, and that the CFLCC and 3rd Army headquarters, then in Kuwait, provide the basis for the CFCI. Abizaid discussed these proposals with CFLCC and 3rd Army Commander Lieutenant General David D. McKiernan, who would present the recommendations for both headquarters to the Secretary of Defense and the Joint Chiefs months later, in December 2003. The Troop Number Debate. As the scope of the mission in Iraq expanded in the late summer and fall of 2003, Sanchez and CJTF-7 sought CENTCOM and DoD approval for a troop increase to handle the growing military tasks in Iraq. One of the most significant resource limitations Rumsfeld imposed on the strategy for Iraq was in the number of troops, which became a politically charged topic in the summer of 2003. Even though CJTF-7 had requested additional forces for Iraq, and the Army had recommended increasing its total end strength to meet the demands of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Rumsfeld was reluctant to commit additional forces to Iraq and disagreed with Army leaders that the service's end strength was inadequate for the existing U.S. military commitments. The institutional Army, too, wanted forces returned home quickly to reset and prepare for Army transformation, a point U.S. Army Forces Command, or FORSCOM, Commander General Larry R. Ellis made in response to General Sanchez's requests for more forces. Instead, on September 16th, Rumsfeld directed that the force in Iraq be cut from its existing 125,000 to under 100,000 by March 2004, essentially reducing the force by a division's worth of soldiers. The number of Allied troops would also eventually have to be reduced from 35,000 to fewer than 25,000 by March. Rumsfeld's insistence on reduced troop numbers for Iraq came at a time when the Reserve and National Guard personnel who had been mobilized since 9/11 were approaching their 2-year statutory mobilization limits, meaning that the Army was about to face critical shortages in intelligence, military police, civil affairs, psychological operations, and engineer personnel, many of which came from the Reserve components. By the end of October 2003, Army leaders considered reimposing stop-loss, a policy that blocked soldiers from leaving active service, for the active component and using individual ready reserve soldiers, reservists not assigned to any unit who often had not performed military duties for years, to generate augmentees to man the joint headquarters in Iraq. Army leaders were also concerned about the unpreparedness for combat of reserve component units in light of the 507th Maintenance Company ambush in Nasiriyah during the invasion.
They estimated that any mobilized reserve units would require 3 to 6 months of preparation before entering the theater, so that reserve units on a 12-month mobilization would likely only be able to serve in Iraq for a total of 6 months.
Quote, "We can barely resource CENTCOM requirements under current conditions, and our nation is unprepared for global contingencies," wrote Abizaid's advisors on October 1st. "Many describe the current situation as overcommitment, but we are really under-resourced. We are committed in areas vital to U.S. national interests." End quote.
Because the public debates about these issues occurred simultaneously, many involved in them conflated the request for more troops in Iraq with the discussions about increasing the total Army end strength, and Abizaid found himself in the middle of arguments about whether his recommended force commitments would, quote, "break the Army," end quote.
Abizaid's advisors had acknowledged this difficult predicament in a memorandum on August 27th. Quote, It is a strange situation when Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, a Republican from Texas, is calling for an increase in Army end strength, and the Secretary of Defense, whose options are limited by a shortage in land power, is resisting that call. The administration is confusing the troops in Iraq issue with the debate over force structure and Army end strength. It is our sensing that the DoD is using you, i.e. General Abizaid says we do not need more troops, to escape from confronting the grand strategic dilemma it faces due to a shortage of land power. The train wreck in Army readiness has already happened. We have simply not yet felt the full effects." End quote. An army of contractors. Rumsfeld's cap on troop numbers for Iraq had the unintended consequence of bringing more contractors into the theater of operations to compensate for shortfalls in military capacity, greatly expanding the 1990s phenomenon of contracting out traditional military functions. American units in Iraq relied on civilian contractors to run military systems, assist with reconstruction, and provide logistical support. The greater numbers of contractors on the battlefield brought important benefits, but also created some significant drawbacks. On the one hand, contractors provided life support that military systems alone could not sustain and assisted with missions too large for the overly taxed coalition soldiers to handle, such as the destruction of Iraq's vast ammunition caches. On the other hand, as contracts flowed into Iraq, CPA and CJTF-7 had difficulty overseeing the influx. At CJTF-7, only 24 personnel were available to manage contracts for all of Iraq, a lack of sufficient oversight that reduced the contractor's overall effectiveness. For example, Sanchez and his U.S. division commanders complained to Abizaid that the Bechtel Company, which worked reconstruction-related projects for the coalition, was, quote, wasting time and money on assessments and working on the wrong priorities such as schools instead of electricity, end quote, and that reconstruction contracts were, quote, weakly written, end quote, with no one to ensure their contractual mandates were fulfilled. Other contracts were not appropriately resourced, requiring commanders to redirect scarce troops to support the contracts. The Venel contract to provide trainers for the new Iraqi army, for instance, lacked provisions for Venel to transport and secure its contractors. As a result, CJTF-7 divisions had to transport and secure the contractors. The Governance Support Teams. In August 2003, CPA followed up the previous month's establishment of the Iraqi Governing Council in Baghdad by establishing small teams of governance capacity advisors for each of Iraq's 18 provinces. The purpose of these teams was to, quote, bridge the gap between national government and the multitude of local governments within Iraq, end quote, and to work with the U.S. Agency for International Development and coalition military units to execute CPA directives in each of the provinces. Each team was led by a CPA governance coordinator and was meant to have up to 5 governance specialists from the Department of State or a similar organization capable of governance capacity building. Most teams, however, consisted of only 1 or 2 personnel at best, observed Emma Skye, the governance coordinator for Kirkuk, whose colleagues in other provinces included, among others, the Kurdish-American diplomat Hero Mustafa in Nineveh, the British writer Rory Stewart in Amara, British official Mark Etherington in Kut, and American diplomats Michael Gfoler and Henry Ensher in Hilla and Diwania, respectively. To support the governance teams, CJTF-7 directed the divisions to establish governance support teams to act as the military arm of each governance team and ensure that CPA representatives and CJTF-7 units integrated their operations. Consisting of about 14 soldiers from the Civil Affairs Branch and other combat support specialties, the governance support teams answered to the division commanders and were supposed to provide security, communications, and life support for CPA governance teams until those teams became self-sustaining. Most of the divisions housed the governance teams and governance support teams in their Civil Military Operations Centers, or CMOC, and took instructions to support the governance support team program seriously. Abizaid also saw the concept as an opportunity to redeploy the overworked civil affairs units in the short term so that they could refit for future operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. The governorate teams, however, were often poorly manned by CPA representatives who rotated every 90 days, making it difficult for the coalition divisions to develop long-term relationships or strategies with them. Fortunately, the governorate teams were not the division's sole interface with local governments. Most division commanders interfaced directly with Iraqi provincial leadership through their established CMOCs or similar bodies to maintain active coalition involvement in building governance capacity. In Baghdad, for example, the 1st Armored Division helped organize neighborhood advisory councils consisting of neighborhood leaders or mukhtars to identify the most urgent reconstruction and economic needs. One operation that leveraged cooperation between the governorate teams and the divisions was the exchange of the Iraqi dinar, the value of which had fluctuated wildly since the invasion because of counterfeited bills and the introduction of the US dollar to local markets.
The old Iraqi dinars also came only in 2 denominations, 250 and 10,000, and had Saddam's face on the front.
CPA economic analysts worried that absent a currency exchange, the dinar and Iraq's economy would collapse. Working with the CPA and the CJTF-7 division commanders, Wojciechowski developed a plan to collect the old dinars and replace them with the new bills, an operation that CJTF-7 intended to use as a rehearsal for introducing and collecting ballots at polling stations during Iraq's eventual national elections. On October 15th, helicopters of the new currency began arriving in the provinces, and, along with the governorate teams, the divisions and some of the budding Iraqi security forces and local governance began overseeing the distribution of the country's new post-Saddam dinar. Difficulties with tribal outreach. Frustrated by the rising Sunni resistance to the coalition, some senior CJTF-7 officers proposed outreach to Iraq's Sunni tribes as a means of blunting the growing insurgency, believing that absent opportunities to contribute constructively in post-Saddam Iraq, Sunni tribal leaders would pursue other options, including to work with anti-coalition resistance organizations and criminal groups to safeguard the prosperity and security of their tribes. The Joint Staff, too, encouraged the CPA to consider engaging those tribes that appeared willing to cooperate with the coalition, a proposal on which Bremer was reluctant to act. The CPA's policy stance toward the tribes made outreach difficult. Throughout the summer of 2003, Bremer and one of his senior assistants, Megan O'Sullivan, had viewed Iraq's tribes as an artifact of the past and were reluctant to incorporate tribal leaders into even advisory roles. In October, Bremer withdrew coalition support for a conference of southern Shia tribes arranged by Ghafoler, the regional coordinator for south-central Iraq, and endorsed by Iraq's Shia and the coalition at a time when Muqtada Sadr's militia was becoming a strategic problem. Despite CPA's stance, in most areas, tribal outreach was already happening at the tactical level as a matter of course. By late summer 2003, most of CJTF-7's divisions had developed connections to important local sheikhs and religious leaders in order to facilitate reconstruction, economic development, and governance. Recognizing the value in these relationships, CJTF-7 attempted to operationalize them at the corps level. On July 31, 2003, CJTF-7 notified the divisions that it intended to develop a comprehensive list of influential tribal leaders across Iraq that any unit could use to leverage in their stability operations, and also requested that divisions identify the tribal leaders in their areas who merited engagement at the national level.
As part of its effort to develop a countrywide engagement plan, CJTF-7 collected information on tribes that was useful in securing critical infrastructure.
The challenge for the divisions was in identifying the correct leaders and tribes. While coalition commanders acknowledged the importance of working with tribal leaders, they were often baffled by the complexity of Iraq's tribal dynamics. Quote, "Life in the Arabian Peninsula is an intricate tapestry," Dempsey commented, "and we have a very difficult time understanding that." End quote. Dempsey's troops complained that Iraqi tribal leaders constantly lied to them, not understanding that those leaders were often caught between their cultural requirement to protect and serve their tribes and what might be best for the country as a whole. Nevertheless, these limited tribal engagement efforts eventually persuaded Bremer that the CPA should have some medium through which to address the mounting tribal grievances and encourage more Sunnis to join the political process instead of the resistance. In October, the CPA created the Office of Provincial Outreach, led by British diplomat David Richmond and State Department official Ronald L. Schlicker, to coordinate Sunni tribal outreach. However, limited in its authorities to listening to grievances and assessing reparations for damages caused by coalition operations, the new office was insufficient for initiating tribal engagements that could reverse the trend toward political conflict and insurgency. Setbacks for the internationalization effort. As the CPA and CJTF-7 were branching into local governance in fall 2003, CENTCOM continued pursuing its dual main efforts of putting an Iraqi face on the campaign and internationalizing the U.S.-led military and reconstruction missions, matters that became increasingly difficult from the late summer onward. At the CENTCOM level, internationalization translated into engagements with regional and international players to donate more financial, humanitarian, and military resources to Iraq reconstruction.
It also meant building capacity within the multinational forces already operating as part of Multinational Division South Central, or MNDCS, in the Mid-Euphrates region, Multinational Division Southeast, or MNDSE, in southern Iraq, and the small South Korean Army force in Kurdistan known as Multinational Division Northeast, or MNDNE.
With support from CENTCOM, the State Department asked other countries in the Middle East to contribute military and reconstruction resources to Iraq, and Bremer convinced the State Department and the Iraqi Governing Council to send Iraqi representatives to a donor conference in Madrid, Spain on September 23rd to ask for debt relief, donations, and other resources.
In southern Iraq, CPA Representative Sir Hilary Synott successfully obtained 22 additional country donor contributions for the region by explaining, quote, how much more pleasant it would be if their staff worked in the south rather than the dangerous Sunni triangle. End quote.
Despite these accomplishments and some success obtaining international debt relief for Iraq, internationalization on the whole was unsuccessful. Many Iraqis were unenthusiastic about contributions from Arab countries and Turkey because they viewed the provision of aid from neighboring countries as a slight to Iraqi national pride. Coalition Military Assistance Training Team Commander Major General Paul D. Eaton noted, for example, that the Iraqi police trainees he sent to the Jordan International Police Training Center had difficulty adjusting to being trained in a neighbor state that Iraqis had long considered a weak satellite of Iraq. The Iraqi Governing Council, meanwhile, judged that a Turkish military presence in northern Iraq would upset the delicate balance between Kurds and Arabs in the region. It was Zarqawi's activities, however, that truly derailed international participation and buy-in for rebuilding Iraq. On September 22nd, Zarqawi's organization bombed the remains of the headquarters of the UN Assistance Mission for Iraq, or UNAMI, in Baghdad they had destroyed the previous month. Although the attack caused far less physical damage than the August 19th truck bomb, it proved to be a significant setback to CENTCOM's internationalization campaign when UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan announced further reductions in UNAMI personnel. The attack also heralded a conscious shift in UN perception of what its role should be in Iraq. Shortly after Ansar al-Islam detonated a car bomb outside the Turkish embassy in Baghdad on October 14th, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1511, authorizing the multinational force to continue operating in lieu of the UN-led mission in Iraq and requiring it to report on the progress being made. Slow start for the Iraqi security forces. After Zarqawi's activities imperiled internationalization efforts, the coalition moved its energies into the other priority Abizaid's advisors had predicted was necessary: Iraqization. A key component of Iraqization was the building of independent Iraqi security forces. Abizaid intended for these forces to serve as a buffer between the coalition military and the Iraqi populace, and, in so doing, to downplay the coalition's role as an occupying force and mitigate the operational risk posed by shortfalls in U.S. and international troop numbers. CENTCOM envisioned that the CPA, with assistance from CJTF-7, would build a security infrastructure consisting of 3 divisions of a new Iraqi army, between 22,000 and 40,000 Iraq Civil Defense Corps troops, akin to a National Guard, 75,000 provincial and national police, 50,000 Facilities Protection Service members, and 7,000 border guards by the end of 2004. Ambitious as that timetable was, by late October 2003, DoD leaders considered increasing the overall size of the Iraqi security forces to 200,000 and accelerating the transition of the security mission to Iraqi control by September 2004. Rumsfeld acknowledged that in order to create larger numbers of troops more quickly, CENTCOM would require some additional resources, and he agreed to commit more U.S. troops for that purpose, though it was unclear from where the additional Iraqi recruits and U.S. trainers would come. De-Baathification policies prevented much of Iraq's former military from participating, advising, or serving as leaders in the Iraqi security forces, and although CENTCOM proposed that the Army send teams from the training base at Fort Jackson, South Carolina to augment the contractors working for Eaton's CMAT, large numbers of qualified trainers never arrived. Another factor inhibiting the development of the Iraqi Security Forces, or ISF, was the lack of unity of command at all levels of security force development. At Bremer's direction, development of the new Iraqi Army and the Iraqi National Police Service was exclusively in the purview of the CPA, with CJTF-7 effectively cut out of the process. Fortunately for Sanchez and his operational command, Eaton, whose monumental task was recruiting, vetting, and training 27 new Iraqi Army battalions in just over a year, made an effort to keep Sanchez apprised of his activities, and Sanchez, in turn, provided resources to the CMAT mission. Relations between CJTF-7 and the Civilian Police Assistance Training Team, or CPAT, however, were not so cordial. When former New York Police Commissioner Bernard "Bernie" Kerik arrived in midsummer 2003 to take charge of CPAT and countrywide police development, one of his first actions was to prohibit CJTF-7 and its divisions from hiring any new police until the International Police Training Center in Jordan became operational. This dismissed the fact that CJTF-7 units had already begun working with and training police recruits on their own. One of the outcomes of the dysfunction between Kerik and the coalition military units was that the Iraqi police, already suffering from corruption and questionable manning, became the most problematic of the Iraqi security services. The police forces suffered from disparate methods of training and equipping and nepotistic hiring practices, while the police rosters were filled with ghost police, who were on payroll but did not actually show up for work. In September 2003, CJTF-7 reported that more than 60,000 of the planned Iraqi police force of 77,000 were working, but only around 30,000 of those were actually policing. The rest of the ghost police were receiving pay, and these invisible police were only one symptom of a much larger problem. On September 16th, Bremer cautioned Abizaid and Rumsfeld that it would take at least a year to build a capable police force and advised those watching the numbers of police in briefings not to be fooled by those statistics. CENTCOM's own concerns about the Iraqi police grew along with the size of the police force. On November 18th, Abizaid's advisors concluded that, with insufficient resources to support accelerating police development, the ineffectiveness of CPAT and its director, and CJTF-7's lack of logistics to support the program, quote, "It is increasingly clear that the Iraqi police service is a potential point of failure in Iraq," end quote. During a Thanksgiving visit to Iraq, Abizaid spoke with a battalion executive officer whose thoughts on the matter accorded with Abizaid's misgivings about the status of the Iraqi police and tactical problems with the Iraqi security forces writ large. Quote, "The Iraqi police are broken to an almost indescribable degree. For the first few weeks of joint patrols, we literally had to chase them down in the streets to get them to walk with us. I had to coerce an IP to get him to complete a foot patrol with me. The situation is slowly improving, but the police still have no radios, limited uniforms, not enough weapons, and no windows or doors in any of their police stations. We still have a long way to go before they're ready to be partners in keeping the peace." End quote. Beyond the police, the overall Iraqi security forces development mission was suffering from a lack of consistency in terms of composition, resources, and organization. The Iraqi Civil Defense Corps, or ICDC, was an initiative that originated with the 101st Airborne Division as a means of leveraging unemployed former Iraqi security personnel and tribal militias to support the scarce U.S. military footprint on the ground. As different divisions adopted the ICDC concept, CJTF-7 attempted to support the endeavor, intending for the ICDC to assist the coalition military temporarily with internal security. The ICDC was meant to eventually be disbanded, integrated into the new Iraqi army, or form the basis for an Iraqi Reserve or National Guard force. Because Sanchez was blocked from overt involvement with the security force development mission, he gave little guidance about how each division should develop their ICDC battalions. As a result, unit approaches to ICDC and police development were mixed. CJTF-7 reported in December that the ICDC was, quote, widely recognized by the Iraqi people, end quote, as a capable and effective force, but in actuality, coalition units struggled to get weapons, uniforms, and vehicles for their ICDC battalions and police. Training and equipping across those forces was far from standardized. Some commanders diverted their increasingly scarce Commander's Emergency Response Program, or CERP, funds to the Iraqi security forces instead of to reconstruction projects, while others did not, leading to impressive police and ICDC training academies in a few regions that could not be duplicated across the country. Iraqi security leaders tended to give conflicting accounts of the types of equipment they needed for their forces, pistols in particular, but those requests, too, were only met for isolated units and not for the entire Iraqi forces.
The training and equipping of the CJTF-7-led Iraqi security forces missions continued in a disparate fashion until the Iraqi forces generally failed in the large-scale violence that would come in spring 2004.
The recruiting mechanisms that CJTF-7 units used for the ICDC, Iraqi police, and some of the other security services created another problem. Coalition units often recruited tribes, militias, or families wholesale into specific units or branches of service, expecting that Iraqi nationalism would naturally tie them to the national interest. Unlike the new Iraqi army, whose individual recruits came from all regions and sects of Iraq, CJTF-7 divisions recruited the ICDC, Iraqi police, Facilities Protection Service, and border police members locally and trained them in their native towns. This is similar to the U.S. Army National Guard, a practice based on the premise that home-based forces would have the greatest stake in the security of their local areas. The same was true for the local Iraqi police units created by the coalition divisions. Coalition officers eventually determined that many on the local police payroll were relatives of Iraqi government officials and tribal leaders who used the police pay system as a means of providing incomes to their families and tribes. Over time, the tribal militias that the coalition divisions hired came to be absorbed into the border police and facilities protection services as part of the coalition's objectives to transfer Iraq's borders and critical infrastructure to the control of the national government. When combined with CJTF-7's inability to organize security force development at the operational level, local recruiting efforts meant that a significant portion of the ICDC battalions, local police, border forces, and facilities protection services created by the divisions, though marginally capable, remained loyal to parochial rather than national interests. The coalition's tactical adaptations. Although there was scant synchronization of offensive operations at CJTF-7, each division gradually developed what its leaders believed were effective methods to regain the initiative against enemy forces. In Baghdad, the 30,000 soldiers under Dempsey's command sought to maintain security in a city of 5.6 million people spread across 94 military zones through aggressive traffic control points. Judging that it was not feasible for the 1st Armored Division to sustain large numbers of presence patrols or traffic control points, Dempsey decided to shift from that defensive posture to precision operations against the Fedayeen, criminals, and extremist groups like Ansar al-Islam that he believed were disrupting the division's efforts to restore security. Dempsey also had his units closely monitor the city's mosques for harbingers of future unrest. Far to the west at the Syrian border, the 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment experimented with techniques to interdict foreign fighter routes coming from Syria. Establishing a wide net to block ingress and egress routes at certain hours of darkness, the cavalrymen then conducted multiple cordon and search operations within that net, using the intelligence and documents acquired in those searches to build targeting packets for the next night's operations, a technique the 82nd Airborne Division adopted in the remainder of Anbar province. The initial shortage of information about Iraqi society and locally based resistance groups, while problematic at the operational level, did not prevent the divisions from finding innovative methods of better understanding local adversaries. Although regulations of the time prohibited personnel untrained in human intelligence from being human intelligence collectors, most divisions acknowledged that, quote, every soldier was a censor, end quote, and began to incorporate information from tactical patrols and chance engagements with Iraq's citizens into their intelligence analysis. The divisions gradually expanded the use of smaller unmanned aerial vehicles and direction-finding platforms, resulting in more accurate targeting of hostile actors. The 1st Armored Division, 4th Infantry Division, and the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions each began incorporating external units and agencies working within their battle space into their operations and targeting processes. In Baghdad, Dempsey created a targeting board comprised of his own maneuver units, civil affairs, and information operations personnel, along with other agency representatives to wage an undeclared, quote, Battle of Baghdad, end quote, against former regime elements entering the city from rallying points in the Sunni Triangle. Farther north in the 4th Infantry Division sector, Odierno established a functional relationship with special operations and other national agencies to share intelligence and prepare joint operations against the high-value targets listed on CENTCOM's deck of cards. The close collaboration between the 4th Infantry Division and Special Operations Forces allowed each to capitalize on the other's strengths. In Anbar, Swanek likewise organized weekly meetings between his commanders and the Special Operations Forces working in the province to determine joint targets and develop operations against them. In Nineveh in September 2003, Petraeus formed a Joint Interagency Task Force, or JIATF, to synchronize intelligence assets and deconflict disparate conventional and unconventional operations against hostile forces in the 101st Airborne Division's area. The JIATF included representatives from CPA's governorate teams, special operations forces, and interagency officials who were working in Mosul, including the Iraq Survey Group, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and the intelligence community. JIATF North's, or JIATF-N, work led to synchronized raids against a large number of targets, including some of the organizers of Muhammad Yunus al-Ahmad's Hizb al-Auda. Rarely, however, did CJTF-7 synchronize the operations of these tactical, joint, and interagency organizations with its own offensive operations or synthesize the associated tactical information and intelligence across the division battle spaces. As a result, while the tactical units could judge that they were achieving some success in their respective areas, seams along the division boundaries remained to offer opportunities for Sunni resistance organizations to organize large-scale attacks across the theater. As the 1st Armored Division would later describe in its after-action review for its 2003 to 2004 deployment, U.S. divisions found themselves conducting offensive and stability operations simultaneously, forcing them to adapt and integrate lethal and non-lethal effects into their targeting processes. Personnel and expertise shortages also forced division commanders to employ significant portions of their forces in non-traditional operations. In Baghdad, Dempsey found that he had to send maneuver soldiers to support civil affairs missions and make maneuver commanders responsible for distributing CERP funds for reconstruction projects. A shortage of infantry soldiers for patrolling and civil affairs soldiers for reconstruction also led the 4th Infantry Division and the 82nd Airborne Division to retrain their artillerymen and other soldiers to conduct patrols in civil affairs operations. They also decentralized military police, intelligence, and other division support units across their maneuver brigades, which became a widespread practice. Although commanders in the 4th Infantry Division maintained separate targeting processes for lethal and non-lethal operations to avoid confusion, some units began integrating the two into the same process to improve their understanding of complex environments and deconflict the fine line between hostile and helpful behavior. In the 101st Airborne Division, an Integrated Effects Working Group merged representatives of the lethally focused JIATF-N with experts working on governance, reconstruction, and economic development to determine the most useful ways of approaching problem areas in Nineveh and the Kurdish provinces. The 4th Infantry Division eventually moved to this same model and, by the end of their time in Iraq, had transitioned to a blend of operations that was 10% offensively focused and 90% focused on reconstruction. Another byproduct of the blended targeting operations was that those working at CMOCs and other civil affairs-oriented units understood how to incorporate information provided by grateful and concerned local citizens at their centers into the targeting of hostile activity, while those troops focused on offensive operations could also identify local grievances that were best resolved by non-lethal means. The result was that many units moved to a targeting model that not only identified whom to watch or capture, but also which local leaders to engage, where and what type of reconstruction projects were most needed, and how best to distribute resources across an array of missions. A common topic in these integrated targeting boards was the employment of the CERP, a tool that all the coalition divisions agreed was one of their most critical enablers in post-regime Iraq. CJTF-7 divisions all expanded the use of CERP funds beyond reconstruction projects to microbusiness loans, food, salaries, and equipment for the Iraqi security forces under their control, as well as compensatory payments for the families of citizens who were wrongly detained or harmed during offensive operations. The 1st Armored Division spent a considerable amount of its CERP funds reopening national hospitals and clinics, building or renovating local government buildings, and supporting the national judiciary and legal system. The 82nd Airborne Division used CERP to refurbish mosques during Ramadan in an effort to curb anti-coalition sentiment among Anbar's population. The 101st Airborne Division used CERP to establish a Northern Iraq Office of Judicial Operations and an anti-corruption office, as well as the Eagle Village of Hope, which provided low-cost housing and job skills training to underprivileged Iraqi citizens. In Basra, Major General Graham Lamb in MNDSE was grateful to receive U.S. CERP support because the British government did not provide sufficient funds to support his reconstruction efforts. Abizaid and Sanchez continued to press the CPA, which remained focused on large-scale reconstruction projects, to decentralize funding from the Iraqi ministries down to the provinces and get the additional CERP funds authorized in a new supplemental budget pushed down to the tactical level. The Sadrist challenge continues. Although Muqtada Sadr's followers appeared more subdued after the unrest of August 2003, their resentment had simply been turned from a boil down to a simmer, and CPA's apparent endorsement of the Sadrists' main rivals, the Hakims and SCIRI, as part of the Iraqi Governing Council, had only widened the rift between Sadr and the coalition. The Sadrists grew further incensed when SCIRI began using its influence with the coalition to extend the reach of the Badr Corps militia. SCIRI leader Abdul Aziz al-Hakim had lobbied CJTF-7 to use the Iraqi Civil Defense Corps as a vehicle to disband or absorb armed militias, including the Badr Corps, after Bremer declared all militias illegal. When Hakim offered that CJTF-7 could transform the Badr Corps battalions into ICDC battalions in Najaf, Bremer countered in September with a proposal to integrate Badr Corps members into the ICDC as individuals, an offer Hakim accepted. For Iraqi observers, it appeared that Hakim had the ability to influence both the Iraqi Governing Council and the coalition leadership, and that it might not be long before he could use the Badr Corps to attack Shia rivals as well as Sunni militants. Since the minor Sadrist uprising in Baghdad in August, Dempsey's troops had observed Sadr's men taking over administrative buildings and mosques responsible for overseeing the financial management of the holy Shia shrines. This convinced Dempsey that Sadr's activities in Sadr City, Qadimiyya, Karbala, and elsewhere were, quote, less aimed at gaining political and religious influence and more at gaining financial influence, end quote, that would enable Sadr to grow his militia and expand his future power. Dempsey's concerns were realized sooner than he anticipated. Shortly after denouncing the Iraqi Governing Council, Sadr announced that he would work with other similarly disgruntled parties to form an alternative governing council based in Sadr City. He then strengthened his position by sending Jaish al-Mahdi militia to guard the Najaf Hawza in early October, effectively putting the Shia religious leadership under his physical control and prompting Deputy Sekdef Paul Wolfowitz to again press for military options for detaining or killing Muqtada Sadr. On October 11th, Abizaid briefed Wolfowitz that the coalition could seize Sadr within 3 to 4 days. It was a step Bremer strongly endorsed, but that Abizaid and Sanchez both opposed for the same reasons they had raised in August. The generals were ultimately successful in convincing first Wolfowitz and then Rumsfeld that cracking down on members of Sadr's militia was more effective and less disruptive than capturing Sadr himself. A few days later, troops from the 1st Armored Division joined forces with the Polish division in MNDCS to forcibly expel the Sadrists from the shrine in Karbala, after which CJTF-7 installed hand-picked replacements for the Sadrists on the council in Sadr City. After this confrontation, coalition officials observed that the Friday prayers led by the Sadrist firebrand cleric Abdul Hadi al-Daraji at the Al-Ahrar Mosque in Sadr City drew significantly fewer listeners than before the raids, from which the coalition concluded that Sadr and his Mahdi army lacked the power to counter the coalition. Dempsey and CJTF-7 judged that they had neutralized the Sadrist threat by showing the militia members that there was no sanctuary in the sacred shrines. By the end of October 2003, the British also seemed to have the situation in Basra in hand, though their relative isolation from the rest of CJTF-7 prevented them from seeing the province's connection to the greater Shia challenge. Nor did their American partners to the north keep them fully informed.
Like the other multinational forces, the British initially could not access the secure internet the U.S. military used to distribute orders and reports, and CJTF-7 did not begin converting to an international network until late 2003.
In the meantime, Governance Coordinator Synut observed in November that MNDSE was not a British fiefdom isolated from the forces at work in the rest of Iraq. In his estimation, the Sadrist, quote, infection, end quote, was spreading into the British sector from MNDCS, and he was unable to convince nervous clerics in Nasiriyah to speak out against Sadr. This was among the first indicators that the Sadrists were far from contained and, though temporarily off balance in Najaf, Karbala, and Baghdad, were quietly extending their grasp to Iraq's largest southern population centers. Faced with shortages, increased hostility from Sunni resistance groups, terrorist attacks against the international presence, and an organizational energy drain because of supporting the understaffed CPA, CJTF-7 provided only scant operational guidance, leaving its divisions to operate independently with few linkages across their division areas of operation. Disparate approaches to operations meant that some unit areas flourished while others bore the brunt of the rising insurgency. Zarqawi and other insurgents took advantage of CJTF-7's lack of synchronization, exploiting unit boundaries and blind spots to organize increasingly lethal attacks against the coalition military and its partners. Far from being neutralized, as CJTF-7 believed, Sadr and his militia had sustained only temporary setbacks, employing an operational pause to regroup in support of Sadr's longer-term ambitions. As CENTCOM and coalition commanders were beginning to discover, the truly decisive operation in Iraq was not the combat phase, but the stability phase that almost no one had prepared for, and that neither senior civilian leaders nor senior U.S. commanders were prepared to allocate sufficient time or resources to complete properly. An increasingly unstable, dangerous environment began draining international support for the Iraq effort and, when combined with pressure from the Pentagon to redeploy the invasion force quickly, the ambitious timelines proposed in new campaign plans from CPA, CENTCOM, and CJTF-7 to transfer responsibility to the Iraqi government began to move from difficult to impossible.
End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Muddling Through. August to October 2003.